Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 2209 to Chapter 2285. The two refined souls instinctively felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. Something had changed in this insignificant human that was enough to threaten their lives. The dwarf emperor picked up the purple gold hammer and the broadsword again. A bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eyes. He stomped on the ground and jumped out at high speed. At this moment, his speed was far faster than before. The giant beast roared and swung its tail at him, trying to use the same trick again. However, the dwarf emperor dodged it. He went straight for the skeleton swordsman and raised the hammer high in the air. The prismatic crystal core on the hammer exploded and gave off an unusually bright light. The skeleton swordsman was alerted and quickly dodged to increase the distance between them. Although the dwarf emperor's speed was much faster than before, he was still not as fast as the skeleton swordsman. Seeing that he was a step behind, the dwarf emperor threw the hammer in his hand. Like a falling meteor, the purple gold hammer drew a long arc in the air. When it got close to the skeleton swordsman, a destructive energy suddenly exploded. Crack! Crack! The hammer disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The prismatic crystal embedded on it shot out thousands of strong rays of light and exploded like the sun. Boom! The terrifying energy storm engulfed a large area of the void. Although the skeleton swordsman was not at the center of the explosion, it was still engulfed by the impact. A part of the explosion swept towards the giant beast. The dwarf emperor followed the impact and held the broadsword tightly with both hands. Then, he swung it down from above. As he swung the sword, the red lotus patterns on his arm spread to the sword. The aura of the man and the sword had completely merged into one. Crack! The sword forcefully broke the hard skull of the giant beast and cut its head and body in half. The sharpness of the sword was unstoppable. The giant beast let out a mournful cry and its body fell heavily to the ground. It was already out of breath. When the energy storm slowly subsided, the dwarf emperor stood on the giant beast's body and looked up while panting. In the void, the skeleton swordsman's figure appeared. Its clothes were tattered and there were many cracks on its skeleton. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries from the explosion. Hiss! Grandmaster Qing actually has such strength. He really hid his strength well. If I'm not wrong, the prismatic crystal embedded on Grandmaster Qing's weapon is the power source of the magic box, right? Rumor has it that Grandmaster Qing mastered a unique and powerful weapon refining method. It seems to be true. The true disciples and blacksmiths who were watching in the dark were shocked when they saw the dwarf emperor kill the giant beast instantly and severely injure the skeleton swordsman. The battle prowess displayed by the other party was so great that even the elites among the direct disciples might not be able to compare to him. That look. What have you been through? Unlike the others, Guqin was even more touched when he saw the unfamiliar metal body of the dwarf sovereign. No wonder he couldn't accurately determine the strength of the dwarf sovereign. He had obviously transformed himself into a state that could not be understood by common sense, sacrificing one's flesh and blood in exchange for power. Guqin did not know how helpless the dwarf sovereign was, or how much he had suffered. Outside the mystic area, the senior management of the Sword Pavilion also saw the dwarf emperor's sudden outburst. The Sword Ancestor's eyes lit up as he turned to look at Grandmaster D. Grandmaster Gu, he used of Grandmaster Master, sword of. Grandmaster D's expression changed slightly as he replied cautiously, he has never told me about this. Thump. Thump. Humph, if that's the case, then he doesn't completely trust you. Are you sure that he will sincerely pledge allegiance to you as you said? The sword master did not take Guqin seriously when he asked this question in front of the real Guqin. Guqin shared the vision of the Taoist body, so he could see more clearly than through the pool. He saw the sword master's reaction. The sword master didn't take him as a threat and even decided to kill him. Therefore, he was not worried that Guqin would get information from him. This was exactly what he wanted. He pretended to be obedient and submissive, trying his best to be invisible. An excellent refiner will always have one or two trump cards. Qing Ai might not be hiding this matter because she has ulterior motives. Ancestor, you don't have to worry. It's a good thing. Qing Ai is willing to expose his trump card in front of us, which shows that he is letting down his guard or that he knows he has no other choice. Besides, the human body can be transformed into a powerful weapon with the help of the crystal core. which shows that the dwarf clan's crystal core mystic technique is more magical than we thought and can play a greater role on the battlefield. Grandmaster D tried his best to explain. When Guchen heard the word dwarf clan, his heart stirred. It seemed that the sword master had already known about the dwarf emperor. It was impossible for the dwarf emperor to expose his identity. In that case, the exposure of his identity had led to the exposure of the crystal core mystic technique and led to the current situation. However, the dwarf clan grew up in the Chaos Sea. When the ancient netherworld ended, it seemed that they had not moved to the Tao world. So many years had passed. How could they be recognized? Guchen looked at Grandmaster D, who had a similar midget figure to the dwarf clan. This guy might be the cause of everything. In the face of Grandmaster D's explanation, the sword master's old-fashioned face showed no joy or anger. Previously, the old man checked Xianxia's body. At that time, his body was still normal, which means that he transformed his body into this appearance after the old man gave him the weapon manual. This guy is indeed gifted in the blacksmithing Tao. The weapon manual contains the idea of refining the human body into a weapon. His current change should be a harvest brought about by the weapon manual. Not only did he comprehend the weapon manual extremely quickly, but he also mastered it with the dwarf clan's crystal core mystic technique, which is in line with the old man's intentions. Regardless of whether he is disloyal or not, the old man promised that after he finished refining and left the mystic area, he would submit wholeheartedly, whether voluntarily or by other means. The sword master's tone revealed the confidence that everything was under his control. He did not continue to make things difficult for Grandmaster D. Indeed, the changes in the dwarf emperor's body were somewhat surprising. However, how could a dignified Tao ancestor take it seriously? On the contrary, he was willing to see how much potential the dwarf emperor had, which could help him achieve his grand hegemony. The Sword Pavilion elders nodded and agreed with the sword master's words. Guchen lowered his head and looked at the dwarf emperor in the pool, feeling that time was running out. It seemed that if the thread Tao body could not successfully take the dwarf emperor away, it would be difficult for him to help once they left the mystic area. The skeleton swordsman is obviously injured. If we attack together, not only will we have a chance to obtain his powerful inheritance, but we might also be able to make Grandmaster D owe us a favor. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What do you think? Do you want to attack together? In the mystic area, the dwarf emperor and the skeleton swordsman started to fight again. Although the skeleton swordsman was injured, it was extremely fast, so the dwarf emperor could not defeat it in a short time. The dwarf emperor had just used his full strength, so he needed to rest. He also had other considerations, so he was not willing to use more of his trump cards. The surrounding true disciples and blacksmiths started to get excited, and some of them wanted to ask others to attack together with them. These words tempted the true disciples. Although the skeleton swordsman was injured, the azure sword in its hand was still shining brightly. It was a rare sacred sword, and such a complete sword was rare in the sword tomb. Treasures belong to those who are fated. What if we miss this opportunity? Everyone, action is better than being moved. One of the true disciples secretly tried to rope in Shumei. The area of impact from the previous battle was too large. While they were dodging, the people hiding in the dark discovered each other's figures. If we work together, we are confident of taking down the skeleton swordsman. However, how will we distribute the azure treasure sword? Senior brother Liang, although you have a high seniority, we will not give way. Another direct disciple replied. Senior brother Liang smiled and said, we can draw lots to decide the ownership of the azure treasure sword. What I want is the sword sage's inheritance. As for things like inheritances, everyone can share them. Draw lots? The others were tempted. Luck was hard to predict. It was fair for everyone to have equal opportunities. Soon, two direct disciples agreed to work together. What about Master Feng? What do you think? Senior brother Liang looked at a blacksmith from the equipment refining hall. When Master Feng saw the dwarf sovereign and the skeleton swordsman passing by each other, he shook his head with a strange expression. I know Grandmaster Cheng's character. He might not want others to help him. If we help him, not only will we not get a favor, we might even make him unhappy. You all know Grandmaster Cheng's status in the equipment refining hall. Hee hee. I will wait and see. If Grandmaster Qing shows signs of losing, it won't be too late to make a move. Master Feng's words made the two direct disciples hesitate. Master Feng's words seemed to make sense. Previously, when Grandmaster Qing was in danger, they did not help. Now that the other giant beast refined soul was dead, they would not think that they were fleecing, right? Master Feng, you are overthinking. You have seen the skeleton swordsman's speed. Even if Grandmaster Qing can defeat it, Grandmaster Qing will not be able to stop it from escaping. If we help, it will be good for Grandmaster Qing. Moreover, what we want is the Sword Sage's inheritance. Grandmaster Qing should not be interested in it, right? Senior Brother Liang calmed the two direct disciples down with a few words of explanation. He then looked at Chu Meixin. Junior Sister Chu, how about it? Do you want to help? You've also seen the speed of the sword. If you can comprehend some of the essence from it, your attainment in swordsmanship will definitely rise to another level. Chu Meixin hesitated. This was a good opportunity for her to interact with the dwarf sovereign openly. However, a voice sounded in her mind. Just reject him. There's something wrong with this guy. Chu Meixin immediately said, no need, what Master Feng said is reasonable, I will not muddy the waters. Senior Brother Liang was a little disappointed, but he did not insist. He discussed with the other two true disciples and started to approach the battle between the dwarf sovereign and the skeleton swordsman. Husband, do you think there's something wrong with Senior Brother Liang? Chu Meixin looked at the three of them and asked Guchen in her heart. It's just a feeling. Where did this person come from? Guchen replied. This Senior Brother Liang seemed a little too enthusiastic when he roped in the others to attack together. Apart from that, he didn't see any other problems. Senior Brother Liang's seniority among the many elite disciples is quite high. He entered the sword pavilion much earlier than Senior Brother Song. Chu Meixin answered honestly. Oh? In that case, I might be overthinking. However, if they make a move now, it will only cause conflict with the dwarf sovereign. It's best to intervene at that time. Previously, every time the dwarf sovereign defeated a refined soul, his sword would be destroyed and his soul would perish. This time would not be an exception. As for the three elite disciples who coveted the sword, there would definitely be a conflict of interest between them and the dwarf sovereign. In the end, one side would definitely compromise, but before that, he would let Chu Meixin intervene as a mediator. This way, they would be able to approach the dwarf sovereign reasonably and have a better grasp of the situation. With Senior Brother Liang in the lead, the three elite disciples had already reached a suitable position. Then, with their cooperation, the three of them jumped out at the same time and drew their swords, surrounding the skeleton swordsman. Although the skeleton swordsman's movement technique was fast, it was caught in a pincer attack. What's the meaning of this? The dwarf sovereign frowned when he saw that someone was interfering. Grandmaster Qing, this refined soul is extremely fast. Only by working together can we prevent it from escaping. Don't worry, we have no intention of fighting with you. Senior Brother Liang immediately replied. Amidst the chaotic battle, the distance between him and the dwarf sovereign was shrinking. The dwarf sovereign pondered for a moment. He was indeed worried that the skeleton swordsman would escape after losing to him. If that was the case, all their efforts would be in vain. Alright, I'll make use of these three. The dwarf sovereign let down his guard against the three of them and focused on taking down the skeleton swordsman. Under the joint attack of the four, the skeleton swordsman was quickly at a disadvantage and its sword technique was starting to become messy. Very well, one more strike to decide the winner. The dwarf sovereign gripped his broadsword tightly and focused all his attention on the skeleton swordsman. He was ready to give the skeleton swordsman a fatal blow. Suddenly, Senior Brother Liang, who was already very close to him, changed his direction and emitted a sharp sword chi, heading straight for the dwarf sovereign's head. This sword attack was too unexpected. The dwarf sovereign's expression changed drastically as he did not expect it. Shit. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he had been paying attention to the battle, he did not expect that Senior Brother Liang would suddenly attack the dwarf sovereign. This action was equivalent to seeking death. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would definitely be torn into pieces by the sword firmament pavilion. Everything happened too suddenly. Although Chu Meixin rushed out immediately, it was already too late. Clang, all of a sudden, a loud and clear sword cry rang out, reverberating in everyone's ears. Before the sound was heard, a long red chain had already rushed out from the void. As if it had crossed the limit of time and space, it landed on Senior Brother Liang's body at a speed that no one could react to. Senior Brother Liang's carefully prepared sword attack did not reach the end of the distance. His body was hit by the red chain and instantly, his whole body was on fire and he let out a tragic cry. Chu Meixin stopped in her tracks and her face was filled with shock. The dwarf sovereign was extremely shocked. Feeling the mighty divine power in the void, he did not feel happy at all. Instead, his heart was heavy. Red chain grace. Gu Chen's pupil shrank. He did not see the shadow of the sword, but he had felt the familiar aura when the sword ancestor used this sword from afar. This so-called most powerful ancestral Dao divine weapon was in this secret realm. Without a doubt, it was the sword ancestor who had just killed him. Although he was outside the secret realm, he had a terrifying grasp of the secret realm. Senior Brother Liang had carefully planned and controlled the timing of the sword attack. The speed of the sword was also extremely fast, but it was still not faster than the sword ancestor. Outside the secret realm, Gu Chen, who was beside the pool, looked up at the sword ancestor. He was expressionless and calm, as if the sword attack just now was so insignificant. What was the peak of sword principle? This was it. I knew that some people were restless, but they dared to assassinate under the eyes of the old man. How audacious. The sword ancestor spoke calmly. His tone was emotionless, but the faces of the higher-ups of the sword pavilion beside him had already changed. Although the assassination was easily foiled by the sword ancestor, it was still a major mistake for the enemy to sneak into the trial and almost kill Qing Ai. This showed that the so-called higher-ups of the sword pavilion were particularly incompetent. Although the sword ancestor didn't say anything, who knew if the relevant parties would be punished later? This Liang Dejiang has been in the sword pavilion since he was a child and is considered the most senior among the disciples. The sect has also treated him well. How could he be bribed by other forces? Yan Shirlu said with an ugly expression. He couldn't believe that such a big mistake had been made. The other elders also couldn't accept it, especially Liang Dejiang's master, whose face was extremely pale. Right now, there are a lot of powers that have their eyes on Qing Ai. However, the majority of the powers are only trying to get in touch with him and rope him in. As for this surnamed Liang, once he finds an opportunity, he will kill him without the slightest hesitation. Don't you all feel that his style is familiar? The sword ancestor sneered. Yan Shirliu's pupils shrank. Old ancestor, you mean that this was done by the thousand-hand Buddha Heart Palace? That's right. The smiling demon has always coveted the old man's great refining technique. Only he would painstakingly send a spy to the sword pavilion from a young age. He knows that the sword pavilion's selection of true disciples is strict. Only by doing so will he have a chance to get in touch with the old man's orthodoxy. It's not the first time that we found their spy. This Liang Dejiang must have hidden himself well and climbed to a high position. It's not easy to cultivate such a deep spy in the sword pavilion. He didn't hesitate to expose himself just to kill Qing Ai. It seems that the smiling demon also knows Qing Ai's value. Unfortunately, his plan is doomed to fail. In the old man's territory, no one can play tricks. The sword ancestor's sword had fully proved that what he said was true. Whether it was carefully planned or impromptu, it was impossible to kill anyone in the sword tomb without his consent. He couldn't even kill anyone, let alone take anyone away. Ancestor is wise and mighty. Many higher-ups of the sword pavilion flattered him while Liang Dejiang's master knelt on the ground and hurriedly stated that he was innocent and that he had been deceived by a scoundrel. The sword master ignored him and continued to watch the trial in the secret realm. The other elders did not dare to plead for him at this time. To be honest, if it was really the thousand-hand Buddha Heart Palace's long-term infiltration, it was understandable that Liang Dejiang's master was deceived. After all, the thousand-hand Buddha Heart Palace was proficient in this aspect. The enemy was in the light while they were in the dark. It was impossible for them to guard against everything. Thousand-hand Buddha Heart Palace, inside the secret realm, Gu Chen muttered as he looked at Senior Brother Liang, who had been reduced to ashes by the crimson-gray sword light. Sharing his vision with his main body, he quickly knew where Senior Brother Liang came from. He had heard of the Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Temple before. It was one of the most powerful organizations in the First Mountain and Sea, and was just like the Sword Pavilion, skilled in equipment forging. However, the Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Temple was most famous for its hidden weapons. The Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Hall's hidden weapons were famous in the primordial Chaos Tao world. In addition, the assassins they nurtured were not simple either. This faction was somewhat similar to the Prudential Pavilion, but they were much stronger. It was said that they had a Tao ancestor backing them. Judging from the Sword Master's tone, the Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace and the Sword Pavilion already had a grudge. The reason they attacked Xianxia was that they felt threatened by the new weapon he had developed. Because they had a deep grasp of the Sword Pavilion, the Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace had already decided to assassinate Xianxia while the other factions were still thinking of obtaining the new weapon, the magic box. They knew that Xianxia was too well protected. It was impossible to take him away. But if they left him behind, the Sword Pavilion's power would rapidly expand. In that case, they would kill him, even if they had to sacrifice a high-level pawn that had been lying in wait for a long time. The Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace's ruthlessness left a deep impression on Gu Chen. He had been careless just now and did not expect someone to dare attack directly. However, thanks to this cannon fodder, he finally understood how difficult it was to take Xianxia away. His previous plan was to use the mysterious connection between the Tao body and the dominating cauldron world to quickly take him and Chu Meixin away after obtaining the Dwarf Emperor's consent. However, senior brother Liang's sudden assassination was stopped, and the teleportation time was much longer, so it was impossible for it to be faster than the Sword Master's sword. The Crimson Grace, the Tao Ancestor-level divine sword, was hidden in the void of the sword tomb. Under the Sword Master's will, it could attack at any time. If they did not get rid of this divine sword and find a way to hide from the Sword Master's perception, it would be impossible to take the Dwarf Emperor away. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and ordered Chu Meixin to start the operation. At this time, because of the Sword Master's sword, the other true disciples and blacksmiths were all shocked, especially the two true disciples who helped senior brother Liang. At this moment, their faces were pale. They did not know why senior brother Liang suddenly attacked Xianxia, but they also realized that they had been used. Just now, the old ancestor had personally turned senior brother Liang's bones into ashes. They did not know if he would also treat them as traitors. Thinking that they might not be able to keep their lives, how could they have the leisure to deal with the skeleton swordsman? The skeleton swordsman was originally at a dead end. Suddenly, one of the enemies was killed, two of them were in a daze, and the Dwarf Emperor, who was the biggest threat, was still in a state of shock. Suddenly, he realized that he had an opportunity. He did not dare to attack them again. The sword that came from the void just now made his soul instinctively afraid, so he only wanted to escape now. His body was like a breeze, and in the blink of an eye, he had escaped hundreds of feet away. "Where are you going?" The Dwarf Emperor came back to his senses. No matter how strong the Sword Master was, the plan could not be changed. He needed the strength of this skeleton swordsman. He hurriedly chased after it, but he saw a figure rushing out from the side and intercepting the skeleton swordsman in advance. It was naturally Chu Meixin. With the help of the energy from Gu Chen's secret skill, she waved her sword and slashed. The sword momentum was sharp, and the sword intent was destructive. The skeleton swordsman was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Chu Meixin waited at ease, and with a few slashes, she pierced through his defense and knocked away the sword in his hand. At this time, the Dwarf Emperor arrived and slashed with the broad blade in his hand. Finally, the skeleton swordsman's body was cut in half. Seeing that the skeleton swordsman had lost the ability to fight, the Dwarf Emperor's expression relaxed. He looked around, looking for the green sword that had fallen. Chu Meixin walked to the side of the green sword and picked it up with her slender hands. Seeing this, the Dwarf Emperor's expression darkened. When he saw that it was Chu Meixin, a complicated look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chu Meixin did not know who he was, but he knew her very well. Both of them came from the chaotic sea, and this Miss Chu had some friendship with Gu Chen. Naturally, he did not have any hostility towards her. In fact, he even felt a little friendly towards her. However, he had spent a lot of effort to kill the skeleton swordsman. Naturally, he was not willing to let others take the fruits of his labor, especially when this fruit was of great significance to his current situation. "Miss Chu, that is my trophy. Please return the sword to me." the dwarf emperor said politely. If I did not make a move in time, he would have run away. Therefore, this sword should belong to me. Chu Meixin smiled. The timing was just right. There's only one sword. How do I split it with you? The dwarf emperor frowned. If Chu Meixin insisted on fighting with him, he would have a headache. Simple. I'll give you this sword, but you have to lend it to me first. I'll return it to you after I've comprehended the Tao imprint in it. Chu Meixin said. The dwarf emperor hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. How long do you need? Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. All right. I'll protect you. Hurry up. The dwarf emperor didn't suspect anything and accepted it without hesitation. He was only so accommodating because he was from the chaotic sea. If it was someone else, he would rather snatch it from her. Chu Meixin sat on the ground, hugged the azure sword, and started to comprehend it. Seeing that she was about to obtain the powerful inheritance of the skeleton swordsman, the two direct disciples who worked with senior brother Liang before were envious and walked over. Grandmaster Qing, junior sister Chu, we've put in a lot of effort to deal with the skeleton swordsman. Can you share the Sword Saint's inheritance with us? The dwarf sovereign snorted coldly when he heard that. You should be thankful that I didn't settle the score with you. How dare you come here to ask for an opportunity? Grandmaster Qing, we were just used by senior brother Liang. We have no ill intentions towards you. Yeah. If there was something wrong with the two of us, we would have turned into ashes just like senior brother Liang. The two tried their best to explain, but the dwarf emperor snorted and didn't want to bother with them. Since they couldn't find a breakthrough, the two turned to Chu Meixin. Junior sister Chu's seniority was lower and her status in the pavilion was awkward. She didn't dare to offend them. Junior sister Chu, why don't you share this opportunity with me? I'll owe you a favor. The Sword Saint's inheritance isn't simple. If junior sister Chu is willing to share it, our sword tower will have another powerful sword technique. Junior sister Chu has always been loyal to the sect. You won't reject us, right? When Chu Meixin heard the words of the two, she opened her beautiful eyes and only said one word. Scram. The rejection was very straightforward and merciless. The expressions of the two true disciples immediately turned extremely unsightly. Did you hear that? Scram. The dwarf sovereign sneered. The two of them took a deep breath. One of them looked at Chu Meixin and said viciously, the young master's wife of the Qin clan is indeed awe-inspiring. She doesn't put the disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion in her eyes at all. Haha, what young clan head? He's just a prisoner. Who knows how much longer he can live? Another person agreed. Chu Meixin continued to comprehend, not taking the two of them seriously at all. Is she married to the young master of the Qin clan? The dwarf sovereign, who was standing guard at the side, recalled the words of the two disciples and could not help but sigh. Back then, Miss Chu was deeply in love with Chief. Who would have thought that she would be married now? Time flew by, and every step he took these years was filled with trepidation. He didn't have the time to inquire about the outside world. He wondered how the leader and his other companions were doing now. If I can leave the Sword Firmament Pavilion alive, I should look for the leader. Right now, I should be able to help him. The dwarf sovereign muttered to himself. In this strange Tao world, he could only find a sense of belonging by being by Gu Chen's side. Back then, when he had rescued him from the prison cell where life was worse than death, he had sworn to be loyal to him until the day he died. It was difficult to pass the Sword Ancestor's hurdle. He had no confidence at all, but he had to try his best no matter what. He didn't want to die here, nor did he want to become the Sword Ancestor's tool. He could only fight with all his might. After a few hours, Chu Meixin exited the state of comprehension and stood up. Thank you for helping me become a grandmaster. She held the azure longsword with both hands and handed it to the dwarf sovereign. The dwarf sovereign took the sword and responded coldly. This sword sage's inheritance is extraordinary. You'd better not miss the chance to become a grandmaster. I'll take my leave now. After Chu Meixin finished speaking, she turned and left. It seemed that she had no intention of interacting with the dwarf sovereign. The dwarf sovereign watched her leave and was ready to use the same trick by taking out the crystal ball to absorb the sword chi. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and the hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. This abnormality only lasted for a moment. He quickly stuck the sword upside down on the ground and took the crystal ball closer to it. He began to absorb the sword chi like before. Countless prismatic light patterns lit up in the crystal ball, forming an esoteric spacetime. This time, the speed of absorption was much slower than before. The dwarf sovereign closed his eyes as if he was concentrating. In fact, his heart was in turmoil. Say it again. Who are you? In the dwarf sovereign's sea of consciousness, his divine thoughts fluctuated and surged abnormally. Just as he held the sword, a wave of energy tried to penetrate into his body through the sword. He wanted to resist, but a voice appeared in his ears and made him change his mind. The voice said, "It's me, Gu Qin. Don't show any abnormalities." The two words that he hadn't heard for a long time made his soul palpitate. Until the unknown energy completely entered his body, he still doubted whether he was hallucinating. How is it possible that Gu Qin is here at this time? "It's me, dwarf sovereign. Long time no see." Gu Qin's joyful voice could be heard in the dwarf sovereign's body. Finally, the two of them could talk. Previously, he had purposely let Chu Meixin get the azure long sword and negotiated with the dwarf sovereign, saying that he wanted to comprehend the sword Dao, so that he could create another Taoist body and attach it to the azure long sword during the process of comprehending the Dao. In this way, when the dwarf sovereign got the sword, he could take the opportunity to enter his body. At the same time, the sword ancestor would not be able to notice their conversation. The energy of Gu Chen's secret technique turned into strands of heavenly twining silk, which flowed through the limbs and bones of the dwarf sovereign and quickly entered his sea of consciousness. Then, the silk twined and recombined, quickly turning into a small person. It was his true appearance. "Leader. It's really you. Why are you here?" The dwarf sovereign looked calm on the outside, but he was completely excited in his sea of consciousness. He never thought that Gu Qin would appear at this time. "I'm here to save you, of course." Gu Qin smiled. From the dwarf sovereign's reaction, he knew that he had come to the right place. "In that case, the young clan leader of the Qin clan is..." The dwarf sovereign came to his senses. Gu Qin nodded. "My current disguise is the young clan leader of the Qin clan, Qin Yunfei." "But Qin Yunfei did not enter the mystic area, right?" The dwarf sovereign had many questions in his mind. "The Qin Yunfei in the outside world is my real body, but the me here and the one attached to Chu Meixin are my Dao body." "Dao body?" "That's right. It's a clone formed by the secret skill's energy. It can change into any number of clones. As long as I can split my attention, I can create as many clones as I want." The dwarf sovereign could barely understand. When he first entered the Dao world, he had heard about the secret skill's energy from Gu Qin. As Gu Qin's cultivation level increased, it became more and more magical. "Let's not talk about other things first. Let's talk about you. What happened all these years? I can see that your body is different from before." Gu Qin thought of the dwarf sovereign's metal arm and asked seriously. The two of them, who had not seen each other for a long time, started chatting. Gu Qin finally knew what the dwarf emperor had experienced all these years. "Back then, I followed the great prophet's guidance and came to the sword pavilion incognito. I became an apprentice of the blacksmithing hall and started cultivating from the beginning. I wanted to master the blacksmithing knowledge of the Dao world. The Dao world indeed has a lot of advanced knowledge on the blacksmithing path. However, my accumulation in the Chaos Sea was not useless. Therefore, I learned quickly and quickly stood out. Speaking of which, I was too rash. In order to get in touch with the core of the blacksmithing hall, I accidentally revealed some clues and attracted Grandmaster D's attention. He finally discovered the secret that I came from the dwarf clan." Gu Qin listened carefully and was somewhat confused. When the ancient netherworld ended, the dwarf clan had not entered the Dao world. So many years have passed. Why does Grandmaster D know about the dwarf clan? The dwarf clan might have been famous during the ancient netherworld era, but after the birth of the Dao world, they had long been unknown. Not to mention that the dwarf clan was proficient in blacksmithing, few people in the Dao world knew what the dwarf clan looked like. When the ancient netherworld ended, it was very turbulent and the primitive Dao land split. The dwarf clan did not enter the Dao world, but some clansmen did. Grandmaster D was of mixed blood and had some dwarf clan bloodline in his body. His ancestor was a dwarf, so he left behind some information about the dwarf clan. I was too careless. I thought that the dwarf clan had no bloodline except for me. When such a mixed blood suddenly appeared, I naturally felt close to him and neglected to guard against him. He won my trust and found out about my identity as the dwarf clan leader. Then, he set his sights on the crystal core mystic technique and informed the sword ancestor about it. The crystal core mystic technique is a secret of the dwarf clan. It was once famous during the ancient netherworld era. The sword ancestor was a blacksmithing expert. After hearing about this mystic technique, he naturally refused to let me go. Of course, I refused to hand over the mystic technique. Thus, I was imprisoned by the sword ancestor and suffered all kinds of torture. If I hadn't obtained the mystic technique and might not have been able to refine the crystal core, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. The funny thing is that when I was imprisoned, Grandmaster D and the sword master played the good cop and the bad cop, trying to break down my mental defense. He thinks that I'm just a simple refiner who is obsessed with refining and doesn't have any schemes. As long as he uses the carrot and the stick, I'll surrender sooner or later. During that period of time, my life was worse than death. I wanted to commit suicide a few times, but in the end, I managed to hold on. The one who supports my beliefs is you, leader. This is our unfulfilled ambition. The cruel reality finally made me understand. The dwarves were unwilling to use the secret method of the crystal core, but in the end, what they got in return was not peace at all. Because we didn't want to use the crystal core, we couldn't fight back when the army of Xing County attacked us. I lost all my people because of that. It's because I'm unwilling to use the crystal core that I'm so weak and vulnerable. It's not that I'll be fine just because I've abided by the rules of the clan. I've only understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring a crime too late. Because of that, I've lost too much. The crystal core is dangerous, but the existence of the power has its own significance. The important thing is how the person who owns it uses it. The hardship finally enlightened me. I've decided to fight for myself and fight for a chance of survival. All these years, the dwarf emperor had never had a person to confide in. When he saw Guchen for the first time, he was so excited that he told him all his thoughts. In this vast world of Tao, only his companions could make him let down his guard completely. It didn't matter if he talked incoherently. Guchen listened carefully. He could feel the hardships the dwarf emperor had suffered all these years. Wasn't he always on the verge of death? They all had different degrees of growth and change. Grandmaster D persuaded me with the love of my fellow compatriots, so I beat him at his own game and pretended to be persuaded by him. In exchange for leaving the prison, I promised to help him refine a killing weapon with the crystal core as the core. However, I'm not willing to hand over the secret method of the crystal core for the time being. When the sword ancestor saw that I finally gave in, he didn't dare to force me too much and agreed to all my requests. When Guchen heard that Xianxia had disappeared for a period of time and suddenly appeared as a grandmaster of the blacksmithing hall and widely accepted apprentices, he sensed that something was wrong. Now that he heard the dwarf emperor's words, his guess was confirmed. However, in his opinion, the reason the sword ancestor was willing to take a step back was not only because the dwarf emperor was tough, but also because of the situation the sword emperor dynasty was facing. The new weapon refined by the dwarf emperor had changed the sword pavilion's passive situation on the battlefield. The impact was probably beyond the dwarf emperor's imagination. Your plan shouldn't be as simple as getting out of the prison, right? Guchen asked. The opening of the Sword Tomb Mystic area should also be part of the dwarf emperor's plan. Yes, what's the point of not being imprisoned? The person targeting me is a dignified Dao ancestor. Even if I can find a chance to escape, I'll always be on tenterhooks. The best way is to kill him once and for all. The dwarf emperor's words were filled with killing intent. Guchen admired him for a while. As expected of his partner, he dared to think of killing a Dao ancestor. He was very curious. How did the dwarf emperor want to kill the sword ancestor? The reason I joined the Sword Pavilion's equipment refining hall is to learn the legendary great equipment refining technique, the highest technique of equipment refining. In the past, when I was in the chaotic sea, my blacksmithing technique had already reached the peak and was at a bottleneck. I hoped that this great blacksmithing technique could bring me a breakthrough. The result did not disappoint me. The content that I learned in the blacksmithing hall actually came from the sword ancestor's blacksmithing technique. This knowledge allowed me to break through the bottleneck. No, to be precise, it allowed me to break through my previous understanding and reach a new realm. I vaguely felt that combining my clan's crystal core secret technique with the blacksmithing technique would give birth to an unprecedentedly powerful weapon. This is also the only way to defeat the sword ancestor. Refining the magic box for the sword ancestor not only gave me freedom, but more importantly, the blacksmithing technique. The sword ancestor gave me the complete blacksmithing technique, which finally allowed me to step into a new realm, the realm of the god of blacksmithing. Guchen thought about the abnormality of the dwarf emperor's body and asked, "Are you referring to changing your body into metal?" "I call it the Hell's Red Lotus body. The reason why I changed my body is to be able to withstand the power of the crystal core. In the left side of my chest, what replaced my heart is a crystal core. In the past, I could only implant crystal cores into weapons to increase the weapon's power. However, after coming into contact with the complete blacksmithing technique, I finally grasped the ability to turn the human body into a weapon. The great blacksmithing technique is indeed amazing. It allowed me to break free from the shackles of life and achieve a kind of eternity. It also increased my upper limit. After turning into a weapon, my power no longer comes from my cultivation. Instead, it comes from the crystal core. The more powerful the crystal core is, the more powerful I will be." The dwarf sovereign didn't mention how dangerous the process was, but the fact that his heart would definitely be destroyed during the process showed how determined he was. Guchen came to a sudden realization. No wonder he could not see through the dwarf sovereign's cultivation and felt that his chi dynamic was strange. The great crafting art was indeed one of the 8 great crafting arts. The dwarf sovereign's crafting ability had obviously reached its peak, breaking through the barrier imposed by cultivation. Guchen thought of the crystal ball that the dwarf sovereign used to absorb the sword chi and asked, "Are you trying to use the power of the sword saints to improve yourself by entering this secret realm?" You can say that the crystal nucleus implanted in my body is very ordinary, and it's not enough to fight against the sword ancestor. I have refined an infinite crystal nucleus for myself, and that is the greatest masterpiece and pride of my life. It has infinite possibilities. The infinite crystal nucleus was naturally referring to the crystal ball. Guchen finally understood the dwarf sovereign's motive. Have you heard that every time the sword ancestor is not satisfied with the weapon he refined, he would throw it into this secret realm of the sword tomb? This place is like a weapon warehouse for him. The dwarf sovereign asked. Guchen nodded as he recalled what Chu Meixin had said before. Then do you know that the reason why the weapons are abandoned here is not because they are worthless, but because the sword ancestor purposely fed them to the sword spirits here? Oh? The sword ancestor has fought against many powerful sword saints in his life, and most of the bones and weapons of those losers were thrown here by him. By feeding the abandoned weapons to the refined souls, he can cultivate a powerful sword spirit. When he needs it, he can take it away and easily refine a powerful sword. It's a bit like raising a poisonous insect. Guchen understood. This was like planting herbs. When the herbs grew into immortal divine medicine and satisfied the needs of the sword ancestor, he would take them away. Some of the older herbs could be rewarded to the disciples of the sword Garrett. This was the so-called successor trial. Do you want to use the infinite crystal nucleus to absorb the power of the refined souls here, and then turn it into your own power to fight against the sword ancestor? I don't know how to forge weapons, but I know sword ancestor's strength very well. Can you defeat him like this? Guchen was not optimistic about the dwarf sovereign's plan. This plan was very reckless. Not to mention that it might not succeed. Even if it succeeded, assuming that he could kill an ordinary Tao ancestor, he would not be able to kill the sword ancestor who was close to the peak of Tao ancestor. The dwarf emperor probably did not know the gap between the early stage Tao ancestor and the peak Tao ancestor. The power of a crystal core comes from the fission within, and the power produced by the fission of an infinite crystal core is 1,000 times that of a normal crystal core. The dwarf king emphasized. 1,000-fold increase in power? Guchen was very surprised. The dwarf clan's crystal core secret method was too amazing. No wonder the sword ancestor coveted it. Even if it's 1,000 times more powerful, the total amount of Dao power is no longer important at the Dao ancestor level. Gu Chen shook his head after thinking about it rationally. The Dao ancestors had cultivated their Dao techniques to the perfected stage. Their strength did not just lie in the total amount of their Dao power, but also in their control over the laws of heaven and earth. The fission of the crystal core requires a certain amount of external power to guide it, and the infinite crystal core requires even more external power. At the same time, the more external power it absorbs, the more powerful the fission will be. It's different from the magic box, which is a one-time weapon. The magic box focuses on the power produced by an instant explosion. This body that I have modified is to adapt to the power of the infinite crystal core, and to be able to release and retract it freely. This body, which is built with the concept of the instrument manual, and the core of the infinite crystal core, can make up for the weakness of being big but not strong. The Dwarf King patiently explained to Gu Chen. Although the plan had not succeeded yet, he was confident in his theory. How many refined souls do we need to complete the fission that you mentioned? When the Dwarf King heard this question, his face was slightly embarrassed. Currently, we still need a lot of refined souls like the skeleton swordsman just now. We need at least 20 more. 20? Gu Chen was a little speechless. It had taken a lot of the Dwarf King's strength to kill one skeleton swordsman, and to kill 20 of them was no different from crossing the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was unknown whether he could find 20 refined souls with the same strength in a limited time. After thinking about it, he still felt that his own plan was more reliable. We don't need 20. If we can find Marquis Yanqing's refined soul, we might only need him alone. The Dwarf King said. Marquis Yanqing? Yes. It is said that he was the strongest sword cultivator that the sword ancestor had ever encountered. After that battle, the sword ancestor became a true sword cultivator. I heard that Marquis Yanqing left a huge shadow in the sword ancestor's heart. If it is his refined soul, it will definitely be able to stimulate the infinite crystal core to fission. However, no one has ever found Marquis Yanqing's sword grave, and it is very difficult to find his refined soul. Even if we find it, we may not be able to defeat him. The Dwarf King sighed. He also knew that luck was too important for his plan to succeed. But before, he was alone and had no other choice but to bite the bullet and try. That is why you deliberately made such a big commotion to lure Marquis Yanqing's refined soul out. Gu Chen did not know whether to say that the Dwarf King was bold or reckless. Based on the strength he had displayed, if he really encountered such a refined soul and was besieged by skeleton swordsmen, he might not even be able to hold on for an hour. Didn't I have no other choice? The Dwarf King smiled awkwardly. Now that I am here, I can have a new choice, right? Gu Chen smiled. With him here, there was no need for the Dwarf King to put up a desperate fight. Of course, but how are you going to get me out, leader? The Dwarf King knew that since Gu Chen had snuck in, he must have a plan. Moreover, his plan was definitely more confident than his. Gu Chen did not hide anything and told him about the space-time connection between the Dao body and the dominating cauldron world. The Dwarf King's eyes widened. What is the origin of this dominating cauldron of origin? It can actually ignore the space-time restriction of the Dao world. The Dwarf King had studied blacksmithing all his life, but he had never seen a divine item like the dominating cauldron of origin. He had the urge to borrow it from Gu Chen immediately. Although I can take you away, you have seen this situation before. With the speed of the sword ancestor's sword, you will be intercepted by him before you can enter the dominating cauldron world, Gu Chen said. Even if I can leave, isn't your original body outside? How are you going to escape? The Dwarf King could not escape alone. He had to ensure that Gu Chen's life was not in danger. With my current strength, even if I can't defeat the sword ancestor, it is not difficult for me to escape. Gu Chen's words made the Dwarf King's eyes light up. You are indeed the leader of the Tyrant County. In just 10 years, you have entered the Dao Ancestor realm. He flattered. It is a little different from the real Dao Ancestor realm. Gu Chen shook his head and teased, moreover, you even dared to kill a Dao Ancestor. What about me? The Dwarf Emperor smiled embarrassedly. I had no choice but to make a desperate attempt. If I could avoid the sword ancestor and escape from here, it would be a better choice. It was too risky to fight with the sword ancestor. It would be easier to escape. I don't have to escape. You're right. My original body is still outside. Even if it's not difficult for me to escape, it'll be as dangerous as fighting with the sword ancestor if the ancient glory body is exposed. Since that's the case, if we can get rid of the sword ancestor here, or even better, capture him, it will be the best situation for us. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He began to think about the possibility of defeating the sword ancestor together with the dwarf emperor. If the dwarf emperor's infinite crystal nucleus could really improve his strength, even if he could only control the sword ancestor, his chances of winning would be much higher. Capture the sword ancestor? Leader, you're more ambitious than me. The dwarf emperor smacked his lips. Capturing a Tao ancestor was 10 times more difficult than killing him. Let's find Marquis Xianxia soul first according to your plan. If your strength can really improve, then we'll think about it. Gu Chen needed to make a judgment according to the situation. If he decided that he couldn't deal with the sword ancestor directly, then he would send the dwarf emperor and Chu Meixin away first. It was not that difficult to distract the sword ancestor and buy time for the transmission. His original body was right next to the sword ancestor. It would be strange if the sword ancestor didn't get distracted under the sudden attack, however, this was a bad plan. The risk of exposing his original body was great. He needed to think about it again. Well, with leader's help, I'm more confident to subdue Marquis Xianxia's soul. The dwarf emperor was very happy. He was no longer alone in this secret realm and his plan was much more reliable than before. Although Gu Chen didn't tell him in detail how he found him, he knew that it must have taken a lot of effort. The dwarf emperor was satisfied that there was such a lord who had been thinking about him and took a huge risk to sneak into the secret realm to save him. He didn't thank him. They had been through life and death together for a long time. What about Miss Chu? During the conversation, the dwarf emperor's infinite crystal nucleus had almost absorbed the power of the long cyan sword. He opened his eyes and looked normal. Outside the secret realm, the sword ancestor and the senior members of the sword pavilion did not find anything unusual about him. They were more curious about the infinite crystal nucleus. The dwarf sovereign requested to enter the mystic realm, saying that he wanted to refine a weapon. However, he was not very clear about what exactly he wanted to refine. The sword master had always coveted the secret method of the crystal core. He guessed that the crystal ball was probably the weapon that the dwarf emperor wanted to refine, so he was somewhat looking forward to it. From his point of view, the stronger the weapon the dwarf emperor forged, the more he would gain. That was why he allowed him to destroy the ancient sword and purgatory souls in the arcane realm. As for the possibility that the dwarf sovereign might have the intention to rebel, it was not that he had not thought about it. However, everything was under control, and he did not think that the dwarf sovereign would have any chance of succeeding. If Mei Xian walks with you, it will easily arouse the suspicion of the sword ancestor, so you will act separately for the time being. But she won't be too far away from you. I'll control the distance. When we leave this place, the two of you must stay together. That way, the teleportation efficiency will be the highest. Gu Chen responded to the dwarf sovereign's question in his mind. The azure longsword turned into powder after losing its power. The dwarf sovereign put away the crystal ball and took out the compass again, looking for the next target. Can't we teleport away from this place separately? The dwarf sovereign asked. Yes, but a part of the secret skill's energy was left in the original body. Now that the thread Taoist body has been split into two, the teleportation speed will be much slower. The longer it takes, the more likely it will be that the sword ancestor will stop us, Gu Chen explained. Originally, the dominating cauldron world, as the Dantian of the thread Taoist body, could continuously provide him with the secret skill's energy. Gu Chen had tested it before. The cultivation limit of the thread Taoist body was close to 1 billion Tao power. Once it reached this level, it could no longer absorb energy from the dominating cauldron world. This was the bottleneck, the ceiling that existed between the quasi-Dao ancestor and the Dao ancestor. However, as long as the thread Taoist body split into many doppelgangers, the energy would be divided. As long as they did not reach the limit of 1 billion, they could continue to absorb energy. In theory, each doppelganger could reach the quasi-Dao ancestor level by absorbing energy from the dominating cauldron world. This meant that there was no limit to the number of doppelgangers that Gu Chen had at the quasi-Dao ancestor level. However, the more the thread Daoist body split, the slower it would be to absorb energy from the dominating cauldron world. The degree of control of the thread Daoist body would also decrease. Therefore, Gu Chen usually did not create too many doppelgangers. The 3 doppelgangers were actually in a very good state. If the 3 doppelgangers could accumulate the secret skill's energy and reach the limit of 1 billion, it would be a good choice to teleport away separately. It was a pity that Gu Chen had been under surveillance since he entered the Sword Pavilion. It was not easy for him to separate a thread Daoist body into Chu Meixin's body. There was no time for the doppelgangers to accumulate energy. Now, it was impossible to temporarily accumulate energy. With the Sword Ancestor's powerful divine sense, he might be able to detect the continuous spacetime connection when accumulating energy. Moreover, it would take a long time to accumulate the Tao power of the quasi-Dao ancestor level. Gu Chen secretly made up his mind. It seemed that he had to find a way to store a few more quasi-Dao ancestor doppelgangers in case he needed them. The dwarf sovereign continued to look for powerful refined souls. The compass he developed could sense energy in a large range. Based on the degree of energy fluctuation, he could roughly know the location of powerful refined souls. However, some refined souls were good at hiding their auras. Some refined souls were located in relatively closed environments. Therefore, the compass was not absolutely effective. Marquis Yanqing's refined soul had not been found by the Sword Pavilion disciples for a long time. This meant that it was very likely that he was one of them. It was not easy to find him. Previously, the dwarf sovereign was a little impatient and violent when he was alone. Now that he had Gu Chen, he was much calmer. He advanced step by step, eliminating targets one by one and narrowing the range. On the other side, Chu Meixin seemed to be focused on the trial, but at the same time, she was also looking for Marquis Yanqing's refined soul. Searching on both sides at the same time would be more efficient. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, the dwarf sovereign had absorbed more saint-refined souls. He was a little closer to the goal of unlimited crystal fission. Marquis Yanqing's sword tomb and refined souls were still missing. The scope of the secret realm was too big. At this time, Chu Meixin met Song Chaoqing. Song Chaoqing brought a piece of news. Junior sister Chu, I found a strange place. It might be the place where a powerful sword saint died. Are you interested in exploring it together? Song Chaoqing had a few Sword Pavilion direct disciples with him. They were all invited to explore the secret realm together. Some places in the secret realm were very dangerous. It was not rare to see such cooperation. With Song Chaoqing's prestige and popularity among the direct disciples, the others trusted him and were happy to cooperate. A sword saint died, Chu Meixin's heart moved. Could it be Marquis Yanqing's grave? Let's go take a look. Gu Chen was interested. There was a bottomless cliff 3 steps away. The ground from the south to the north seemed to have been split apart by a huge sword radiance. Among them, the area around the cliff was the most desolate. Just by stepping into this area, one would feel an inexplicable pressure and tensed up. This was the place that Song Chaoqing had discovered. Including Chu Meixin, there were a total of 6 direct disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion looking down at the cliff. This place doesn't look simple. Has senior brother Song explored it? Asked a direct disciple. He had also met Song Chaoqing along the way and was invited over by the latter. I tried to fly down, but I couldn't go any further after reaching a height of 3,000 feet. Song Chaoqing shook his head. Oh? Is there any danger down there? Everyone looked at him. It's not really danger, but a kind of pressure that makes one's soul tremble and they don't dare to go any further. I feel that my Tao heart will collapse if I forcefully go deeper, and I won't have the courage to hold a sword in the future. Song Chaoqing's expression was a little gloomy. His words sounded very mysterious, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Based on senior brother Song's talent, as well as his sincerity in pursuing the way of the sword that few in the sect could compare to, there was no doubt that he was an extremely powerful sword saint when he was alive. Everyone was eager to give it a try. Even if it didn't work, it was worth a try as long as they could retreat in time. This might be some kind of sword heart test, and as long as they could pass it, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of a sword saint. Since that's the case, I'm afraid there's no point in cooperating. What does Senior Brother Song want us to do by calling us here? Asked a female disciple curiously. I have a feeling that it'll be a pity if the inheritance here never sees the light of day. That's why I called you guys over to give it a try. Even if I told you that there might be an opportunity here, you guys might not believe me, right? Song Chaicheng smiled bitterly. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They didn't expect Senior Brother Song to lie. Now, everyone was even more curious. Just what kind of inheritance could make Senior Brother Song, who had always been honest, not hesitate to lie and call someone over just so that he wouldn't lose it? What does Senior Brother Song want in return for giving us such an opportunity? The female disciple from before covered her mouth and laughed. There's no need for anything in return. If any of you are lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of that senior, just tell me his story. Song Chaicheng made a very strange request. Everyone nodded. Such a reward was too easy. Could Marquis Yanqing's tomb be at the bottom of the cliff? Chu Meixin almost didn't speak in the crowd. She was like an invisible person, asking Guchen in her mind. The ore below is indeed extraordinary. There should be a chance. Guchen carefully sensed it and felt a little excited. This place wasn't within the range of their previous search. It was very remote. If it wasn't for Song Chaicheng, they probably wouldn't have found it even after half a month. Mei Xian might have found the target. The other Taoist body residing in the dwarf sovereign's body immediately informed the dwarf sovereign. Oh? Where is it? The dwarf sovereign's weariness from the continuous battles was gone, and he was a little anxious. Don't worry. If we go there immediately, we'll arouse suspicion. Let's pretend that we're just heading in that direction. By the time we arrive, Mei Xian will have already figured out if this is Marquis Yanqing's tomb or not. Outside the secret land, when Song Chaicheng appeared at the edge of the cliff with the 5 inherited disciples, the Sword Garret elders in the pavilion started discussing. I also found this place when I participated in the trial. Unfortunately, I couldn't reach the bottom of the cliff at all. I can't even reach the bottom of the cliff as far as Martial Nephew Song. Martial Nephew Song is really generous. He is willing to share the treasure with others. If we were this generous back then, we might have already known what's down there. The elders were quite emotional. After observing the trial for so many days, they were finally interested in something. There were also a few elders who wisely didn't participate in the discussion. They seemed to know some inside information. Gu Chen's original body listened quietly to the discussions and glanced at the sword master. 5 days ago, after the red serpent Grace instantly killed the killer of the 1,000-hand Buddha Heart Palace, the sword ancestor had been sitting upright with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about what was going on in the world. Seeing the sword ancestor meditating, the elders slowly relaxed and started to discuss casually. If the tomb of Marquis Yanqing was really at the bottom of the cliff and Marquis Yanqing had traumatized the sword ancestor, then the sword ancestor should be concerned that someone was exploring there. However, Guchen couldn't see anything unusual from the sword ancestor's face. This old fox was too scheming. Young clan leader Chen, I heard that you always carry this umbrella with you. May I know what's so special about it? What divine item is it made of? While Guchen was thinking, Grandmaster D, who was not far away, took the initiative to talk to him. He looked kind and harmless. During the past few days of observing the trial, Grandmaster D had interacted with Guchen the most, not Yen Shirlu. This guy was now highly regarded by the sword ancestor. He was good at talking to everyone and wanted to show off his status. After knowing what had happened to the dwarf emperor, Guchen hated him and even wanted to kill him. However, he still had to feign civility. There's nothing special about it. I'm just used to it. Guchen answered calmly. Oh? Can I have a look at the umbrella? Grandmaster D immediately followed. This request was very rude. How could he show his weapon to others so easily? Guchen looked embarrassed. It's just an ancient umbrella. Why can't young clan leader Chen give it up? Grandmaster D is an almighty in blacksmithing. It's your blessing that he's willing to look at it. You should cherish it. Maybe he'll refine your weapon again if he's in a good mood. That's right. Given the Qin clan's blacksmithing standard and financial resources, I'm afraid they can't give you a good weapon. We don't like it. Are you worried that we won't return it to you? Seeing that Gu Qin was unhappy, several elders who were on good terms with Grandmaster D mocked him. They were not afraid of offending Gu Qin. He was just a hostage who could live for a long time. Even if they wanted to rob him, he had to hand it over obediently. Gu Qin's face quickly turned red and he forced a smile. Finally, he picked up the ancient umbrella and handed it to Grandmaster D. Seeing that he had given in, a group of Sword Pavilion elders smiled contemptuously. So what if he was a proud genius? Even after entering the Sword Pavilion and staying by the Dao ancestor's side, he was still as obedient as a dog. Yan Shirlu saw that Gu Qin was being targeted, but he did not say anything. He knew that this was a form of suppression for the Qin clan. After all, the Qin clan had insisted on opposing the Sword Pavilion. This umbrella, Grandmaster D took the umbrella and carefully examined it. Soon, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. It was strange. This umbrella did not feel like much, but the traces of forging were indescribably complete. It was natural. This level of forging was not something an ordinary blacksmith could achieve. It was beyond his understanding of the Qin clan. Of course, he could not praise them. Soon, he said disdainfully, the blacksmithing level of the Qin clan is really bad. With this level, they still want to occupy the rich spirit mine resources of the Muhuang dynasty? Aren't they afraid of wasting natural resources? Young clan leader Chen, do you think I'm right? He was smiling, but his words were obviously provocative. Gu Qin did not say anything. In the eyes of the elders, he was obviously afraid. How about this, young clan leader Chen? Give this umbrella to me first. I'll help you refine it again. I guarantee that it will be better than before. Seeing that Gu Qin had retreated again and again, Grandmaster D wanted a foot after taking an inch and demanded a foot. He did not give him any face at all. Even a clay figurine would get angry, so Grandmaster D had gone a little overboard. Many Sword Pavilion elders looked at Gu Qin with schadenfreude, waiting for his reaction. This umbrella is not worth mentioning. If you really want it, I can give it to you. However, Gu Qin's response disappointed them. His weapon, which had never left his side, had been snatched away, yet he had endured it. The smile on Grandmaster D's face gradually disappeared. He had deliberately humiliated Qin Yunfei, but Qin Yunfei had endured it again and again. It seemed that Qin Yunfei was not young and impetuous, but rather shrewd. However, his true thoughts were written all over his face, and he did not know how to hide his true emotions. Alright, since young clan leader Chen is so generous, I will accept this umbrella. It is good for shielding me from the wind and rain. Grandmaster D opened the ancient umbrella and examined it with satisfaction. Then, he closed the umbrella and placed it across his knees as if to demonstrate his power. The uncomfortable expression on Gu Chen's face gradually disappeared, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Shielding me from the wind and rain, a violent storm was more like it. The 5 direct disciples began to try to explore the bottom of the cliff one by one. The first direct disciple flew down the cliff for a short while. His hair was disheveled, and he escaped in a panic. He was still in a state of shock. Obviously, he had not dived as far as Song Chaoqing. After he calmed down, he looked dispirited. The remaining 4 asked him about the situation, but he only said that there was an unknown, terrifying existence below. He had only dived for a few hundred feet when he felt that there could be a terrifying existence gushing out at any time and engulfing him completely. He could not bear it, so he escaped in a panic. Interesting. My nickname is Bold. I want to see what kind of hidden experts are at the bottom of the cliff. Another direct disciple could not hold back and flew down the cliff directly. He looked high-spirited and vigorous. Unexpectedly, he did not last long before he also escaped. His whole body was cold, his lips were purple, and he looked absent-minded. Junior sisters, why don't we go down together? The remaining male disciple could not help but ask Chu Meixin and the other female disciple when he saw how strange the situation was. Many hands added fuel to the fire. Perhaps the trial here required a large number of people to pass. Sure, it's good to have a companion. The other female disciple immediately agreed. She had the same intention. You guys can leave first. I want to try it alone. Chu Meixin refused. The two of them were dissatisfied, but they didn't say anything, and jumped off the cliff together. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, a man and a woman flew up one after the other. When they landed on the cliff, the man's legs went soft and he almost fell down. The woman's beautiful face turned pale and she trembled. Senior brother Song, you were actually able to advance to a depth of 3,000 zhang. You're really too amazing. Seeing that the others were no better off than him, the personal disciple who had jumped down first could not help but ask. The others nodded in agreement. When they heard senior brother Song's words, they didn't think much of it. But after going there themselves, they finally understood how terrifying it was. It was just a spiritual aura, but it was enough to make the Saint Realm cultivators flee in panic. For a moment, they even suspected that the Tao ancestor was down there. No matter who was down there, the opportunities here were definitely the best in the entire secret land of the Sword Tomb. While they were talking, Chu Meixin slowly walked to the edge of the cliff. Junior sister Chu, remember not to force yourself. That's right. If you're really afraid, return immediately. Don't stay too long, or it will easily leave a psychological scar. Everyone suggested. In their opinion, it was impossible for Chu Meixin, a woman who had become a personal disciple by relying on connections, to do something they couldn't do. Junior sister Chu, be careful. Song Chuicheng only reminded her. Chu Meixin nodded and then immediately jumped down. A terrifying spiritual oppression was like a hunter in the dark. As she descended the cliff, it constantly attacked her. The bottom of the cliff was pitch black. She couldn't see her fingers in front of her, as if there was no end. Chu Meixin slowly descended, her face full of vigilance. She was afraid that danger would suddenly appear in the darkness. The more she thought about it, the more ferocious beasts seemed to be breeding in the surrounding darkness, ready to pounce and tear her to pieces at any time. In addition to the unknown fear, the temperature also dropped extremely fast. A bone-chilling coldness that could not be defended was constantly attacking her body. Every time she descended 10 zhang, the coldness and fear would double. In this darkness, she was like a glimmer of light that could be devoured at any time. This is going to be troublesome. Gu Chen, who was hiding in Chu Meixin's body, released his divine sense slightly, and his voice became serious. His strength was far greater than Chu Meixin and Song Chuicheng's, so it was not difficult for him to see through the secret here. In the perception of others, the terrifying spiritual oppression was everywhere, but in his eyes, he clearly saw a purple and green intertwined sword light coming from the bottom of the cliff. It was like a staircase of light, from thick to thin. The closer it was to the bottom, the brighter the sword light was. The reason why Chu Meixin and the others couldn't see this sword light was that it was very special. It was not condensed by sword qi, but created by the extremely condensed sword essence. The sword qi killed the body, but the sword essence directly targeted the soul and the heart of the Great Way. This was the sword of questioning heart, which meant that the energy of his secret skill could not help Chu Meixin at all. If she wanted to go down, she could only rely on herself. He could also leave Chu Meixin's body and turn into his Taoist body to resist the sword essence himself. However, although this place was isolated from the world, it was still within the control of the sword master. Showing up would ruin the whole plan. It's okay. Let me do it myself. Chu Meixin also felt that this place was special, so she said to Gu Chen in her heart. Do what you can. Gu Chen reminded her. The sword essence below was so powerful that he had never seen it before. If Chu Meixin forced herself, she would hurt the origin of soul, and she would never make any progress in the sword principle in her life. Gu Chen, I am not only your nominal wife in the Tao world, but also a sword cultivator. Don't ever treat me as a weak woman. Chu Meixin's tone revealed her firmness, and Gu Chen understood what she meant. I believe you. Gu Chen didn't intervene anymore, and he couldn't. As a bystander, he watched Chu Meixin accept the test of the sword essence. She quickly descended to a depth of 1,000 feet, and the surrounding temperature dropped again and again. Her hands were almost frozen, and she almost couldn't hold the sword. The most uncomfortable thing was the omnipresent sense of oppression, which forced her to tighten every nerve. It made her feel depressed, desperate, and crazy. Chu Meixin's body began to tremble, and Gu Chen thought she couldn't hold it anymore. Suddenly, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. Her body suddenly stabilized, and she crossed the threshold. After that, she suddenly sped up. The cold chi and fear brought by the surrounding environment seemed to no longer affect her state of mind. She went all the way down 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 6,000 feet. The sword intent became more and more domineering. Guchen could feel a kind of imposing manner in the sword intent. The person who released this sword intent did not seem to be looking for a successor, but was showing off his strength and dominance to the world. It seemed that no one was qualified to inherit his orthodoxy. He was arrogant and had a heart higher than the sky. As he slowly came to a depth of 3,000 feet, Guchen felt that it was a little unbelievable. Chu Meixin was clearly on the verge of collapsing, but he did not know what she did to hold on for so long, and there was no sign of exhaustion. At this point, in addition to the invincible imposing manner in the sword intent, there was suddenly a trace of sadness in that pride. This trace of sadness was not eye-catching, but once it was felt, it expanded infinitely, causing one's soul to instinctively mourn, feel regret, and feel unwillingness. Everything around him became desolate, and there seemed to be a story hidden in it. No wonder senior brother Song would propose such a reward. I'm afraid he also felt this trace of sadness. What exactly happened to make such a strong swordsman leave behind such a strong unwillingness? Chu Meixin murmured, her eyes were filled with reminiscence, and no one knew what she was thinking. Song Chuiqing has a pure heart and sword principle, which made him more sensitive to the emotions contained in the sword intent. Because of this, he could go all the way to a depth of 3,000 feet, but also because of this, he was too affected by emotions, and it was impossible for him to reach the end. Guchen felt a little sorry for Song Chuiqing. He was a rare genius in sword principle, and because of his pure heart, he could probably cultivate most sword techniques like a fish in the water. But the orthodoxy of the sword saint at the bottom of the cliff was different. His sword intent contained too many emotions, and Song Chuiqing was like a blank piece of paper, and would never have the same state of mind as him. Therefore, he could only stop at a depth of 3,000 feet. But the question was, why could Chu Meixin? Guchen was in Chu Meixin's body, and he could feel that every step she took was firm, and the closer she was to the end, the less confused she was. Finally, Chu Meixin's feet landed on solid ground, and she came to the bottom of the cliff. Chu Meixin's mouth revealed a smile of relief, and she said to Guchen in her heart, I have not failed the mission. Guchen was silent for a moment. During the descent, he more or less understood why Chu Meixin could do it. The despair, pain, and loneliness she had experienced wasn't something the disciples of the Sword Pavilion could compare to. No matter how cold it is at the bottom of this cliff, it can't be colder than the loneliness when I first entered the Tao world. I've cultivated the emotionless sword, and I've also cultivated the emotionless sword. In terms of cultivation, I might not be as good as the others, but my mental state has long been tempered enough. Chu Meixin laughed at herself. Just as she was about to be unable to bear the sword intent, she recalled the despair and pain she had felt back then. Suddenly, everything was nothing. It wouldn't kill her, it would only make her stronger. If I had come to the Tao world earlier and untied the knot in your heart, you wouldn't have had to suffer for so long. Guchen sighed. Back then, Chu Meixin had always thought that he was the one who killed Shui Sword Monarch. The torment and pain in her heart was not something that ordinary people could imagine. For an entire 100 years, she had been enduring despair, loneliness, unwillingness, perplexity, and various other emotions. If the bottom of this cliff was hell, she would have been there a long time ago. Why would she be afraid of this place? You spent 100 years suppressing the chaos in the darkness, so you must have suffered more than me. You're not late. If you hadn't untied the knot in my heart, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the test and come to the bottom of this cliff. Reuniting with Guchen in the Tao world had made Chu Meixin let go of everything in the past, so she did not sink into the darkness. In her eyes, Guchen's appearance was like a beam of light that illuminated and warmed her, who was at the bottom of the dark and cold cliff. This was the biggest reason she could endure until this point. She was different from the seniors who had died here. She no longer had any regrets or unwillingness. It seems like this is destined to be an opportunity that belongs to me. Chu Meixin looked around curiously and very soon discovered that there were purple and green lights intertwining in the darkness not far away. That's where the opportunity is. Guchen said. The starting point of the sword intent was where the lights intertwined. Because it was near, the surrounding was flowing with the emotions of that sword saint. She wondered if that sword saint was Marquis Yanqing, whom the dwarf emperor was looking for. Chu Meixin walked slowly toward the finishing point. After taking a few steps, the surrounding wind and clouds changed and layers of images appeared. In some images, there was a youth holding a wooden sword with both hands. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an imposing appearance. In some images, there was a youth holding an iron sword with both hands. He looked peerless and disdainful of his peers. In some images, there was a middle-aged man carrying the purple and green swords on his back. The sky could not bend his waist, and the earth could not bend his sword. Wherever his sword flashes past, heaven and earth would be cut into two. The age of the men in these images was different, but based on their facial features, they were all the same person. Regardless of his age, he would be the most dazzling person in a crowd. Rumble. Rumble, among the many images, there was one in which dark clouds were surging and thousands of silver snakes. A youth holding two swords was having a shocking battle with another swordsman in the heavy rain. Guchen was attracted by this image and became a spectator of this shocking battle, just like the countless cultivators at the edge of the battlefield. The sword flashes weaved and the earth was filled with ravines. The outcome of this battle was finally decided, and the youth holding the two swords won. The youth seemed to have defeated an expert of the older generation. This scene shocked countless spectators. One of them, an old man in luxurious clothes who seemed to be in a high position, looked at the youth and sighed. If the heavens did not give birth to Marquis Qingho, the ages would be like a long night. Such a high evaluation was given to a fledgling youth, but the cultivators beside him did not refute it. Gu Chen's heart was pounding when he saw this. Marquis Qingho, the place they were at was indeed the burial ground of Marquis Qingho. The images that appeared around them were the memories of his life. He was unwilling to die, and this unwillingness turned into obsession, causing his memories to never fade even after a long time. Give up. If you don't cultivate the 8 major techniques and only rely on the sword Dao, you will never be able to step into the Dao ancestor realm. In another image, Guchen saw Marquis Qingho and the old man who had given him a high evaluation before. Why not? If I learn the 8 major techniques, my sword Dao will no longer be pure. This is not what I want. Marquis Qingho was arrogant and did not want to listen to the old man's advice. Among the 8 major techniques, there has never been a sword Dao. If you don't follow the rules of Hongmeng, you can't prove your Dao and become an ancestor. This cannot be violated. Is there no way to change this? There is. If the Tyrant Supreme takes action, he might be able to help you take that step. Unfortunately, the glorious ancient overlord body has long been lost, and the tyrants no longer have a supreme. I don't respect the heavens and don't believe in fate. It doesn't matter if I can't meet the Tyrant Supreme. I can cut a path by myself. In the end, Marquis Qingho did not listen to the old man's advice and turned to leave resolutely. He didn't respect heaven, didn't believe in fate, and wanted to create the great way by himself. Guchen seemed to see another Chen Daolin. Marquis Yanqing's pride and persistence were admirable. However, did he succeed in the end? Obviously, he didn't succeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been buried here. Guchen started to search for him, trying to figure out his final ending. Chu Meixin was even more touched. How glorious it was for such a senior master to be praised, as heaven didn't give birth to Marquis Yanqing, and the ages are like the long night when he was young. In many scenes, his enemies were all over the Tao sects and powerful clans. Whether it was the younger generation or the older masters, few could resist his sword. The invincible posture when he waved his sword seemed to be born for the sword. Because he was born for the sword, he pursued the purer sword Tao than everyone else, and couldn't tolerate any flaws. Chu Meixin suddenly remembered what her grandfather said to her when she was young. At that time, she practiced a sword move slightly wrong, and her grandfather asked her to practice it 1,000 times a day until it was perfect. At that time, she was lazy and didn't want to do it. She said that it was almost the same as long as the power was reached. But her grandfather said, a real sword cultivator can't tolerate any mistakes. At that time, she didn't really understand. At this moment, looking at the scene of Marquis Yanqing, she realized that he was such a person. The two were looking for the last scene of Marquis Yanqing. Chu Meixin walked quickly and soon found something. His strong regret and unwillingness stopped at the last moment of his life, so this scene was more real than anything else, as if she was there. It was in a vast mountain range. Marquis Yanqing, who had already become middle-aged and experienced the vicissitudes of life, with the purple and green swords on his back, welcomed the last battle of his life. Although the person fighting with him looked much younger, Gu Qian and Chu Meixin still recognized that it was the sword master. Marquis Yanqing, I will definitely defeat you in this battle today. The former sword master seemed to be challenging Marquis Yanqing as a subordinate. Marquis Yanqing carefully observed him and nodded with satisfaction. You have been defeated by me dozens of times, haven't you? Do you know why I haven't killed you and kept you alive until today? Why? The sword master gritted his teeth. That's because experts are lonely. I've long since run out of opponents in the path of the sword. Only you have some talent and are improving at a godly pace. I know that one day, you'll be able to fight me. I need a master in all aspects to help me take the last step, and you didn't let me down. Marquis Yanqing said arrogantly. The sword master was angry. Do you think I am your test? I'm afraid you're going to suffer a huge setback today. After saying that, the sword master rushed forward with his sword, while Marquis Yanqing laughed. The sword master said. The two of them fought back and forth. Sword chi swept out for hundreds of miles, slashing mountains and rivers into pieces. Even the sky darkened. In this peak battle, the sword ancestor was covered in cuts and bruises. He leaned on his sword and gasped for breath. It was obvious that he did not have much strength to fight anymore. Marquis Yanqing's clothes were unstained by dust, and the sword chi and sword intent emanating from his body had reached the peak. He became one with his sword and his aura climbed to the peak. He no longer looked at the sword master. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky with eyes like torches. On this day, he chose to break through to the Dao ancestor realm. He wanted to become an ancestor with the purest sword Dao. Thunderclouds surged in the sky while 9 colored rays of light were hidden within them. The truth of the world was hidden behind them. The 9 supreme primordial Dao laws were like 9 suns that emanated boundless light and heat, and they were unshakable. In the shadow of the suns, there were 5 people sitting on the void thrones. They looked at him coldly. Marquis Yanqing was not afraid. He roared at the sky and combined his 2 swords. He used the strongest sword move of his life. Ten Shen Huang Kill. This sword move made the whole scene unstable. Marquis Yanqing cut off all paths of retreat and began to break through to the Dao ancestor realm. The sword was upright, and his sword Dao was indomitable, even if he had to die together with him. Finally, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared. Marquis Yanqing's aura was rapidly declining. He was covered in wounds, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. He had failed. He had defied the heavens, but in the end, he still could not contend against them. The price of failure was death. His body was riddled with holes, and his soul was also cracked. The former sword ancestor looked at Marquis Yanqing in a daze. Marquis Yanqing's failure had a huge impact on him. Kill me. Marquis Yanqing was completely disheartened. He could not live for long. Only pain was left in this body. He was in despair, pain, and unwillingness. The sword ancestor looked at the once high-spirited Marquis Yanqing in such a state. His heart was heavy. He forced himself to raise the sword in his hand and fulfill his wish. Why? I haven't defeated you yet. The sword ancestor was also unwilling. His eyes were red. Marquis Yanqing did not respond. He knelt on the ground and lowered his head. The purple-green dual swords were stabbed into the ground. With endless regret and unwillingness, he passed away. At this point, the scene shattered. Not far away, there was a skeleton in the same position as Marquis Yanqing when he died. It was also holding the purple-green dual swords. Although these 2 swords had experienced an infinite amount of time, they were still undamaged. In the darkness, purple and green lights were produced. There was no refined soul here. There were only strong emotions left by Marquis Yanqing. These emotions had turned into a terrifying sword intent until today. Chu Meixin understood Marquis Yanqing's life. Her heart was filled with grief. She took the initiative to kneel down and bow to Marquis Yanqing's skeleton. Any sword cultivator could not disrespect Marquis Yanqing. This was probably the reason why the sword ancestor killed Marquis Yanqing in the end. He lived for the sword and died for the sword. Marquis Yanqing's death was tragic. What a pity. Guchen felt a little regretful. Marquis Yanqing had walked on a path of no return. In this regard, he was not as wise as Chen Daolin. However, thinking about it carefully, this was his Tao. Just like how he disdained using the 8 great techniques to prove his Tao, he had probably never thought of using the power of the tyrants. He had lived for far longer than Chen Daolin. If Chen Daolin could find opportunities in the absolute beginning demonic mine, he might be able to. However, he, who was bent on becoming a sword ancestor, was not even willing to think about these possibilities. Born in the primordial Tao world, he was destined to be governed by the rules here. It was easier said than done to break the rules. He was unwilling to compromise and was unwilling to be flexible. Should he say that Marquis Yanqing was stupid or stubborn? Guchen knew that he was not qualified to judge a person who was about to die. The world was always pushed forward by such people. It was difficult to say whether they were right or wrong. After Chu Meixin finished bowing, Marquis Yanqing's skeleton seemed to have sensed something. The purple and green dual swords vibrated at the same time. For so long, no true inheritor of the sword pavilion had been able to enter this place. Chu Meixin had passed the test of the heart of the sword and naturally obtained the recognition of the 2 swords. This was an opportunity that belonged to her. The dwarf emperor was probably going to be disappointed. The purple and green dual swords were not fated with him. Clang! Clang! The purple and green swords suddenly rose from the ground after vibrating violently. They let out a loud sword cry, and the sword radiance cut through the eternal darkness at the bottom of the cliff. Then, they danced around Chu Meixin. Chu Meixin was wrapped by the purple and green light. The sword principle gist of Marquis Yanqing's whole life flowed into her mind at this moment. The 2 swords turned into human beings, and they moved around her. The swordsmanship was so profound that it was beyond words. Chu Meixin was immersed in the enlightenment state. This was a great opportunity that she had never had in her life. Such a huge movement naturally spread to the top of the cliff. Many of the true disciples of the sword Garrett were in disbelief. Chu Meixin reached the bottom of the cliff? How is this possible? How could she obtain the inheritance of the mysterious sword saint? She even became a true disciple because of this. Some of them were jealous, and some were unwilling. Only Song Chuicheng's eyes lit up, and his face was full of joy. Junior sister Chu did it. This is really amazing. They were not the only ones who were shocked. Outside the mystery realm, the elders of the sword Garrett were also shocked. This scene. The sword saint at the bottom of the cliff is really extraordinary. Chu Meixin has such a good fortune? What a pity. Why is it her? Why is it an outsider? The elders all felt that it was a pity that it was not their disciple who obtained such a good fortune. The sword ancestor, who had closed his eyes to rest for many days, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a rare strong fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the pool and the cliff, and landed on the skeleton that had been dead for countless years. Marquis Yanqing, he suddenly stood up, strode towards the entrance of the mystery realm, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's wrong with the ancestor? The elders were confused, and they didn't understand what had happened. Only a few senior elders sighed, and one of them said with emotion, after so many years, the inheritance of that person has finally appeared. Chu Meixin has a bright future. Who is that person? The crowd quickly realized that the sword saint was not simple, and they were very curious. I don't dare to talk nonsense. The elder who had just sighed with emotion stopped here and was unwilling to say anything more. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Of course, they did not dare to ask too much. It was obviously related to the sword master's privacy, and it might even be related to his face. Guchen watched as the sword master stepped into the secret realm. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, he seemed to have made up his mind and raised his right wrist. Bang! With a casual slap of his palm, the pool of water in front of him exploded, and all the images in the secret realm collapsed. Many elders wanted to see what the sword ancestor was going to do through the pool. They never thought that Guchen would destroy the pool. They were shocked and angry at the same time. Chen Yunfei. Are you crazy? How dare you destroy something that belongs to my sword tomb? Grandmaster D was the first to question. He raised the ancient umbrella beside him and was about to chop it down. Gu Chen merely glanced at him coldly. The ancient umbrella in Grandmaster D's hand suddenly disintegrated by itself and turned into countless gunmetal sword chi, drowning him in the blink of an eye. Ah! Grandmaster D's whole body exploded into a bloody mist, and he let out a painful scream. All the senior members of the sword pavilion were shocked. They never thought that Chen Yunfei, who had been suppressing his fear just now, would suddenly become so ruthless. Young clan leader Chen, are you crazy? Yan Shirlu quickly distanced himself from Gu Chen and looked at him with a face full of fear. Everyone around them stood up in a panic. Only Gu Chen sat calmly, while Grandmaster D's blood flowed all over the ground. You want to kill me? When the sword master comes out, you will definitely die without a burial place. Although Grandmaster D was seriously injured, he did not die. He collapsed on the ground with a face full of blood, screaming resentfully and hysterically. Don't worry, I didn't kill you. Your life and death will be dealt with by others. Gu Chen said calmly as he slowly stood up. He looked around and glanced at all the senior members of the sword pavilion. There was a rare trace of contempt in his eyes. Chen Yunfei. Even if my ancestor isn't here, you're just one person, and you want to be our enemy? Yan Shirlu rebuked angrily. Great Sage Yan, apart from the sword master, I really don't care about the rest of you. Gu Chen's tone was indifferent as he stretched his body. After sitting for so many days, his body had really become rusty. How dare you? Yan Shirlu shouted. A Dao sword flew out of his sleeve, and the power of a great sage slashed at Gu Chen's head at the speed of lightning. Gu Chen did not even blink. He casually raised his right hand and stretched out 2 fingers, easily catching Yan Shirlu's sword. The sword's edge was cold, but it could not even break the skin of Gu Chen's fingers. Standing in front of Yan Shirlu and the many elders of the sword pavilion was Gu Chen's real body, the ancient glorious overlord body. Even if the overlord body did not show its power, the strength of his body could still shatter thousands of mountains. How can this be? Yan Shirlu looked as if he had seen a ghost. He took a deep breath and stepped back. The other elders of the sword pavilion were also shocked. This Chen Yunfei's strength was so terrifying? I don't have time to waste on you guys. After all, I still have to deal with your ancestor. He is the main event. Come at me together. Show me everything you've got. Gu Chen used his fingers as a sword. He did not leak any Dao energy, but everywhere he passed, flying swords shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. In less than a moment, the elders of the sword pavilion fell to the ground with serious injuries, wailing incessantly. If he had not deliberately spared their lives, the upper echelons of the sword pavilion would have been killed today. This level of strength. You actually hit it so deeply. Blood flowed from the corner of Yan Shirlu's mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. His sword techniques and cultivation were useless in front of the other party. If you have the ability, go and find the sword master. Why are you showing off in front of us? The sword master only needs one sword to take your life. Grandmaster D had previously severely offended Gu Chen, and he knew that he would most likely not survive, so he tried to provoke him. Gu Chen smiled coldly, and the heavenly winding silk that bound the other party suddenly tightened. Grandmaster D let out an even louder scream, and his face was completely distorted. Only when he was on the verge of death did the heavenly winding silk slowly loosen. Under Gu Chen's will, it was like countless snakes slithering towards the other upper echelons of the sword pavilion who were powerless to struggle. A group of sword pavilion elders who were usually of high status and power were trapped in a net by countless heavenly winding silk. Their heads were next to each other's head, and their mouths were next to each other's feet. Chen Yunfei, what are you trying to do? Yan Shirlu shouted hysterically. Gu Chen ignored him, and with a wave of his sleeve, he threw everyone into the space within his body. Then, he exhaled, and it turned into a white mist that spread out, drowning the surroundings. When the white mist dissipated, all the traces of fighting disappeared, and the smell of blood also disappeared. Even the pool had returned to normal, but the projection magic power was no longer there. Gu Chen strode towards the entrance of the mystic realm. The moment he stepped into the mystic realm, he casually punched and shattered the space at the entrance. The passage between the mystic realm and the outside world was broken. In this battle, he had to cut off all means of retreat. Above the cliff, the sword ancestor stood in the air. He suddenly arrived a moment ago and then looked at the surging purple and green light at the bottom of the cliff with a complicated expression. He just floated there motionlessly. Song Chouching and the others who saw him didn't pay any attention to him, so they could only wait beside him quietly, not even daring to breathe. On the opposite side of the cliff, on the hillside not far away, the dwarf emperor had also arrived. He looked at the sword ancestor with a serious and nervous expression. What does the sword ancestor want to do? Is he going to kill Miss Chu? The dwarf emperor said worriedly. He was not worried that the sword ancestor would find him. In fact, with the sword ancestor's realm, he must have noticed that the sword ancestor was nearby. The strange phenomenon here was amazing, and he was not the only one who was attracted here. Moreover, the sword ancestor wanted something from him, so he wouldn't kill him so easily. I don't know. Marquis Yanqing means a lot to the sword ancestor. Now that Mei Xian has received his inheritance, how will he feel? Gu Chen's doppelganger hidden in the dwarf emperor replied. The sword ancestor's heart was as deep as the sea, so he couldn't predict what he would do next. The sword ancestor directly entered the secret realm, so it was obvious that the appearance of Marquis Yanqing's inheritance had a great impact on him. As for the history of his repeated defeats, no one knew whether he wanted to hide it or just came here to reminisce. No matter what he thought, the situation had changed. Gu Chen couldn't wait for the sword ancestor to take action. If others faint later, you faint with them. Then, as soon as the sword ancestor leaves, you immediately rush to the bottom of the cliff and leave with Mei Xian. Gu Chen instructed seriously, and the dwarf sovereign was confused as he listened. Faint? Who will faint? What will happen next? Also, didn't you say that the cliff is not easy to go down? Mei Xian has already received Marquis Yanqing's inheritance, so the original sword essence will naturally disappear. Don't worry. Gu Chen only answered the dwarf emperor's last question. You haven't made it clear yet. Next? Before the dwarf emperor finished his words, an incomparable and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the sky in the west. The domineering aura swept through the entire world like a gale, and the intense pressure it emanated caused all the elite disciples of the Sword Pavilion and the wandering refined souls to instantly fall unconscious. On the cliff, Song Chaiching and the rest only felt that something terrifying was approaching. Before they could see clearly what it was, their vision became blurry and their bodies swayed uncontrollably. In the end, everyone collapsed. The entire mystic realm suddenly quietened down. It was as if even the wind had felt the strong pressure and had stopped. The sword ancestor, who was originally completely attracted by the bottom of the cliff, suddenly had a huge shock on his face. He turned his head to look at the western sky, his eyes bursting with a bright light. There was a white-clothed man walking through the sky, and every step he took seemed to step on the pulse of the heavens and the earth. Unknowingly, it was actually able to affect his heartbeat. Fall. Gu Chen's voice rang in the dwarf sovereign's ears. The dwarf sovereign's eyes widened as he quickly understood what was going on. The one who came from the west was Gu Chen's original body. Was he going to make a move now? He was shocked in his heart, but he fell forward. It seemed that he had also been stunned by the domineering aura. The sword ancestor looked at Gu Chen, who was walking towards him from the sky. After the initial shock, a monstrous murderous aura burst out. Chen Yunfei. Where are the old man's people? He said coldly. His divine sense spread out and soon found that the entrance of the mystic realm had collapsed, and it had become a dangerous place. Of course they're all dead. Gu Chen's cold voice came, and the sword ancestor's expression immediately darkened. Clang, an incomparably loud and clear sword cry resounded between heaven and earth. A long sword that was as red as blood appeared in the void of the secret realm. With a casual slash, it turned into a sword light that was thousands of feet long, whistling as it slashed towards Gu Chen. Crimson Grace, it was made of the original eternal flame gold, and even Ancestor Mu, whose physical body had reached the limit of evolution, couldn't block it. The sword ancestor didn't say a word and attacked with a killing move. The sword light that was thousands of feet long was surrounded by divine flames, burning all the clouds in the sky red. At the tip of the sword, cracks appeared in the space of the mystic realm, and the cracks were like black electric sparks flashing. Gu Chen looked at the incoming sword light with an extremely solemn expression. He never dared to underestimate the sword ancestor. With a weapon like Crimson Grace in hand, he could be called a peak Dao ancestor, and ordinary Dao ancestors were far from being his match. In the face of such a strong enemy, he had to go all out to have a chance of winning. Gu Chen's body bloomed with endless golden brilliance, and the thousands of hidden doors in his body all opened at this moment. In each hidden door, there was a blurry golden figure sitting cross-legged. As the hidden doors opened, overbearing and ferocious power overflowed. Tyrant armor, giant divine soldier, rumble. Rumble, the wind and clouds changed rapidly, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. At the place where Gu Chen was, a majestic golden shadow appeared behind him. At first, the golden phantom only had the appearance of domineering grand blueprint, but after it manifested, lightning-like golden runes crazily swam in his illusory body, densely packed and innumerable. Domineering grand blueprint expanded in the wind, and the illusory body became solid in the blink of an eye. The brilliant golden armor covered him from head to toe. It transformed into a 10,000 feet long divine soldier, and Gu Chen's figure merged into it, moving to where the heart was. All of this was completed in an instant. The aura of Gu Chen and the giant divine soldier completely merged, and there was no distinction between them. Swoosh, the giant divine soldier's pair of scarlet gold eyes opened, and it looked disdainfully in all directions, overflowing with dominance. Looking at the sword light that was thousands of feet long coming toward it, it raised an arm that was like a mountain and smashed down heavily. Boom, the sword light collapsed in an instant, and the divine fire that emitted a terrifyingly high temperature surged in all directions, trying to penetrate the body of the giant divine soldier. However, the moment it approached the brilliant golden armor, it was all extinguished. The sword ancestor's pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. He looked at Gu Chen, who was in the body of the giant divine soldier, with fear across the vast sky. Gu Chen slowly lowered his arm, feeling the wonderful feeling of being able to command the giant divine soldier as if it was his own arm. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the power given to him by the third ancestor. When he was alive, he relied on his phenomenal brilliant ancient overlord body to suppress all the experts in the entire Dao world. The most powerful magical power that the third ancestor developed was this giant divine soldier. It was said to have an invincible defense. Gu Chen's absolute beginning demonic or absorbed all the remaining power of the third ancestor and finally condensed this giant divine soldier. In the face of the Dao ancestor divine weapon, which was known as the strongest divine weapon of the Dao ancestor and had extremely terrifying destructive power, Gu Chen was initially worried that the giant divine soldier would not be able to withstand it. However, he was relieved now. The 9 phenomenal brilliant ancient overlord bodies of the tyrants during their peak era were unfathomable. I didn't expect the Chen clan's young clan leader, Qin Yunfei, to be the legendary brilliant ancient overlord body that had been lost for a long time. The old man really misjudged you. I didn't realize your true strength at all. You've been hiding it all this time, but now you suddenly made a move. Is it to save your wife? I didn't expect the two of you to be so in love. Unfortunately, your judgment is wrong. The old man doesn't intend to kill Qu Meixin. The sword ancestor recovered from all kinds of shock and mocked Gu Chen. The other party had hidden it for so long, yet he exposed his secret for a woman he had not married for long. It was really stupid. Gu Chen did not deny the sword master's idea and looked at him coldly. Since you don't plan to attack her, let's fight somewhere else? The sword master shook his head, his eyes cold. That's before. But since you've killed all the pillars of my sword firmament pavilion, then this woman must die. Not just her, but everyone in the Chen clan, and everyone related to you, must die. As soon as the sword master finished speaking, the body of the crimson greatsword had already fallen into his hands. He became one with the sword, and his aura quickly climbed to the peak. Do you think that no one will discover your true identity if you destroy the entrance to the secret realm? The old man can tear the space here at any time and create another exit. What's more, do you really think that you can keep the old man here forever? The era of the tyrants has long passed. The sword master's voice was like thunder. He moved his sword with his arm and once again slashed at Gu Chen. The power of this sword was even stronger than before. The giant divine weapon blocked it again, but its body took a step back. Gu Chen was shocked. The sword master was indeed powerful when he became one with the sword. After all, the power of the giant divine weapon was not cultivated by himself. Facing the serious sword master, it did not have much of an advantage. Although the sword master wanted to kill Chu Meixin, he did not attack the cliff where she was. Instead, he broke through the air and went straight to Gu Chen. Clang! Clang! He kept swinging his sword, and every swing of his sword would produce a sword light that was thousands of meters long, and it was extremely sharp. Gu Chen's giant divine weapon blocked all the attacks, but the ground where he stood turned into a hot magma hell because of the broken sword radiance. Above him, the sky was filled with red light, and a hole was burned in the sky. Looking at the situation, if the battle did not end in a short time, the movement in the secret realm would definitely spread to the outside world. Gu Chen did not care so much. He deliberately controlled the giant divine weapon to lead the sword master away from the cliff. Seeing that the sound of the fight between the two gradually faded away, the dwarf emperor, who had pretended to faint, suddenly stood up and quickly ran to the cliff where Chu Meixin was. Leader, do you have the confidence to defeat Sword Ancestor? If we just leave like this, what will you do? The dwarf emperor asked as he ran. I can't beat him, but it's not hard to escape. Gu Chen's threaded Taoist body answered truthfully. After fighting for a moment, he had a clear understanding of the sword master's strength. To be honest, this was his first time fighting against an expert of this level. It was also his first time using a giant god. He was confident in his ability to defeat an ordinary Dao Father. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to flee. However, the Sword Ancestor, who possessed the Crimson Scorpion Grace, was already at the peak level. It was far more than just fighting across a realm. It was too difficult. Even if you manage to escape, your identity has been exposed. What are you going to do next? The dwarf sovereign was worried. In his heart, he had not given up on his unlimited crystal core project. As long as the infinite crystal nucleus fissioned smoothly, his strength would be greatly improved. If he joined hands with Gu Chen, he might be able to keep the Sword Ancestor here forever. Only by killing the Sword Master could he solve the problem once and for all, and he didn't have to worry about Gu Chen's identity being exposed. There is no refined soul around Marquis Yanqing's body. You'd better give up on your plan. Even if we killed the Sword Ancestor, we can't control the consequences. We might not be in a good situation. Gu Chen had guessed what the dwarf sovereign was thinking. But his first priority was to send him and Chu Meixin out of here safely. No refined soul? That's strange. This is not normal. The dwarf sovereign muttered. While talking, he had already arrived at the cliff and jumped down. Just as Gu Chen said, the horrifying sword essence had disappeared. He had arrived at the bottom of the cliff successfully. Not far ahead, Chu Meixin was still immersed in the state of Dao enlightenment. Gu Chen's domineering aura had deliberately avoided this place. Coupled with the protection of the purple-green double swords, Chu Meixin didn't faint. She was receiving the inheritance, so he shouldn't disturb her. But time was precious, so Gu Chen couldn't care less. Anyway, the purple-green double swords had recognized him as their master. It didn't matter if he waited for a while longer. Something is wrong. The dwarf sovereign came closer and looked around. Suddenly, his face was filled with shock. What's wrong? Gu Chen was puzzled. The dwarf sovereign didn't answer. He looked around carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Bang! Suddenly, he punched the wall beside him. Rocks fell and the surface of the wall fell off. The inside of the wall was crystal clear and radiant. Now, Gu Chen also realized that something was wrong. His threaded body came out from the dwarf sovereign's body. What's going on? He asked solemnly. Other than Marquis Yanqing's relics, he didn't notice anything special about this place. But now, he felt that the atmosphere had changed. He was sure that it wasn't like this before. The change in the atmosphere had just happened not long ago. There's a big formation set up here. The principle comes from the artifact codex. It's a method to refine people. It's similar to how I turned my body into a weapon. The dwarf sovereign's eyes lit up. He pointed at the crystal clear wall and said, "Do you see it? The reason why these walls are crystallized is because the energy of refined souls has been flowing here. For a long time. Almost all the walls are like this. This place is like a spiritual eye that attracts all the refined soul's energy to gather here. And the center of the spiritual eye is that skeleton, Marquis Yanqing's skeleton. The dwarf sovereign's eyes lit up as he spoke. Amazing. Truly amazing. No wonder the sword ancestor had cultivated the great equipment forging art to the completion stage. He really is something. What does that mean? Guchen didn't understand. He only knew that the sword ancestor had done something to this place. Didn't they say before that the sword ancestor fed the refined souls with abandoned weapons to cultivate powerful sword spirits so that he could forge powerful swords? However, that was only the first layer of his intention. I didn't notice it until I came here. The entire secret realm is a big formation, and this is the core. No matter how powerful the refined souls are, they will always be affected by the formation. Their energy will always be gathered here. The dwarf sovereign said excitedly. You mean that the entire secret realm is a crafting furnace, and Marquis Yanqing's skeleton is what the sword ancestor wants to forge, and all the refined souls are just fuel? Gu Chen's face was full of shock. He somewhat understood the sword ancestor's great plan. That's right. The sword ancestor did all this very secretly. He must have already thought of the purpose of this place when he was building this secret realm. If it wasn't for the appearance of Marquis Yanqing's inheritance, which changed the atmosphere here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to guess this. The dwarf sovereign sighed, and his face was a little confused. The reason why there are no refined souls here is that all the refined soul's energy in the secret realm has been poured into Marquis Yanqing's skeleton. The sword ancestor wanted to make Marquis Yanqing's skeleton into a weapon. Under the nourishment of countless refined souls, the strongest sword spirit will be born. Because of Marquis Yanqing's skeleton, there is a small chance that the newly born sword spirit will integrate with Marquis Yanqing's remaining consciousness, which is equivalent to his resurrection in a special way. This is an unparalleled crafting method that goes against the heaven and changes one's fate. The sword ancestor is worthy of being the supreme crafting master, but I don't understand why he would spend so many years to resurrect his former enemy. Guchen recalled Marquis Yanqing's memory and more or less understood the sword ancestor's thoughts. Marquis Yanqing died in the hands of the sword ancestor, but he did not defeat him. In fact, the sword ancestor had never defeated him in his life. Perhaps just like Marquis Yanqing's obsession, Marquis Yanqing had also become the sword ancestor's obsession. What's the probability of Marquis Yanqing's resurrection? Guchen stared at the skeleton on the ground and found that even without the light of the purple-green double swords, the skeleton itself was still emitting a faint light. It will take a long time for the skeleton to give birth to a sword spirit. If I want the sword spirit to merge with Marquis Yanqing's remaining consciousness, it will all depend on luck. Obviously, this crafting formation has existed since the birth of the sword tomb. It may be the right time. Today, Mischu has awakened the inheritance here. It is very likely to be an opportunity, the dwarf emperor analyzed and was looking forward to Marquis Yanqing's resurrection. If the sword ancestor's idea succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a big event in the crafting world. No wonder the sword ancestor rushed into the secret realm and attacked me so fiercely. Guchen suddenly realized that the sword ancestor had used the Scarlet Grace as soon as he attacked his body. It turned out that the sword ancestor was worried that it would affect Marquis Yanqing's resurrection. If Marquis Yanqing is resurrected, there are too many uncertain factors. You and Mei Xian should retreat according to the original plan. Guchen quickly made a decision. His body was now under great pressure from the sword ancestor. If Marquis Yanqing was added, the situation would be out of his control. Rumble. It seemed that God was not going to give him time to react. The bottom of the cliff suddenly shook violently, and Marquis Yanqing's skeleton moved. Guchen was on guard, and the dwarf emperor was full of excitement. It's done. It's really done. Whoosh. The primordial qi between heaven and earth surged like a strong wind. It swept past Gu Chen and the dwarf emperor and gathered towards Marquis Yanqing's skeleton. Marquis Yanqing, who was only left with a skeleton, slowly stood up. His body expanded rapidly, and a body of flesh and blood appeared. He returned to his middle-aged appearance, peerless in style, outstanding in the crowd. His eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, revealing confusion and hesitation. Marquis Yanqing? Do you remember who you are? The dwarf sovereign couldn't help but ask. Only by merging with Marquis Yanqing's consciousness could he be considered to be truly resurrected. Otherwise, he would be no different from other refined souls. Hearing the familiar name, Marquis Yanqinghao was taken aback. He looked at the dwarf sovereign and a murderous look appeared on his face. Whoosh, his figure disappeared in an instant, his speed unimaginable. Be careful. Guchen was already prepared. He immediately stood in front of the dwarf sovereign and caught sight of Marquis Yanqing's figure. Dang, Marquis Yanqinghao didn't have a sword in his hand, but he slashed out a sword light with just his arm. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless, cutting Guchen's body in half. After killing Guchen, he did not stop for a second and immediately rushed to the front of the dwarf sovereign, swinging his sword with both of his arms. Clang! Clang! The dwarf sovereign's defense was broken in an instant, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even his metallic body was left with two shallow cracks under the impact of the sparks. So powerful! He was shocked. His Hell's Red Lotus had been specially modified to be able to withstand the power of an unlimited number of crystal cores. He didn't expect Marquis Yanqinghao's attack to be able to cause cracks in his body, be it the power or the speed of the attack. Marquis Yanqinghao's strength was terrifying. The dwarf sovereign's reaction couldn't keep up with the speed of Marquis Yanqinghao's sword. He wanted to continue swinging his sword, but countless strands of heaven-entangling silk appeared behind him and bound him. Marquis Yanqinghao immediately turned around and realized that the person he had just cut in half was not dead yet. Instead, he was in a strange state, like countless silk threads trying to bind him. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, like it was his instinct, Marquis Yanqinghao used both of his hands to perform a sword skill. Like a blooming flower, he pierced through all the heaven-entangling silk threads in the blink of an eye. His sword skill was so exquisite that Guchen couldn't even get close to him. Guchen's body quickly reassembled, and he punched out with a simple punch accompanied by the power of vibration. Pop, this punch contained 90% of the clone's strength. The thousands of sword shadows of Marquis Yanqinghao turned into a single sword, and it pierced through Marquis Yanqinghao's body. Chi, the domineering sword light pierced through Guchen's body, and his body was shattered again. He wasn't a match for Marquis Yanqinghao at all. Guchen's body quickly reassembled again, and he glanced at Chu Meixin with a serious look on his face. This clone didn't have enough power. If he wanted to suppress the resurrected Marquis Yanqinghao, he had to withdraw the other half of the power in Chu Meixin's body. Whoosh, the other half of the secret skill's power escaped from Chu Meixin's body, and it pounced at Marquis Yanqinghao like a sword light. Marquis Yanqinghao sensed it in advance, and he waved his sword light, cutting Guchen's other clone into dozens of pieces. Unfortunately, this kind of attack was useless. The heaven-entangling silk that had been cut into dozens of pieces still flew toward Guchen, and they merged into his body, forming a complete Taoist body of thread. Guchen's power suddenly increased, and an ancient umbrella appeared in his hand. He waved it like a sword. Bang! Marquis Yanqinghao blocked it head-on, but he staggered back a few steps. This time, it was his turn to be suppressed. The two of them fought fiercely. Although Guchen had the upper hand temporarily, his Taoist body was completely restrained, and he couldn't send the dwarf sovereign and Chu Meixin away. Marquis Yanqinghao, we don't have any grudges against each other. How about we both take a step back? Guchen said, trying to make peace with Marquis Yanqinghao. If they continued to fight, the sword ancestor would definitely realize that he had been fooled by Marquis Yanqinghao. Marquis Yanqinghao didn't respond, and his eyes were still full of confusion. He had just been resurrected, and it seemed that he had forgotten who he was. All of his actions were based on instinct. Seeing that persuasion wouldn't work, Guchen could only fight with all his strength, hoping to suppress his opponent as soon as possible. However, Marquis Yanqinghao used to be a top-notch swordsman in the world, and his sword techniques, sword chi, and sword essence had all reached the peak. How could he be so easy to deal with? With a special Taoist body, Guchen only gained a slight advantage, and the fight between the two of them was out of control. Senior Marquis Yanqinghao, please stop. Suddenly, the purple and green swords flashed by and stood between Guchen and Marquis Yanqinghao. Marquis Yanqinghao stopped, and he sensed a familiar aura. These two swords used to be his swords. Chu Meixin walked over quickly, and her state of enlightenment was finally interrupted by the loud noise around her. She stood in front of Marquis Yanqinghao, and the purple and green swords were swallowing and emitting sword light around her. Apparently, she had begun to control them. Are you my successor? Marquis Yanqinghao looked at Chu Meixin, and the confusion in his eyes finally disappeared. Then, he spoke for the first time. You really have memories? It seems that the sword ancestor has succeeded. The dwarf sovereign also stepped forward and murmured. What's going on? I'm dead, aren't I? Marquis Yanqing murmured. He didn't want to be resurrected. If he knew he could be resurrected, Chu Meixin wouldn't have inherited the purple-green twin swords. Seeing that Marquis Yanqing had calmed down, Gu Chen was relieved and answered, It was the sword ancestor who resurrected you. The sword ancestor? Marquis Yanqing was confused. Gu Chen suddenly realized that when Marquis Yanqing was alive, the sword ancestor hadn't proved his Dao yet. He was even defeated by him. Of course he didn't know who he was. Swords. Marquis Yanqing didn't continue to dwell on this problem. He ordered the purple-green twin swords, but they didn't come to him like before. His expression became serious. He looked at his hands. Although they looked like flesh and blood, they were actually made of energy. Could he still be considered alive in this state? The purple-green twin swords recognized him as their successor, but not him. Marquis Yanqing was in a trance. Gu Chen was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head. The sword ancestor, who had been taken away by his original body, suddenly came back. With the sword ancestor's control over the secret realm, the previous fight couldn't be hidden from his spiritual mind. The giant divine soldier followed him back. Gu Chen, who was protected inside the giant divine soldier, looked gloomy. The giant divine soldier's defense was strong, but its speed was its weakness. It couldn't stop the sword ancestor's return at all. Now that the plan was exposed, it would not be easy for the dwarf sovereign and Chu Meixin to escape. With the speed of the sword ancestor, it could completely cut off their teleportation. Facing the most powerful ancestral divine weapon, Gu Chen didn't have any good way to deal with it. The sword ancestor's strength had increased tremendously. The sword ancestor landed on the cliff, but he didn't seem to notice the dwarf sovereign. His eyes fell on Marquis Yanqing. Marquis Yanqing? Do you still remember the old man? His voice was very excited. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Marquis Yanqinghao looked at Sword Master carefully. Although his face had aged a long time, he could still vaguely see the appearance of his old friend. He quickly came to his senses. You resurrected me? His expression was somewhat cold, as if he didn't feel much gratitude. That's right. The old man's biggest regret in this life is that I couldn't defeat you before you passed away. After you die, I will no longer be able to become number one in the Sword Dao. Even if I attain the Dao and become an ancestor, it won't change this fact. That is my greatest regret. That is why I have been trying to resurrect you for countless years, all so that I can fight you again and defeat you fair and square. Only by defeating you will I be the true number one swordsman. The sword master's words were very absurd. The dwarf emperor understood his motive and could not help but mutter. What a lunatic. He was the majestic Dao patriarch of the Sword Pavilion, an important figure in the second mountain and sea who could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Normally, he was a schemer who was as profound as the sea. Who could ever have imagined that he would have such a crazy side to him? You've already become a progenitor, but I don't even have a physical body. How can we fight fair and square? Marquis Yanqinghao replied. Don't worry. When we fight, the old man will naturally suppress his cultivation to the same level as yours. It will definitely be a fair fight. Sword Master immediately said. He had been longing for this fight for too long. The shadow brought by Marquis Yanqinghao was too heavy. What a joke. How can I, Marquis Yanqinghao, need others to concede when fighting with me? There are countless people whose cultivation surpasses mine, yet I've killed them all. Marquis Yanqinghao scolded. He was still arrogant. Sword Master slightly frowned. You know better than anyone the difference between a Tao ancestor and a quasi-Tao ancestor. If the old man doesn't suppress his cultivation, even if he wins, it won't be an honorable victory. Then, I will lose the meaning of resurrecting you. Who do you think you are? When did I let you resurrect me? Let me ask you, what's going on with me in this state? Marquis Yanqinghao questioned in an aggressive tone. It had been many years since he had been treated with such a tone. If not for Marquis Yanqinghao's great prestige in the past, Sword Master would have been furious. He suppressed his anger and explained, "Back then, you went against the heavenly Tao and failed to break through to the Tao ancestor realm. Your body and soul were almost destroyed. The only way to resurrect you is to refine you into an artifact spirit." Artifact spirit. So, it's impossible for my cultivation to break through in this lifetime? Marquis Yanqinghao murmured. He finally understood why the purple-green double swords were not under his control. He was now him, but also not him. Perhaps, he was just an artifact spirit with Marquis Yanqinghao's memories. I know that your long-cherished wish is to break through with the sword Tao and become a progenitor. Although I can't resurrect your physical body, I've thought of a compromise for you. Sword Master was beaming with joy, his eyes filled with excitement. What is it? Marquis Yanqinghao was expressionless. Sword Master did not notice that there was something wrong with his emotions. He was still immersed in the joy of his success. The crimson sword in my hand is a top-notch Tao ancestor divine weapon in the Tao world. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the strongest sword in history. I placed this sword in this mystic realm for most of the time I refined it. It has been absorbing the sword chi nurtured here all the time. You were also born in this mystic realm and have the same origin as the crimson sword. You can completely become its sword spirit. You were once the best in the sword Tao. If you become the sword spirit of the best sword in the world, then the crimson sword will truly become the strongest weapon. How about it? I can already imagine the scene of you killing all the Tao ancestors with your sword. This can also be considered as indirectly fulfilling your long-cherished wish, right? Sword Master spoke with fervor and assurance, and his words were unceasing, making people shudder. Originally, Gu Qian and the Dwarf Emperor had guessed that Sword Master had resurrected him for another battle with Marquis Yanqinghao. Although they felt that his actions were crazy, they still had a trace of admiration in their hearts. However, now that they heard Sword Master's deeper plan, they realized how terrifying Sword Master's calculations were. He might have once regarded Marquis Yanqinghao as a respectable opponent, but in the end, he was just using him. As long as I erase the inner demons that I lost to you in the past, and with your help, I will definitely be able to defeat all the Tao ancestors of the Second Mountain and see with the Crimson Sword and become a true overlord. Although that still won't be able to compete with the Primordial Group, my Sword Pavilion will still be the top force under the Primordial Group. Over the years, it's not impossible for us to advance further. Sword Master was full of ambition. He finally looked at Gu Qian and the Dwarf Emperor who were beside Marquis Yanqinghao. You, Qing Ai, are also part of the old man's plan. Your crystal core secret technique can supplement the Sword Pavilion's basic strength. The old man won't ask why you are here. Since you have ulterior motives, I will solve all your problems today. Marquis Yanqinghao, let's fight later. Let me kill this tyrant supreme first. The sword ancestor's beard and hair fluttered in the wind, his aura overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. Before anyone could see the sword clearly, a crimson thin line flashed across the sky and dashed toward Gu Chen's Taoist body. Dream on. Gu Chen's real body's eyes turned into two brilliant golden pupils, and he directly performed the exile of the original realm. As he opened and closed his eyes, the world was stripped away. When the crimson thread was less than 30 feet away from the Taoist body, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. The sword ancestor let out a soft cry of surprise. Before he could be surprised, Gu Chen's double pupils had already landed on him. Boom, the terrifying power of decomposition acted on the sword ancestor. Many sword apertures in the sword ancestor's body instinctively shone brightly, releasing a protective sword light that wrapped around him layer by layer. The two forces tugged back and forth for a moment. Although Sword Ancestor was able to withstand it, his body was unable to move. Dang, Red Serpent Grace, on the other hand, was not affected at all. It broke away from his hand and charged at Gu Chen's original body that was inside the heart of the Colossus with overwhelming divine fire. The giant god raised its left arm to block, and the crimson sword aura slashed down from the sky. Whoosh, the giant god soldier's left arm had actually been chopped off. The dissipated sword chi only disappeared after hitting the hard armor on the chest of the giant god soldier. Old fox. Gu Chen's expression darkened. When he performed the exile of the original realm, his control over the giant divine soldier had decreased. The sword master noticed this, so he stopped attacking the Taoist body and went straight for him. If his reaction had been a little slower, he would have been injured. The glorious ancient overlord body has dominated for thousands of years. It's a pity that you're not an accomplished overlord body. To put it bluntly, you're still too young. The sword master mocked. During the battle, he had a general understanding of Gu Chen's true strength. The opponent's most troublesome weapon was undoubtedly the giant god soldier. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the Tyrant tribe's supreme 9 magical powers, he would have been defeated and killed long ago. If you have the ability, break through my defense first. Gu Chen's double pupils suddenly returned to normal. At the same time, the broken arm of the giant god soldier rapidly grew back and returned to its original state. The pressure on the sword master was relieved and he could finally move. However, when he saw the self-repair of the giant divine weapon, he was not happy. The Taoist body at the bottom of the cliff suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless heavenly entangling silks. They surged like waves and enveloped the dwarf sovereign, Xianxia, and Marquis Xianxia. Marquis Xianxia raised his guard and instinctively wanted to block. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Master, please rest assured." The fact that Marquis Xianxia addressed him as master was even more intimate than the previous senior. After a moment of hesitation, Marquis Xianxia decided not to take any action. Whoosh, countless strands of heaven-twining silk wrapped around the 3 of them, forming a vortex that suddenly disappeared from the spot. What's wrong with this guy? The sword master was surprised. Gu Chen's threaded Taoist body was too strange. It was obvious that he had used the power of space. With his divine sense, he immediately detected the movement of the threaded Taoist body. The red drill sword followed his heart and disappeared in the blink of an eye, penetrating the void and chasing after the threaded Taoist body. This divine sword was about to catch up with the threaded Taoist body. Suddenly, the world around it was stripped away, and the sword encountered a strong corrosive force. It was Gu Chen who used the exile of the original realm again to buy time for the threaded Taoist body. During the short moment when the red drill sword was restrained, the threaded Taoist body moved several times and crashed into the giant divine weapon with the 3 of them. As soon as the red drill sword touched the golden armor, the threaded Taoist body finally entered the safe zone and was protected by the giant divine weapon. However, Gu Chen did not have time to care about the safety of the threaded Taoist body. His double pupils stared at the red drill sword and poured all his power into it. He tried to destroy this divine sword. Even if it was only damaged, the situation would be much better. However, the red drill sword was originally made of eternal flame gold. This kind of primitive emperor material was indestructible. Coupled with the sacrificial refinement of the sword ancestor's great artifact forging technique, even the decomposing power of the exile of the original realm could not damage it at all. Gu Chen tried with all his might for a while and found that it was a waste of effort. He had no choice but to deactivate the technique. Even in this short period of time, he had consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he achieved his goal. The threaded Taoist body successfully brought everyone in. Under the protection of the giant divine weapon, he had enough time to teleport the dwarf sovereign and Xianxia into the dominator world. Listen up. You guys will leave first. The 3 of them flowed inside the giant divine weapon and moved to a place not far from Gu Chen. Gu Chen said to them. At the same time, the remaining secret energy in Gu Chen's body also flowed out and integrated into the threaded Taoist body, which had recovered its original state, so that it could return to its peak state. Leader, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to escape with the red drill grace. Why don't we stay together and fight with the sword ancestor? The dwarf sovereign and Xianxia both knew about Gu Chen's plan. Seeing that he was about to send them away, the dwarf sovereign said anxiously. Before, he believed Gu Chen's words that he could escape even if he couldn't defeat the sword ancestor. However, after seeing the speed and power of the red drill grace, he knew that as long as Gu Chen maintained the state of the giant divine weapon, it would be impossible for him to escape from the attack range of the sword ancestor. If he didn't maintain the giant divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to block the sword ancestor's attack. In this dilemma, he could only fight a war of attrition. The result of the war of attrition was that Gu Chen would lose. The gap between their cultivation was obvious. Gu Chen shook his head. It took him a lot of effort to pull the 2 of them to his side. Fearing that something might happen, the threaded Taoist body stretched out its hand toward the dwarf sovereign and Xianxia at the same time. circles of heaven-twining silk fell from the threaded Taoist body's palm and entangled the dwarf sovereign and Chu Meixin. The two of them had to be completely wrapped by the energy of the secret skill before they could be transmitted into the dominator world. The dwarf sovereign still wanted to say something, but the heaven-twining silk directly sealed his mouth. He could only open his eyes wide. Chu Meixin's eyes were full of worry, but she didn't struggle. She believed in Gu Chen's judgment. If she stayed at this time, she would only be a burden to him. Gu Chen looked at Marquis Yanqinghao and asked calmly, "What do you think? Do you want to stay or leave? Can I leave?" Marquis Yanqinghao asked in surprise. He didn't believe it. "No problem." Gu Chen didn't explain further. "Then why do you ask me? Sending me away by force is also a bargaining chip with that guy." Marquis Yanqinghao laughed at himself. He had slowly accepted the truth of his resurrection. "For a swordsman like you, I'm willing to preserve some dignity for you," Gu Chen said honestly. Indeed, if he sent Marquis Yanqinghao away and threatened the sword ancestor with his whereabouts, he might be able to leave the sword pavilion safely. However, he had seen Marquis Yanqinghao's memories and knew what kind of man he was. He didn't want to bury the last bit of his dignity. He was a powerful swordsman who couldn't be bent by the heavens and buried by the earth. He shouldn't be reduced to a bargaining chip or a tool. Dignity, Marquis Yanqinghao looked down and murmured, "Before I died, I was full of regret and unwillingness. Now that I'm resurrected, I should be overjoyed. But this kind of resurrection is meaningless to me." The body of a sword spirit meant that he couldn't make any progress in his life. For a proud swordsman like him, it was hard to accept. Clang! Clang! Outside the giant god, the sword ancestor wielded the crimson silk sword and slashed out several tens of thousands of feet long sword radiance. He began to feel anxious. Marquis Yanqing and the dwarf emperor were of great significance to his grand plan. He was worried that there would be an accident if this continued. The giant god resisted with all its might. As soon as the sword radiance broke its hard armor, it immediately recovered. The sword ancestor was helpless and flew into a rage. No. This tyrant supreme has many tricks up his sleeves. Now that he is suddenly only defending, I'm afraid he has other plans. I can't be so passive. The sword ancestor suddenly flipped the crimson silk sword in his hand and muttered something. Marquis Yanqing, you are my sword spirit. Quickly return to your position. He wanted to turn Marquis Yanqing into the crimson silk sword spirit. How could he not have made preparations in advance? How could he not have considered that Marquis Yanqing would do whatever he wanted after his resurrection? Under his deliberate refinement, the crimson silk sword had already formed a special connection with Marquis Yanqing's corpse. If he did not obey, he could forcibly take him back. The sword ancestor did not want to do this at first. He wanted to preserve Marquis Yanqing's dignity, but he could not care so much now. Quickly return to your position? Quickly return to your position. The sword ancestor's voice was like a demonic voice that penetrated into the giant god's body. Marquis Yanqing's body shook, and a struggling expression appeared on his face. Gu Chen suddenly became vigilant. However, Marquis Yanqing decisively grabbed Chu Meixin's purple sword from the side and stabbed himself in the spine. He let out a muffled groan and took out the green sword again. Using the same trick, he nailed himself to the ground alive. This guy, I haven't seen him for many years. He has grown a lot. Marquis Yanqing was in a sorry state, but he laughed. After laughing out loud, he suddenly looked at Gu Chen and said in a serious tone, "Supreme Tyrant, I have a request." "What is it?" Gu Chen was greatly shocked by the other party's unyielding attitude. "I heard that the Tyrant Supreme has the power to help people cut their Tao and become an ancestor. Can you do it?" Marquis Yanqing's eyes were filled with strong expectations. That is indeed the case. However, it is only helping to break the shackles. Whether or not he can truly become an ancestor depends on himself. Gu Chen had entered the absolute beginning demonic mind before, and he had also learned about this from Chen Daolin. He knew how to help, but he had never tried it before. If that's the case, then help me. I've never begged anyone in my life, nor was I willing to beg anyone. But today, for my long-cherished wish, I can only beg you. Marquis Yanqinghao said with strong emotions. But you are now a sword spirit. Gu Chen was quite surprised. Although I have the body of a sword spirit, that guy has been nourishing my bones all year round. My current strength is actually very close to my strength when I was alive. The path that I've taken in my entire life, the sword Tao that I've learned, and the enlightenment that I gained when I broke through and proved my Tao before I died are still vivid in my mind. I have a feeling that as long as I burn everything, I will be able to attain the supreme sword Tao that I've been dreaming of in an extremely short amount of time. The only thing I'm worried about is this so-called heavenly Tao shackle. I need someone to help me break it. Marquis Yanqing's impassioned speech caused Gu Chen's expression to turn cold. If that's the case, you'll be doomed eternally. Although the sword ancestor had his own selfish reasons for resurrecting Marquis Yanqing into a sword spirit, he had indeed helped Marquis Yanqing. As long as he was willing, as a sword spirit, he could achieve some kind of immortality. As a sword spirit of the Crimson Grace, his strength was also extraordinary, and he could still make all the experts' expressions change. If he did as Marquis Yanqing said, there would be no turning back. Even if he successfully stepped into the Tao Ancestor realm, it would only be a moment of glory, and he would soon disappear like a firework. But if he died, this time, his soul would be scattered, and he would not fall into hell or enter reincarnation. He would lose all traces of his existence in this world. Are you sure? Gu Chen took a deep breath. Although such a choice was very crazy, he somewhat understood Marquis Yanqing's thoughts. A proud person like him was not willing to become anyone's sword spirit, and he was even more unwilling to let his fate be in the hands of others. The sword ancestor resurrected him purely for his own selfish reasons, and it was not Marquis Yanqing's wish. I'm already satisfied to have another chance to attain the supreme sword Tao. Perhaps meeting you is to make up for my regret. Marquis Yanqing's expression gradually calmed down, and he revealed a firm and confident smile. Listen up, if I succeed, I will seriously injure that guy, and then your chance will come. Gu Chen fell silent. Was Marquis Yanqing going to exchange his death for a chance to defeat the sword ancestor? This was a tragic move, but perhaps he had long passed the age of sentimentality, and he indifferently deduced the probability of success. If you want to defeat the sword ancestor, the safest way is to snatch the Crimson Grace from him. In the end, Gu Chen did not reject Marquis Yanqing's suggestion, and he analyzed. Alright, I will create an opportunity for you, but can you ensure that you can control that sword? Because of my connection with that sword, I can clearly feel that it is not simple. That guy's talent in the sword Tao can only be considered first-rate, but in the weapon Tao, he is at the peak, Marquis Yanqing reminded. Marquis Yanqing reminded. He could not break through to the Tao Ancestor realm for long. If Gu Chen could not solve the problem of the sword in the limited time, they would definitely lose. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He had already tried, and even the power of the original realm exile could not destroy that sword. How could it be easy to destroy or subdue it? This was a dead end, and any plan would be meaningless if it was not solved. What if I send the Crimson Grace into the dominating world? Chu Meixin, who had already been covered by the heaven-winding silk, suddenly struggled and said anxiously. Dominating world? Gu Chen's mind moved. The dominating world was completely under his control, and it was a world of the same level as the primordial Tao world. If the Crimson Grace entered there, not only would it not be able to get out, but it would also be subdued by him after a long time. This was indeed a feasible plan, but the power of the Wei body was limited. If he sent Chu Meixin and the dwarf sovereign into the dominating world first, he would not have absolute confidence in dealing with the Crimson Grace. Gu Chen was in a dilemma. If this plan failed, Chu Meixin and the dwarf sovereign would never be able to escape, and they would most likely die here. The benefits were great, but the risks were not small. Gu Chen, I said before, never treat me like a weak woman. Chu Meixin saw Gu Chen's hesitation and said seriously. She did not want to be protected all the time. She was more willing to live and die with Gu Chen and face the dangers together. Even if they died in the end, at least they would have no regrets. Woo, woo, woo. The dwarf sovereign's mouth was covered and could not speak, so he could only nod desperately. Gu Chen looked at the two who had made up their minds, then looked at Marquis Yanqing, who was ready to go. Finally, he waved his hand, and the heaven-winding silk wrapped around the two fell off. Since everyone has made up their minds, then let's fight. The sword master called out for a long time, but he did not see Marquis Yanqing leave the body of the giant divine soldier. The anxiety in his heart continued to increase, and he even vaguely had an ominous premonition. In the sky above the mystic realm, countless leaden clouds surged. The momentum was overwhelming, and silver snakes were stirring inside. From time to time, there was the sound of thunder. On the ground, there were all kinds of strange phenomena. Ice flowers formed in the boiling magma, green bamboo grew on the barren stone peaks, and in the sword tombs where the clouds were glowing, refined souls walked out one after another. As if they had a premonition of something, they raised their heads and let out sorrowful roars. There were all kinds of strange phenomena, as if there was a sign of becoming an ancestor. However, heaven and earth were mourning together, and it seemed that a Tao ancestor was about to die, one life and one death, the other waxed and waned, causing the movement to be limited to the mystic realm, like the fleeting autumn cicada and the fleeting epiphyllum. The sword master's face gradually revealed a look of fear. He clenched his fists so hard that his veins popped out. He said angrily, "Marquis Xianxia. What are you doing?" He felt that the connection between the scorching crane and Marquis Xianxia was rapidly disappearing. This was impossible, however, that man had created so many impossibilities in his life that he could not even count them. "Stop. Stop it, old man." The sword master was furious. He pinched two fingers and the scorching crane broke through the sky, clang. Clang, one after another, the sword radiance was released. It was airtight, and it began to destroy the defense of the giant divine soldier at all costs. The power of the three ancestors stored in Gu Chen's tyrant body also flowed out crazily at this moment, and the infinite golden light shone in the sky. No matter how many times the sharp sword radiance tore the armor of the giant divine soldier, it always recovered quickly, and it was difficult to threaten anyone inside. "Tyrant Sovereign. What have you done? The old man wants your life." The sword master's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The scorching crane suddenly hovered in the air and transformed into a huge sword that was tens of thousands of feet long. The flames in the huge sword were everywhere. Just the fen wind that was set off instantly caused the land to become barren. "Die!" The sword master roared, and the huge sword pierced the heart of the giant divine soldier without any fancy moves. He'd utilized his full strength in this strike, and he vowed to sever all thoughts that shouldn't exist. Even if he accidentally injured someone, he wouldn't hesitate. He sensed it. He's desperate. Gu Chen's true body stared at the destructive sword and slowly raised his hands. The arms of the giant soldier god were raised as well. The moment the huge sword approached, the giant soldier god reached out and grabbed the body of the huge sword, stopping it from moving forward. Sizzle. The moment the palm of the colossus touched the blade of the sword, it quickly melted and evaporated, only to be reborn again. The two sides fell into a stalemate. The sword ancestor's chi soared into the sky, vowing to cut the giant god in half. Its power continued to rise, each wave stronger than the last. "Tyrant clan sovereign, you won't be able to block this crimson drill 9 heavy waves. Hand over Xianxia." The sword master roared. His voice was like a demonic voice that reverberated in the body of the giant divine soldier. Chu Meixin and the dwarf emperor felt the monstrous killing intent, and their expressions became a little perturbed. The dwarf emperor originally thought that as long as his infinite crystal nucleus completed its fission, he would have the strength to fight against the sword master. However, at this moment, feeling the ferocity of the sword master's all-out attack, he realized that he had greatly underestimated the other party's strength. The other party was not an ordinary Tao ancestor. In the 9 mountains and seas, he was a first-class existence. Now that the sword master had used his strongest strike, there was no way out for them. All their hopes were on Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged. His body was much more solid than before, but his aura was completely restrained. It was impossible to guess his current cultivation level. Gu Chen had already helped him break the shackles of the heavenly way, but after that, he just closed his eyes and did not make any big movements. Looking at this, no one knew if he had taken that step. Gu Chen could sense the situation outside, so he was more confident than Chu Meixin and the dwarf emperor. At this moment, the sword master's fierce appearance made it clear that Xianxia had made the right bet. This was really a man who could create miracles. He actually broke the sword master's control with his sword spirit body and stepped into the highest realm of the sword Tao. Although the sword master's strike was powerful, he made a big mistake. In this state, the red drill grace has lost its original agility. Gu Chen's original body stared at the monstrous fire outside. His forehead was covered in sweat as he ridiculed. The sword master's all-out attack had created more opportunities for them. Now, their chances of winning had increased a lot. Yan Qinghe's eyes finally opened at this moment. They were deep and bright. One strike. I will only use one strike. You must seize the opportunity. The higher the realm, the more natural it was. Thousands of swords were not as good as one strike. If this strike could not seriously injure the sword master, Yan Qinghe thought that there was no need to use a second strike. Gu Chen nodded seriously. Yan Qinghe casually waved his hand, and the purple-green dual swords rose from the ground and danced around him, the two swords that refused to listen to his orders before, after he got rid of his sword spirit body, listened to his call again. He stood up and stretched out his hands. The two swords fell into his hands, and a feeling of being connected by blood arose spontaneously. When I hold the sword, the feeling of the hilt against my skin is something that a sword spirit will never be able to feel. In this life, I have never married or had children. Apart from the way of the sword, there is nothing else. This feeling of being connected by blood is what I have been pursuing all my life. Yan Qinghe sighed. He had never regretted the path he had taken in his life. Master, Chu Meixin looked sad. Although her fate with this master was only for a short moment, she felt the magnificence of his life. Her master had been pursuing the highest realm of the way of the sword all his life. It was not easy for him to reach it, but it was just a flash in the pan. Even the world would not remember his existence. There would never be a place for him in the attic where the Tao ancestors' memorial tablet was displayed. Don't be sad. With you inheriting my way of the sword, the traces of my life in this world will not disappear. Yan Qinghe comforted her. Then, he calmly held the two swords and walked forward slowly. He came to the boundary of the giant soldier god. There was a sea of fire in front of him, and the sword ancestor's figure could not be seen at all. I will think of a way to get closer to the sword ancestor and create an opportunity for you to swing your sword. Gu Chen's true body said. The sweat on his forehead increased, and his breathing became a little rapid as he spoke. The Crimson Grace, the number one divine sword in the Tao world, was too sharp. Every time he resisted it, it consumed a lot of his heart and energy. No need. Just let me out, Yan Qinghe said calmly. Marquis Yanqinghao said indifferently. Gu Chen didn't say anything. An exit appeared inside the giant god soldier. Yan Qinghe took a step out and descended high in the sky. The sword ancestor sensed something and was shocked. His eyes locked onto Yan Qinghe across the sea of fire. Yan Qinghe's long hair danced in the wind. His cold eyes pierced through the void as if he could see through people's souls. The sword ancestor was inexplicably frightened. He recalled the fear of being dominated in the past. Marquis Yanqing raised the purple-green dual swords. Just like in the past, he was peerless and insufferably arrogant. Even though they were separated by the sea of fire, the sword ancestor instinctively took a step back. His scalp went numb and he almost immediately wanted to withdraw the power of the Crimson Serpent Grace. However, the two mountain-like arms of the giant divine soldier clamped the giant sword tightly. Whoosh! Marquis Yanqing disappeared from the sword ancestor's sight. No, he was too fast, so fast that he could not react at all. The Crimson Serpent 9 layers waves were sword waves that could burn the heavens and boil the earth. Each wave was higher than the previous, until the 9 waves overlapped. However, in this extremely narrow gap of time, Marquis Yanqing walked on the waves with the two swords in his hands. It was not that Marquis Yanqing's cultivation was higher than the sword ancestors, but that his understanding of the sword Tao was too deep. He actually avoided all the direct threats and even borrowed the power of the sword waves. His speed became faster and faster. He ignored the 9-layer sword waves that were as red as blood. He waved the purple-green dual swords in his hands, and time and space intertwined, the 3rd-layer wave, the 6th-layer wave, the 9th-layer wave. When his feet landed on the 9-layer sword wave, which was the most turbulent and undulating, he suddenly leaped. No one could see his trajectory clearly. Gu Chen did not, and neither did the sword ancestor. He seemed to have crossed the sea of fire in an instant and leaped above the sword ancestor's head. The purple-green dual swords crossed above his head. Marquis Yanqing's aura reached its peak at this moment. 10 God Emperors, kill, he slashed out the strongest sword in his life. It was a sword that belonged to the peak of the Dao Ancestor realm. The sword ancestor did not have time to react. The many sword apertures in his body instinctively shone and formed thousands of layers of sword aura, trying to block this sword. However, this sword split the chaos and the world. The thousands of layers of sword aura instantly collapsed like chickens and dogs. Clang, the sword ancestor finally heard the sound of the sword, but the pain in his body came first. He looked down. His body was spewing blood from his shoulders to his abdomen, leaving a shocking, bone-deep wound. More than half of the sword apertures he had condensed for many years were broken. Wah! He spat out 3 feet of blood, his body swaying as he staggered forward a few steps. You painstakingly resurrected me in order to receive another strike from me. Now, I'll fulfill your wish. Marquis Xianxia was behind the sword ancestor. He slowly retracted his swords, and flames began to burn on his body. The flames did not come from the sword ancestor's attack, but from himself. He burned all of his essence, chi, and spirit in exchange for a temporary breakthrough to the Dao Ancestor realm, destined to have his body and spirit destroyed. Why? Why would you rather perish than become my sword spirit? I didn't lose. I can still fight. The me of today is completely different. The sword ancestor forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body and roared towards the sky. Boom, the gigantic sword formed by the scarlet refinement grace moved. Just as it moved, sword ancestor spat out another mouthful of blood, and an astonishing amount of blood flowed out of the wound on his body. Do it. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Under his full control, the giant divine weapon pressed down on the scarlet refinement grace with both hands and pushed it into his chest. The tip of the sword pierced through the armor, and the threaded Dao body, who had been waiting inside, burst out with all of his cultivation. His body turned into countless threads and wrapped around the tip of the sword. He turned into a 9-colored vortex and opened a space-time tunnel to the dominating cauldron world. Ah! Gu Chen used all of his strength and stabbed the scarlet refinement grace into the body of the giant divine weapon, sending it into the world on the other side of the 9-colored vortex. The sword ancestor tried to control the scarlet refinement grace, but his body was severely injured. Just a slight movement would cause blood to splatter 3 feet. He was unable to fight the giant divine weapon at all. What do you want to do to my sword? That is the #1 divine sword in the world. Even if you send it to an alternate dimension, it will still shatter the void and return. Marquis Xianxia, this divine sword is the greatest pride of my life. In terms of swordsmanship, I am not as good as you, but with this sword, I am still the strongest sword cultivator. The sword ancestor roared. He had absolute confidence in the scarlet refinement grace and didn't think that anyone could seal it. His painstaking plan was destined to fail. Only he could laugh at the end. Whoosh! In the end, the scarlet refinement grace turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the 9-colored vortex. The power of the threaded Dao body was exhausted at this moment, and Gu Chen's giant divine weapon also collapsed and disappeared. Gu Chen was panting, but he looked relieved. He made it. The scarlet refinement grace was sent into the dominating cauldron world. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't do anything. Most of the strength of the sword ancestor came from it. Without its threat, the balance of victory was tilted to them. What a fool! The sword ancestor didn't know where the scarlet refinement grace had been sent to, but he smiled confidently. Sword, come here. He called out, expecting the scarlet refinement grace to shatter the void and return. However, there was no response from the void. The spiritual connection between him and the scarlet refinement grace had disappeared completely, as if it had been erased from this world. How is this possible? The sword ancestor, who was already seriously injured, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, as if he had seen a ghost. It seems that you lost again. The flames on Marquis Xianxia's body burned faster, and he had no more worries. The scarlet refinement grace was gone, and the sword ancestor, who was seriously injured, could no longer threaten his successor. He had repaid the kindness that he owed the supreme Tyrant clan. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, he could touch the supreme sword principle. Even if it was just a flash in the pan, he had no regrets. Supreme Tyrant clan, please spare his life. Before Marquis Xianxia died, he made a presumptuous request. Although the sword ancestor had his own selfish motives for resurrecting him, he had been guarding his sword tomb for countless years. This was, after all, a form of friendship. He had always been clear about kindness and hatred, and he didn't want to kill him. When the sword ancestor heard Marquis Yanqinghao's words, he was shocked, and he felt a strong sense of humiliation. Do you think that without the Scarlet Refinement Grace, this kid can defeat me? Without the Scarlet Refinement Grace, I'm still the Dao ancestor. The sword ancestor roared angrily. At this moment, many refined souls in the secret realm were under the control of his mind. They screamed one after another and broke through the air. These refined souls were originally deliberately raised by the sword ancestor, so it was easy for him to control them. When Chu Meixin and the dwarf emperor saw a group of refined souls rushing towards them, their expressions changed. If the sword ancestor absorbed the power of these refined souls and recovered part of his injuries, they were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with him. The two of them rushed out and tried to intercept the refined souls, not giving the sword ancestor a chance to turn the tables. However, there were so many refined souls that a part of them quickly escaped to the sword ancestor and integrated into the broken sword aperture in his body. For a moment, the sword ancestor's injuries showed signs of improvement. When Marquis Yanqinghao saw this scene, he was extremely calm and just looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded at him. I promise you, I'll spare his life. After Marquis Yanqinghao got the promise, he seemed to have no more regrets. His body completely turned into ashes in the flames. Before he disappeared, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He relaxed his hands, and the purple-green dual swords slipped down. A legend had passed away. The purple and green dual swords fell from the sky and suddenly burst into a dazzling brilliance. They hovered in the air for a while and then flew towards Chu Meixin at an extremely fast speed. Chu Meixin looked sad. At this moment, she was connected with the purple and green dual swords. She stretched out her hands and the two swords fell into her hands. The two swords of Marquis Yanqinghao were brighter than ever, and the aura they exuded was far stronger than before. At the moment when Marquis Yanqinghao was sublimated, the two swords also underwent a transformation. Under the tempering of the sword heart, sword intent, and sword chi, they had stepped into the level of Tao ancestor divine weapons. Chu Meixin held the purple and green dual swords in her hands and casually slashed at a saint-level refined soul in front of her. It was instantly torn into pieces by the sword chi. Her actions were very much like Marquis Yanqinghao in the past, valiant and magnificent. The refined souls were still flying all over the sky. The sword ancestor was trying to use the refined souls to alleviate his injuries and save himself from defeat. Gu Chen watched Marquis Yanqinghao's death. His face was expressionless, but his body rapidly changed. In his hidden door, golden runes flowed out and gathered in every corner of his body. His two arms suddenly swelled and became thicker than his legs. His 10 fingers turned into sharp claws that shone with a dark golden luster. His legs became vigorous, like those of a Tyrannosaurus rex, full of explosive power. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his teeth turned into slightly sharp fangs. What was more obvious was that the golden blood chi that was originally surging outside his body changed from pure gold to red gold. Every wisp of blood chi was far more active than usual, as if there were countless electric sparks exploding. 100 Beasts Strange Door. Gu Chen opened the strange door and disappeared in an instant. The sword ancestor took out a horsetail whisk in his left hand and an ancient mirror in his right hand. He was ready for battle. As a master of refining weapons, how could he be lacking in treasures? It was just that these treasures were usually not as good as the Scarlet Grace, so he rarely used them. Now that he felt that his life was in danger, he would naturally take out as many Taoist weapons as he could. He was confident that with a large number of treasures in his hands, he would be able to delay the Tyrant Supreme Martial Artist for a period of time and buy time to control his injuries. Whoosh! Gu Chen suddenly appeared in front of the sword master. He did not sneak attack from the side, nor did he create a diversion. It was beyond the sword master's expectation. He chose to attack from the front. A glove had appeared on his left hand, which had grown sharp claws. The 5 different colored heart-shaped gems on the gloves emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying spiritual energy rippled out. The sword ancestor was already in a state of confusion because of Marquis Yanqinghao's sword approving the Tao. He had predicted that the Tyrant clan's Supreme Martial Artist's attack would definitely target the sword wound on his body in an attempt to maximize the result of the battle. Who would have thought that the Tyrant Clan Supreme Martial Artist actually had a soul attack method? Gu Chen had already prepared a strike for the Heart Demon Glove. At this time, he was unprepared. The power of the 5 heart-shaped stones combined and turned into a ferocious demon, heading straight for the head of the sword master. The sword master had prepared a Dao tool to deal with it, but it was not a spiritual attack. This mistaken judgment led to serious consequences. Although Guchen could use the power of the heart-shaped stones, due to his own limitations, he could only affect the early-stage Tao ancestor at most. The sword master should not have been afraid of this attack, but the emotional fluctuations before and after were too strong, and he was caught in a mistake. Finally, when the heart demon invaded him, his mind was in a trance. In a fight between masters, even a momentary mistake was enough to be fatal, not to mention that the sword master had revealed a huge flaw. Heaven, return to origin. Guchen used the extremely powerful tyrant body brought about by the 100 Beasts' strange gate to display the most powerful martial arts technique of the ancestor. Boom! The sword master suffered this extremely destructive blow head-on and let out a scream. The wounds on his body were torn again, and the refined souls that had entered the sword aperture rushed out. Wow! 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 He spat out blood, and his aura rapidly declined. He no longer had the strength of a Tao ancestor. He fell from the sky dispiritedly and fell into the ruins on the ground. Guchen did not continue to attack. He, who had the instinct of foresight, knew that the sword master could no longer fight back. Marquis Yankinghao's ultimate sword, and he used all his skills, finally defeated the arrogant sword master. Before coming to the sword pavilion, he only wanted to take the dwarf emperor away from the sword master. He never thought that he could defeat him once and for all. This was a miracle, which made many of his risks disappear, and all of this was thanks to Marquis Yankinghao. Marquis Yankinghao was a person whom Guchen had only met once, and had not even seen his appearance when he was alive, but he left a deep impression on Guchen. If Marquis Yankinghao was not born, the ages would be like a long night. He was indeed a genius in the sword Dao. Although his life was gone, his legend would continue on with Chu Meixin. Guchen looked at Chu Meixin, whose strength had greatly increased because of the transformation of the purple-green double swords. The refined souls in the sky were flying around like headless flies because they had lost the call of the sword master. Chu Meixin took the opportunity to attack, and the dwarf emperor also took the opportunity to attack with all his might. With so many refined souls, if it was not because of the sword master's call, how long would it take to find them? Although Marquis Yankinghao did not have any refined souls, with so many saint-refined souls, it was enough for the dwarf emperor's infinite crystal nucleus to reach the fission condition. Guchen still had some of the power of the 100 Beasts' strange gate left, and before his strength completely disappeared, he did one last thing. Whoosh! 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 The saint-refined souls in the sky were severely injured by one attack, and they let out miserable shrieks. The dwarf emperor's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity that he could not miss. He waved his broad-bladed saber with one hand, and took out the infinite crystal nucleus with the other, seizing the time to absorb the power of the refined souls. After helping the dwarf emperor, Guchen felt a strong sense of emptiness in his body. In the battle with the sword master, he had used almost all of his divine abilities, and it was not easy for him to last until now. More than half of the power left by the third ancestor had been used up in this battle, and this was the most painful part for him. After all, this power could not be regenerated. Fortunately, he had obtained the Crimson Grace, the most powerful sword in the world, so it was not a loss. Guchen's divine sense enveloped the entire secret realm, and before the 100 Beasts' strange gate was completely removed, he had to make sure that there were no other hidden dangers. After defeating the sword master, the next thing he needed to think about was how to clean up the mess. This battle could not be known to the outside world, but before he entered the secret realm, he had already killed all the higher-ups of the sword garret, so they had no idea what had happened. As for the true disciples and equipment refiners who were participating in the trial in the secret realm, they had all passed out under the shock of his innate domineering aura. Apart from him, no one else had witnessed the battle. Because of the fierce battle, there was a huge commotion in the secret realm, and cracks had even appeared in the space of the secret realm. Perhaps the outside world had also been affected. He did not know if it would attract experts to spy on the sword catacomb, but just in case, he had to clean up the mess as soon as possible. Guchen's state of the 100 Beasts' strange gate was lifted, and the heart demon glove returned to his body. A strong sense of weakness made him land on a mountain peak. He took out a healing elixir and took the time to restore his strength. After an hour, he felt that he had recovered and came to the place where the sword master fell. The sword master's injury was much more serious than his, and it was impossible to recover in a short time. Even if he could move, his strength would be less than 30% of his original strength in a few months. Sensing that Guchen was coming, the sword master, who could not move, looked calm and said, "You win." "Kill the old man." Guchen shook his head expressionlessly. "I promised Marquis Yanqing that I would not kill you. You don't have to pretend that you are not afraid of death. I know that you cherish your life." The sword master was speechless with just one sentence. He was so angry that he choked. He was indeed a person who cherished his life. Otherwise, he would not have endured the humiliation of being defeated by Marquis Yanqing so many times. He would have killed himself long ago. A soldier could be killed but not humiliated. Even if the old man cherishes his life, it is impossible for the old man to serve you as his master. The sword master closed his eyes. He was not convinced. He was very unconvinced. In his opinion, he did not lose to the Tyrant clan master, but to Marquis Yanqing again. He had really shot himself in the foot. He had worked so hard to resurrect him, but in the end, he was cheated by him. Thinking of the sword strike that Marquis Yanqing used to defeat him, he was no longer resentful and suddenly smiled. His face, which had always been old-fashioned, actually smiled at the end of the road. That sword strike was really beautiful. He murmured in a low voice. He knew that no matter how many years he cultivated, it was impossible for him to have Marquis Yanqing's spirit and swordsmanship. In fact, he had regarded him as his goal all his life. He was inexplicably satisfied to be able to see Marquis Yanqing cut his Dao to become an ancestor with his own eyes and wield a shocking sword strike. He had fallen, but it wasn't an injustice. He reaped what he sowed, and it was all his own choice. Guchen noticed the sword master's smile and could more or less understand his mood. He sat down next to him and said calmly, "Is it better to serve the 5 hegemons?" The sword master's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Guchen seriously. The Tyrant clan supremacy is indeed fearless. However, time is no longer the same as when the Dao world was first established. The Tyrants have long been on the decline. Even if the glorious ancient overlord body reappears, it won't change anything. The 5 hegemons have already firmly grasped the lifeline of the world. Guchen smiled calmly. "You already know what happened on the second mountain. The primordial ancestor caused a huge ruckus and revived a bunch of ancient elites, but the 5 hegemons still haven't been able to find his whereabouts. Everyone in the primordial group has ulterior motives, and the heroes of the world are also changing their minds. It's time for a revolution." The sword ancestor's eyes flickered rapidly. The power that the Tyrant clan sovereign had grasped was more than he had imagined. The other party had been hiding his strength and biding his time. How much strength had he accumulated? "I don't need you to serve me as your hegemon, but to form an alliance with me and follow me as your leader. If you're willing, sign a Dao guarding spirit contract with me and hand over some of your secrets. In that case, I'll let you go. If you're unwilling, you've also seen that I've mastered the big heart magic. I just need to spend a little more time to enslave you." Guchen persuaded him calmly. The sword ancestor sneered when he heard this. "Don't threaten the old man. With your cultivation level, it's not enough to control the old man mentally. It's already very rare for you to be able to affect the old man's mind for a moment." The sword ancestor was not stupid. If Guchen's attainments in the big heart magic were really that high, he would not have been in a trance previously. If not for his unstable emotions at that time, the other party might not have succeeded in making his mind blank for a moment. "I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It's just that there's no medicine for regret at that point, and I don't like soulless puppets. If possible, I still hope to have a real ally." Guchen's big heart magic was indeed not enough to control the sword ancestor, but it was not impossible to completely capture him. As long as the sword ancestor was brought to the dominating cauldron world, the world there would be completely controlled by Guchen. His ability would increase many times, and the sword ancestor would be subdued by him sooner or later. However, that would take too much time. If the sword ancestor did not appear in front of others for a long time, it would easily arouse suspicion. The sword ancestor fell into silence for a moment. Regardless of whether Guchen could really control him, the threat was real. In the end, if he could not control him, he would just kill him. If it was him, he would definitely do that in order to prevent the secret from being exposed. Therefore, it was a good choice to form an alliance with him. However, it was obvious that this alliance was different from the alliance with the Qin clan last time. He would be in an absolute passive position, which was somewhat unacceptable. The restriction effect of the Dao guarding spirit contract was extremely strong, but it was not impossible to remove it when one reached the sovereign realm. The sword ancestor was being very cautious, and even wanted him to hand over something that could be used against him. The old man doesn't have anything that can be used against him. The sword ancestor's tone relaxed. Cut the crap. You can't cultivate to your current level, so you can't just follow the rules. In some way, you've definitely touched upon the taboos of the sovereigns. Guchen simply did not believe the sword ancestor's nonsense. What if you're possessed and insist on causing trouble for the sovereigns? What if you end up implicating the old man? The sword ancestor said angrily. Neither you nor I are stupid, Xianxia said. If we don't have the right opportunity, we naturally won't be throwing an egg against a rock. Think about the benefits of our alliance. That's what you can actually see. No one can predict what will happen in the future, but if we form an alliance, we'll be at the forefront of the tide of change. Guchen's words caused the sword ancestor to seriously consider the matter. Indeed, if they truly worked together, they would be invincible in the second mountain and sea. The sword ancestor was already inclined to cooperate. If he did not cooperate, he would either die or be enslaved. He had no other choice. He was not Marquis Yan Qingho, who could give up everything except for the sword Dao. If they negotiated the contents of the spirit contract, his freedom might not be restricted. Return the crimson drill to the old man, and hand Xianxia over to the old man. Then, the old man will agree to your conditions. The sword ancestor began to grind the conditions. He wanted to take advantage of Xianxia. Guchen did not scoff and said indifferently, Xianxia is my man, my partner. His relationship with you is equal. Do you think I'll hand him over to you? The sword ancestor was speechless. It turned out that Xianxia had long belonged to the Tyrant clan. No wonder he took the risk to come to the sword pavilion to save him. From this, it could be seen that the other party was a person who valued friendship. He originally did not think that Guchen would agree to all his conditions. He was just raising the price. What about the crimson drill? You have to return the sword to the old man, right? The sword ancestor braced himself and said. What he cared about the most was the treasured sword that he had painstakingly refined for many years. Without the crimson drill, his strength would drop too much. Until now, he still did not understand where Guchen had taken the crimson drill. His spiritual connection with it had completely disappeared. Guchen pondered for a while. I can't return this sword to you immediately. Leave it with me first. The sword master immediately became anxious. Leave it? That sounds nice, but when will it be left? Doesn't that mean you won't return it? The sword master knew that as a prisoner, there was no room for bargaining. However, the crimson grace was too important to him. It was the most important work of his life. If it was really taken away, it would be worse than death. When my tyrant body reaches the advanced level, I will return it to you. How about that? When the tyrant body reaches the advanced level, your sword will be of no use to me. If I return the sword to you, it will not pose a threat to me. You saw the giant divine weapon just now. To tell you the truth, that power came from the gift of my ancestor in the absolute beginning demonic mine. The more I use it, the less it will be. Today, in order to deal with you, the power of this magical power has been consumed by more than half. You have to compensate me for the loss, right? Guchen did not have the arrogance and dominance of a victor. Instead, he discussed with the sword master as an equal, which made him feel better. He calmed down for a moment and carefully thought about the other party's words. The magical power of the giant divine weapon was undoubtedly Guchen's greatest reliance now. However, he told him the weakness of the magical power that would be exhausted, which was enough to show his sincerity. As for the possibility of this being false, it was not high. After all, even the absolute beginning demonic mine had been mentioned. Once the glorious ancient tyrant body reached the advanced level, it was indeed not worthwhile to think about his sword. However, how long would this process take? The sword master was still a little reluctant, but he was a fish on the chopping block. If he did not accept this condition, he would definitely not be able to get the sword back. Okay, the old man will temporarily lend you the Crimson Grace. The supreme masters of the Tyrant clan are all indomitable big shots. I hope you can keep your promise, the sword master said with his heart bleeding. Guchen nodded with a smile at the corner of his mouth. In order to make up for your loss, I will return the elders of your sword pavilion to you. Didn't you say you killed them all? The sword master widened his eyes. Of course it's a lie. They're all still alive, but there's one person whose life and death must be decided by my partner. Guchen said. The sword master knew who he was talking about. Originally, Master D was only as valuable as Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was out of control, it didn't matter whether he lived or died. All right. The sword ancestor agreed. He felt a little better when he thought that the sword pavilion was not completely wiped out. The sword pavilion had been operating for a long time in order to reach its current scale. If all of the upper echelons were gone, it would be equivalent to the collapse of the building. After all, he couldn't be a lone ancestor. The sword master thought about it seriously. Since he had accepted the alliance, in addition to setting up the Tao guarding spirit contract, he had to show enough evidence to convince the other party. To be honest, he wasn't willing to do so. However, although the Tyrant Supreme was young, he wasn't stupid. If he didn't want to get himself into trouble, he could only be honest with him if he wanted to make sure that Qi Liangheng would return safely one day. The Tyrant Supreme was right about one thing. People's hearts changed, and the general situation of the world was about to change. It might be an opportunity for him to join the Tyrant's warship. The sword master's expression was uncertain for a long time before he finally sighed. One of the 5 members of the primordial group, the current sect master of the Fortune Immortal sect, is the beloved daughter of one of the rulers, Heaven of Linglong. When this person was young, she had a lover who died under the sword of the old man, but she didn't know about it. The sect master of the Fortune Immortal sect, the ruler of the Heaven of Linglong, this was the first time that Guchen had heard the names of the rulers, and he was surprised. The sword ancestor had actually killed the son-in-law of the ruler. This evidence was not small at all. That man died under the sword of the old man. Although the sect master of the Fortune Immortal sect, Chu Jin, didn't know about it, the old man guessed that the ruler should know about it. The sword ancestor changed the topic, and Guchen frowned slightly. Since the ruler knows about this, why didn't he kill you? Back then, Chu Jin was young and naive. He thought that love could keep him warm, but he didn't know that the world is never so simple. That man seemed to have a purpose for getting close to her, but he might not have. Anyway, the ruler was not happy. The old man killed him by chance, but after thinking about it carefully, he actually fell into a trap and was killed by someone else. Guchen understood. If the ruler didn't like a person, there were thousands of ways to make him disappear, and the sword ancestor was just unlucky enough to become a scapegoat. The trap might not have been set by the ruler. The ruler was high and mighty, so why would she care about these mundane things? However, her subordinates were naturally observant and knew the ruler's joy and anger. She used a little of her power and asked the sword ancestor to help kill that man. Although there are some people who know about this, Chu Jin doesn't. If someone told her about this, she would definitely not let the old man off. Although the old man was used by someone back then, if the ruler's beloved daughter wants to find someone to vent her anger on, who in the world would dare to stop her? How about it? This secret has been hidden in the old man's heart for many years, and it took the old man a long time to see through it. This secret is enough for you to trust, right? The old man can tell you some clues about this matter back then. Go ahead and investigate in secret. Once you have a clear grasp of it, you will naturally be at ease. The sword ancestor immediately explained some of the details, and Guchen engraved them in his heart. Although the sword ancestor didn't seem to be lying, he still needed to verify the truth of the matter. This secret was quite interesting. Guchen also indirectly learned about one of the 5 rulers. Those 5 were too mysterious. He didn't expect that they also had families, and also had family disputes. It was just that he didn't know how much family meant to them. Gu Chen quickly signed a Dao Guardian Spirit contract with the Sword Ancestor, and the two sides became true allies. From now on, Gu Chen had an additional Dao Ancestor by his side. The Sword Pavilion's powerful artifact forging ability was also at his disposal. The Sword Ancestor was also relieved. He took out the healing elixir and seized the time to meditate and heal his injuries. While the two were negotiating, the dwarf sovereign was hunting refined souls everywhere. Because of Gu Chen's previous attack and Chu Meixin's help, his infinite crystal core had absorbed a large amount of refined soul energy, and finally reached the critical point of fission. At a certain moment, while the Sword Ancestor was healing, he suddenly faintly felt a sense of crisis. He couldn't help but open his eyes and look up at the sky. He saw that the dwarf sovereign was holding a crystal ball in his hand. At this moment, there were countless prismatic lines disintegrating and regenerating in the crystal ball. In between life and death, there seemed to be a mysterious power being born. The crystal ball was obviously not big, but at this moment, it inexplicably made the Sword Ancestor's heart palpitate. Has the dwarf clan's crystal core secret method reached the advanced level? He murmured, curious, envious, and annoyed. He also felt that his heart was aching. The Sword Tomb's secret land that he had painstakingly created was finished. Almost all the powerful refined souls were gone, and Xianxia had taken advantage of it. If he had known that he would suffer such a big loss this time, he would never have agreed to let Xianxia enter the secret land to forge artifacts. The dwarf sovereign didn't care about the Sword Ancestor's complicated emotions. He held the infinite crystal core in his hand, which had already completed the fission and formed a wonderful internal cycle. His eyes were full of fiery light. The infinite crystal core and the hell-red lotus body, when the two merged into one, how crazy would his strength increase? Holding the infinite crystal nucleus in his hand, the dwarf emperor was excited. Previously, he refined the infinite crystal nucleus to transform the human body, in order to get rid of the predicament of being imprisoned by the Sword Ancestor. The predicament was easily solved, but he still wanted to continue. It was no longer a question of whether he could get rid of the predicament, but it was related to the faith of an equipment refiner. He used himself as a wager, wanting to forge the strongest weapon. No artificer would be able to stop once they reached this step. As for whether the crystal nucleus weapon would bring endless wars and killings in the future, he chose to believe in the people who used it. The dwarf emperor looked at Gu Chen in the distance, took a deep breath, and grabbed his heart with his empty hand. The flesh and blood on the surface were forcibly peeled off, and the core of the metal body was an ordinary diamond-shaped crystal nucleus. The dwarf emperor stretched out his 5 fingers and took out the diamond-shaped crystal nucleus from his heart, and his aura instantly weakened. Then, he placed the spherical infinity crystal core into his heart. The moment the infinite crystal nucleus was completely embedded with his body, the inside of the crystal nucleus shone brightly, and the diamond-shaped patterns that replaced the meridians in the dwarf emperor's body also lit up. Boom, the mountain-like aura exploded, and the flesh and blood on the surface of the dwarf emperor's body were all blown away, revealing a dark gray body that was completely made of metal. Countless patterns of light lit up on his body like scarlet magma flowing through it. They connected all over his body until they were seamless and completely formed by nature. His body was as dark as night, and countless light patterns centered around the infinite crystal nucleus in his heart, making him look like a blooming red lotus. The dwarf emperor felt the power of transformation and sublimation. Holding the broadsword in his right hand, he slashed at a mountain below. That mountain happened to be not far from the Sword Ancestor, and the Sword Ancestor saw that the mountain was instantly turned into ashes. It was not the kind of explosion that caused sand and stones to fly, but the mountain was completely shattered in an instant, and the dust that was raised was maintained in a very small distance, which showed that the power was highly condensed. The Sword Ancestor's eyelids twitched, and he knew that Xianxia did not randomly choose the target, but deliberately showed off to him. To be able to unleash such a powerful saber light, without the protection of the crimson drill fleeting swan, even he would be injured if he were to take the attack head-on. Breaking through common sense, breaking through the shackles of cultivation? The Sword Ancestor was a little shocked. With pure craftsmanship, creating a combat power that was close to the Dao Ancestor level, this was the domain of the god of craftsmanship, although his artifact refining attainments were not low, and he had even refined a divine sword with invincible lethality like the crimson graceful swan. This was not unrelated to his Dao Ancestor level cultivation. The crimson graceful swan's main material was also a primordial emperor material. The material of the weapon and the cultivation of the blacksmith would largely determine the upper limit of the weapon being forged. The dwarf sovereign had undoubtedly broken this upper limit. Such a refiner's strength could not be understood with common sense. If one thought that he was high and mighty just because he was a Dao ancestor, he might suffer a great loss in the hands of such a person. The dwarf sovereign was familiarizing himself with his new self. Other than his destructive power, his speed, agility, and defense had all improved tremendously. There was nothing wrong with his theory. The Hell's Red Lotus body had adapted to the powerful force of the infinite crystal nucleus. He felt that there was an endless stream of energy gushing out of his body. Many things that he could not do in the past were now possible. After trying for a while, the dwarf emperor was very satisfied. He broke through the sound barrier and appeared in front of Guchen. Not bad. Guchen exclaimed in admiration. With a casual flick of his sleeve, Grandmaster D was thrown out. Grandmaster D was still unconscious. His body was badly mutilated and he looked rather miserable. I'll leave him to you, Guchen said, then walked towards the sword ancestor. The dwarf emperor looked at Grandmaster D with an uncertain expression. We've been in this pocket dimension for quite some time now. We've also caused quite a ruckus earlier. It's about time we leave this place. Guchen came in front of Sword Ancestor and said. The Sword Ancestor's injuries were far from healed, but he could already move. It was not difficult for him to pretend that he was uninjured. It's easy to leave, but it's hard to cover up the lie. The senior members of the Sword Pavilion who had been knocked out by Guchen and the inherited disciples who were in the pocket dimension trial needed a reasonable explanation. They could not pretend that nothing had happened. The Sword Ancestor could not tell the truth since he had lost the Crimson Drill Grace. He also believed that Qin Yunfei would not want to expose the fact that he was the glorious ancient overlord body. At this time, it was a test of wisdom to explain the whole thing and the ruckus in the Sword Tomb. Qing Ai, the blacksmith grandmaster who created the magic box, betrayed the Sword Pavilion and tried to cause trouble in the pocket dimension trial. He was discovered by Sword Ancestor in time and turned into ashes. What do you think of this? Guchen said calmly. The Sword Ancestor's eyes lit up when he heard this. You want to protect Qing Ai, don't you? Well, that makes sense. His new weapon has already attracted a lot of attention, especially with his new body. More and more people will be interested in him. Once he attracts the attention of the Primordial Consortium, they'll dig deep and investigate him, and there's no guarantee that his true identity won't be exposed. What a pity, though. With his new weapon, we can easily take over a lot of territory. Guchen continued casually, if we join forces, we won't even need Qing Ai's new weapon to take over the second mountain and sea. Besides, taking control of the second mountain and sea won't be a good thing. The sovereigns will have a sudden impulse to shuffle the cards, and who knows how long they'll last. Once it's over, the tallest tree will attract the most wind. So what do we do? The Sword Ancestor asked curiously. Take your time, Guchen said with a smile. In any case, you won't be deprived of any benefits. Qing Ai faked his death. There's an excuse for the commotion in the Sword Catacomb, but it's easy to fool outsiders. How are you going to explain the disciples who participated in the trial by fire, and the elders you knocked unconscious? Although a single word from the old man could silence them, you can't imagine how deeply the Dao Court has infiltrated the various first-rate powers. The old man can't guarantee that there aren't any traitors among them. The spy from the Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace is proof enough. The Sword Ancestor was very cautious. Since he had already formed an alliance with Guchen, he naturally didn't want the ship they were on to sink too quickly. Let them forget some of their memories, and then fabricate some of their illusions. Guchen said casually. Of course, he had already thought of what to do. Only then did the Sword Ancestor recall the 5 heart-shaped stones in Guchen's hands. He had mastered the Grand Heart Magic. Such a convenient power was truly enviable. If only we had discovered the truth about Binhai City earlier, the Sword Ancestor muttered. Not only did Guchen have the Grand Heart Magic, but he also had the Grand Essence Energy Art. Alright, he was the wanted successor of the Heart Demon and the remnant of the Origin School, and the most explosive identity was still well hidden. Since we are going to attack their brains, why don't you help the old man check who is problematic among them? The sword ancestor felt that he could take this opportunity to get rid of all the spies in the sword pavilion so that he wouldn't have to be on guard all the time. Sure, but it will take a lot of time. I need someone else's help. Who? Let's leave this place first. After spending some time, Guchen put all the successor disciples and equipment refiners of the sword pavilion who had fainted in the secret realm into the cosmos sack. Then, Gu Chan and the sword master joined hands to create an exit in the void of the secret realm. The group left the mystic realm. It was worth mentioning that Grandmaster D had been killed by the dwarf emperor in the end. The dwarf emperor had given him a quick death without torturing him. After returning to the sword ancestor's residence, Guchen woke Song Chaoqing up. Go and find the ugly emperor. Song Chaoqing nodded and quickly left the sword tomb. The sword ancestor's face darkened when he saw this. He finally understood what the problem was. The sword ancestor was really pervasive. He had been monitoring him so carefully before. He was affected by my big heart magic and did not want to do all this. In fact, he is far more loyal to the sword pavilion than anyone else. You can put him in an important position and send him to contact me in the future. Guchen specially explained. If he did not explain, Song Chaoqing would not have a good life in the future. The sword ancestor understood, but he still felt unhappy. How many of your own people did you plant in the sword pavilion? Apart from the people I asked Song Chaoqing to find, there is no one else. Guchen smiled. He did not intend to expose another hidden spy. Although the sword ancestor had already signed a spirit contract with him, it was always a good thing to have one more spy. Soon, the ugly emperor arrived at the sword ancestor's residence under Song Chaoqing's lead. Seeing the sword ancestor, who had caused everyone a huge headache, standing side by side with Gu Chen and conversing with him as equals, the ugly emperor chuckled. He did not need to think to know that the sword ancestor had been defeated and was gloating. I've caused quite a commotion. I need your help. Gu Chen explained everything that had happened. After the ugly emperor understood what he had to do, he casually said, it's just a small matter. The sword ancestor observed the ugly emperor. If this person also knew the great heart magic, he was probably the true inheritor of the heart demon. Come to think of it, no matter how capable the tyrant sovereign was, he would still need companions. There should be a remnant of the ancestor. Apart from these two, how many more masters were hidden in the dark? The more the sword master thought about it, the more afraid he became. Even if there was no such thing, if he started a war with the Qin clan without knowing it, he would suffer heavy losses sooner or later. This guy was too scheming. Who knew how much Qin Daolin knew about him and how deep their relationship was? Gu Chen and the ugly emperor started to brainwash and interrogate the cultivators of the sword firmament pavilion. The sword master and the dwarf emperor once again entered the secret realm to clean up the mess and cover up some traces of the battle, so as to avoid any clues in the future. Chu Meixin obtained the transformed purple-green dual swords. The sword body originally contained Marquis Yanqing's inheritance, and she had some new comprehension. It was some of Marquis Yanqing's experience after he cut his Dao and became an ancestor. Before his soul dissipated, he left all these comprehensions. After Chu Meixin came into contact with it, she was intoxicated and immersed in the state of enlightenment again. Gu Chen didn't let anyone disturb her. If it was destroyed again, the loss would be great. The brainwashing and interrogation took a few days. Fortunately, the sword tomb was close to the outside, so no one dared to enter. Although the commotion in the secret realm had spread to the outside, it didn't cause much chaos in the sword firmament pavilion because it was still the trial period. It was very easy to brainwash the true disciples of the sword firmament pavilion. After all, their cultivation was weaker. The most troublesome thing was for a great sage like Yan Shirlu. He had to forget his memories and create illusions. The whole process had to be very careful, so it was left to the last to be dealt with. The sword ancestor and the dwarf emperor didn't take too long to erase the traces. After completing the task, they returned and watched Gu Chen and the ugly emperor get busy. When it was Yan Shirliu's turn to brainwash, the ugly emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was filled with shock. Things are not good, he suddenly said, and he was a little anxious. Everyone couldn't help but surround him. What's going on? The great sages of the Sword Firmament Pavilion aren't that easy to deal with, right? The Sword Ancestor felt that he had regained some face. Previously, those elders and disciples couldn't resist the brainwashing of the great heart magic art, which showed how weak the will of the cultivators of the Sword Firmament Pavilion was. Thinking about it, only Yanshi Lu and a few other great sages could block it. After all, he had observed that this descendant of the inner demon was still a distance away from the Tao ancestor realm. I haven't brainwashed Yanshi Lu yet, but I found traces of the great heart magic art in his head. I'm afraid he's already a spy. The ugly emperor said quickly, and the sword ancestor's face immediately froze. He blurted out, "This is impossible. Yanshi Lu dares to betray the old man?" Guchen was also very shocked, and his expression changed. "Are you sure?" The ugly emperor nodded solemnly, and Guchen's heart sank. "This is bad. I'm afraid the sword ancestor has already been targeted by the ruler." "Ruler? How could that be?" The sword ancestor felt his scalp go numb. How did this matter involve the ruler? There were some things that the sword ancestor did not know, so Guchen could only explain in detail. Logically speaking, only the ugly emperor can use the great heart magic art. For someone like me, I'm just using the heart-shaped stone. But the ugly emperor is certain that someone has used the great heart magic art on Yanshi Lu. This is a very serious problem. No matter who this person is, he must be one of the rulers. Through his previous contact with Zhang Hao, Gu Chen had already determined that when the Tao ancestor mental demon died, the great heart magic art had already fallen into the hands of the rulers. As for the heart-shaped stone, Zhang Hao and the person behind him had grasped hold of it. However, while Zhang Hao and the others were biding their time, he had already snatched the heart-shaped stone from the Hakone saint. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Hao had discovered his secret. Since the heart-shaped stone was in his hands, then the other people who could use the great heart magic art could only have come from the rulers. Guchen revealed his analysis. The sword ancestor was instantly terrified, and he asked the ugly emperor, "What else did you discover? When did Yanshi Lu fall under the control of the great heart magic art?" "The person who used the great heart magic art on Yanshi Lu is extremely powerful. He's most likely already reached the Tao ancestor level. I don't dare to investigate rashly. If I leave behind any traces and he discovers it, the consequences will be unthinkable." The ugly emperor had a look of wariness on his face. The person behind this was even more skilled in the great heart magic art than he was. He had never imagined that such a person existed in this world. When the sword ancestor heard this, his eyes flashed, and he quickly took a deep breath. "The Heavenward Pavilion. It's most likely a cultivator of the Heavenward Pavilion who did this." "Why do you say that?" Guchen asked. "Anyone who has mastered a great Tao art is a Tao ancestor whose name shakes the world. However, the old man has never heard of a Tao ancestor who has mastered the great heart magic art. Since you're certain that this person is related to the rulers, then he must be someone from the Heavenward Pavilion." The cultivators of the Heavenward Pavilion answered directly to the rulers. Supposedly, all of them are at the Tao ancestor level, and the great Tao arts they master were all bestowed upon them by the rulers. As the sword ancestor spoke, a look of loathing appeared in his eyes, and he unconsciously lowered his voice. The old man has also heard some rumors. Most of the cultivators of the Fu Tian Pavilion were once the general staff of the Tao courts. These general staff were all talented people who were bestowed with Tao techniques by the rulers, just like that saint purification. And when the general staff broke through the shackles of the sage realm and stepped into the Tao ancestor realm, they would step down from their positions and disappear from the world. It is said that after they disappeared, they entered the Fu Tian Pavilion and helped the rulers deal with some shady matters. Guchen knew that the sword ancestor's guess was most likely true. Then the problem was huge. Why did the rulers send the cultivators of the Fu Tian Pavilion to control Yanshi Lu? If they did not understand this matter, they would not even know how they died. "Boss, give me the heart-shaped stone. I'll try again." The ugly emperor gritted his teeth. With his current strength and the help of the heart-shaped stone, he could barely reach the Tao ancestor realm and compete with the person who secretly did this. "Be careful. Don't alert the enemy." Guchen handed over the heart demon glove and reminded the ugly emperor. The ugly emperor nodded heavily. After putting on the heart demon glove, he began to investigate Xianxia again. He did not dare to directly touch the heart demon restriction in Xianxia's mind. Instead, he guided his mind and asked some questions. Soon, he found out that Xianxia had been placed with the heart demon restriction not long ago. It was probably around the time when Guchen came to the sword pavilion, and the reason why the other party controlled Xianxia was to make Xianxia report information about the sword pavilion to him regularly. And this person claimed to be from the Dao court. Although Xianxia was controlled, he did not know that this control was subconscious. He would only be affected by the heart demon restriction when it was time to provide information. This way, he could guarantee that his identity would not be exposed. If the ugly emperor, who also cultivated the big heart magic, had not checked his mind, he would never have discovered such a hidden trick. In addition to providing information about the sword pavilion, that person also asked Xianxia many things about the sword ancestor. It seems that this person does not have a clear goal, but he directly attacked a great sage of the sword pavilion. His goal should not be small. If he only wanted information about the sword pavilion, he could just send some ordinary scouts. Since the Dao ancestor level experts of the Fu Tian pavilion had come, the information he wanted must be extremely precious. After sword ancestor finished listening carefully, his face became gloomy and uncertain, but his mind gradually relaxed. Looks like they are not targeting the old man. That makes sense. If the old man had offended the overlord, the cultivators from Skybearing Court would have taken action long ago. It seems that they want to obtain some other information from the old man. What other information could there be? Is this Fu Tian pavilion really that amazing? The dwarf sovereign was a little surprised. He had been obsessed with the weapon manual all these years, so how would he know much about the world's situation? The sovereigns are lofty existences, and there are very few things that they care about and are willing to go to such great lengths for. The more I think about it, the more recent events can only be related to that Feng Yuan. Guchen took a deep breath. Feng Yuan's current whereabouts were unknown, the rulers had not been able to find him for a long time, it was very likely that they had spread their net everywhere because of him. Zhang Hao had said earlier that the Fu Tian pavilion suspected that Feng Yuan's accomplices might be among the higher-ups of the Second Mountain and Sea. Since they already had such a guess, it was inevitable that they would arrange spies in the various large forces. Considering how deeply Feng Yu's cultivation was concealed, the level of these spies naturally could not be low. If they were to consider the various Dao ancestors as targets of suspicion, Xianxia's level was just right. They mobilized so many people just for a piece of information that is like searching for a needle in a haystack? The dwarf sovereign could not help but click his tongue after understanding the ins and outs, feeling that the overlord and the Fu Tian pavilion were too terrifying. Never underestimate the power of the sovereigns, and even more so, never underestimate their determination to consolidate their rule. Sword ancestor sighed. It seemed that Xianxia could not be killed, nor could he be chased out. Only by regularly reporting to the Fu Tian pavilion could he prove his innocence. Can we control Xianxia and make him pretend to be under control, providing false information to the Fu Tian pavilion at regular intervals? Guchen asked the ugly sovereign. If Xianxia knocked him unconscious and told the Fu Tian pavilion that he and the other elders of the sword pavilion were suspected to have the strength of a Dao ancestor, he would most likely be targeted by the Fu Tian pavilion. I can't do it. This person's strength surpasses mine. Even if the heart demon restriction he left behind can be destroyed, the next time Xianxia reports to them, it will immediately be exposed. The ugly sovereign shook his head and added, however, according to the original plan, we can erase some of his memories and create illusions, making him think that the information he provided to the Fu Tian pavilion is real. We can try that. With the heart-shaped stone in hand, the ugly sovereign was still somewhat confident. Since he could not fight head-on, he would play some dirty tricks. That's good. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the matter of the sword tomb trial would not be exposed. In order not to leave any traces, it will take a little longer this time. After the ugly sovereign finished speaking, he began to cast the technique on Xianxia according to Guchen and Sword Ancestor's plan. Xianxia alone took the ugly emperor 2 whole days to deal with. When everything was done, his face was filled with exhaustion, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, I did not fail. The ugly sovereign returned the heart demon gauntlet to Gu Chen. I'm afraid you will have to work hard to find the spies from before and make sure that there are no problems with them. Gu Chen became a little anxious. What the Fu Tian Pavilion did was exactly the same as what they did to the Dragon Taming Sect, Star Sea Sect, and Mu Clan. If the Fu Tian Pavilion cultivators found spies and found people who were controlled by them using the same heart demon technique, what would the result be? If they could coincidentally discover Yan Shirlio's secret, the other party could naturally discover it from the Dragon Taming Sect Shizihu, Star Sea Sect Li Sanyuan, and the others. No matter how low the probability was, they had to be on guard. Also, since the Sword Pavilion was targeted, the Qin clan was probably no exception. Could there be someone among them who had become a spy for the Fu Tian Pavilion? As long as he thought of these problems, Gu Chen felt that the situation was no longer under his control. He felt uneasy. Boss, don't worry. The ugly sovereign understood Gu Chen's concerns and kept the heart demon gauntlet. This matter could be big or small, and they might all be wiped out. He had to confirm it as soon as possible. The Sword Pavilion's problems were all solved. The ugly sovereign left in advance to carry out the new task that Gu Chen had given him. Gu Chen was also prepared to return to the Jade Dynasty as soon as possible. If there was really someone among his people who had been infiltrated, the sooner the better. I will leave a clone here. Meishin will also temporarily cultivate here in seclusion. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her, Gu Chen said to the Sword Ancestor. He was still held hostage by the Sword Ancestor in name. Although they had formed an alliance in private, it was impossible for him to show it on the surface. When the news of Xianxia's death spread, the Sword Pavilion would not have a new weapon. The various forces would be tempted to join forces to deal with the Sword Pavilion again. At that time, the alliance between the Qin clan and the Sword Pavilion could be reignited, and his clone could return to the Qin clan smoothly. Chu Meishin had just obtained Marquis Yanqing's inheritance and could use this time to digest it. Gu Chen's main body left the Sword Pavilion with the dwarf sovereign. If there were any new problems, the Sword Ancestor would communicate with his clone. After watching Gu Chen's main body leave, the Sword Ancestor looked at the group of Sword Pavilion cultivators who were in a daze and sighed heavily. Qilian Jinghong was taken away, and so was Xianxia. He still had to provide for Xianxia's clone and wife. Compared to when Qin Yunfei was imprisoned when he first came to the Sword Pavilion, it was like heaven and earth. He had suffered a double loss. It was really hard for him. Fortunately, he had at least found the spy of the Fu Tian Pavilion and eliminated some hidden dangers. Hopefully, he would gain more from forming an alliance with them in the future. Muhuang Dynasty, within the camp of the Yupei Coalition Army. The two great sages from the Giant Scale Tribe and the Dragon Rhinoceros Tribe knelt on one knee and bowed to Chen Daolin. Great Sage Shayi was at the side. When he saw this scene, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Now that you've surrendered, go back and mobilize the tribal army. Retreat in the direction of our allied army and wait for further instructions. Chen Daolin was expressionless as he casually ordered. Understood. The two great sages respectfully accepted the order with a relieved look on their faces. Although the Muhuang dynasty only existed in name because of their defection, they no longer had to be afraid of the wolves in front of them and the tigers behind them. This matter could not be blamed on them. Ancestor Mu was gone, and there was Ancestor Sword and Ancestor Chen. The Star Sea sect and the Sea clan had begun to watch from the sidelines. If they did not choose a side, it would be impossible for them to survive. Chen Zhu agreed to let their troops retreat in the direction of the allied forces of the two dynasties, which was the hinterland of the former Muhuang dynasty, giving them space to live. How to deal with the Sword Emperor dynasty's terrifying new weapons like the magic box was not something they needed to consider in the future. He hoped that they wouldn't regret their decision today. The two great sages left the army camp, accompanied by the great sage of Musclewan. His brothers had all surrendered to Chen Zhu. From now on, no one had the right to call him a traitor. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Third brother, I want to borrow an army from your centaur tribe. Zhu Lin Great Sage said to Great Sage Muskie before leaving. What do you need, big brother? Great Sage Shai asked in surprise, but he couldn't refuse directly. After all, Zhu Lin Great Sage was the eldest among all the brothers, and he was also the strongest. even in the Zhu Lin tribe, in terms of influence, was a notch higher than the Tatsuma tribe. Recently, there has been a terrible insect disaster in the Mu dynasty. I believe you have heard about it, right? Zhu Lin said. Shai nodded. I have indeed heard of it. It seems to be a strange demonic moth that mainly feeds on corpses. Occasionally, it will also invade various tribes. Are there pests in the giant scale tribe too? Humph, these devil moths come and go like ghosts. A large number of our giant scale tribe's people who died in battle on the front didn't even have time to bury them before they were killed by them. I wanted to get rid of them, but they just had to know how to burrow through the ground. They were also very alert, so they ran away as soon as I got close to them. That's why I want to borrow a group of archers from your centaur tribe to kill them all. No matter what, we should leave our fallen brothers' bodies intact. Zhu Lin Great Sage hadn't had the time to consider such a problem when they had been retreating in defeat. Now that he had the support of the Chen clan, he naturally had the time to deal with this matter. So that's how it is. I understand now. I'll send a group of archers to help. This bit of face had to be given, so Great Sage Shui readily agreed. My dragon rhinoceros tribe has also suffered from pests. Third brother, you can't be biased. The dragon rhinoceros Great Sage also asked. Don't worry, there's no lack of them. The three great sages talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious as they left Chen Daolin's tent. After they left, two figures appeared out of thin air outside the tent and walked in without anyone noticing. Chen Daolin, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised his head. When he saw that it was Gu Chen, a smile appeared on his face. You're back, how's the situation? He looked at a dark-skinned middle-aged man beside Gu Chen and asked, he's Qing Ai. Gu Chen answered truthfully. The dwarf sovereign had changed his appearance again. It was different from Qing Ai's, and also different from his original appearance. His real body was made of metal, so he could do whatever he wanted with the flesh and blood attached to the outside. Moreover, there were almost no flaws. So, it's a success. Chen Daolin sighed. He didn't expect that Gu Chen would really take away Qing Ai, whom he valued so much, from under the nose of the sword ancestor. The degree of success is probably beyond your imagination. Gu Chen smiled and quickly told the whole story in the sword pavilion. When he learned that the sword ancestor was now an ally, even with Chen Daolin's composure, he couldn't help but be surprised. You mean that the crimson gem is in this dominating cauldron? He took out the dominating cauldron of origin and handed it back to Gu Chen. If it weren't for Gu Chen, he wouldn't have known that the #1 divine sword in the world had been hidden in his body for several days. We're very lucky this time. The sword ancestor has become one of us, saving us a lot of trouble. Gu Chen took the dominating cauldron and sent his spiritual perception into the internal world to check. After the crimson gem had been teleported into the dominating cauldron, it had naturally been very indignant and stirred up trouble for a period of time. However, the dominating cauldron of origin was very special. Its interior was a world on the same level as the primordial Chaos Dao world. How could a mere primordial emperor material break its space-time barrier? Therefore, after the crimson gem had no hope of escaping, it had stopped for the past few days. It floated in midair in the dominating cauldron world, its aura converged, and it no longer had any divine might. It was like an ordinary copper sword. It's more than luck. Your performance was too outstanding. Chen Daolin couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of the possibility of Gu Chen defeating the sword ancestor. Although the chances were extremely low, he still dared to think about it. However, it was too impressive to make the sword ancestor admit defeat and not dare to take the sword. The giant scale tribe and the dragon rhinoceros tribe have just surrendered, and the sword ancestor has been subdued. This way, the vast territory of the Mu dynasty, the Mu dynasty, Sword dynasty, and the Jade dynasty will be our sphere of influence. Chen Daolin sighed, but Gu Chen didn't look happy. Although that's the case, we can't let the outside world know about this. Otherwise, it will cause the various factions to join forces, which will be disadvantageous to us. Let's put this aside for now. There's a problem that needs to be dealt with. Gu Chen's expression turned solemn as he revealed the news that the Fu Tian Pavilion might have already extended its hands into the Chen clan or the Pei dynasty. Chen Daolin's expression changed several times when he heard that. If the Fu Tian Pavilion learns of your true identity, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, that's indeed the biggest concern. However, I've thought about it carefully on the way back. Even if they use the great heart magic to control the people around us, it won't be easy to dig out any fatal information. Gu Qin analyzed carefully, his eyes calm and wise. On the Qin clan's side, even the clan leader and the great elder don't know my true identity. The Qin clan leader does know some critical information, such as what we did on the second mountain. However, he was already interrogated by the Fu Tian Pavilion on the second mountain, so it's unlikely that the Fu Tian Pavilion will do anything to him. In this way, the possibility of the Qin clan leaking information is eliminated. As for the people on my side in the Pei dynasty, the cultivators in charge of the imperial court or the innocent pavilion also don't know much about me. The really important information is usually handled by the Hidden God Army. The Hidden God Army's people mostly belong to the Hidden Dragon clan. They've always been hiding in the dark. If the Dao court wants to attack them, it'll take a lot of effort. In the process, they'll most likely trigger the warning line I set up. It's impossible for me not to notice. As for people like the Ugly Emperor and Yuan Gongyi, they're completely hidden. The Dao court has no way of attacking them. After thinking about it, if the Dao court or the Fu Tian Pavilion wants to attack, and if they do, all my secrets will be exposed, they can only attack the clay bodhisattva. Gu Qin didn't take Chen Daolin into consideration. After all, even if the Dao ancestor of the Fu Tian Pavilion who mastered the great heart magic could defeat Chen Daolin, there was a high chance that he wouldn't do it. Their goal was to collect information, not to conquer the world. Moreover, if they really wanted to attack Chen Daolin, it would be impossible for there to be no movement at all. Chen Daolin wasn't that weak. Gu Qin thought about it. What he was most worried about was that the clay bodhisattva had been chosen as the target. He had been with him for too long, and too many sensitive things had been entrusted to him. If he was controlled, it would be really troublesome. Clay bodhisattva was interrogated on the second mountain, the chances of him being chosen are not high. He has been behaving normally these days. Moreover, if he is really controlled and reveals our secrets, we might not be able to talk peacefully here. Chen Daolin said. That's right, but just in case, we need to inspect him later. Gu Qin came to Chen Daolin first, mainly to discuss with him, to see if there was anything he did not consider thoroughly. Even if Clay Bodhisattva is safe, if some important higher-ups of Chen tribe or Pei dynasty are controlled, it will be a headache. Other than my true identity, there are many secrets that will touch Dao Court's bottom line. What Gu Qin was most worried about now was that he had overlooked something and caused a sudden disaster. He had done more than one daring thing these years. If any one of them was exposed, it would be like pulling out the radish and bringing out the mud. It would threaten his entire plan. One careless move and he would lose everything. It was not like he had never learned such a painful lesson in the past. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. If Dao Court is only collecting information related to Feng Yuan, even if we have some suspicions, they won't attack us for now. Chen Daolin thought for a long time and suddenly said. Why? Gu Qin asked. During the time you were in Sword Pavilion, something big happened in the outside world. It was caused by Feng Yuan. I guess you left Sword Pavilion in a hurry and did not contact the Hidden God Army, right? Gu Qin's expression turned cold. Feng Yuan wasn't hiding from the rulers anymore, because he was worried about the traitor. He did not ask for recent information from the Hidden God Army, mainly because Ugly Emperor and Ninja Yin were hiding in Sword Pavilion, cooperating with him. He sent Ugly Emperor to check if there were any problems with their spies. Ninja Yin only informed him before he left Sword Pavilion, telling him to observe Sword Pavilion's movements before leaving. These two were busy with his matters. The transmission of information was naturally slow. Seeing this, Chen Daolin told him what he knew. You know the Zhou clan from the Third Mountain and Sea, right? They have mastered the Grand Void technique, one of the 8 great techniques. Their resources are profound, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are an overlord power in the Third Mountain and Sea. However, 5 days ago, Feng Yuan and his people attacked Zhou clan. It is said that Zhou clan was exterminated. Rivers of blood flowed in Zhou clan's main city. It was completely turned to ashes. Although there are no signs of the Dao ancestor's death, the Dao ancestor of the Zhou clan is suspected to have been killed. In addition, the extremely famous empress of the Zhou clan is missing. The news spread like wildfire throughout the 9 mountains and seas. Even a powerful organization like the Zhou clan was wiped out in one day. Everyone is panic-stricken. Qin Daolin sighed. Zhou clan's strength far surpassed Qin clan's, but they were not spared from Fang Yuan's attack, and only after everyone died did the outside world learn of this matter. It could be seen how terrifying the current Heaven and Earth group led by Fang Yuan was. As Gu Qin listened, his expression turned ugly, and his pupils contracted violently. What happened? Qin Daolin was puzzled. Although this matter was shocking, it was only something that happened to strangers in the distant mountains and seas. Gu Qin's reaction was somewhat abnormal. Zhou Fengling, the son-in-law of the Zhou clan's empress, was originally a member of the Tyrant clan. He was also the one who brought me to the Dao world. Gu Qin took a deep breath and explained. There's such a thing? Then isn't he? Qin Daolin's expression changed slightly, understanding Gu Qin's feelings. Why did Fang Yuan suddenly attack Zhou clan? Gu Qin's eyes flickered rapidly. Fang Yuan's attack on Zhou clan happened right after he had plotted against Zhou clan at the second mountain. He could not help but feel somewhat worried. Could it be that Fang Yuan had sensed something, so he attacked Uncle Ling? There are rumors in the world that the top of the legendary rank has begun to hunt down the 10 Dao ancestors to seize their great Dao techniques. And Zhou clan is only the first. Qin Daolin said solemnly. How did the rulers and the Dao court react to Fang Yuan's actions? Gu Qin tried hard to calm down. The Dao court actually chose to suppress the news of Zhou clan's extermination at the first instance. But how could such a huge matter be concealed so easily? As for the rulers, they must have gone to Zhou clan to search for clues. But how would we know when they went there and what their reaction was? Since Fang Yuan dared to make a move, he naturally had the confidence to escape unscathed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the entire Zhou clan's extermination to go unnoticed by other forces. Actually, not many people knew about what happened at the second mountain. But this time, Fang Yuan can be considered to have become famous after this battle. Now, in the 9 mountains and seas, when your name is mentioned, everyone fears you like a tiger. As Qin Daolin spoke, he rummaged through his body for a while and took out a wanted poster. It was a wanted poster jointly issued by the 9 great Dao courts. The wanted poster had Gu Qin's real appearance and name. Fang Yuan was clearly the one who had done it, but he had used Gu Qin's real identity. This was really a scapegoat that no one could be angry about. Since the wanted poster is out, it means that the rulers really can't find Fang Yuan. They don't have any better ideas. Gu Qin murmured. The rulers controlled the entire Dao world's intelligence network, but they still had to use such a primitive method to search for a needle in a haystack. It was clear that Fang Yuan's actions in the Zhou clan were still watertight. The rulers had not found any traces of him. Yes. When the second mountain was in trouble, the rulers tried to cover it up. This time, they directly revealed Fang Yuan's identity. It shows that they also realized that no one is stupid. The more they hide it, the weaker their control over the world becomes. Qin Daolin realized that mentioning the rulers was no longer a taboo topic. Fang Yuan's 2 actions were a sign that the Dao world situation was about to change. He believed that he was not the only one who sensed it. Actually, the rulers were not so terrifying and omniscient. Is it possible for us to send people to the 3rd mountain and see to investigate more about the Zhou clan? Right now, Gu Qin was most concerned about Uncle Ling's fate. Since the Zhou clan's empress was missing, Uncle Ling might not be dead. The Zhou clan's former territory has already become a forbidden area. It has been sealed off by the Swan Shadow Mountain Villa. There is no way to enter. Besides, so what if we go in? That place is already in ruins. How can we find out if Zhou Fengling is dead or alive? Qin Daolin shook his head. He could understand Gu Qin's feelings, but if they sent people to investigate now, it would attract the attention of the Dao court, and it would be troublesome. Don't you have any way of contacting Zhou Fengling? If he is still alive, he will contact you, right? Qin Daolin asked. Gu Qin shook his head. When he had passed through the 3rd mountain and sea, he had indeed sent a Dao clone to find Zhou Fengling, and they had exchanged contact information. However, he had not received any news recently. Otherwise, he would have known about it. Zhou Fengling's life and death was unknown. Gu Chen was very anxious. This was a senior who had helped him greatly. He was also an important member of his clan. At the same time, if Zhou Fengling's disappearance was related to Feng Yuan, then he might have already been exposed. It was not that he thought Zhou Fengling would betray him, but if he was captured by Feng Yuan had too many methods to dig out the truth from him. Thus, he had to confirm Zhou Fengling's life and death no matter what. If he could not investigate Zhou clan, he could only start from Feng Yuan. While Gu Chen was thinking, he asked Chen Daolin to summon Clay Bodhisattva. Right now, his clone was still in Sword Pavilion. The news of his main body's return could not be exposed. He could only summon Clay Bodhisattva in Chen Daolin's name. Clay Bodhisattva was not in the camp. It took some time to find him. He only arrived after 2 hours. Once he entered the tent, he saw Gu Chen was also there. Clay Bodhisattva showed joy on his face. "Boss, is the matter settled? Where's sister-in-law? Mei Xian is safe and sound. I have something to tell you." Gu Chen told him about the possibility of Fu Tian Pavilion's cultivators attacking them. Clay Bodhisattva's expression turned solemn. "I understand boss's meaning. If that is the case, even I cannot be sure if I am a traitor. Boss, please inspect me." Gu Chen did not speak much. He went to Clay Bodhisattva and placed his hand on his head, inspecting it carefully. Traces of great heart magic were not easy to find, but Gu Chen had experience using this method. It was much easier for him to find it than others. Clay Bodhisattva was extremely nervous during the process. He was now Gu Chen's confidant. He knew how much damage he could cause if he was controlled by the enemy. If that happened, he deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Gu Chen inspected for a long time. He showed a relieved smile. "Don't worry, you are fine." Clay Bodhisattva's heart was relieved. Chen Daolin also let out a sigh of relief. If Clay Bodhisattva is fine, then who is most likely to be controlled? Chen Daolin pondered. If he could not find the traitor, he would be a hidden threat. The Dao Court's goal is to obtain intelligence. Naturally, they will start from the people who are in charge of intelligence on the surface. Since that's the case, the area won't be too big. We should secretly check them one by one. We should be able to find something soon. Gu Chen suggested. Although this was a stupid idea, it was also the most effective one. That's the only way. Chen Daolin couldn't come up with a better idea. "I'll make a name list. Clay Bodhisattva, call these people over one by one in the name of Senior Chen. Keep a low profile. Don't alert the enemy." As Gu Chen spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and changed his mind. "Forget it, call Patriarch Chen over first. I have something else for you to do." The Clay Bodhisattva sensed that Gu Chen seemed to be in a bad mood. He did not dare to ask further and turned to leave. Soon, he brought Chen Wenfeng back. When Chen Wenfeng saw that Gu Chen had returned, his expression also brightened. Gu Chen briefly explained the current situation and then checked Chen Wenfeng. As he expected, there was no problem with Chen Wenfeng. Hence, Gu Chen gave him a name list and asked him to call the people on the list one by one. The excuse he used was no longer Chen Daolin, but Chen Wenfeng. He said that he had something to discuss. As the patriarch of the Chen clan and one of the important commanders of the coalition army, it was not strange for Chen Wenfeng to call anyone. On the contrary, if Chen Daolin personally called someone over, it would make the matter seem more serious. Chen Wenfeng took the name list and left in a hurry. Gu Chen said to the Clay Bodhisattva, "Go to the Divine Ascension world and find a way to contact Medusa. Tell her that I have something urgent to discuss with her. But the news we sent to Madame Du recently has disappeared." The Clay Bodhisattva hesitated. Since the incident at the second mountain, although they still had a channel to contact Medusa, Medusa did not seem to be willing to have too much contact with them. "Send a letter to her and tell her that if she doesn't meet me, I will spread the news that Madame Du is still alive in the street. Tell her that I am not joking," Gu Chen said solemnly. The Clay Bodhisattva was shocked. If she really did that, the matter of Medusa's relationship with Feng Yuan might be dug out. She would be hunted down by the Dao Court endlessly, and they might even be implicated in the trouble. Boss was not someone who would threaten people like this. It seemed that something really unpleasant had happened. "Okay, I will go immediately." The Clay Bodhisattva realized the severity of the matter and quickly followed Gu Chen's instructions. As for Gu Chen, he stayed in his tent for the next few days, welcoming the higher-ups of the Qin clan and Pei dynasty one by one. Time was limited, he did not explain to most of the people who came. Instead, he directly used illusion techniques to make them fall into a state of unconsciousness, and then took the opportunity to check their heads. If there were no problems, he would let them go. Everyone did not see him from start to finish, they only thought that the person looking for them was the Qin clan leader. This way, there was no risk of alerting them. In the next few days, Qin clan's people were first eliminated. Qin Shanming and the elders had no problems. Qin Daolin felt much more at ease. At this time, the ugly emperor returned. Our spies have checked Dragon Taming Sect, Starsea Sect, and Mu Clan, there are no problems. Good luck, Gu Chen sighed in his heart. If Fu Tian Pavilion had picked the same target as them, it would be a huge joke. Boss, Medusa said she can see you now. The clay bodhisattva, who had been daydreaming, suddenly opened his eyes and said. The good news had arrived. Gu Chen's spirits rose. He had been waiting impatiently these few days, it was not in vain. Ugly Emperor, I will leave the next inspection to you. Gu Chen instructed. The next inspection would be focused on the Pei dynasty. Lu Yan and Tang Xuanxia from the Pei dynasty, Yimi and Peach Blossom Ascetic from Honesty Pavilion, were already waiting outside. As the higher-ups of the Pei dynasty, they were the most likely targets, so they were the first batch. If there were no problems, they would be inspected one by one according to their rank. Understood. The ugly emperor did not complain. In fact, he felt that it was very interesting to have a secret confrontation with a Dao ancestor who had also grasped the great heart magic. After giving the instructions, Gu Chen left the tent and found a secluded place. Under the protection of the clay bodhisattva, he entered the divine travel realm. Very soon, he met Medusa. Fellow Taoist Zhao is too ruthless. You actually used such a method to threaten me to meet you. Medusa complained the moment she saw him. If I didn't say that, you would probably keep hiding from me, right? Gu Chen snorted coldly, but he was thinking about how to ask Medusa about Zhou Fengling. The reason he had to see her was because of Zhou Fengling's whereabouts. Feng Yuan had attacked the Zhou clan, and as his companion, Medusa was likely to have participated in the attack. She must know who had died in that battle. Medusa didn't know Gu Chen's true identity for the time being, and he didn't want her to know either. So if he wanted to get information about Zhou Fengling from her, he had to use some methods. He couldn't ask her directly. Hehe, fellow Taoist Zhao, you misunderstand. You also know that the situation has been very tense recently, and I don't dare to show my face. It's not that I didn't want to meet you on purpose, Medusa said, feeling wronged. Medusa said aggrievedly. As she spoke, she deliberately moved closer to Gu Chen. They were clearly communicating with their spiritual bodies, but that didn't stop this woman from flirting. Oh? Is that so? I see that Feng Yuan is quite daring, he actually exterminated Zhou clan. As his companion, don't tell me you don't know about this. Speaking of which, I still have many things to settle with you. The information you provided was all wrong. In the second mountain, Feng Yuan's goal was not to attack Saint Purification but Cemetery of Gods and Demons. It is the same this time, according to our contract, you should have told me about such a big matter like Feng Yuan attacking Zhou clan. Gu Chen showed dissatisfaction. In truth, Medusa could not be blamed for the second mountain's matter. He knew that Medusa was also kept in the dark and did not know Feng Yuan's true plan. But he wanted to get enough information about Zhou clan from Medusa, so he naturally had to lay the groundwork first. Medusa heard Gu Chen's words and giggled. What are you laughing at? Gu Chen frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with this woman. Haven't you noticed? The Dao Guardian spirit contract between us has been removed. In other words, I no longer need to listen to your orders, I am a free person. Medusa teased. Gu Chen's expression changed, he carefully sensed and his expression turned gloomy after a while. That mysterious restriction seemed to have really disappeared from Medusa's body. How did you do it? Gu Chen asked coldly, recalling the contents of the spirit contract. Do you still remember the condition I added in the spirit contract? If I gave you a chance to kill Feng Yuan and you missed it, my identity as a spy would be exposed and I would regain my freedom. Medusa had a smug expression. Of course I remember, but the information you gave was wrong. I had no chance to kill Fan Yuan. Moreover, my actions shouldn't have exposed your identity as a spy, right? Gu Chen's gaze flickered as he pondered about the problem. Ever since the Second Mountain's Dao Court meeting, I have been hiding. Even after Fan Yuan's matter was exposed, Qian clan's ancestor contacted me many times, but I purposely did not reply to them. In this way, they will naturally start to suspect me. My identity as a spy has been exposed. Medusa giggled. Gu Chen frowned when he heard that. Aren't you just exposing your identity? Isn't that a violation of the spirit contract? Besides, it's just a loss of contact. They can't be sure that there's something wrong with you, right? Hee, fellow Taoist Zhao, don't underestimate the Tao guarding spirit contract. There are many ways to manipulate the energy of the heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist Zhao said earlier that you have no chance to kill Fan Yuan. That is definitely false. Because if you do not have this chance, my spirit contract will not dissipate on its own. Also, it's precisely because you spoiled Fan Yuan's plans that he saw your true appearance. Therefore, he will carefully recall what happened in Binhai City and suspect that there's something wrong with me. In addition, I have not been able to contact you for a long time, which further confirms that I have a guilty conscience. My identity as a spy has been completely exposed. The spirit contract cannot be violated, and it is even more important to dissolve it. You cannot lie at all. Fellow Taoist Zhao, please be honest. Medusa stared at Gu Chen curiously, wanting to see his true appearance under this disguise. She had not stirred up the commotion at the Second Mountain, so she was not sure what had happened that day. She could only analyze it through some information. One thing was certain, the exposure of Fan Yuan's attack on the cemetery of demonic gods was definitely related to this Zhao Qiu. She thought about it, and this was the only reason why Zhao Qiu would have a chance to kill Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had always been a meticulous person. She had been by his side for so long, yet he had kept such an important plan from her. This Zhao Qiu could make him suffer a setback, exposing him in advance and causing him to be hunted by the entire world. This showed that he was not simple. Earlier, she had scoffed when he said he wanted Fan Yuan's life, but now, she was really looking forward to it. When experts fought, every move was fatal. Who would emerge victorious in this chess match? Gu Chen was speechless for a moment, and carefully recalled the situation at the Second Mountain. Did he really have a chance to kill Fan Yuan? Perhaps, when Fan Yuan left the cemetery of demonic gods, if he had delayed him for even a moment, when the ruler arrived, he would have been dead for sure. But if he had done that, Gu Chen would not have been able to live either. He had only thought of muddying the waters. Thinking of this, the condition for removing the spirit contract was indeed met. He could only blame himself for being careless and letting Medusa take advantage of this loophole. Since the restriction of the spirit contract was gone, it would not be so easy to order Medusa to cooperate with him. You lost contact of your own accord. That means you don't know about Fan Yuan's recent movements and the attack on the Zhou clan? Gu Chen thought of the crucial matter. Of course, Fan Yuan is no longer in the dark, it is too dangerous to follow him. I can use this chance to completely leave Qianquan group and become a lone cultivator to preserve my life. Medusa said. Gu Chen was disappointed. This meant it was impossible to find out Zhou Fengling's whereabouts from Medusa, but he did not give up, and tried to win her over. How about you follow me? Following me is safer than following Fan Yuan. I can give you enough cultivation resources. Hee, does fellow Taoist Zhao want to marry me? Medusa's eyes twinkled. Gu Chen's breathing stopped. When did he say that? Seeing Gu Chen's expression, Medusa snorted coldly. Don't worry, I only like handsome young men, not an ox-nosed Taoist like you. I am not stupid, you are someone who can use schemes under the ruler's nose without being discovered. What difference is there between you and Fan Yuan? You are all fugitives, all lunatics. Gu Chen was speechless. He had wanted to recruit Medusa and ask her to use her connection with Fan Yuan to probe Zhou Fengling's situation. But looking at her, it was clear that she was stubborn and did not intend to get involved in the chaos of the world. Do you think you can retreat just because you say so? As long as I spread the news that you are Madame Du and are still alive, with the ruler's power, they will quickly find out your relationship with Fan Yuan. You will not be able to escape then. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold. He had used this to threaten Medusa to meet him, but now he had to use it to threaten her to do things for him. Don't tell me you naively think that I am meeting you because of this threat. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you can spread this news as you please, but if I am captured, you won't have it easy either. I don't know what happened on the second mountain, or how you managed to sneak in, but as long as I tell the rulers that Feng Yuan's plan to target the cemetery of divinities and demons was exposed because of your interference, I believe with the ruler's power, it won't be hard to find you, right? Guchen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that it would be difficult to continue the conversation with Medusa. Medusa was right. Exposing the fact that she was not dead was a self-destructive method. Guchen knew this from the start and had only used it to intimidate her. Now that Medusa did not fall for it, he really had no other choice. Taoist Zhao, I don't want to get involved in the dispute between you and Feng Yuan. Given my ability, I am not qualified to get involved in it. I followed Feng Yuan back then because I wanted to come to the Tao world. Now, it is time for me to retreat. I will find a place where no one can find me. I will find an honest and reliable man and live a peaceful life. Please don't disturb me in the future. He did not know if Medusa was telling the truth or not. Perhaps this beautiful snake lady was really tired of the deceitful cultivation world. It was also possible that she felt that if she continued to get involved, she would lose her life sooner or later and wanted to protect herself. Regardless of what she thought, Guchen was sure that she could not help him. He had to think of another way to find out Zhou Fengling's whereabouts. Are you sure Feng Yuan will allow you to quit halfway? You know too many secrets. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Feng Yuan has already become a thorn in the eyes of the rulers. Why would he have time to care about me? Besides, this is all thanks to you. If not for breaking the spirit contract, I wouldn't have to do this. After Medusa finished speaking, her figure gradually faded. She had said what needed to be said and was ready to leave the Divine Ascension realm. Taoist Zhao, I hope this is the last time we meet. Her smile was beautiful. There is something I don't understand. Since you are not afraid of me exposing you, why did you agree to see me? Maybe it is because I am curious. Curious? That's right. I really want to know your true appearance, but unfortunately, I don't dare to go any deeper. If I knew, I would lose my life. Guchen was silent for a while before speaking. Let's part ways here. Thank you for letting me go. Medusa smiled and eventually, her figure completely dissipated. When Guchen exited the Divine Ascension world, he couldn't help sighing. Medusa was forced to retreat, Xianxia had also become a prisoner. Right now, he had no more eyes on Feng Yuan's side. Without a spy, it would be harder to find out Zhou Fengling's whereabouts from Feng Yuan than from Tao Court. Guchen pondered. Perhaps he could start with Xianxia. With his status as a true disciple of the Grand Qi Palace, perhaps he would have more information regarding the extermination of the Zhou clan than others. However, in order to find out whether Xianxia was dead or alive, he had already exposed his relationship with Xianxia. If he asked Xianxia about Zhou Fengling's whereabouts, the possibility of his identity being exposed would be even higher. For the time being, Guchen couldn't think of any good ideas, so he brought the clay bodhisattva back to the military camp. As soon as he returned to the army camp, he spread out his divine sense and immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression was grim as he appeared in the ugly emperor's tent. Tang Xuanzi, Lu Yan, and Master Peach Blossom were no longer in the tent. Only Yimi was still there. She was unconscious on the ground, and the ugly emperor's expression was grave. Qin Daolin, who was beside him, also looked like he was facing a great enemy. How is it? Guchen looked at Yimi on the ground, already having some guesses. Big brother, this woman has been under the influence of the great heart sorcery for some time. I just asked her, and she not only reported all the information she collected from Honesty Pavilion to the Tao Court, but also told them everything she knows about you. The ugly emperor's words were filled with murderous intent. Everything? Guchen took a deep breath and confirmed again. The ugly emperor nodded heavily. Guchen couldn't help but close his eyes, trying hard to recall everything related to Yimi. He realized that the situation was really troublesome. Although Yimi didn't know his true identity as the glorious ancient tyrant body, she knew that he wasn't Qin Yunfei at all. When they first met, he was called Chen Yi, Just the exposure of this matter was enough to make Dao Court suspicious of him, and they would definitely investigate his true identity, and this wasn't even the most troublesome thing. The biggest problem was that Yimi had participated in the entire process of him replacing the Qing dynasty. She was very clear about his relationship with the Revolutionary Army and Xianxia group. The Revolutionary Army was an existence that couldn't see the light of day. They had been fighting against Dao Court for a long time, and they weren't tolerated by Dao Court. Right now, the Qianxia group was in the limelight, and they were a thorn in the side of the rulers. Now that they suddenly found out that he was related to the Qianxia group, and that his identity was unclear, what would the Dao Court or Fu Tian Pavilion do? When Guchen thought of this, he felt a strong sense of life or death crisis. This matter might cause all his operations in the Pei dynasty, the Yu dynasty, and the Mu dynasty to fall short at the last moment. Everyone related to him would also be annihilated. How long has the Dao Court known about my identity? What were their orders to Yimi? Guchen asked solemnly. We can lock on to the time when boss went to Sword Pavilion. The Dao Court wants Yimi to bide her time. And report to them immediately if anything happens. So it's been some time? Guchen frowned. Fu Tian Pavilion knew that he was hiding so many secrets. According to their style, it wouldn't be strange if they directly went to take him away. But why did they restrain themselves? Gu Chen, based on the current situation, it's safer for you to hide, Chen Daolin said. The situation had already become very serious. If Fu Tian Pavilion really came to take him away, he didn't have the confidence to protect Gu Chen. Although their painstaking efforts would be destroyed if they went into hiding, as long as there was life, there was hope. Don't be anxious. I don't understand why Fu Tian Pavilion isn't taking any action since they've already made such a discovery. Gu Chen's eyes flashed as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Since things had already come to this, it was useless to be upset. He had to understand Fu Tian Pavilion's thoughts, and even the ruler's thoughts. Only then would he be able to find the best solution. Be it your identity or the rebel army, they shouldn't be what Fu Tian Pavilion cares about the most now. The biggest problem Fu Tian Pavilion wants to resolve is Fang Yuan. After knowing that you have cooperated with Qian Kuan Gang, they might want to use you as a breakthrough. Before Guchen returned, Chen Daolin had already been thinking about this. He voiced his conjecture now. Senior Chen's meaning is that Fu Tian Pavilion is trying to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts by following the clues? Guchen pondered before shaking his head. When unifying Qingqiao and the 7 countries, rather than saying that I cooperated with Qian Kuan Gang, it was more like they were forced to cooperate by me. My relationship with Qian Kuan Gang is actually not close. With Dao Court's ability, they can easily find this out. Back then, there were many forces that were inextricably linked to the Heaven and Earth group. Gu Chen's short-term cooperation was actually nothing. His cooperation with the Revolutionary Army was deeper. After all, the external expansion of Honesty Pavilion was handled by Patron Peach Blossom, a cultivator of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army had also put in a lot of effort in secret. Maybe Fu Tian Pavilion's investigation of Boss is not over yet. They don't want to alert the enemy before the information is detailed enough. Moreover, the extermination of the Zhou clan should have diverted their attention to a certain extent. The ugly emperor's point of view was indeed possible. Guchen didn't retort and continued to think. He thought back to his interactions with Heaven and Earth Group and the Revolutionary Army. Back then, he had forced Yi Wunyan to tell him the location of the refinery before heading to Moon Nation. There, he met Sui Chuanqiu. Their cooperation started then. After being caught and Sui Chuanqiu's persuasion, Heaven and Earth Group gave up on their operations in Qing Dynasty. Guchen did not tell Yimi about his encounter with Sui Chuanqiu, so Yimi could not know about it. In fact, Yimi only listened to his orders most of the time and was clueless about many things. Fu Tian Pavilion's people could find out that he had a hold on Heaven and Earth Group and the Revolutionary Army through their interrogation, forcing them to give up Qing Dynasty's benefits. But it would not involve Sui Chuanqiu. After all, Sui Chuanqiu was in Fu Tian Pavilion's hands now. If Fu Tian Pavilion knew about this, they would have a crucial breakthrough point in their interrogation, but then again, since Fu Tian Pavilion had a cultivator who knew the Great Heart magic, why did he not show up during the interrogation at the Second Mountain? Since there was such a person who directly attacked Sui Chuanqiu, be it his true identity or Feng Yuan's experiences in Chaos Sea, this person must have already known all about it. The more Guchen thought about it, the worse it got. He felt that his identity was already exposed, and there was no point in hiding it. No one had come to find him, but he felt like he had fallen into a trap. The situation was out of his control. We have to capture this Tao ancestor who cultivates the great heart magic. Otherwise, we will be too passive with limited information. Guchen murmured. The more he thought about it, the more possibilities there were. Only by finding the person could he know for sure. I can plant false memories in her mind and make her lure the mastermind out. But this is very risky and might anger the Tao court completely, Ugly Emperor suggested. The Ugly Emperor suggested. The current situation was too dangerous, and he was in favor of taking a more direct approach. That's why we have to avoid risks as much as possible. We can't do anything about those that have already been exposed, but we have to hide those that haven't yet. Guchen thought about it carefully. The Qin clan and Prudential Pavilion couldn't make any moves now, but Limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others had to be moved as soon as possible. They couldn't stay in the Great Desolate Swamp any longer. The existence of the Hidden Dragon clan could no longer be hidden. There was no way to deal with the Hidden Dragon clan who had participated in the activities of Innocent Pavilion. However, those who had joined the Hidden God Army had to be hidden as soon as possible. They had to be completely cut off from their clan. The God Army had stolen information from the Divine Wander realm, which was a taboo for the rulers. This was related to the foundation of their rule. If this was exposed, he would be finished immediately. The fact that the Hidden God Army had directly stolen information from the Divine Ascension realm was definitely a huge taboo for the rulers. This was related to the foundation of their rule. If this matter was exposed, he would be done for immediately. If Fu Tian Pavilion really has their eyes on you, then they must know that you've returned. They might have already found out that we sent people to investigate. If Fu Tian Pavilion really has their eyes on you, then they must know that you've returned. They might have already found out that we sent people to investigate. In this situation, we might fall into a trap if we set up a trap to lure out the mastermind. Chen Daolin didn't quite agree with Ugly Emperor's suggestion. They were completely passive now. They had no idea how much the enemy knew about them. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It was his fault. He had been in the army camp all this time, but he hadn't noticed anything unusual. If Guchen hadn't brought back the news from the Sword Pavilion, they probably wouldn't even know how they had died. There's no point in being afraid now. If we don't find the Tao ancestor who uses the great heart magic, our intelligence will forever fall behind them. Guchen obviously knew how big the risk was, but he couldn't stay calm anymore. First, Zhou Fengling's life and death were a mystery. Then, Fu Tian Pavilion was getting closer. In this chess game, if he didn't take the risk, he could only wait for death. Alright, let's do it. Chen Daolin didn't have any better ideas, so he gritted his teeth. Then what lies should we make up to lure them out? Ugly Emperor didn't dare to make a decision. He had to control the degree of his lies. If he directly said that he knew Feng Yuan's whereabouts, it might not just be the Fu Tian Pavilion cultivators who would come. Even the rulers might come. But if he said it lightly, that Tao ancestor might not come in person. Ugly Emperor cultivated the great heart magic, so he knew that if he couldn't catch that person in one go, he might alert the enemy and expose the matter. Guchen thought for a while and suddenly asked, I imparted a body tempering technique to Yimi. Did the person controlling her ask about it? Even if they did, they wouldn't care, right? Ugly Emperor hesitated. When Yimi explained the matter, she didn't mention this, right? I taught Yimi the great essence magic, but her attainment level was limited, so the content I imparted to her was limited. Guchen explained. Back then, many people had received this technique as a gift, but the depth of the inheritance that each of them had received varied. For people at Yimi's level, she only knew that it was an extraordinary body tempering technique, but she didn't know that it was related to a great Tao technique. We don't know how much information Fu Tian Pavilion has on us, so we have to be very careful when choosing information. Let Yimi contact that person and tell him that the body tempering technique she cultivates is the great essence magic. She accidentally discovered the truth, and I don't believe that person won't come to see her personally. Guchen laughed coldly. The progenitor had refused to hand over the great essence magic, so the rulers hadn't gotten their hands on it. If they had this clue, even if the person who cultivated the great heart magic wasn't interested, he would definitely hand it over to the rulers to make a contribution. But he didn't dare to casually report this to his superiors. If he made a mistake and angered the rulers, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Thus, he would definitely make a trip to confirm it personally. Wonderful. This matter is very important. When the time comes, no matter if he wants to take it for himself or make a contribution, he won't easily tell anyone about it. This way, our chances of capturing him will greatly increase, and the chances of being discovered after capturing him will also decrease. Guchen praised. From the choice of information, it could be seen that Guchen was very experienced in reading people's minds. No matter how much information the other party had, he would still jump into this trap. The ugly emperor started to cast a spell on Yimi. Because he didn't dare to attack her soul directly, he could only guide her and make her think that the illusion was real. After casting the spell, the ugly emperor snapped his fingers, and Yimi left in a daze. When she woke up, she wouldn't remember being called here, nor would she remember seeing the ugly emperor and Guchen. Clay Bodhisattva, you will be in charge of monitoring Yimi. If she shows any signs of leaving the camp, inform us immediately. Guchen instructed. The clay bodhisattva accepted the order and left quietly behind. Yimi continued to check the others. I hope that no one escapes. Guchen said to the ugly emperor. To be cautious, he still had to check the remaining people. Dominator world, on the primordial world, Guchen's original body descended in a white robe. In the void in front of him, an ordinary-looking red copper sword floated in the air. It seemed so inconspicuous on the empty land. However, Guchen knew that if this sword were to show its power, it would instantly turn the land into a barren red. Corpses would be everywhere. It was a top-notch ominous sword. The situation was out of control, which made Guchen feel uneasy. He was about to fight with the cultivators of the Futian Pavilion. Although he only had his eyes on the Dao ancestor who cultivated the great heart magic art, he couldn't predict how many opponents he would face and whether there would be other variables. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible so that he could deal with any situation calmly. The easiest way to increase his strength was to control this crimson greatsword. Although he had successfully borrowed this divine sword from the sword ancestor, it was not easy to make it obedient and even use it as if it was his own arm. If he was in the outside world, Guchen wouldn't have any confidence in subduing this sword. Luckily, in the Dominator world, his will was invincible. Guchen stood with his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows slightly. On the primordial world, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. The astral wind blew, causing the crimson greatsword in the void to shake. It was like a ferocious beast that was disturbed in its sleep. The red copper sword suddenly exploded with a dazzling orange light. Clang, the sword light instantly moved in a trajectory. It was impossible to see the shadow of the sword clearly. Only the sound of the sword could be heard. Then, an astonishingly high temperature came from above Guchen. He was unmoved. The earth stretched out endlessly, sending his figure far away in an instant. Crimson Serpent's attack missed, only cutting out a huge pit in the earth with flowing lava. From today onwards, you must listen to my commands. Guchen coldly spoke. The crimson gray sword seemed to have understood what was going on. It let out an enraged sword cry as its body instantly split into 10 into 100 into 1,000. Like a meteor shower, it shot towards Guchen along the ground. Guchen casually flicked his sleeve, and the ground surged and undulated like the waves of the sea. It actually formed layer upon layer of huge mountains that stretched on endlessly. Boom! 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 Crimson gray slashed through layer after layer of obstacles, but no matter how unstoppable it was utterly meaningless in the face of the endless world source energy. After a while, it unwillingly stopped, no longer willing to fight with Guchen. You're quite smart to understand the endless logic of heaven and earth. But since you understand this, why don't you just go with the flow? Guchen persuaded. Crimson Gray's sword did not utter a single word, as if it had fallen back into silence. Clearly, since it couldn't win, it decided to play dead. Guchen smiled, and in his black eyes, the scene of the Milky Way turning upside down and the stars fading away appeared. In an instant, the entire world changed. The primordial earth disappeared without a trace, and the crimson-gray sword appeared in a galaxy. Countless stars floated in the Milky Way and began to collide with the crimson grace, as if they wanted to wipe out all the spiritual light on its body. The crimson grace let out an enraged sword cry as it passively fought back. Sword light soared into the sky, sweeping in all directions. Every star contained explosive energy. Although the crimson-gray sword was indestructible, under the endless impact, it soon felt tired. What was worse was that after the stars were destroyed, a large amount of dust was formed. These dust particles were connected by a strange magnetic field, which actually affected its movement, causing it to lose its speed and agility. Using the endless power of heaven and earth to suppress you, you have to obey even if you don't want to. It's only a matter of time. Guchen mumbled to himself. With a single thought, he could create the entire dominating cauldron world. This feeling of having everything under his control was too miraculous. In the blink of an eye, 20 hours passed. Countless stars had turned into dust and completely buried the crimson-gray sword. It was as if the crimson-gray sword was turning into a planet with life. The crimson-gray sword's resistance became weaker and weaker. The vastness of the dominating cauldron world gradually conquered its arrogant heart. It realized that it was impossible for it to fight against such a world. If it continued to fight, it would only be crushed by the power of the world. Turning into the most primitive dust particles, Guchen felt that it was about time. With a wave of his hand, the endless dust particles that trapped the crimson-gray sword dissipated, and he himself went against the Milky Way. Seeing that its opponent was no longer dodging, the crimson-gray sword thought that its only chance had come. It turned into a huge crimson sword ray and slashed through all obstacles in the Milky Way, going all out. At the same time, Guchen unsealed the glorious ancient overlord body. Boundless golden light shot out, and a terrifying Xianxia aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The giant divine soldier appeared, and a huge fist directly smashed the sword ray formed by the crimson-gray sword. Then, the fingers of the other fist spread out and turned into a huge palm, reaching out. Crack! Crack! The astral light surrounding the crimson-gray sword completely collapsed, and the extremely domineering golden energy seeped into its blade. Guchen raised his hand, and a drop of bright golden blood flew out from his fingertip. It followed the arm of the giant divine soldier and flew all the way to the crimson-gray sword. When the golden drop of tyrant blood fell on the crimson-gray sword, the mark that belonged to the sword ancestor on it was quickly suppressed and dissipated. Buzz, a row of tadpole-shaped golden runes lit up on the blade of the crimson-gray sword. In addition to its original sharpness, it seemed to have an additional domineering power. Guchen casually raised his left hand, and the crimson-gray sword let out a light whistling sound. In an instant, it crossed the distance of dozens of miles and landed in his palm. Holding the number 1 divine sword in the Tao world and feeling the surging power inside, Guchen nodded in satisfaction. The previous battle with the sword ancestor made him deeply aware of his current shortcomings. In the face of an expert at the Tao ancestor level, the power of the giant divine soldier left by the third ancestor could provide him with a strong defense, but it lacked effective attack power. Now that the crimson-gray sword had made up for this weakness, he could be considered to be both offensive and defensive. Of course, these were all external powers. The real power needed to be further developed by the Tyrant body. Although the speed of the development of the Tyrant body has increased after the birth of the Lord Cauldron world, it is still too slow compared to the rapidly changing situation now. Guchen felt that his growth was slow. He had entered the primordial chaos Tao world 100 years later than Feng Yuan. Compared to the various Tao ancestors, there was a long gap of time. It was too difficult to make up for this gap. I have to find the rest of the ancestors' limbs as soon as possible. As Guchen thought to himself, he kept the crimson gem into his body. He could bring this sword out with him without worry. Just as he was about to leave the dominating cauldron world, he suddenly frowned and teleported to the prison in a corner of the world. Chen Yunfei. You're finally willing to appear. Hurry up and let me out. I'm about to go crazy. Ling Bing was pressed under a huge mountain, and only his head was exposed. When he saw Guchen appear, he hurriedly shouted. Ever since he had been captured on the second mountain, he had been trapped here for a long time. During this period of time, no matter how many ways he thought of, he could not escape this prison. Even the great transformation technique that was usually very useful was completely useless. One could imagine the despair in his heart. At first, he thought that the other party had captured him alive because they felt that he was still useful and wanted to slowly interrogate him. As long as the other party interrogated him, he could bargain and perhaps create an opportunity to leave. Who would have thought that after throwing him into this mysterious place, Chen Yunfei would not appear at all? It was as if he had completely forgotten about him. The feeling of being alone in this world was not good and was about to drive him crazy. A moment ago, he had sensed an unusual movement in the world and realized that it might be Chen Yunfei. Thus, he had shouted loudly to attract the other party's attention. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. The other party was finally willing to appear. "Do you think you can call me that? You have no manners. Slap yourself." When Gu Chen appeared, his eyes were gloomy. He slapped Ling Bing across the void a few times. Pa. 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 Ling Bing was dizzy from the slaps. He was furious and wanted to continue scolding, but Gu Chen's words made him swallow his words. "If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll leave immediately." Gu Chen flew to the ground and arrived in front of Ling Bing. He looked at Ling Bing, who was suppressing his anger and did not know what to do with him. As a formless thousand weapons, he was a divine path weapon in his hands. As a heavenly soul, he could be said to be his son. However, as Ling Bing, who had his own consciousness and had grown up for 100 years, he was rebellious and condescending. Gu Chen guessed that Ling Bing was more influenced by the phaseless stone than anything else. "Chen Yunfei, how long are you going to imprison me?" Ling Bing gritted his teeth and asked. Staying here, isolated from the rest of the world, was really too hard to bear. "What's wrong with staying here? Can't you feel it? Cultivating here will be very beneficial for you," Gu Chen said calmly. He did not deliberately seal Ling Bing's cultivation so that he could still cultivate here. The reason why he was being crushed by the huge mountain was definitely because he had violated the rules he had set beforehand. Therefore, he was punished by the Cauldron World Dominator. Although he was punished, he would regain his freedom in a few days. No matter what he did in the dominating Cauldron World, he would not be able to escape, much less make contact with the outside world. "Even if this is a blessed enclave, without freedom, it's like killing me," Ling Bing said angrily. Of course, he could sense that the primordial energy here was extremely pure. Just staying here would be very beneficial for his body, let alone cultivating. He was very curious about how Gu Chen had found such a good place. The secret realm of the phase transformation sect was far inferior to this place. Freedom? Listening to the orders of the top of the legendary rank and doing some shady business is freedom? Gu Chen sneered. Ling Bing was extremely childish. Obviously, he had not experienced many setbacks and did not know how sinister people could be. "What do you know? We are following our leader, and we seek freedom. You know nothing about the truth of this world." Ling Bing revealed an arrogant expression, as if he was the only sober person in a drunken situation. "Do you want to talk about the existence of the 5 rulers? Your so-called leader is indeed fighting against them, but in my opinion, it's just revenge. No matter how high-sounding his reasons are, he can't hide the fact that he's a despicable person," Gu Chen said expressionlessly. These words shocked Ling Bing. It seemed this Chen Yunfei knew a lot of things. "The 5 rulers are high above us. Let me ask you, other than our leader, who else in this world has the courage to fight against them?" Ling Bing seemed to have a kind of worship towards Fang Yuan. Gu Chen could not help but shake his head. He admitted that Fang Yuan had the ability and naturally had charisma. Otherwise, he would not have a group of loyal followers. However, Ling Bing's view of everything was too shallow. In his opinion, it was more like he had been brainwashed. "It's a pity that you pledged your loyalty to him, but he abandoned you and did not care about your life or death," Gu Chen said coldly. He had the thought of instigating Ling Bing to defect. Because of the restriction Fang Yuan left in Ling Bing's mind, he could not use mental secret techniques on him. Otherwise, it would be easy to use Great Heart Demon to deal with him. "Leader did not abandon me, he just did not expect you to be such a variable," Ling Bing replied with a gloomy expression. He controlled his words, afraid that he would say too much and reveal some information to Gu Chen. "If he really cared about your life or death, why would he leave a restriction in your mind?" Gu Chen said casually. Ling Bing's expression changed. What? Don't tell me you don't know about this. Gu Chen sensed the change in Ling Bing's expression and teased him. Ling Bing's expression became gloomy. He wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Chen immediately understood that he really did not know. Someone placed a restriction in your mind. As long as I want to control or influence your mind, the restriction will activate on you and destroy your soul, thus ensuring that you do not leak any information. Who would do this and who would have the opportunity to do so? I believe you know it better than anyone. The leader you follow has always been such a despicable and shameless person. Not only would he place restrictions on his companions, he would also kidnap the weak. Simply put, he has no principles. You might think that you are his companion, but he can abandon you at any time. Just like that Feng Yuxiu, you probably don't know what happened to him, right? Ling Bing's expression was ugly. Even though he knew the other party was probing for information, he could not help but ask, what happened to Feng Yuxiu? The demonic god cemetery plan failed, Feng Yuxiu died, the pitiful Feng sect was implicated and exterminated. Gu Chen sighed as he saw Ling Bing's expression turning pale at a visible speed. It was you who caused the mess. Other than you, there was no one else. Ling Bing reacted quickly, insisting that it was Gu Chen who destroyed their plan. Gu Chen did not deny it, but his cold expression made Ling Bing grit his teeth in hatred. Pitiful and lamentable, becoming the Dao Court's lackey. He criticized. Gu Chen took a glance at him, thinking, Medusa's side is no longer working. Is there a way to find Feng Yuan's whereabouts through this Ling Bing? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I spared your life in the hope that you would submit to me. I'll let you go when you've thought it through. Before that, you'd better stay put. Gu Chen didn't spend too much time on Ling Bing. The most important thing right now was to deal with He. He would think about how to deal with him after solving the problem there. A major accident happened in the successor trial of the Sword Garret. The news spread like wildfire even though the Sword Garret tried its best to cover it up. Qing the genius blacksmith who created the magic box, didn't want to be threatened by the sword ancestor and tried to use the sword tomb to rebel. However, he destroyed the secret realm and caused great damage to the Sword Garret. He was still no match for the sword ancestor and was killed by him. This serious internal strife destroyed the arrogance of the Sword Dynasty, and the situation on the battlefield quickly deteriorated. After confirming that the threat of the new weapons like the magic box was no longer there, the Star Sea sect and the Blue Sea tribe once again sent their armies to the Sword Garret. At the same time, the Giant Scale tribe and the Rhinoceros Dragon tribe led the allied army of the Shepherd tribe to surrender to the Chen tribe. This news shocked the world. Originally, the Chen tribe had been able to recruit the Centaur tribe, which was part of the Shepherd tribe. Now, they had also recruited the Giant Scale tribe, which meant that they had inherited the vast legacy left behind by their ancestor Mu. In a single leap, they had become one of the most powerful powers in the Second Mountain and Sea. When the Star Sea sect and the Blue Sea tribe heard the news, they regretted not supporting the Giant Scale tribe enough. They had pushed the strongest cavalry of the Dao world to the Chen tribe. However, at that time, the magic box was in the limelight. The two powers thought that it would lead to a revolution in the way of war, so they underestimated the value of the Giant Scale tribe. There was no point in regretting. The two powers contacted the Chen tribe, hoping to join forces with them to repel the threat of the Sword Garret. On the other hand, they privately contacted the Sword Garret and made a condition to remain neutral between the two powers. This was the best way to gain the most benefits. Both sides believed that the Sword Pavilion was afraid of being stabbed in the back by the Chen clan, so they would definitely agree to their conditions. And the Chen clan would also give them benefits in order to win their support. The benefits were secondary. The main goal of the two powers was to make the Sword Garret and the Chen tribe fight each other and consume each other's strength. In fact, they could even sit back and reap the benefits. However, in the eyes of the highest leaders of the Sword Pavilion and the Chen clan, who had already formed an alliance, such a meticulous scheme was hilarious. He already knew the future, but he still had to act. Gu Chen asked the Sword Master to continue detaining his doppelganger and Chu Meixin. In private, he used the territory that they had agreed on as the boundary. The Sword Pavilion and the Yupei dynasty would digest the results of the war in the Mu dynasty as soon as possible. Once they had digested it, they could release the hostages and announce to the public that the two sides had officially formed an alliance. at that time, the various forces that thought they could reap the benefits from the fight would find that they couldn't even get a piece of the fish bone. The situation in the second mountain and sea was already set in stone, and Guchen didn't really care about that. What he was most concerned about was the bait that Nightseeker had thrown out. The bait had been thrown out for many days, but there was still no movement from Yimi's side, which made him anxious and worried that his plan would fail. One had to know that with every passing day, they would be suddenly surrounded by the army of the Dao court, and the possibility of them being wiped out in an instant would be higher. The feeling of the unknown was too unbearable, and he eagerly hoped that the bait would take the bait. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. On this day, the clay bodhisattva's message talisman vibrated. Yimi had finally made a move. She left the army camp, sent everyone away, and flew alone in a certain direction. The clay bodhisattva was worried that she would get lost, so she chased after her alone, leaving a mark along the way. Guchen, Daolin, and the ugly emperor set off immediately. The dwarf emperor also volunteered to join the battle. Guchen agreed. He didn't know how many enemies there would be, and one more person meant one more combat power, which also meant one more chance of success. Moreover, the dwarf emperor's strength had greatly increased after the infinite crystal fission, so Guchen wasn't worried that he would be a burden. Yimi's cultivation was limited, so she couldn't fly very fast. Guchen and the others quickly caught up and successfully met up with the clay bodhisattva. The 5 of them chased after her, and for safety's sake, they split up and paid attention to all directions to see if there were any abnormalities. The Muhuang dynasty was vast and sparsely populated. Yimi flew over the vast grassland and landed next to a pearl-like lake. An old woman had been waiting by the lake for a long time. Guchen saw her from afar, and a golden light lit up in her pitch-black eyes. His instinctive foresight was activated, and he made dozens of predictions in a short period of time, choosing the best course of action. There was only one enemy, which was a good thing. It meant that his previous plan had worked. However, the opponent cultivated the great heart magic art, so her spirit was highly sensitive. A slight mistake could cause her to escape. Once they attacked, they had to make sure that the battle was controlled within an extremely small area. If they went beyond this area, the battle would definitely attract strong cultivators from all directions, and the situation would be out of control. Senior Chen, when we attack later, you'll be responsible for freezing the surrounding space and her movements. Whether she can break free or not, you just need to take Yimi away and keep her alive. Guchen transmitted his voice to Daolin. Daolin's Dao technique was one of their greatest reliance. The 3 fixed Great Dao technique could freeze time and space and freeze energy, ensuring that the commotion of fighting in this space would not be transmitted to the outside world. Don't you need me to deal with her? She's a senior Dao ancestor who has stepped into the 9th form of Dao integration for many years, Daolin reminded. Apart from him, there was no real Dao ancestor at the scene. He was a little surprised that Guchen had sent him, such a precious combat power, to protect Yimi. Although he knew that the Tyrant sovereign was good at scheming and had some compassion for his own people, Yimi's death was nothing compared to the consequences of letting the old woman escape. I've already taken down the sword ancestor. What's an old woman to me? Senior Chen just needs to ensure that the movements here won't be leaked to the outside world. Guchen replied calmly and confidently. Daolin no longer questioned him and respected his decision. Once Senior Chen attacks Ugly Emperor, you'll use the Great Heart Magic Art to disturb her mind at the same time. Once the Ugly Emperor attacks Dwarf Emperor, you'll rush out with me. We'll end the battle as soon as possible. As for the clay bodhisattva, check the surroundings of the battlefield to prevent any hidden dangers. Guchen gave his orders and made the best arrangements according to everyone's strength and ability. After everything was ready, except for the clay bodhisattva, who stayed at the edge, the 4 of them entered the ambush area. Are you sure it's the Great Origin Energy technique? Yimi had just landed when the old woman immediately stretched out a skinny hand and placed it on her wrist, inspecting it carefully. Although she had inspected her body earlier, she had not done so in detail. At that time, she had only felt that her body was not bad, given her age and background. What he didn't expect was that the reason why he had such a good physique was because he had such a great background. The old woman's divine sense entered Yimi's body. Yimi did not dare to resist at all. To her, the old woman before her was her master. Having already investigated the Great Origin Energy technique, the old woman quickly deduced from Yimi's body condition that she might really have cultivated a related technique. Although it's not complete, it should be the Great Origin Energy technique. You said that Qin Yunfei taught you this body tempering technique? The old woman's eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking. Yimi nodded honestly and told her about how many people had been taught this technique. This Qin Yunfei is really generous. He actually spread the Great Origin Energy technique everywhere. Back then, the ancestor would rather die than submit to this technique. Even the rulers regretted not being able to obtain it, the old woman muttered. The old woman muttered and suddenly sneered. How audacious. Not only is he connected to the Heaven and Earth Association and the Revolutionary Army, but he's also a remnant of the Origin School. This Qin Yunfei's identity is making me more and more curious. Originally, I was lucky enough to capture that little fatty. I wanted to put this Qin Yunfei aside for now. But now that the Great Origin Energy technique is involved, I have to take action. A ruthless glint flashed in the old woman's eyes. She asked Yimi, "Is Qin Yunfei still in the Sword Pavilion?" Yimi nodded subconsciously. Since he's still here, that saves me some trouble. I'll just appear in the name of the Heavenly Court and capture him from the Sword Ancestor. The old woman was in a good mood. Finding the Great Origin Energy technique for the ruler was a great merit, and this merit was effortless. Write down all the body tempering techniques you know for me, the old woman instructed. Although she could obtain the most complete version of the Great Elemental technique from Qin Yunfei, she was still very curious and wanted to study it first. Without the sovereign's permission, she didn't dare to cultivate the complete Grand Dao technique. However, this was only a portion of the technique, so it wasn't considered a taboo. For a cultivator like her who specialized in soul cultivation, her physical body was weak. Being able to undergo the great primordial energy technique to cleanse her meridians and marrow was a great fortune. Yimi began to write down a body tempering technique while the old woman waited on the side. As she waited, she felt inexplicably uneasy. She looked around and found that everything was exceptionally quiet. Not good. Her pupils constricted. Just as she sensed something, she heard a thunderous sound. Freeze! A vast and boundless mysterious power descended upon the void. The old woman's body suddenly couldn't move. Even her ability to think seemed to have decreased. Her primordial spirit transformed into a devil and immediately released bursts of black light, wanting to regain control of her body. She did not expect the second wave of attack to arrive so quickly. Woo! Demons danced in front of her, and five-colored divine light rose up, stirring up all kinds of emotions in her body. She was so shocked that she blurted out, "The great Tao of heart demons? Who is he?" An extremely powerful soul force swept out from her body, quickly suppressing the ugly emperor's attack. She also quickly located the ugly emperor's position. So it's the power of the heart-shaped stone. Unfortunately, even though you have a treasure trove, you can't unleash even half of the Tao Ancestor mental demon's power. She stared at the 5 heart-shaped stones on the ugly emperor's glove. Her eyes were blazing, but she was very calm in the face of this attack. The old woman had less time to break free than she had imagined. But since she had already made her move, she had to do it in one go. Clang! Guchen activated the scarlet gray sword and suddenly attacked from the side, his sword light incomparably sharp and fierce. The originally calm old woman's expression instantly changed. She dodged to the side. Her intuition told her that she absolutely could not take this sword head-on. She wanted to grab Yimi and use her as cannon fodder to block the sword, but she discovered that Yimi had already disappeared. In her panic, she actually made the most embarrassing and most effective move. She rolled on the ground, causing Guchen's sword to miss. At the same time, she let out a shrill cry. Screech! For a time, countless illusions appeared around Guchen. The old woman had used the grand heart art, instantly bringing him into the illusions she had set up. She was trying to seize the initiative. The golden blood energy in Guchen's body surged, destroying all of the illusions. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. This sword filled the skies with divine fire. The old woman had nowhere to hide. She could only use her powerful cultivation to block. Scarlet Grace Sword. It's your sword ancestor. The old woman was burned by the divine fire. She actually felt her soul begin to burn as well. She instantly realized the origins of this sword. Apart from that peerless divine sword forged from eternal flame gold, she had never heard of any other sword possessing such power. Gu Chen didn't refute the old woman. He continued to attack, each sword sharper than the last. The old woman was exhausted. She frantically used the grand hard art, but to her despair, the person in front of her didn't slow down at all. It was as if he was invulnerable. Impossible. My grand hard art has reached the transformation stage. How can it be that it isn't affected at all? The old woman couldn't believe it. Gu Chen only sneered. The glorious ancient overlord body was an existence that could suppress Grand Dao techniques. Although he hadn't reached the advanced level yet, he had integrated the power of the three ancestors into his own blood energy. He was invulnerable to all spells and demons. Gu Chen's attacks were airtight. The old woman was confused by the series of changes. Suddenly, an opening appeared. Old hag, take this. The dwarf sovereign, who had been waiting for an opportunity, revealed all of his metal bones. Like a red lotus in the night, he moved explosively and slammed into the old woman. The old woman screamed in pain. All of her aura was gone. Gu Chen seized the opportunity. He pierced his sword through her shoulder and then into her abdomen. The old woman's primordial spirit screamed and tried to escape. However, she found that the void in front of her was completely frozen. Chen Daolin blocked her way and stared at her coldly. She turned around and saw a young man in white holding a crimson-gray sword. He was full of murderous intent. The way forward and back were blocked. It seemed that she couldn't escape. What was worse was that her primordial spirit was being burned by the crimson-gray sword. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't destroy it. Her combat ability was greatly affected. Chen Daolin. Chen Yunfei. Do you know who I am? The old woman finally recognized the identity of the assailant and said with a venomous expression. Gu Chen didn't say a word. He casually slashed again and severely injured the old woman's primordial spirit. He made sure that she didn't have the strength to escape. The old woman screamed again and again. Finally, her primordial spirit escaped back into her body. Her body was covered with wounds and was sealed. The time from the start to the end of the battle was extremely short. It didn't cause much noise. Compared to the battle with the sword ancestor, it was much easier. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Chen's group started to interrogate the old woman by an underground river that they had found. How many secrets did the old woman know about them? How was the Dao court going to deal with them after knowing all of this? Over the past few days, questions like this were like knives stabbing into their backs, causing them to feel extremely tense. Name and identity. Tell me everything honestly. Gu Chen sat down cross-legged and spoke to the old woman who was covered in wounds and tied up. A cold smile appeared on the old woman's wrinkled face. She did not show any fear of being a prisoner. Instead, she looked at the group of people in front of her with a mocking expression. Gu Chen had already expected that the other party would not cooperate obediently. He continued speaking at the same speed. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess. Someone who has mastered a great Dao technique but is unknown can only be from the Futian Pavilion. However, on the second mountain, there were a total of 8 cultivators from the Futian Pavilion. You were not one of them. Even if you are a cultivator from the Futian Pavilion, you are just a marginal figure, right? Gu Chen's tone was purposely filled with disdain. When the old woman heard this, she revealed a sarcastic expression. Brat, you're still too inexperienced if you want to provoke me. You'd better save yourself the trouble. That means you are not a cultivator from the Futian Pavilion? That's right. The cultivators of the Futian Pavilion are all barefoot. You don't look like one. Since that is the case, there is no point in keeping you alive. Let's just kill you. Gu Chen spoke calmly. The scarlet copper sword that was placed horizontally above his knees suddenly let out a crisp sword hum as if it was going to wake up at the next moment. The old woman's soul was still suffering from the pain of being burned by the god fire. How could she be willing to fight with the scarlet copper sword again? She said with a dark expression, "It is true that I am from the Futian Pavilion. Do you dare to kill me?" The old woman was still very stubborn. The ugly emperor laughed coldly. So what if you are a cultivator from the Futian Pavilion? If I kill you here and throw your corpse into the wilderness, no one will know. Are you that naive? The old woman's expression revealed a sense of superiority. I believe you know who is behind the Fu Tian Pavilion. If you kill me, no one in this world can save you. And don't even think about trying to cover up the fact that you killed me. The world belongs to the hegemons. The moment I die, the hegemons will immediately know. There are no loopholes at all. Gu Chen and the others looked at the old woman's fearless expression and remained silent. In fact, they had already thought of what the old woman had said. They were even worried that if they threw the old woman into the hegemon cauldron world for interrogation, they would cut off her connection to the outside world and alert the heavenly pavilion or even the hegemon in advance. Thus, they didn't dare to do that. They could only interrogate her in this underground river. Although he had guessed it, he still needed to find out the method. Whether there were any loopholes or not, the old woman's words didn't count. You've been secretly controlling Night Seeker for a while now, so you should have gotten hold of all the information you need. Perhaps the rulers already know our secret, and we're not far from death. Since that's the case, what's the point of keeping you alive? Killing you won't be too much of a loss. Gu Chen said coldly. The old woman's eyes flickered. She immediately realized that Gu Chen was trying to get information out of her. He wanted to know how much information she had, and how much she had passed on to the higher-ups. Perhaps this was the reason why they had gone to such great lengths to capture her. They definitely still had some hope in their hearts, that there was still a chance for things to turn around. Heh, Chen Yunfei, or should I call you Chen Yi? The old woman's eyes spun. Your shady dealings with the Qianquan group and the Revolutionary Army are indeed taboo, but it's not as serious as you think. To put it bluntly, you're just making use of him. There's no deep connection between you and the Qianquan group or the Revolutionary Army. Right now, the Fu Tian Pavilion's main mission is to capture the members of the Qianquan group led by Gu Chen. I'm actually not interested in you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken action even after discovering your secret for so long. You've made an extremely foolish mistake. If you hadn't set up a trap to capture me today, I wouldn't have had the energy to deal with you. Your secret wouldn't have been worth exposing. But now that you've captured me, you've pushed the situation to the brink of no return. Regardless of whether you kill me, release me, or detain me, the only path left for you is death. The old woman was trying to convince Gu Chen that they had made a wrong judgment. For this, she didn't hesitate to reveal some secrets. Every cultivator of the Fu Tian Pavilion, upon joining the Fu Tian Pavilion, will receive the Fu Tian seal from the rulers. The word Fu Tian refers to kneeling to the heavens. The person who receives the Fu Tian seal will never be able to go against the will of the rulers. Through the Fu Tian seal, the rulers can lock onto our location at any time. They can even use primordial energy to communicate with us, and their divine will can descend upon us. If you kill me, the rulers will immediately sense it. Given their great divine abilities, they'll be able to arrive here in an instant. Release me. You've already publicly attacked a cultivator of the Fu Tian Pavilion and offended the heavens. You still can't escape punishment. It's also meaningless to detain me temporarily. As long as I don't return within a certain period of time, the others in the Fu Tian Pavilion will immediately be alerted. When the rulers come to investigate personally, you'll die even worse. No matter what they did, they would still die. The old woman's words were too arrogant. The dwarf emperor was unconvinced. Then why don't we just erase the Fu Tian seal? Erase the Fu Tian seal? The old woman seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She laughed wantonly. The 5 rulers each control a primordial Dao law. Their will is the will of the primordial Dao law. The so-called Fu Tian seal isn't an ordinary restriction. It's the crystallization of the ruler's will. It's a heavenly Dao oath that's even stronger than a Dao guarding spirit contract. Erasing the Fu Tian seal is equivalent to shaking the primordial Dao law. Who in this world has the ability to do so? The old woman laughed as she looked at the ugly emperor. If it's the great heart magic art, there's a slight possibility of avoiding the Fu Tian seal and planting an illusion on me so that I'll forget what happened today. However, I've already achieved the great mastery of the Heart Demon Dao. This brat's attainments in the Heart Demon Dao can't affect me at all. Therefore, there's no way out. Everyone followed the old woman's gaze and looked at the ugly emperor. The ugly emperor nodded with an ugly expression. She's right. My heart demon Daoard is useless against her, even with the help of the heart-shaped stone. After hearing this, the dwarf emperor, the clay bodhisattva, and even Chen Daolin's heart sank. The Fu Tian seal that the old woman mentioned did not seem to be fake. Perhaps the one who was forced to a dead end was really not her, but them. Seeing that everyone knew the consequences of their actions, the old woman's goal was achieved. Suddenly, she changed the topic. You have no way out unless I give you a chance. What chance? Gu Chen asked coldly. He could tell that the old woman was deliberately trying to scare them to set the stage for her next words. Although you set up this trap to capture me, the Great Origin Energy technique is real, right? The old woman looked at Gu Chen. She believed that Qin Yunfei was the true successor of the primordial ancestor. Only a true successor who had mastered the complete Great Origin Energy technique was what the rulers wanted. That's right. Gu Chen did not deny it. Since the Great Origin Energy technique truly exists, all you need to do is release me and hand it over to me to bring back. When I present the Great Origin Energy technique to the rulers, I'll put in a few good words for you and I'll probably forget about today's offense. The old woman had revealed her true intentions. She naturally did not want to die here. If she could leave alive and bring back the Great Origin Energy technique, that would be the best outcome. Just forgiving you for your offense? Gu Chen revealed a faint smile. Of course. Attacking a cultivator of the Heavenly Pavilion is a serious crime. The rulers have always governed the world with strict laws. Even if you offer up a great Tao technique, it's already very generous of you to let them forgive you. The old woman's words were not false. As a member of the Heavenly Pavilion, she knew better than anyone else just how cruel the rulers were. In the eyes of the rulers, every blade of grass and every tree in the world belonged to them. There was no room for negotiation. If they were willing to show mercy, it would only be because of their benevolence. It would not be an equivalent exchange. Of course, the old woman did not dare to speak her mind. Under the restrictions of the Heavenly Seal, she was not even allowed to speak ill of the rulers. If they offended them, or even if they had any ulterior motives, the primordial Heavenly Tao would sense them and instantly annihilate them. The Heavenly Seal was so tyrannical that none of the cultivators of the Heavenly Pavilion dared to do anything that would harm the rulers' interests. They could not even pretend to comply. This was also why the rulers trusted them more than their own sex and descendants. So that's how it is. This is indeed a solution. From the looks of it, we have no other choice. Gu Chen nodded. Everyone present was stunned. Did they really have to submit to this old woman? Although he was unwilling, this was indeed the only solution, unless they decided to throw caution to the wind and fight to the death. If they did not compromise, the Chen clan would perish, the Pei dynasty would perish, and everyone related to them would be slaughtered by Fu Tian Pavilion. The sovereigns controlled all the Taoist sects in the world. There was no way they could resist them. Even if they hid, they wouldn't be able to hide for long. Chen Daolin frowned and sighed. They had acted too rashly and directly caused the situation to descend into a situation that could not be remedied. But then again, they had thought that most of their secrets had already been exposed to the Fu Tian Pavilion, and there was no way they would just sit there and wait for their deaths. If they were given another chance, they would most likely make the same choice. I will consider your suggestion, but I still have a few questions that I hope you can help me with. Gu Chen calmly said to the old woman. He realized that if he let the other party think that he had the upper hand, she would be more willing to tell the truth. What problem? If the other party really compromised, then she wouldn't be held accountable for her mistake this time. Instead, she would be able to make a contribution. The old woman was quite tempted by this. Thus, she was willing to answer some of the other party's sensitive questions in exchange for Gu Chen's final compromise. First question. You are a Tao ancestor who has cultivated the grand heart magic art. You are the most suitable person to interrogate and investigate. Why didn't you appear on the second mountain? After learning that Fu Tian Pavilion had a cultivator who was proficient in the grand heart magic art, this question lingered in Gu Chen's mind. Logically speaking, with such a convenient great Tao art, he only needed to send the old woman out, and everyone on the second mountain would not be able to hide any secrets. If the old woman had been there, Gu Chen's scheme would have been exposed first, and he would probably have been captured by Fu Tian Pavilion like Xianxia. When the old woman heard this question, her expression changed slightly, and she seemed to be in a difficult position. This seemed to be a thorny problem. Can't you answer? Guchen could see that the old woman wanted to say something but was hesitating. Because of the restrictions of the Fu Tian seal, we cannot say anything that is detrimental to the sovereigns. The old woman took a deep breath and answered. The answer to this question was detrimental to the sovereigns. Everyone could not help but look at each other. What did she mean? The light of deduction in Gu Chen's eyes flickered incessantly, and a moment later, his eyes shone brightly. Could it be that you only listened to one of the 5 sovereigns? The old woman's expression instantly turned solemn. She had not said anything, so how could this little rascal's thoughts be so clear? That's right, that should be the case. Although the 5 sovereigns are high and mighty, they cannot be united. They must have their own interests. I guess that the cultivators of Fu Tian Pavilion might be under their control, but there are also some who are not. Or perhaps you have always been hiding in the shadows and are not considered a member of Fu Tian Pavilion on the surface? If it's the latter, then the sovereign behind you might not mobilize so many people to kill you, because he does not want the other sovereigns to notice. The more Guchen spoke, the more alarmed the old woman became. She seemed to have been stepped on a sore spot, and her expression darkened as she said, if you continue to talk nonsense about the sovereigns and make wild guesses, even if you hand over the grand essence art, I will not be able to help you. I will report every word you say to the sovereign when I get close to him. The old woman did not admit or deny it. Guchen did not know whether his guess was correct or not, but even if that was the case, there was no point in angering the 4 sovereigns. Even if it was just the wrath of one sovereign, the price was not something they could bear. I was just saying it casually. Don't take it to heart. I have great respect for the sovereigns, and I do not dare to be disrespectful. Guchen smiled and tried to smooth things over, but the old woman did not believe him no matter what. Second question. From your tone earlier, you seem very certain that I do not have deep connections with the Xianxia group and the Revolutionary Army. How did you come to such a conclusion? Guchen continued to ask questions. Seeing that he did not continue asking sensitive questions about the sovereigns, the old woman heaved a sigh of relief. She answered casually, of course, I obtained information from Yimi. Oh? That's strange. Although Yimi is now the pavilion master of Prudential Pavilion, she was actually not very clear about how I came to an agreement with the Xianxia group and the Revolutionary Army back then. There are many details that need to be considered and verified. I don't think Fu Tian Pavilion could confirm in such a short time that I do not have deep connections with the Xianxia group. After all, I was also on the second mountain when the Cemetery of Divinities and Demons happened. Feng Yuxiu and Ling Bing had concealed themselves very deeply. The sovereigns believed that Feng Yuan's accomplices might still be in the second mountain and sea, so they were reshuffling the cards. Guchen did not think that he would be cleared of suspicion so easily. He had appeared in a place where he should not have been, and now that she knew of his true identity, the old woman had actually put his question aside. This was truly illogical. She had said that she was certain that he did not have deep connections with the Xianxia group, but that seemed even more careless. How could she be so sure? Of course, this might just be a lie, but it was an indisputable fact that the old woman had put his question aside for the time being. Something must have happened within this. You overestimate yourself. There are so many forces that are suspected to be involved with the Xianxia Association. It's not your turn to attract attention. The old woman's eyes flickered, and she deliberately avoided Guchen's gaze. She seemed to have answered Guchen's question, but in fact, she didn't explain it clearly. Guchen showed a harmless smile. The old woman's reaction made him more certain that something must have happened. Since the old woman refused to say more, he could only search her body. Guchen gestured to the clay bodhisattva. The clay bodhisattva understood and immediately went forward to search the old woman. How dare you? You don't know what's good for you. The old woman immediately became angry and scolded. However, the clay bodhisattva ignored her and searched a lot of things on her body. There were storage rings, jade plates, talismans, and so on. Guchen took the storage ring, forcibly erased the brand on it, and probed it with his divine sense. In addition to the elixirs and medicinal materials that could be found in ordinary storage rings, He also found some documents in the space of the ring. Gu Chen took out some documents and distributed them to the people present. They read them together to see if they could find any useful clues. Seeing that Gu Chen's attention was attracted by the documents, the old woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't expect that the clay bodhisattva, who hadn't stopped searching her body, pulled out a hairpin from her head. "Give me back the hairpin." The old woman immediately became anxious. The clay bodhisattva checked the hairpin and grinned. "It's really secretive. This hairpin has an internal space. I don't know what treasures are hidden in it." Thanks to the sharp eyes of a former thief, the clay bodhisattva almost missed the real key. The clay bodhisattva hurriedly handed the hairpin to Gu Chen. Gu Chen put down the documents and took the hairpin. He found that there was a secret restriction on it, which was complicated and powerful. It was not as easy to erase as the brand on the storage ring. This hairpin seemed to be the real place where the old woman hid her treasures. Gu Chen spent some effort to break the restriction and checked the inside. His expression became strange when he saw it. There were no natural treasures in the space of the hairpin, but a man was imprisoned. It was a strong man. He seemed to be sleeping, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. "Who is this?" Gu Chen casually threw the man out of the space. The man was sleeping like a dead pig. When he came out of the space, he just turned over and continued to sleep. "What? Can't I raise a few pretty boys?" The old woman's face darkened as she spoke with displeasure. "Gigolo? Him? He, your figure is comparable to that of Fatty Yuan." The ugly emperor teased, feeling that this matter was quite interesting. Qin Daolin and the dwarf sovereign were confused. They believed that the old lady had a hobby of keeping male pets, but this fatty did not look like a gigolo at all. "Is that so?" "I'll wake him up and ask him," Gu Chen said calmly. The clay bodhisattva immediately went forward and tried to wake the man up. For some reason, the man was sleeping very soundly. He couldn't be woken up by ordinary methods. The clay bodhisattva slapped him a few times, but he didn't react at all. Instead, he turned over and continued to sleep soundly. As he turned over, his face was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The dwarf sovereign exclaimed in surprise. "This fatty, why does he look so familiar?" Gu Chen took a closer look. Although the man's appearance had changed a little, he still recognized him very quickly. "Fatty Qian?" he subconsciously said. The dwarf sovereign looked at him carefully and instantly understood why he looked familiar. "It's really Qian Darong," he sighed. After not seeing him for more than 100 years, Fatty Qian seemed to have matured a lot. He really didn't expect to reunite in such a way. "You guys know each other?" The old lady's expression changed. This was troublesome. It seemed like she couldn't hide his identity anymore. The clay bodhisattva, the ugly emperor, and Qin Daolin were shocked. They didn't expect that Gu Chen and the old lady would know this fatty. From their tone, they should be old acquaintances. Gu Chen quickly came to Fatty Qian's side and checked his body condition. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with his body and that he was just in a deep sleep, he was relieved. He checked again carefully to make sure that there was no blood red eye in his body, and there was no restriction like Ling Bing's in his mind. Then, he calmed down. "How did you catch him?" Gu Chen turned around and asked the old lady. The old lady snorted coldly and didn't want to answer any more of Gu Chen's questions. There was no point in lying now. The more he said, the more the other party would know. It was better not to say anything. The old lady didn't want to cooperate. Gu Chen didn't force her and looked at Qin Daolin. "Senior Chen, this fatty is an old friend of mine. I want to talk to him. I'll have to trouble you to take care of this place." Qin Daolin nodded in agreement. Gu Chen then grabbed the sleeping fatty Qian and walked upstream of the underground river. The dwarf sovereign followed, and the ugly emperor was also called over by Gu Chen. The reason why Fatty Qian didn't wake up was probably because of the big heart magic. With the ugly emperor around, it would be more convenient. Some conversations couldn't be heard by the old lady. After all, Gu Chen hadn't thought about how to deal with her. When they reached a place where there was no one, Gu Chen personally woke up Fatty Qian. Qian Darong opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw the handsome and slightly feminine Chen Yunfei, he subconsciously smiled. What a beautiful lady. As he spoke, he stretched out his fat hand and was about to touch Gu Chen's face. However, he suddenly saw the ugly emperor beside him. Ghost! He immediately screamed, and he instantly woke up. Boss, I don't seem to get along with this fatty. Can I cripple him? The ugly emperor said sinisterly. Wasn't he just a little ugly? Was there a need to have such a big reaction? Ignore him. He's always been like this. Gu Chen casually said. From Fatty Qian's reaction, he seemed to be in a normal state of mind. You are, Qian Darong stared at Gu Chen suspiciously. At this moment, he saw that the other party was a man. The other party's tone seemed familiar to him, which made him feel confused. Where's that old lady? Qian Darong recalled what happened before he fainted. He looked around with fear, but he didn't see the scary old lady who grabbed him. She's already under my control. I was the one who saved you. Gu Chen said calmly. Who are you? I'm extremely grateful for your kindness. Qian Darong said with lingering fear. Chen Yunfei. Gu Chen said his name, but he didn't directly acknowledge him. You're Chen Yunfei? Qian Darong blurted out in shock. Why? You know me? I've heard of you. Qian Darong stammered. Clearly, he was on guard against Gu Chen. Who are you? How did you get caught by that old lady? Gu Chen began to interrogate him. He wanted to understand the ins and outs of how Qian Darong got caught by that old lady. Qian Darong tidied up his clothes, cleared his throat, and said seriously, I'm Qian Darong, a disciple of Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. Greetings, Brother Chen. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, Gu Chen revealed a look of surprise. The Dwarf Emperor was also surprised. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor? That's a famous ruthless person in the Dao world. Rumor has it that he only has 6 disciples, all of whom are great sages. But none of them is called Qian Darong. Ugly Emperor heard of Void Mirror Dao Ancestor's name and immediately questioned. I'm the last disciple of Void Mirror Dao Ancestor, those 6 are my senior brothers. Because of my stubborn nature, Master doesn't allow me to use his name, fearing that I would embarrass him, so very few people in this world know about me. Qian Darong said embarrassedly. This reason really made people speechless. To think that he could say it. Then why are you willing to tell us who you are now? Ugly Emperor asked again. I met that old woman by chance, and because I spoke without thinking, I offended her and was captured by her. Now that I'm saved by Brother Chen and the 2 of you, I have to tell you who I am to avoid any misunderstandings. Qian Darong had a simple and honest look on his face. When the ugly emperor saw this, he chuckled and said, Boss, it seems like this brat isn't willing to speak the truth. Do you want me to torture him? Otherwise, even if I continue asking, there won't be any results. Gu Chen had a helpless expression. Qian Darong's lie was too fake. Didn't he know who that old woman was? That was a cultivator of Fu Tian Pavilion. How could she capture him because of a small argument? Was there nothing else important to do? She captured him because he was valuable. Gu Chen guessed that it was most likely because of Feng Yuan. Qian Darong's great-grandfather, Qian clan's ancestor, was Feng Yuan's right-hand man and was in charge of all the information. As long as he could find Qian clan's ancestor, he would be able to find Feng Yuan. Of course, Qian Darong wasn't that stupid. No matter how he was captured, he wouldn't tell him his true identity. However, the old woman cultivated the great heart magic. It was too easy for her to get anything out of Qian Darong. She probably already had some valuable information. Because of the importance of this information, she purposely lied about Qian Darong's identity. In fact, the reason why she didn't investigate Chen Yunfei was probably because of Qian Darong's appearance. After seeing Qian Darong, Gu Chen thought of many possibilities. This guy was like a mudslide, making the already confusing situation even more complicated. However, this fellow still thought that he hadn't exposed himself and was still playing dumb. Gu Chen had the urge to knock him to death. Gu Chen didn't have time to talk nonsense with Qian Darong, so he simply revealed his true appearance. He returned to his original valiant and resolute appearance. Seeing this, Qian Darong's face immediately revealed a look of disgust, the kind that he was not even willing to conceal. Fang Yuan, is it fun to tease me? He said coldly. Gu Chen was helpless. He showed his true appearance but was mistaken as Fang Yuan. How could he explain it? Fatty Qian, he is not Fang Yuan, he is our leader. The dwarf sovereign couldn't help but ask. Leader? Who did he think he was? My great-grandfather recognized him as his master, but I, Qian Darong, will never. The only person that I, Qian Darong, recognize and am willing to follow is Gu Chen. Qian Darong said passionately. The dwarf sovereign had also changed his appearance. He didn't recognize him. Good fellow, are you really stupid or are you pretending? The ugly sovereign muttered. This fatty was a loyal person. If he had purposely arranged this, his acting skills were simply off the charts. These words are quite pleasing to the ear. Gu Chen smiled faintly, and a trace of innate domineering aura leaked out of his body. The appearance could be fake, but the tyrant bloodline couldn't be faked. Qian Darong sensed the familiar domineering aura, his body shook, and he looked at Gu Chen in bewilderment. You, what you? Are you confused? I can't even recognize you. The dwarf sovereign said unhappily. He also revealed his true appearance, but because he had a metal body now, his original appearance was slightly different. Dwarf sovereign? Even though the dwarf sovereign had changed a little, the characteristics of dwarfs were too obvious. He quickly confirmed the other party's identity. Since the dwarf sovereign was here, then the person in front of him, boss? Qian Darong's voice was trembling. He was a little weak. He didn't dare to believe the reality. Back then, his great-grandfather had clearly told him that Gu Chen was already dead. Moreover, even if Gu Chen was still alive, how did he cross the realm sea and come to the Dao world? It's me. Gu Chen sighed and patted Qian Darong's shoulder, his heart full of emotions. Qian Darong's eyes immediately turned red, and he gave Gu Chen a bear hug on the spot, crying tears of joy. Boss, I let you down back then, it's all my fault. After hugging Gu Chen, Qian Darong suddenly knelt down, his face full of guilt and regret. Back then, Qian clan's ancestor played a huge role in the plot of Gu Chen. By Fang Yuan. Some things could be understood after thinking about it. From the moment he met Gu Chen, it was all within his great-grandfather's and Fang Yuan's calculations. He had inadvertently become a pawn that was used to destroy Gu Chen. For over 100 years, he'd always been living in self-blame and guilt. Every time he thought of Gu Chen's tragic death all those years ago, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He hated Fang Yuan to the bone, and he even hated his great-grandfather. What happened back then has nothing to do with you, you don't have to be like this. Gu Chen shook his head and helped Qian Darong up. The one who betrayed him was Qian clan's ancestor. Qian Darong knew nothing at that time. When all his companions were poisoned, he was not spared. It could only be said that they were too young back then and were schemed against by Fang Yuan and Qian clan's ancestor. Qian Darong still blamed himself, so Gu Chen could only change the topic. Alright, let's not talk about the past anymore. I have something important to ask you. How did you get caught by that old woman? Do you know who she is? Qian Darong wiped his tears, his expression turning heavy as he thought of this matter. My great-grandfather told me to go to Chen tribe and secretly monitor Chen tribe's young tribe leader Chen Yunfei, to see if he had any secrets. Earlier, I did not know that Chen Yunfei was you, boss, so I did not speak the truth. Your great-grandfather sent you to monitor me? That means... Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. That's right, this should be Fang Yuan's intention. Qian Darong gritted his teeth. He knew what Gu Chen was thinking and explained. For the past 100 years, I have been far away from Fang Yuan and Qian Kuan group. I have almost no contact with them. However, the reason why I can have such a peaceful cultivation environment is all because of my great-grandfather. Qian Darong's gaze turned slightly dim as he recalled the events of the past. Back then, after he woke up, he was different from Zhuo Chen Qiu. He did not choose to follow Fang Yuan and was instead disrespectful towards him. Back then, Fang Yuan wanted to kill him. It was because of his great-grandfather's pleading that Fang Yuan let him go. Afterwards, he also realized the huge gap between him and Fang Yuan, and also learned that Gu Chen was already dead. He was disheartened and helpless. He did not have the courage to fight back, nor was he willing to stay by Fang Yuan's side. Eventually, under his great-grandfather's arrangement, he became a disciple of Tao ancestor Phantom Mirror. He had thought that he would never have any contact with Feng Yuan and the others again, but he was too naive. Because of his great-grandfather, he would never be able to escape from the other party. Not long ago, Qian clan's ancestor contacted him and asked him to secretly monitor Qin Yunfei. At first, he refused. He did not want to have anything to do with Feng Yuan. These 100 years, although I have stayed away from Feng Yuan and the others, I have some understanding of their actions. The second mountains matter was huge. I also heard about it. I naturally did not want to get involved. However, great-grandfather told me that the reason I was safe these 100 years was because Feng Yuan treated me as one of his own. If I'm not willing to help, his relationship with me will be exposed. At that time it will bring great trouble to my sect. These 100 years, I have been a disciple of Tao ancestor Void Mirror. Master treats me like his own child. My senior brothers and I are like brothers. I did not want to implicate them, so I agreed to great-grandfather's conditions. I wanted to say that it was just to monitor one person. There would be no risk. After this matter is over, great-grandfather promised me that Qian Kuan group would not find trouble with me anymore. Qian Darong explained the ins and outs of the matter. He could not hide the guilt on his face. Facing Feng Yuan, this enemy, not only could he not take revenge for Gu Chen, he even helped him. In his opinion, no matter the reason, he was a disappointment. But he had no choice. His blood relation with Qian clan's ancestor could not be erased. His feelings were very conflicted. His sect was threatened. He had no other choice. That Feng Yuan style is really the same as before. Fatty Qian, are you really so naive? You think this matter will be resolved once and for all? Dwarf Emperor thought of the method Feng Yuan used to threaten Gu Chen. His heart was filled with disdain. I know that might have been a lie, but I had no choice. Qian Darong felt somewhat pitiful. With Feng Yuan's style, it is very likely that you becoming a disciple of Tao ancestor Void Mirror was within his calculations. Gu Chen shook his head. Fatty Qian's scheming was too weak compared to Qian clan's ancestor and Feng Yuan. How could he win against them? He didn't blame him. Everyone had their own weaknesses. Then how did you get caught by that old woman from Futian Pavilion? I went to Ding Kong Mountain according to great-grandfather's instructions, but when I got there, Qin Yunfei, that is, you, boss, were not there. I originally wanted to look for your whereabouts, but I didn't expect that old woman to be so powerful. She actually saw through my dream traversal ability, found my real body, and captured me. That's what happened. I was in a daze. I did not know what happened until you guys saved me today. Gu Chen understood the whole story. Qian Darong's luck was really bad. His dream traversing ability could be said to be unparalleled in the world when it came to scouting. It was flawless. Even if the cultivation realm was much higher than his, it would still be difficult for them to detect his surveillance. But there were exceptions, like the old woman who had a great heart magic and had a high soul realm. It was the bane of cultivators like Qian Darong. It was not strange that she could find him. The truth was more or less clear. The old woman had accidentally discovered Qian Darong when she was investigating him, and after capturing him, she used the heart magic on him and found out about his relationship with Qian Kuan group. Since Qian Darong was sent to investigate Qin Yunfei, it meant that Qin Yunfei's relationship with Qian Kuan group was not that close. After the old woman came to this conclusion, the focus of her investigation changed. Everything made sense. Gu Chen was curious about how much information the old woman had obtained from Qian Darong. Who did she tell this information to? Had she reported it to the rulers? Fatty, you are too stupid. You didn't want to implicate Void Mirror Tao ancestor, but now you've made a fool of yourself. Your sect is probably not far from destruction. The ugly emperor shook his head. He, who was well versed in the heart magic, knew very well that Qian Darong had probably unknowingly told 18 generations of his ancestors to the old woman. 88-inch. Then what should we do now? What should we do? Qian Darong had a sullen expression. It's not just your sect's problem, our problem is not resolved either. Everyone's lives are hanging by a thread. The dwarf emperor sighed. After asking so many questions, he understood what had happened. However, it was of no help to their current situation. Now that they had captured the old woman, they couldn't kill her, nor could they let her go. If they kept her around for too long, there would still be trouble. They were at their wits' end. What should we do now? Are we really going to hand over the Great Origin technique? Are we going to hope that the rulers will be magnanimous? Everyone looked at Gu Chen at the same time. In a situation where there was no other way, they could only rely on their pillar of support. Placing our hopes on the benevolence and pity of the rulers is the stupidest choice. Gu Chen's words revealed his thoughts. There was no way he would compromise with the old woman. However, what else could he do if he didn't compromise? After asking all the questions that needed to be asked, Gu Chen brought Fatty Qian back to the place where the old woman was imprisoned. Although the old woman was in a sorry state, she was still calm and composed. She was very clear that since these people didn't directly kill her at the start, they definitely didn't have the courage to do so now. This world was the world of the rulers, and she was directly working for them. Just this identity alone was enough to crush the Dao hearts of the vast majority of cultivators. Finding the whereabouts of those people from the Qianquan group is a great contribution. When Gu Chen arrived in front of the old woman, he revealed a relaxed smile, as if he had made some discoveries. The old woman examined him, but didn't reply. You should have already guessed from Fatty Qian that we don't have a deep relationship with the Qianquan group. Now that we found a crucial clue to the whereabouts of the person on the top of the legend rank, do you think we can use this contribution to get the rulers to let us go and not hold it against us for accidentally capturing you? Gu Chen continued. Hearing this, the old woman laughed coldly. If I plead on your behalf, it wouldn't be difficult for you to obediently hand over the great primordial technique. No, you don't understand what I mean. Gu Chen shook his head, his gaze somewhat cold. What I mean is that we should directly kill you, then tell the rulers that we didn't know your identity and killed you because of a misunderstanding. After that, we should immediately hand over Fatty Qian and offer up the great primordial technique. Is there a chance that we can make up for our mistakes? When the old woman sensed Gu Chen's killing intent, her expression couldn't help but change. Come. It's too late. I've already told the rulers about finding the clues to the Qianquan group. Your rulers won't believe me at all. Although she reacted very quickly and didn't say anything wrong, Gu Chen had been observing her expression the whole time. When he saw the obvious change in her expression, he confirmed his conjecture. You're lying. You haven't even told the rulers about Fatty Qian. Gu Chen's gaze burned, and his tone was aggressive. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The old woman put on an unyielding look, but it was already too late. If she had really reported this matter to the rulers, when Gu Chen said he wanted to kill her, she should have snorted disdainfully. With just a few simple words, he had managed to get important information out of her. The old woman was extremely vexed. This brat was too cunning. That's true, this matter is of great importance, how can we report it to the ruler? Fatty Qian is only a clue, we need to follow the clues and dig out more big fish. It would be best if we can find the hiding place of that legend rank 1, that would be the greatest contribution. Gu Chen put on a fake smile. The old woman did not dare to answer any more of his questions. She simply closed her eyes and pretended to be quiet. Since you don't want to listen or speak, then just faint. Gu Chen suddenly attacked and knocked the old woman unconscious. It was inconvenient for her to speak while she was awake. Next, he told Jin Daolin and Clay Bodhisattva about what he had learned from Fatty Qian. No wonder she did not take action against us, she had a clue about Feng Yuan. But even if she has not reported this to the ruler, it has no meaning to us, right? Are we really going to kill her and beg for mercy from the ruler? Jin Daolin felt a headache. Why did he feel that what they were doing was helping Feng Yuan, delaying his discovery and causing trouble for themselves? There is still some benefit, since we have not reported Fatty Qian's matter, the ruler will not pay too much attention to this old woman, they will find out about her later. Gu Chen consoled, at least they did not need to worry about the ruler suddenly descending. This problem is very serious, I cannot think of a good solution for now. Everyone, express your opinions, do you all have any good ideas? Gu Chen looked at all the people present and asked them to brainstorm. With everyone's help, the flames would rise higher. Given the current situation, they could only do so. Everyone looked at each other and fell into deep thought. A moment later. Boss, you got the old woman's information earlier, she might only have a ruler behind her, right? Ugly Emperor suddenly asked. Gu Chen nodded. Since that is the case, I think so. Sending the old woman to the second mountain would be more beneficial to finding clues about Fan Yuan, but the ruler behind her did not do so. It means he does not want to share this information with the other 4 rulers, or the other rulers do not know of the old woman's existence, and he does not want to expose it. If it's the latter, then so be it. But if it's the former, that means this ruler definitely wants to find Fan Yuan alone, or rather, he wants someone else to find him first. If that's the case, is it possible that we killed the old woman and disguised it as the work of another ruler? As the ugly emperor spoke up to hear, everyone's eyes lit up. Putting aside the success rate of this plan, it was a very bold idea. Chen Daolin couldn't help but glance at Gu Chen. What kind of subordinates did this fellow have? They were actually able to scheme against the sovereigns without batting an eyelid. They wanted to make use of the sovereign's mutual distrust. Even if this kind of person did not rely on Gu Chen, he would still be able to achieve great things. That's a good idea, but we don't know which hegemon she's working for. Even if they knew, how could they fake it as the work of another ruler? This is not an easy problem to solve. Gu Chen felt that this plan was feasible, but there were many difficulties. If this old hag's description of the Fu Tianyin seal was not exaggerated, it will be a big problem for us to escape after we kill them. The dwarf sovereign added. Chen tribe is a force of the second mountain and sea. The cultivators sent here to gather information are most likely subordinates of the supreme Qi palace ruler, right? The clay bodhisattva said after some consideration. The chances are indeed higher, but it's not necessarily true. If we make the wrong bet and our lie is exposed, we will be crushed to pieces. Chen Daolin said. Let's just treat it as the sovereign of Supreme Qi Palace. When we kill the old woman, we have to fake it as the work of the other 4 clans. We also have to leave this place after we kill her, avoiding the detection of the ruler's divine sense. We have to make everything flawless. The dwarf emperor clicked his tongue. If he was the one doing this, he felt that it would be impossible to complete. Zero-long literature network. It's not difficult to leave quickly after killing her. The important thing is, who here knows about the other 4 orthodoxies of the primordial group? Gu Chen said in a low voice. He thought that if he let his Dao body do the job, he could release it or teleport back to the dominating cauldron world and escape in time. As for the orthodoxies of the primordial group other than the Supreme Qi Palace, he had never come into contact with them. If he did, it wouldn't be difficult to imitate them. Everyone shook their heads. The members of the primordial group were extremely powerful. How could their orthodoxies be leaked so easily? None of them had come into contact with them. Even if they had, it would be useless to talk about it. Didn't the Sword Ancestor come into contact with the Fortune Immortal sect? He might be able to help us. The dwarf emperor suddenly thought of something and said. Gu Chen rubbed his chin. The Sword Ancestor had killed the lover of the Fortune Immortal sect's sect leader when he was young. In order to prevent the Sword Ancestor from seeking revenge, the Sword Ancestor might have done some research on the orthodoxies of the Fortune Immortal sect. This was indeed a feasible path. He even considered informing his clone in the Sword Pavilion and asking him to discuss it with the Sword Ancestor. Even if the old woman hasn't told the ruler about me, are you sure she hasn't told anyone else? Fatty Qian, who had been silent, could not help but ask. He had been listening to everyone's conversation and felt that this plan was crazy and dangerous. It was not that he was afraid of death, but there were too many unpredictable variables in this plan. Even if the old woman hasn't told the ruler, she must have already started investigating after getting the information from me. She needs help to investigate, right? There has to be a direction, right? We don't know what information she got from me or who else she has come into contact with. If we don't get to the bottom of this, it might implicate the Chen tribe. The rulers are not fools. Even if they want to prevent others from finding Fan Yuan, they don't need to send their own people, right? If they leave such an obvious trap, it might make people suspicious. Fatty Qian did not speak, but his words startled everyone awake. Everyone was considering the possibility of success, but the ugly emperor's plan was built on a hypothesis. There were too many uncertainties. Moreover, an obvious slander would not gain the ruler's trust. Everyone was silent. The problem had reached a dead end again. Everyone scratched their heads and frowned, unable to think of a foolproof plan. It's all because my cultivation level is not high enough. That old woman was right. If I cultivated Great Heart Demon to the limit, I would be able to get all the information from her and even plant illusions in her. There wouldn't be so much trouble. The ugly emperor heaved a deep sigh. If not for you, we wouldn't even know that Fu Tian Pavilion was secretly collecting information. You have already done very well. Gu Chen shook his head. Now was not the time for anyone to blame themselves. Ah! Fatty Qian suddenly shouted, giving everyone a fright. What are you doing, damn fatty? The ugly emperor said unhappily. Why didn't I think of that earlier? What you can't do, there is someone who can. Fatty Qian was extremely excited and said excitedly. The old woman has mastered the supreme great Tao of the heart demon. In this world, aside from Tao ancestors who have also cultivated the great heart magic to the extreme, no one can control her mind. Fatty, don't brag. We don't have time to joke now, the ugly emperor retorted. The ugly emperor retorted. He didn't think that there was anyone who could solve this crisis through the mental aspect. Let him speak. Gu Chen and the dwarf emperor looked at Fatty Qian expectantly. They were the most familiar with him. Although he was usually sloppy, he was never a person who would speak without thinking when it came to critical moments. The person I'm talking about is my master, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Fatty Qian quickly calmed down and explained to everyone in detail. My master has mastered the great dream divination art of the 8 great arts. This great Tao art is very unique and mysterious, so the world doesn't know much about it. But in fact, it can be classified as a soul-type great Tao art. The great dream divination art can control the dreams of countless living beings and affect reality. Based on my understanding of it, it's not impossible to achieve the same effect as the great heart magic. My cultivation is not high enough to do that, but my master has a high cultivation. He should be able to do it. Fatty Qian said with certainty. Gu Chen couldn't help but look at Chen Daolin. Senior Chen, do you know anything about this Tao Ancestor Void Mirror? Tao Ancestors knew Tao Ancestors the best. Although Chen Daolin hadn't been a Tao Ancestor for long, he had lived for a long time. He should have heard of Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's name. I don't know much, but I've heard some rumors about him. Do you know about the Tribulation Sect? Chen Daolin's eyes became serious. Tribulation Sect? Senior, are you talking about the Tribulation Sect that used to have the great disaster art? It seems to have been destroyed for a very long time. The clay bodhisattva remembered some information he had read in the Divine Ascension realm. That's right. The Tribulation Sect was destroyed because of Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Chen Daolin smiled bitterly. Gu Chen's pupil shrank. He didn't know much about the Tribulation Sect, but he knew a little about the great disaster art. Xianxia had some kind of fortuitous encounter to cultivate the 9 disasters art of the great disaster art. This Tao art was publicly recognized as one of the 10 great arts of the 8 great arts. One could imagine how powerful the Tribulation Sect had been in the past with this great Tao technique. The Tribulation Sect was like the sun at high noon back then, but for some reason, they offended Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. It was said that the entire sect was annihilated overnight. Even the Tao ancestor of the sect died mysteriously in his sleep. There were more than 100,000 Tribulation disciples. Logically speaking, such a massacre should have caused a huge commotion. However, it was not until a few days later that the entire Tribulation sect was discovered. It's said that all the cultivators from the Calamity sect died without a single wound on their bodies. There were no signs of fighting, and the Tao ancestor from the Calamity sect died with a smile on his face. His death caused quite a stir back then, said Meng Hao. From then on, Tao Patriarch Void Mirror gained the nickname Ruthless. Although he rarely made a move after that, not a single power in the 9 mountains and seas dared to provoke him. Chen Daolin's words sent chills down everyone's spine. The dwarf sovereign couldn't help but say to Fatty Qian, "You little brat, you actually became a disciple of such a ruthless person? How did she fall for you? Don't forget that I cultivate the origin essence of dream, and my talent is extremely rare. Back then, when my master saw me, he thought that I was the most suitable person to inherit his legacy." Fatty Qian couldn't hide his pride when he heard the other Tao ancestors talk about his master's great achievements. Great dream divination art. Maybe Tao Patriarch Void Mirror can really do it. The ugly sovereign had heard of Tao Patriarch Void Mirror's name, but he didn't know much about the great dream divination art. After listening to Fatty Qian's detailed explanation, he couldn't help but admit that Tao Patriarch Void Mirror might really have the ability to help them. Will Tao Patriarch Void Mirror agree to help? Gu Chen stopped Fatty Qian from continuing to boast. Fatty Qian's expression immediately became a little uneasy. Although my master loves me, he has a strange temper. Back then, when I joined him, I concealed my relationship with Feng Yuan and the others. Now that this matter has brought disaster to the sect, I wonder how he will react. At this point, if we don't solve the old woman's problem, Tao Patriarch Void Mirror might also be implicated. He shouldn't refuse, right? The dwarf sovereign pondered. No matter how strong Tao Patriarch Void Mirror was, he couldn't be stronger than the primordial group or the 5 rulers. Feng Yuan had already touched the bottom line of the 5 rulers. Anyone who had anything to do with him would probably not have a good ending. Tao Patriarch Void Mirror definitely wanted to cover up this matter. Tao Patriarch Void Mirror might also kill Fatty and hand him over, he. The ugly sovereign said. Fatty Qian gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Chen. I believe that master won't harm me. If you are willing, I will contact master and tell him everything. I will beg him for help. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. Was it reliable to ask Tao Patriarch Void Mirror for help? If they didn't ask for his help, the other choices were too risky. If Tao Patriarch Void Mirror could really control the old woman, then they could avoid the risk to the greatest extent and eliminate all the dangers in the budding stage. At the same time, they would have an ally in Tao Patriarch Void Mirror. We don't have a better choice. I believe in Fatty. Gu Chen looked at everyone present, and they all nodded one after another. How do we contact Tao Patriarch Void Mirror? Divine Ascension Realm? After making the decision, Gu Chen asked Fatty Qian. Tao Patriarch Void Mirror was a wild crane, and no one knew where he lived. His 6 disciples' territories were mainly in the 8th mountain and sea. The distance between the 8th mountain and the 2nd mountain and sea was too far. Master doesn't trust the Divine Ascension Realm. Our communication has always been through the Grand Illusory Dreamland, Fatty Qian said. Grand Illusory Dreamland? What's that? My sect's unique dream-entering Taoist technique. As long as we enter a dream, my master will sense it and meet us in the dream. It's not limited by spatial distance? Yes. Everyone was stunned. This method of communication was convenient, safe, and efficient. It was even better than the Divine Ascension Realm. Boss, if there's no problem, I will enter the Grand Illusory Dreamland now. I will lead the way, and you can follow. Fatty Qian felt that he had caused a great disaster, and he was not confident in facing his master. If Gu Chen followed, he would feel more at ease. Since we are asking for Tao Patriarch Void Mirror's help, we should talk face to face and explain. Lead the way. Gu Chen didn't hesitate and let everyone follow. Fatty Qian nodded and began to use his sect's unique dream-entering Taoist technique. His pupils disappeared, and waves of ripples appeared. A strange pink Taoist power escaped from his body and spread in all directions, enveloping everyone. For a moment, everyone felt drowsy, and their bodies felt light. They could feel their consciousness floating out of their bodies, constantly drifting up into the sky until they entered a heavenly palace. In the distance, there were lush spiritual mountains, and nearby palaces. It was an auspicious holy land. Fatty Qian led everyone to land on the cloud bed. This place was richly decorated and heavenly. It was the Grand Illusory Dreamland, everyone's bodies solidified, and they felt extremely real as they stepped on the cloud soil. However, they were not real flesh and blood. It was really strange. If our souls get injured here, will our bodies get injured as well? Ugly Emperor asked curiously. The feeling here was similar to the Divine Ascension Realm. You are not souls here. To be exact, you are called dream bodies. Dream bodies are just a wisp of your consciousness. Even if they are destroyed, they will not harm your bodies. Fatty Qian explained while looking around. As long as someone entered the Grand Illusory Dreamland, Master would immediately sense it. As long as he was willing to meet them, he would soon appear. Such a convenient method of communication. Even the Divine Ascension Pearl is not needed. If it was common, the Divine Ascension sect would have no business, Dwarf Emperor praised. It's not that easy. Fatty Qian shook his head. Only those who practice my sex dream accessing Dao technique can enter the grand illusionary dreamland, but not every cultivator has this kind of talent. Just this threshold alone means that the grand illusionary dreamland cannot be popularized. Even if it can't be popularized, the ability to communicate with the sect anytime and anywhere is still infinitely useful. Gu Chen said. His evaluation of Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was getting higher and higher even before he met him. Among the people he knew, only Feng Yuan and this Dao Ancestor Void Mirror were aware of the risks of the Divine Ascension realm and created their own channels of communication. De Rong, how dare you bring outsiders into the grand illusory dreamland? Have you forgotten the lesson I taught you? Suddenly, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and an old voice entered everyone's ears. Fatty Qian's expression shook. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said anxiously with a wronged expression, "Master, something big has happened. This disciple has no other choice." Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was silent for a while. Then, on the white jade platform in front of him, a figure slowly appeared. "I am Chen Daolin." "Greetings, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror." Chen Daolin took the lead to greet him. "Junior Chen Yunfei greets Senior Void Mirror," Gu Chen said. The others bowed as well, sizing up Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. This Dao Ancestor, who was called ruthless by the outside world, actually had the appearance of a child. He looked like he had red lips and white teeth. Only the vicissitudes hidden in his eyes allowed people to vaguely identify his age. "Chen Daolin? Kid, you went to the second mountain and sea to train?" Dao Ancestor Void Mirror ignored them. Instead, he looked at Fatty Qian with narrowed eyes. Fatty Qian smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain the whole thing to his master. "If you have something to say, just say it. Did the Chen clan make things difficult for you? Don't worry, with Master around, I'll exterminate them with a flick of a finger." Dao Ancestor Void Mirror didn't give Chen Daolin any face at all. He was extremely protective. "No, Master, you've misunderstood. They're on the same side. They saved me," Fatty Qian hurriedly explained. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Really?" Fatty Qian hurriedly nodded. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror waved his hand, and a chair appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Daolin. "Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat." Chen Daolin's name and the power of the Chen clan were not qualified for him to give him a seat. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was truly terrifying. Chen Daolin did not sit down. He smiled and said, "If fellow Daoist Void Mirror hears what happened, I'm afraid he'll remove this chair. He can't wait to cut ties with us." "Oh?" Dao Ancestor Void Mirror rubbed his chin and walked to the kneeling Fatty Qian. Suddenly, he knocked him hard on the head. "Spit it out. What kind of trouble did you get into? You've gotten into trouble many times in the past, but I've never seen you so scared." Fatty Qian was very obedient. From the beginning, he stammered and explained his identity and background. As Dao Ancestor Void Mirror listened, his expression changed from time to time. When he heard that a group of people had captured a cultivator from Fu Tian Pavilion, his expression completely darkened. "Your background is unclear and there are some hidden dangers. I've known for a long time. It's just that out of all the things you shouldn't have done, you didn't discuss this matter with me and fell into the trap set by others," Dao Ancestor Void Mirror scolded. Fatty Qian's face was filled with guilt as he sobbed and apologized. "All right. Stop crying. Aren't you ashamed?" Dao Ancestor Void Mirror cursed but did not make a move. It was clear that he doted on this disciple very much. Gu Chen observed a detail. After Dao Ancestor Void Mirror learned of the entire matter, although his expression was ugly, he did not panic. It was useless to criticize his disciple for being useless. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror turned and came before Gu Chen and the others. "I understand why you're here. What exactly do you want me to do to that cultivator from Fu Tian Pavilion?" Dao Ancestor Void Mirror moved swiftly and went straight to the point. "We want to know how much information that old woman obtained after capturing Fatty Qian, who she contacted, and what arrangements she made. Only after confirming these things can we know what to do next." Gu Chen replied seriously. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was slightly surprised when he realized that Chen Daolin was not the one in charge. However, he did not take it to heart. In that case, you guys actually don't have any good ideas. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror shook his head. Guchen did not deny it and asked, Senior, can you help with this? You found the right person. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror glanced at Guchen and began to speak. As you said, she used the Grand Heart magic to prove her Dao and become an ancestor. It's very difficult to control her mind and make her reveal information. It's fine if it's difficult, but what's even more troublesome is the Fu Tian seal. Cultivators who have been implanted with the Fu Tian seal are unable to disobey the ruler. In fact, they can't even do anything detrimental to the ruler. Under such circumstances, even if someone can successfully control her mind, as long as she says something detrimental to the ruler, she will immediately suffer the wrath of the Fu Tian seal. She'll die before she can obtain the information. Once she dies, the rulers will immediately sense it and arrive in an instant. Fortunately, my precious disciple asked you to come find me. Otherwise, not only will you die, but my disciple will also be finished. I might even be unlucky. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's words shocked everyone. They knew about the Fu Tian seal from the old woman, but they did not expect this at all. If the ugly emperor's Grand Heart magic was at a greater mastery level, they would not have come to find Dao Ancestor Void Mirror at all. They would have taken action immediately. Guchen was a little bewildered. How did Dao Ancestor Void Mirror understand the Fu Tian seal so well? It was as though he had come into contact with it before. Even the old woman herself might not have thought so deeply. In that case, it's impossible to get information from her, the ugly emperor muttered. A direct method is indeed impossible, but it's still possible to take some trouble. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's eyes burned with passion as he blurted out, I can't use techniques on the cultivators of the Fu Tian Pavilion in the Great Illusory Dreamland. Let's set a location. I'll go as soon as possible. He'd thought that it would take a lot of effort to convince Dao Ancestor Void Mirror to help, but he'd agreed so readily that he'd come. Things went more smoothly than expected. Guchen asked politely, how long will it take for Senior to come to the second mountain and see? I'll take the teleportation array. If you're in the Jade Dynasty, you'll need to travel a bit. It'll take about 2 or 3 days. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror estimated. 2 or 3 days, everyone's spirits rose. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's efficiency was shocking. After all, he was many mountains and seas away. The more desolate the meeting place, the better. It'll be troublesome if we make too much noise and attract the attention of some experts, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror added. If that's the case, how about we meet at the Great Desolate Marsh? Guchen said. The Great Desolate Marsh? That's fine. It's about time. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror nodded. He glanced at Chen Daolin and saw that his expression was calm, as if he was used to letting Chen Yunfei make the decisions. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror said tacitly, all right, I'll set out right away. In the next 2 days, you must keep an eye on that cultivator from the Heavenly Pavilion. It's best not to let more people know about her. Everyone nodded. Fatty Qian said gratefully, Master, it's all my fault. It's been hard on you. Cut the crap. When I get there, I'll teach you a lesson. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror glared, then flicked his sleeve. Everyone felt light as the Grand Illusory Dreamland moved away. When they opened their eyes, they were back at the underground river. The conversation just now was like a dream. Let's go to the Great Desolate Marsh. Guchen got up. They were at the Mu Dynasty, heading to the Great Desolate Marsh at the border of the Pei Dynasty. Perhaps Dao Ancestor Void Mirror would already be there by the time they arrived. They'd set the meeting place there because, to be safe, they'd informed the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others to leave the Great Desolate Marsh before capturing the old woman. At the same time, they'd keep an eye out for new faces. The old woman had obtained information about the Hidden Dragon clan from Yimi. If she wanted to investigate, she would definitely send people to the Great Desolate Swamp. However, according to the Hidden Dragon clan's feedback, there had been no abnormalities in the desolate ancient swamp recently. Guchen believed in the Hidden Dragon clan's judgment. They had stayed in the desolate swamp for such a long time, and they had long established a solid foundation over there. If any unfamiliar cultivators appeared there, it would be hard for them to escape their eyes. What's more, the hidden dragon clan was good at tracking and hiding. Even if they hid there, it would be difficult for them to not be discovered. Since there were no problems with the Great Primordial Swamp for now, it clearly fulfilled Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's requirements and was under their control. The unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others hadn't been completely evacuated yet, so this trip was a good opportunity to resolve the issue of their settlement. Thus, the group left the underground river. In order to conceal themselves, Fatty Qian, the clay bodhisattva, the dwarf emperor, and the ugly emperor entered Gu Chen's dominating cauldron world, while Gu Chen and Chen Daolin flew at full speed towards the great desolate swamp. Yimi and the old woman from Fu Tian Pavilion were temporarily placed inside as well, but they were unconscious the entire time. As for the Peiyu Alliance army, Chen Daolin sent a message to Clan Chief Chen, who was temporarily in charge. Chen Daolin didn't show his face in public before, and Gu Chen's thread clone was in the sword pavilion, so he didn't have to worry about arousing suspicion. The two of them flew through the air, passing through thousands of mountains and rivers, faster than any flying steed. 2 days later, they entered the Swamp Nation. They estimated that they would definitely arrive earlier than Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Do you think Void Mirror can be trusted? Chen Daolin asked when they were about to meet. I don't know. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror agreed too readily. I have a feeling that his purpose for coming to help isn't that simple. Gu Chen understood Chen Daolin's concerns and answered truthfully. That's right. We've never met him before, after all, so we have to be careful. Given his ferocious reputation, even if we join forces, we might not be able to take him down. Chen Daolin recalled the rumors about Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. This ruthless person was too strange. If they weren't careful enough, they might not even know how they died. We just have to be careful when we meet. In this situation, we have a request of him. We have no other choice. Gu Chen sighed. Only by winning over Tao Ancestor Void Mirror would he be able to regain control of the situation. You should have heard of it, right? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror has a tyrant dragon following him. It's said that this dragon's strength is unfathomable, and it reached the Great Sage Realm a long time ago, Chen Daolin said. I heard that Tao Ancestor Void Mirror is indeed extraordinary to be able to make a tyrant dragon follow him. Gu Chen nodded. Because of the infinite tyrant dragon, he knew very well how powerful and arrogant the tyrant dragons were. This race was one of the 10 races of the ancient underworld, standing at the peak of countless bloodlines. Since ancient times, only the tyrant race had made them follow him. The tyrant dragon was extremely rare now. Even the infinite tyrant dragon didn't know how many of them were still alive. It definitely wanted to see its clansmen. The tyrant dragon by Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's side was undoubtedly the current emperor of the tyrant dragon race, a peak existence. Gu Chen and Chen Daolin chatted as they slowly flew into the hinterland of the Swamp Kingdom, approaching the Great Desolate Swamp. The Great Desolate Swamp was boundless. After the two flew in, they continued forward, preparing to search for the infinite tyrant dragon. Relying on the spiritual connection between man and dragon, even if the infinite tyrant dragon hid itself, Gu Chen could easily find its location. As they slowly approached the infinite tyrant dragon, a series of dragon roars suddenly came from the area in front of them, accompanied by terrifying energy ripples. Gu Chen and Chen Daolin's expressions changed. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said that it would take 2 or 3 days to arrive. Now that 2 days had passed, it shouldn't be him. Could such a huge battle ripple be related to the Tao Court or the Heavenly Pavilion? The two's hearts tightened, and they hurriedly flew closer to the battlefield. Soon, they saw a shocking scene. A skeletal demon dragon covered in dark white bone armor and covered in demonic flames led a total of 17 true dragons to surround an exceptionally mighty tyrant dragon. Both sides fought fiercely on the swamp. Every time their bodies collided, countless trees would be destroyed. Although the attacks of the 18 true dragons were swift and violent, they couldn't even break through the tyrant dragon's defenses. The tyrant dragon only had to wave its claws casually, and a true dragon would be sent flying. The 18 true dragons never gave up. After falling, they immediately stood up and attacked again. The tyrant dragon, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on its face. The invisible pressure it exuded caused countless living beings in the swamp to flee. Whoosh! Whoosh! If one observed carefully, apart from the 18 true dragons, blurry figures would occasionally appear in the air, leaping and attacking the tyrant dragon. Among them, there was one with the sharpest aura, and its sword light repeatedly pierced the tyrant dragon's vitals. Unfortunately, the tyrant dragon only had to close its eyelids, and the sword light was deflated. The sword's edge only caused a bunch of sparks to appear on the tyrant dragon's eyelids. Not even a drop of blood flowed. Why would the limitless Tyrannosaurus dragon fight with the clan chief of Hidden Dragon and the others? It's not a good thing to cause such a huge commotion at this critical juncture, Chen Daolin said worriedly. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's power today was far greater than usual, but because it usually hid its power very deeply, he only thought that it was using its true strength. But he didn't understand. Weren't they all on the same side? Why were they fighting so fiercely? That's not limitless Tyrannosaurus. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Although it looked very similar, he was connected to the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex mentally, so how could he not recognize it? It was clearly another Tyrannosaurus Rex. His eyes searched quickly, and he soon found the real unbounded tyrant dragon somewhere in the swamp. It stared at the battlefield in front of it, and its eyes revealed the desire to fight. It was itching to fight. Not limitless Tyrannosaurus? In that case, Chen Daolin quickly realized the origin of the other Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had arrived earlier than them? Roar! The unfamiliar Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The dragon's roar seemed to be provoking and demonstrating its might. What accompanied the dragon's roar was a terrifying pressure that surpassed the Saint Realm. Wow! The head of the Hidden Dragon clan, who was constantly trying to launch sneak attacks, was swept by a tyrannical aura. His body was sent flying and he vomited blood. Some of the 18 true dragons collapsed, while others were injured. Even the bone armor of the undead bone demonic dragon had shattered, and it was half kneeling in the mud. Dao Ancestor Realm. Chen Daolin's pupils constricted. Never had he imagined that this Tyrannosaurus Rex that followed Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had actually stepped into the Dao Ancestor Realm at an unknown time. The 10 ancient underworld clans were different from other clans. Even if they did not cultivate great Dao techniques, with their bloodline, they still had the possibility of stepping into the Dao Ancestor Realm. However, as the Dao world's heaven-earth environment kept changing, this possibility had been decreasing. According to the rumors, the Tyrant Dragon was only at the Great Saint Realm. If it hadn't exposed itself, who would have thought that it had already reached the Dao Ancestor Realm? The opponent's strength was average and could not even break through its defense, so there was no need for it to reveal its true strength. However, this Tyrannosaurus Rex still did so, and its goal was very clear. Roar! Another peerlessly domineering dragon roar rang out as the limitless Tyrannosaurus dragon slowly walked toward the enemy that had just declared war on it. Its aura surged madly as its entire body radiated with a silver radiance. Crackle! Crackle! The limitless tyrant dragon's body was wrapped in golden lightning, and the pressure it exuded had actually reached the Dao Ancestor Realm. Compared to the two Tyrannosaurus Rex, the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex was slightly smaller, and its aura was also slightly weaker. However, it was completely fearless. As a young emperor, it accepted its clansman's challenge. Boom! 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 The two silver mountains collided. Every strike was filled with pure primordial power and beauty. Even the clouds in the sky were stirred up. We can't let them fight like this. Chen Daolin's gaze turned cold. They were about to become allies with Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, not to fight to the death. Although he didn't know the cause of the conflict, he had to stop it as soon as possible to prevent an irreversible outcome. Just as he was about to intervene, the void in front of him twisted, and the figure of a boy appeared. This boy's appearance was exactly the same as Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, whom he had seen in the great illusory dreamland. Chen Daolin paused. Fellow Daoist Void Mirror, what's going on? He couldn't help but ask. Since Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was here, why did he allow the two sides to have such a conflict? Even if he wasn't clear about the relationship between them and the Hidden Dragon clan's leader, the matter that both sides were preparing to deal with was extremely sensitive. How could he allow the Tyrannosaurus Rex under him to be so high-profile? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror looked at Chen Daolin and Gu Chen and said with a smile, "Let them fight. There's no harm in testing their strength." Gu Chen somewhat understood what Dao Ancestor Void Mirror meant and shook his head. It seems like the reason why Senior Void Mirror chose A. Desolate place to meet was so that it would be convenient for them to fight, right? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror did not deny it and said indifferently, if you want to cooperate with me, I have to test your strength, right? I said 2 to 3 days, but actually, 1.5 days at most would be enough. I arrived here early. I didn't expect to reap rewards so quickly. I actually discovered another Tyrannosaurus Rex. As Tao Ancestor Void Mirror spoke, he looked at Gu Chen with a pair of deep eyes filled with curiosity. Let me see how capable you are and if you have the qualifications to cooperate with me. If you want to go against the heavens, I have to know that you're overestimating yourself. There's still a chance of survival, right? Gu Chen was not angry that he was tricked. Instead, he nodded rationally. A very reasonable request. If Senior Void Mirror trusts us just because of your disciple, we'll have to worry that we'll be implicated by you in the future. Hee, you're young, but you're quite arrogant. Use whatever abilities you have. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror narrowed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Chen smiled and casually grabbed at the void with his left hand. Crimson grace escaped from his body and landed in his hand, clang, a loud sword hum sounded. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's gaze was somewhat stunned. When Qin Daolin saw Gu Chen use Crimson Grace right away, he understood what he meant and retreated almost immediately. At the same time, he pointed in the direction of Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. The two of them were not wishy-washy people. Since Tao Ancestor Void Mirror clearly wanted to test them, they would go all out. Freeze! The void froze in an instant. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror realized that his body had become sluggish. The crimson copper sword in Qin Yunfei's hand also erupted with dazzling flames. Boom! The sword beam tore through and Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's figure was engulfed by the flames. Gu Chen and Qin Daolin watched as he smiled and turned into ashes. That smile was casual. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror did not seem to panic at all in the face of the strongest Tao Ancestor divine weapon. Why is the Sword Ancestor's sword in your hands? Damn, did you kill him? Or is he on the same side as you? Or are you the Sword Ancestor in disguise? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror appeared behind Gu Chen the next moment. He was not injured at all and asked with interest. Gu Chen's expression shook. He immediately turned around and waved his hand to launch another sword strike. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror disappeared instantly and dodged the sword. In the next moment, he appeared on Gu Chen's left. Before he swung his sword again, he grabbed the blade with his bare hands. How terrifying was Crimson Grace's lethality? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror grabbed it with his bare hands and was actually unscathed. He was not burned or cut. It was so easy. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold. He tried to slash down with his sword, but he realized that Crimson Grace did not move at all. His strength was actually inferior to Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror grabbed Crimson Grace and slowly exerted force with his fingers. Crack! A crack actually appeared on the blade of the #1 sword in the world. Gu Chen's pupils constricted into needles as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror exerted force again and completely broke Crimson Grace. Then, he used 2 fingers to snatch the tip of the sword and took 2 steps back to play with it. Gu Chen looked at the broken divine sword in his hand and was completely dumbfounded. One of the best divine swords in the Tao world was actually broken by Tao Ancestor Void Mirror with his bare hands. Gu Chen's mind was greatly impacted. Could a Tao Ancestor have such strength? Yunfei, be careful. What we saw with our own eyes might not be true. Qin Daolin's reminder came in time. Gu Chen's mind was stirred as he quickly understood what he meant. Great dream divination art. Everything that had just happened might just be a dream. That's right, the raw material of Crimson Wonder was the eternal flame gold, and it had been tempered by the Sword Ancestor with his consummate great weapon refinement art. How could it be destroyed so easily? A juggernaut might be able to do such a thing, but it was impossible for a Tao Ancestor. Common sense made Gu Chen calm down. However, looking at everything around him, including the feeling of the broken sword in his hand, everything was so real and did not seem like an illusion at all. Gu Chen had also encountered many mental attacks in the past, including the great heart magic art. Once he encountered a mental attack, the tyrant blood in his body would boil and surge, instantly breaking the illusion. It had never been like this, everything was too real. If not for the fact that breaking Crimson Wonder with one's bare hands was too illogical, be it Chen Daolin or him, they would never have thought that they had fallen into a dream. When exactly did he cast the technique? Gu Chen recalled his conversation with Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. He did not realize when he might have made the move at all. So what if you know this is a dream? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror played with the Crimson Wonder segment in his hand and teased calmly. He had no intention of hiding it in the first place. You can only wake up when I want you to wake up from this dream. The only way for you to leave this dream is to obtain my approval. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror opened his mouth and swallowed the Crimson Wonder segment in one gulp. Then, he burped with flames. Too arrogant, he clearly told them that this was a dream, but he was confident that they would not be able to escape. Gu Chen and Chen Daolin's fighting spirit was aroused. The golden blood qi in one of them rippled, while the other focused his mind and used their own methods to try to break the dream. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was calm and only observed the two of them, not in a hurry to make a move. Golden light flickered in the depths of Gu Chen's eyes as he tried to see through the illusion. Unfortunately, the magic eyes of the glorious ancient mighty body could not see through the thick fog. After trying for a while, nothing changed in the world in front of him. Chen Daolin used the soul-fixing art to freeze his own primordial spirit, not the other's primordial spirit but not other's primordial spirit. He froze his primordial spirit for a moment, using this method to try to break away from external influences. This move seemed to have worked. His body became blurry, and Dao Ancestor Void Mirror could not help but exclaim softly. As expected of someone who achieved ancestral ascension through severing Dao. This Chen Daolin is indeed different. He nodded, and a white soul light shone from his eyes. The void around Chen Daolin quickly stabilized. Mirror, the Chen God, the of Chen ancestor was, Master. Dao, Ancestor Chen Dao. Chen's eyes, Dao Ancestor 2. Ancestor Chen. Was Chen Dao Chen's Chen Chenji Ancestor Chen? This Chen Yunfei piqued his curiosity the most. From Chen Daolin's attitude towards him, this kid was obviously hiding some secrets. Also, although that disciple of his was a little heartless at times, he wouldn't easily trust others. However, he seemed to treat this kid differently. For these two reasons, he really wanted to dig out Chen Yunfei's secrets. If he wanted Chen Yunfei's help, he couldn't just casually take action without getting to the bottom of it. The Chen Yunfei in front of him seemed to have some kind of power stirring within his body, which proved his guess. However, the other party had purposely hidden this power and wanted to use it without him noticing. He was really looking down on him. Don't think that it's easy just because you're dreaming. If you can't break free from the dream, you'll be better off dead. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror felt that there was a need to increase the pressure. Suddenly, he raised his hand and made a tearing motion towards Gu Chen. Boom, the skin all over Gu Chen's body inexplicably cracked, and a tearing pain came from all the tendons in his body. His face quickly turned red, the pain from his body was too real. His body swayed, reminding himself that everything was a dream and that it wouldn't cause real damage to his body. Seeing this, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror smiled and let go of his hand to execute the torture. In a short period of time, Gu Chen's bones were crushed inch by inch, and his flesh and blood were burned to ashes. Then, he slowly came back to life. His bones were reborn, flesh grew, and then he was destroyed again. The cycle started again. During this process, the pain was real. Gu Chen felt the various kinds of pain that Dao Ancestor Void Mirror inflicted. It was extremely difficult. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be under his control. As long as he willed it, he could dismember his body and crush his bones into pieces. However, in the dream he created, he wouldn't die even if his body was crushed into pieces. He could torture people in 100,000 different ways. You're quite stubborn. Are you still not willing to use your true abilities? What if I tell you that the torture you endure in the dream will cause real damage to your real body? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror said indifferently. He wasn't threatening him. The great dream imitation art could do such a thing. In the dream, he was invincible. No one could hurt him. The damage he caused to others would affect reality to varying degrees according to the mental state of the other party. If one thought that this art was not scary as long as one had a strong will and wasn't afraid of torture, then they were gravely mistaken. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror clearly wanted to test his limits. If he continued to hold back, even if he didn't lose, both sides would suffer. Since Senior Void Mirror is interested in me, I'll show my cards. Guchen made up his mind. The golden blood energy that was roaring in his limbs and bones suddenly burst out of his body, erupting with the domineering aura of a supreme sage. Countless hidden doors in his body opened at this moment, and the power of the Overlord clan's 3 ancestors also merged into his blood. Rumble. Rumble, the dream created by Tao Ancestor Void Mirror surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the void shook. Glorious ancient Overlord body? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror gasped and looked at Guchen in bewilderment. He had guessed that there was something fishy about Qin Yunfei, but he had never expected it to be the Yonggu Overlord body that had been lost for a long time. His mind suddenly suffered such a shock that even cracks appeared in his dream. Senior Jingsu, do you still need me to break this dream? Guchen's entire body was covered in golden light as he prepared himself. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror snapped back to his senses and shook his head. There's no need for that. If we were to continue fighting, it would hurt our relationship. This is enough. The other party had already told him his true identity. If he still wanted to probe further, it would be a battle of life and death. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror snapped his fingers, and the dreamscape slowly collapsed. The 3 of them spun around. When Guchen opened his eyes, his appearance was still that of Qin Yunfei. The scarlet wonder that should have been in his hand was also not there. He checked his body and found that Carmine Grace was still in the dominating cauldron world. There were no signs of it being broken. In other words, all the previous battles were just dreams. Guchen moved his body and found that the blood energy in his body was somewhat lacking. He was secretly shocked. It's a dream, but also not a dream. Beside him, Chen Daolin checked the state of his body and murmured. The 2 of them looked at Tao Ancestor Void Mirror, who had appeared in front of them again, with fear in their hearts. This time, it should be real and not a dream, right? Gu Chen and Chen Daolin were somewhat uncertain. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's dream was too realistic, so much so that they could not be sure that they had returned to reality. Roar. The conflict between the 2 Tyrannosauruses reached a climax. Their roars were deafening, attracting the trio's attention. The unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex's body was covered in golden Tao patterns. It looked like it was wearing a layer of armor, and its claws looked like they were made of gold. It made a shocking pounce, and the intense domineering aura caused countless living beings in the ancient desolate swamp to faint. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's Tyrannosaurus Rex did not back down at all. 3 calamities and 9 tribulations appeared around its body. Black Sun Hurricane, Wretched Earth Plague, Great Solar Fire. Against the backdrop of all sorts of calamities, it seemed to have come from the apocalypse. It was indestructible, and every step it took shocked space-time. One was the successor to the ancient crown, while the other was the new emperor who had experienced the calamity of the world. They were about to fight to the death. Wei Chuan, it's about time. Stop. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror spoke at the right time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex called Wei Chuan hesitated for a moment. Its aura dissipated, and its Dharma idol disappeared. It lowered its head and performed an ancient etiquette gesture towards the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex. The unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes were indifferent. It did not intend to stop there. At that moment, Guchen spoke. That's it. Don't hurt our friendship. The unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex paused. It injured our people. I believe Senior Void Mirror will express his apologies, right? Guchen looked at Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror smiled slightly. He flipped his hand and took out a bottle of pills, tossing it towards the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex. You want to dismiss me with a bottle of pills? The unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex was very displeased. The other party had provoked it first. If not for Guchen stopping it, it would not have let the matter rest, even if it was not confident of winning. That's the Dragon Gate pill. There are a total of 30 pills in the bottle. Wei Chuan explained on behalf of Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Although you left the primordial Tao world when you were young, there should be records of the Dragon Gate pill in your inherited memories, right? Gate pill? The most famous spirit pill of our dinosaur tribe during the ancient underworld era? The limitless Tyrant dragon revealed a look of surprise. This pill had been lost for a long time, and it was said to have a miraculous effect on the dinosaur race, and could enhance the potential of their bloodline. This kind of effect was not linked to cultivation. Whether it was a royal like the Tyrant dragon race or a subdragon with a thin bloodline, it would be effective the first time it was consumed, but it would be completely ineffective the second time. Some of the dinosaur race members who consumed the Dragon Gate pill would experience a drastic change in their physique. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds, as if they had leaped over the Dragon Gate and ascended to the heavens in a single step. That was why this pill was called the Dragon Gate pill. The recipe and ingredients for this pill had been lost for a long time, and the disappearance of this pill had accelerated the decline of the dino race to a certain extent. Because of this, it had become the obsession of many dino descendants. That's right, this pill is precious enough to make up for my lack of manners earlier, Wei Chuan said. Humph, it seems like you have no intention of reflecting on your actions. The leader of the race has appeared. No matter what, I have to test your strength. Even if I have to do it all over again, I will still force you to attack. The limitless tyrant dragon caught the gate pill that flew over, opened it, and sniffed it. An alluring pill fragrance wafted out. This pill fragrance was very rare, as if it was branded in one's bloodline. Just smelling it would make one recall the taste, and they would be tempted for a moment. The limitless tyrant dragon immediately confirmed that this was indeed the gate pill. With a flick of its claws, it threw the pill towards the hidden dragon clan leader and the others. The hidden dragon clan leader caught the pill, and the limitless tyrant dragon's voice sounded in his ears. One for each of you. Hurry up and heal. The hidden dragon clan leader nodded and distributed the pill to the injured true dragons. This gate pill has been lost for a long time. Where did you get it? The limitless tyrant dragon turned its head and asked curiously. Its killing intent had been mostly restrained. Void Mirror obtained it by chance. At that time, he also obtained the recipe. It's a pity that the ingredients for the pill have long been lost in the Dao world. Wei Chuan sighed. He understood what the limitless tyrant dragon was thinking. What a pity. The limitless tyrant dragon said no more. Let's not talk in midair. Let's find a hidden place. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin naturally had no objections. The commotion from the previous battle was too big. Although this place was desolate, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not be discovered. It was better to leave as soon as possible. He led everyone into the swamp below and soon arrived at an underground lair of the hidden dragon clan. Where's my disciple? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror clasped his hands behind his back. Everything was new. With a thought, Gu Qin quickly released Fatty Qian, the clay bodhisattva, the dwarf emperor, and the ugly emperor from the dominating cauldron world. When Fatty Qian saw his master, he immediately shuddered and went forward to hug his master's thigh. At the end of the dream Dao, the void mirror Dao becomes empty. Long time no see, master. You're still as elegant as ever. I miss you so much. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror listened quietly to his flattery with a joyful smile on his face. When his mouth was dry, he asked a question. Are you done? Fatty Qian nodded guiltily. All right then. Wei Chuan, beat him up. I've wanted to do that for a long time. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror did not say much. In the next moment, Fatty Qian was dragged to the side by the tyrant dragon and beaten up. Ignoring how tragic Fatty Qian's fate was, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, Gu Qin, and the others sat down. They took out their own wine and toasted everyone. I know that you must be dissatisfied with my probing earlier, but I hope that you can understand. After all, this matter is too big. I have to confirm that you have value in cooperating. Senior Void Mirror, you should be satisfied now, right? Gu Qin raised his cup without moving. Of course, from now on, I will be honest with you. Not only will I help you solve the problem of that Futian Pavilion cultivator, but I can also provide you with invaluable information that you can't even imagine. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror smiled. Gu Qin clinked his wine cup with his and downed it in one gulp. The previous conflict was over. There's no time to lose. Let's begin. I wonder how Senior Void Mirror will avoid the influence of the Futian seal and obtain information from that old woman. According to what Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had said, even if he controlled the old woman's mind, she would not be able to reveal any information that was detrimental to the rulers. Once she did, she would suffer a backlash from the Fu Tian seal. How was Tao Ancestor Void Mirror going to turn the situation around? No matter how much I say, it's better to experience it yourself. Little friend Gu and fellow Taoist Chen have just experienced my great dream divination art. You should have discovered the difference between it and other spiritual secret arts, right? In order to show his sincerity, Gu Chen had already told Tao Ancestor Void Mirror his real name. He and Fatty Qian had known each other in the Chaos Sea. Both parties wanted to establish mutual trust, so these things could not be hidden. After hearing Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's words, Gu Chen recalled the various details of his previous dream. He had clearly summoned the Crimson Golem, but in reality, the Crimson Golem had not moved at all. He had clearly activated the brilliant ancient Tyrant body, but in reality, his appearance was still Chen Yunfei's. What he had done in the dream should have been just his imagination, but Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had seen through it. It's indeed impossible for the cultivators of the Heavenly Suppression Pavilion to reveal the information directly, but if all of this exists in her dreams and is her unconscious memories, it will naturally work. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror stretched out a finger, and a ball of light appeared above his finger, forming all sorts of beautiful mirages. The great dream divination art can guide her dreams. There's no need for her to reveal the information. We can just search for the answer in her dreams. Gu Chen and the others were enlightened and heaved sighs of relief. It seemed like the old woman was no longer a problem. Let's begin. Where is she? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror asked after explaining the principles. Gu Chen tossed the old woman out of the hegemon cauldron world. She was still unconscious. Perfect. It's best to use techniques in this state. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror slapped his palm towards the old woman. The old woman's body floated up and was engulfed by a colorful ball of light. I wonder if we can enter the dream with Senior Void Mirror. Gu Chen asked politely. Of course you can. This is nothing to my master. Fatty Qian had been taught a lesson. He suddenly spoke up and answered for Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. What a traitorous thing you are. Do you think I can't tell? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror glared at him, then turned his head and said unhappily, if I don't let you follow me into the dream, I think you won't be able to feel at ease and trust me. Suspicion is a taboo in cooperation. Gu Chen nodded in agreement and smiled at Fatty Qian. This fellow was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage, so he deliberately said that so that Tao Ancestor Void Mirror wouldn't have a chance to refuse. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror flicked his sleeve, and the power of the dream Tao swept out, enveloping everyone present. Soon, everyone entered the old woman's dream. Everyone's gaze followed Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. Everything around them was strange and dazzling. There were countless scenes that floated and sank. It was extremely chaotic, and they couldn't find the main point. If one looked closely, they would discover that the old woman appeared in many of the scenes, but there seemed to be no connection between the scenes. When living beings dream, their consciousness is scattered. There are no lines to speak of. I won't say much about how to guide the dream. Wait for me. The light projection formed by Tao Ancestor Void Mirror expanded with the wind, sweeping all the messy memories into it. A moment later, an image appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the old woman. In the image, she knelt before a huge throne and seemed to be saying something. Not long after, the scene changed frequently. The old woman went in and out of many forces, meeting different people. The images kept changing, and soon, everyone saw Ding Kong Mountain and the scene where the old woman and Yimi met. Yimi's expression was numb as he said something to the old woman. As the old woman listened, her eyes shined brightly. After that, the old woman stayed within the Chen clan's sphere of influence as if she was looking for something. Then, Fatty Qian was discovered. The old woman caught him and used the same trick to control his mind with the great heart magic. The old woman began to interrogate him, but halfway through the interrogation, a crimson eye suddenly appeared on Fatty Qian's right arm. Gu Chen's pupils constricted when he saw this. It was the Qian family patriarch's heavenly eye. Fatty Qian was very surprised as well. He immediately looked at his right arm. The heavenly eye that suddenly appeared seemed to be communicating with the old woman. Chen couldn't help but ask, "Can you hear what they're saying?" Dao Ancestor Void Mirror didn't respond. However, the image rapidly magnified in the eyes of Chen and the others, and the voice gradually entered their ears. "The information he knows is very limited. No matter how much you try, you won't be able to get the answer you want," the Qian family patriarch said. "Perhaps that's true, but this little fatty is your only bloodline. You don't want him to die, right?" The old woman laughed sinisterly. The Qian family patriarch fell silent. "Qian, the investigation against Qianquan Association has long begun. We've long since obtained some information about your abilities. The Qianquan Association cultivators whom you planted the heavenly eye in previously all died suddenly when they were about to leak the information. If your heavenly eye can decide whether they live or die, then the current situation is very interesting. You didn't choose to kill this little fatty to keep it a secret. Instead, you're talking nonsense with me. This shows that you don't have the courage to kill him." "That's right. Even cultivators can't avoid the shackles of kinship. If you don't kill him and commit a grave mistake, aren't you afraid of Fang Yuan blaming you?" The old woman seemed to have seen through the Qian family patriarch's thoughts. "What do I have to do to make you let him go?" The Qian family patriarch said helplessly when he saw that his thoughts were seen through. "Very simple. Tell me where Fang Yuan is." The old woman immediately said. "If the old man tells you, both of us will still die." The Qian family patriarch snorted coldly. "I will plead with the Lord to keep you alive. Maybe I will even make a contribution. The lofty hegemons never negotiate with others. You might be able to fool others with your words, but not me. Then what do you want?" "The old man can give you some clues, enough for you to make a contribution. But whether or not you can catch Fang Yuan will depend on your own abilities. At the same time, you must first release Derong. Only after confirming that he is safe will the old man give you the information." The old woman showed dissatisfaction. "What if you go back on your word or provide false information after I let him go?" "To tell you the truth, there was an accident in the second mountain. Fang Yuan has turned from being in the dark to being out in the open. The old man has already thought of his escape route. The old man is too deeply involved and is destined to not have a good ending. But my great-grandson still has a glimmer of hope. He has already attached himself to Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. For the past 100 years, he has not been involved with us. He was only used this time. I believe you have already understood this through the interrogation. The old man wants you to hide his relationship with the old man from the world after you let him go, so that he can continue to stay by Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's side. With Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's protection, even if something happens to the old man, he can live a carefree life." The Qian family's patriarch sighed as if he was making arrangements for his death. Fatty Qian's eyes turned red. "You mean to say that this little fatty can't escape even if you let him go? You want to betray Fang Yuan in exchange for his safety?" The old woman's eyes flickered. "That's right. If the old man goes back on his word or provides false information, you can capture him at any time. Don't worry about not being able to find him. The old man's great-grandson is different from the old man. He values friendship and loyalty. If Dao Ancestor Void Mirror is implicated by him, he has no choice but to show up." The Qian family's patriarch's words made the old woman fall into deep thought. After a while, she replied, "It's not impossible. You must give the old man an accurate answer. I have to report this to the ruler. I can't make the decision on my own." "Then go ahead and say it. Remember, this is not a condition, but a plea for the ruler to show mercy." The Qian family's patriarch emphasized. "Hee, of course I know what to say. You are very clear that you are too deeply involved. No matter how much you bargain, you can't live. But if it's just a great-grandson who is not deeply involved, the ruler will show mercy. Then the agreement is set. The old man needs to make some preparations, please treat him well during this time." "What preparations do we need?" "Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention the cautious Fang Yuan. If the old man wants to snitch, he needs to find the right time, right? Otherwise, if Fang Yuan finds out, not only will the old man's life be in danger, the information given to you will also become false, and my great-grandson will be dead." The old woman thought that this made sense, and after finally persuading the other party to betray her, it was not good to be aggressive, so she asked, "How long will that take? And how will you contact me? I won't keep this eye of yours." Keeping the heavenly eye by her side would cause her to be monitored, and if Xianxia suddenly changed his mind and killed Qian Darong from afar, all her efforts would be in vain. So she needed to change the method of contact, and it was best to ensure that she had the initiative. "Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. Tell me the location, and the old man will send a divine travel pearl to you, using divine travel realm as the method of contact. How about it?" "Okay, I will report your matter to the ruler as soon as possible." "You'd better not make the ruler wait too long, otherwise the mercy this old woman fought for you may be gone." The Qian family's ancestor did not say anything more, and the crimson heavenly eye automatically left Fatty Qian's body, burning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the other party was gone, the old woman showed a disdainful expression and muttered to herself. "Fang Yuan hasn't been captured yet, and you want to beg the ruler for mercy?" Accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Rulers are temperamental. This old woman is not stupid enough to provoke them. "After you hand over the information, so what if I let him go? Anyway, his soul is already controlled, I can just create an accident, it won't count as me going back on my words, he he he." The old woman was extremely sinister, she actually wanted to destroy the bridge after crossing it. Fatty Qian heard her words and could not help but grit his teeth in anger. This was a dream, otherwise he would have already stepped on the old woman's face. The scenes in the dream continued to change. In the following days, the old woman was rather quiet. Other than monitoring the intelligence of the various forces, she seemed to be waiting for news from the Qian family's patriarch. The Qian family's old ancestors divine Ascension bead arrived a few days later, but the old woman did not take it with her. After entering the divine ascension world once, she took it to see someone. Yang Kai did not know who this person was, but the old woman handed him the divine travel pearl before leaving. Nothing special happened after that. Even when Guchen used the great elemental energy technique as bait to trick the old woman into coming over, she did not contact the Qian family's patriarch. Fortunately, because of Qian Chen, the old woman stopped her investigation of our Chen clan. "We didn't come into contact with many people." After reading all the dreams, Chen Daolin calmed down a lot. Previously, he wasn't sure how much information the Fu Tian pavilion had on them. Now, it seemed like he was just scaring himself. The old woman, who had the most information on them, was still at the stage where her investigation on them had just begun. This Qianchen was treacherous back then. To think that he was willing to betray Feng Yuan for his great-grandson. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? The dwarf emperor could not help but say. Even though Fatty Qian was right next to him, he could not hide his disgust for the Qian family's patriarch. Fatty Qian's expression was very complicated. When his great-grandfather forced him to work for Feng Yuan, he hated it in his heart. But it was undeniable that as a close elder, he had always doted on him. Guchen glanced at Fatty Qian. In fact, when he saw the negotiation between the Qian family's patriarch and the old woman, he did not think that the latter was kind and benevolent. Instead, he suspected that it was a conspiracy. The Qian family's patriarch was really too evil. Even he had been deceived back then. Yang Kai did not think that the other party would be so easily persuaded to betray him. But this was not the main point. Now that the situation was clear, they had to think about how to deal with the old woman. After the dream ended, Gu Chen and the others returned to reality. Senior Void Mirror, some of the scenes in the dream were not clear. You have infiltrated her consciousness, so you should have a more detailed understanding of the situation, right? Gu Chen looked at Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror guessed what Gu Chen wanted to ask and took the initiative to say, "This woman serves Tai of the Five Rulers, who is also the one in Supreme Qi Palace." Tai. After learning the name of another ruler, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's expression did not change as he called out the name without any hesitation. In that case, she is not a member of the Fu Tian Pavilion? The person who was implanted with the Fu Tian seal is naturally a member of the Fu Tian Pavilion. However, unlike the ordinary cultivators of the Fu Tian Pavilion who were promoted from the Dao courts, the Fu Tian seal is not controlled by the five rulers. The other four rulers do not know about her. Every ruler has cultivators like this under their command. They tacitly approve of each other's actions. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror explained, and everyone roughly understood. In the dream, the old woman gave the divine travel pearl to a male cultivator. Who is he? Guchen asked. Take a guess. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror smiled mysteriously, keeping everyone in suspense. Everyone was speechless. They did not hear any conversation between the two of them, nor did they know what the old woman was thinking. How could they guess? Seeing his expression, Guchen said thoughtfully, is it someone from the Divine Wander sect? Smart. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror revealed a look of praise. To be able to think of this, it was no wonder that the news of the Tyrant Sovereign's reappearance could be hidden so well. Is he trying to determine Xianxia's location through the Divine Wander sect? The ugly emperor understood as well, and his eyes flashed. Joining the Hidden God army gave him an unprecedented understanding of the Divine Wander realm. Even the Divine Wander sect would not be able to directly lock onto a person's location, especially when the Divine Travel Pearl is connected to a Divine Wander market. Only when Xianxia appears in the market will it be easy to track him. However, the Divine Wander realm is the territory of the 5 rulers. Xianxia choosing to meet there is a sign of sincerity. He probably wants to prove that he is sincere in cooperating. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had an extraordinary understanding of the Divine Wander realm, and he had a good grasp of Xianxia's thoughts. From his tone, it seemed like he was the same as Guchen. He did not believe that Xianxia was sincere in betraying them. Guchen observed him, and a solemn look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Now that the situation is clear, how do you want to deal with this person? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror looked around at everyone, and his gaze fell on Guchen. Senior Void Mirror, can you make this old woman forget everything about the Qin clan and her capture? The ugly emperor asked expectantly. It can be done, but don't forget that my disciple has fallen into her hands. It's useless to just make her forget about the Qin clan. Then let her forget about catching Fatty Qian. She hasn't reported it to the ruler yet, right? The dwarf sovereign suggested. Then let her forget about catching Fatty Qian. That won't work. Don't forget that she already gave Xianxia's Divine Wander Pearl to a cultivator from the Divine Wander sect. She must have told him something, the Mud Bodhisattva said. Find that cultivator from the Divine Wander sect and kill him. That should be enough, right? The dwarf emperor made a gesture of cutting his throat. Everyone thought about the possibilities. Killing a cultivator from the Divine Wander sect would definitely cause a smaller commotion than killing someone from the Fu Tian pavilion, right? Killing the old woman would provoke a ruler, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. Compared to killing a mere Divine Travel sect cultivator, as long as they did it cleanly, the risk would be much smaller. If you just want to get out of this predicament, this is indeed a way. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's tone was indifferent. He seemed to approve of this plan and looked at Guchen. If you want to do this, I can help you. Everyone's expressions brightened. It seemed that the rock that had been pressing on their hearts for many days could finally be removed. The decision was still in Guchen's hands. Everyone looked at him and waited for his answer. Guchen did not have a smile of relief on his face. Instead, his expression gradually turned serious as he thought about it. He looked at Tao Ancestor Void Mirror, who did not make any suggestions and acted as if everyone had made a decision, and asked a question that caused everyone's expressions to change. In Senior Void Mirror's eyes, who was a better ally, me or Feng Yuan? The friendly atmosphere from earlier suddenly disappeared, and it became tense. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's smile faded slightly. He pondered and said, "Forgive me for being blunt. Although you have hidden a lot of strength, Feng Yuan has already become a force to be reckoned with. The newly born Heaven and Earth group and the experts brought out from the cemetery of gods and demons are enough to cause a lot of trouble for the rulers." In other words, Feng Yuan was stronger. The rulers sealed off the information about the cemetery of gods and demons. How did Senior Void Mirror know about it? Guchen was not surprised by the answer. His gaze turned cold. The Divine Travel Realm can track one's location, the special composition of Fu Tian Pavilion's members, and the fact that the mind control of cultivators with Fu Tian seal is ineffective. If they say something harmful to the rulers, they will immediately suffer a backlash. I wonder how Senior Void Mirror knows all these things so clearly. Gu Chen took out Crimson Drill and placed it across his knees. He did not draw the sword, but the invisible pressure it emitted made everyone's expressions tense. That domineering aura made everyone's expressions tense, and they subconsciously held their breaths. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror glanced at the sword, not panicking. What do you mean? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror roamed the eons. I know that I'm still young. Perhaps I'm not qualified to work with you, but I won't allow myself to be fooled. His voice was as cold as the winter. Fatty Qian quickly persuaded, Boss, you must have misunderstood something. How could my master fool you? If I choose to make the old woman forget everything related to this and then kill the divine wandering sect cultivators, what will happen? Gu Chen looked at everyone. Don't forget, Xianxia is not under our control. Fang Yuan will soon guess what we did. Didn't Xianxia leave his contact details? Once we obtain the divine travel pearl from the divine travel sect cultivator, we'll find a way to capture him, and we'll be able to get a hold of Fang Yuan, the dwarf emperor said. That's right. This is indeed a good way to eliminate potential threats and gain an advantage. However, the prerequisite for all of this is that Senior Void Mirror must be on our side. Gu Chen lightly tapped the hilt of the crimson gray sword as he spoke with fervor and assurance. Fang Yuan is good at chess. The reason why Qianxia arranged for Fatty Qian to stay by Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's side is definitely not simple. The conversation between Qianxia and the old woman in the dream realm has already expressed their thoughts. With the relationship of master and disciple, Senior Void Mirror cannot stay out of this and will eventually be dragged into this mess. I'm guessing that Fang Yuan has long wanted to rope in Senior Void Mirror, but Senior Void Mirror is not so easy to rope in. He can only drag him into this mess. With Senior Jingsu's intelligence, you must have realized this as well. That's why I asked that question. Fatty Qian's face turned red as he listened, looking at Dao Ancestor Void Mirror anxiously. Master, you don't really have such an idea, do you? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror smiled indifferently. If I will be dragged into this mess no matter what, of course I have to choose the strongest side to have a greater chance of winning. His answer was very frank and open, but Gu Chen's companions could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Of course, this is just an idea in my head. I haven't put it into action yet. I will make a choice according to the development of the situation. The fact that you can understand this shows that you are not a naive person who thinks that you are invincible and respected by everyone just because you have the glorious ancient overlord body. Based on this, my evaluation of you has increased. The more honest Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was, the more people felt that his heart was as heavy as the sea. Gu Chen's companions could not help but start to be on guard. Infinite Tyrant Dragon stood up from the shadows at the back, its eyes burning with anger. The supreme of the Tyrant clan cannot be humiliated. It growled, unable to forgive Dao Ancestor Void Mirror for having the idea of defecting to the enemy before they had truly cooperated. The previous traitor, the Qian family's patriarch, had brought unimaginable damage to Gu Chen and them, so it could understand the reason why Gu Chen had taken the sword. They were cautious with every step in this Dao world. They would rather perish together than allow someone to be half-hearted. Gu Chen waved his hand, signaling Infinite Tyrant Dragon to calm down. At least Senior Void Mirror is very honest. I believe what you are saying now is true. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror shook his head as he looked at Gu Chen's companions, who were in a panic. Although your companions have great potential, they are still too young. Compared to the group of resurrected supreme experts around Fang Yuan, they have a long way to go in terms of temperament, methods, and strength. But what you are facing now is the competition for the world's major forces. Even ancient Netherworld's strongest physique is not enough. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror sighed. It was not that he looked down on this group of people in front of him, but the world's major forces were changing rapidly, and there was not much time for them to grow. People like him would be doomed if they chose the wrong allies. Everyone was unwilling to accept this, but they also knew that the gap between them and Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was too big. It was his instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. To be honest, if you are only satisfied with me helping you get rid of the hidden danger of Fu Tian Pavilion, I will help, but I will believe that you are not able to bear such a big responsibility. My contact with Fang Yuan will be imperative. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror said coldly. For the first time, Fatty Qian felt that his master was so unfamiliar. If his master pretended to ally with his boss like his great-grandfather and betrayed him in the end, how could he endure it? In the past, he always felt that his master was different from those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. But now he realized that the cultivation world was the cultivation world. How could there be so much human kindness? I may not be as strong as Fang Yuan for now, but I have advantages that he doesn't have. He is a tall tree that attracts the wind, while I hide in the dark. Isn't that a better alliance? Gu Chen said. He was not as emotional as Fatty Qian. In his opinion, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's thoughts were normal. The world was bustling for benefits, and the world was bustling for benefits. What they were doing was to pry open the world. How could there be any personal feelings? The reason why he took out the sword was to make a statement, and also to force Tao Ancestor Void Mirror to make a choice, not giving him any room to hesitate. In essence, he wanted to rope in this powerful ally that even Fang Yuan coveted. That's right, this is indeed your advantage. Of course, the premise is that you have my help. If I don't help, you will soon be unable to hide in the dark, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror emphasized. If I am exposed, Senior Void Mirror will have no room to maneuver. Even if you want to ally with Fang Yuan, the premise is that you have to overcome this hurdle before you plot against me. But now, I have already seen through your thoughts. Unless you have the ability to slaughter all of us here and ensure that I don't kill the old woman before I die, you actually only have one choice left. Gu Chen's words were sonorous and powerful, resolute and merciless. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror narrowed his eyes. Are you forcing me? Do you know that a forced melon won't be sweet? As long as I can force it, who cares if it's sweet or not? I am forcing you, so what? Just say it, fight or make peace? Gu Chen was overbearing and did not back down. He was already showing signs of drawing his sword. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. I really don't have the determination to kill all of you here, nor can I bear the consequences of failure. You forced me to make a choice. You're so domineering and decisive at such a young age. You're worthy of the title of the Tyrant race's sovereign. If you want to compete with Tianyi, you need such judgment. Very well. I'll place my bet on you. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror laughed heartily. He was not displeased by the pressure. Instead, he was truly sincere. Gu Chen did not believe that he was sincerely cooperating just because of a few nice words. He looked at him seriously and stubbornly. You want to pledge your allegiance? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror was a little dissatisfied with Gu Chen's taciturn reaction. He had already agreed to choose a side. He should at least appear happier, right? Senior, you said before that suspicion is a taboo in cooperation. Senior, you have yet to answer some questions. Gu Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. Everyone waited for Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's explanation. An alliance will only be stronger if we interact in secret. Forget it, I'll tell you. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror sat upright, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You ask me why I know so much about the Heaven Subduing Seal and the structure of the Heaven Subduing Pavilion? The reason is very simple. I once interacted with cultivators of the Heaven Subduing Pavilion and killed one of them. Everyone's expressions changed. The Dwarf Emperor could not help but ask, didn't the ruler settle the score with you for killing a cultivator of the Heaven Subduing Pavilion? If I had killed him openly, of course, I wouldn't be sitting here peacefully right now. I did use some tricks. What tricks can deceive the heavens? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror pointed at the unconscious old woman on the ground. This has a lot to do with my great dream divination art. A detailed explanation would require me to explain the cause and effect. It would be a waste of time. I'll use her as an example. You were conflicted about how to deal with her. The best way you could think of was to make her forget her memories, but there's actually a better way. I can actually control her, make her lie, make her work for us in the Heaven Subduing Pavilion, and become our spy. Chen Daolin frowned slightly. Didn't fellow Daoist Void Mirror say that the cultivators of the Heaven Subduing Seal are restrained and cannot do anything against the ruler? Whether it's helping to lie or acting as a spy, this should be a violation of the Fu Tian Seal's oath, right? That's right. In theory, that's the case. A smug look appeared on Tao Ancestor Mirror's face. The heavenly Tao cannot be defied. It has its own rules. However, these rules are not without loopholes. Not only can the great dream divination technique control the dreams of others, but it can also allow one to enter a sleepwalking state. In the state of sleepwalking, a person's consciousness is muddled. Although he will act according to my orders, in his heart, it is just a dream. Nothing is real. The boundary of whether or not the Fu Tian seal will cause a backlash is actually a bit blurry. Actions in the dream state are not viewed as a kind of betrayal, so there will be no problems. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. Using dreams to confuse reality, and even the will of the heavenly Tao was deceived. This great dream divination technique was truly not simple. It's very risky to do this without verifying it, isn't it? If the heavenly Tao sees the truth, won't you be finished? Guchen said in a low voice. The fact that Tao Ancestor Mirror was able to speak so confidently meant that the chances of success had already been verified. However, when one thought about how much risk the first person to do this had to take, they felt that Tao Ancestor Mirror was truly audacious. I had no choice. The situation was urgent back then. If I didn't try this, I would have died without a doubt. It was also because of this risky move that I was able to infiltrate the Fu Tian pavilion and obtain information that ordinary people wouldn't be able to know. Tao Ancestor Mirror sighed as he thought back to the past. If he had taken a single wrong step back then, he would definitely have died. Now that he thought about it, apart from intelligence and courage, luck played a large part in his success. Given the spiritual senses of the sovereigns, wouldn't they be able to detect the abnormalities of a sleepwalking cultivator? Since they've been struck by this technique, does this technique not have a time limit? The ugly emperor was extremely curious. The great heart art could also control the minds of others, but it couldn't avoid the backlash of the Fu Tian seal. The two grand Tao techniques had similar effects, but there were many differences. He didn't think that the great heart art was inferior to the great dream divination art. It was just that in some specific situations, the great dream divination art seemed to be more powerful. Based on my previous experience, the sovereigns wouldn't be able to see anything wrong, at least for a short period of time. Of course, just in case, after I used this technique to buy some time, I quickly created an accident and killed the Fu Tian pavilion cultivator who was being controlled. Although Tao Ancestor Mirror didn't explain it very clearly, his situation back then was very likely similar to what everyone was seeing now. In other words, he had controlled the Fu Tian pavilion cultivator to erase everything that could be used against him, and then caused the cultivator to die in an accident that had nothing to do with him. This way, all the problems would be easily solved. It was also during this process that he obtained a lot of valuable information about the Fu Tian pavilion. Now do you understand why I know so much about the Fu Tian pavilion? This can be considered a big secret. Although I didn't say any specific names, if you leak it, the sovereigns would only need to investigate and easily find out what happened back then. At that time, I would be in big trouble. As for why I know about the divine ascension realm and why I know what happened in the cemetery of gods and demons, it is naturally because I have lived long enough. As long as I live long enough, I will have a clearer understanding of the truth of this world. Tao Ancestor Mirror finally revealed his weakness, and Guchen's expression eased up a lot. He was convinced by his explanation, but he still had some doubts. From Senior's tone, you seem to be very clear about my and Feng Yuan's strength, but Heaven and Earth Group's past forces have already been wiped out, and the experts brought out from the cemetery of gods and demons haven't caused any big commotion. How can Senior be so sure about this? Some things couldn't be dismissed by saying that one had lived for a long time and experienced a lot. It felt more like both sides had already come into contact with each other, so he could accurately make such a judgment. The Zhou clan's annihilation, isn't that a big commotion? Tao Ancestor Mirror raised his eyebrows. Guchen's pupils instantly contracted, and he hurriedly asked, Senior, you saw that battle with your own eyes? It wasn't that Guchen had forgotten about this matter, but that although the Zhou clan's annihilation caused a huge commotion, Feng Yuan and his group had done it flawlessly, and there was no relevant information about the process leaked out. Even the forces close to the Zhou clan didn't notice it at that time, so how could Tao Ancestor Mirror, who should have been separated by many mountains and seas, witness that battle? I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I saw it in my dreams. Tao Ancestor Mirror explained, but no one understood. As long as living beings dream, my master can enter their dreams. Fatty Qian knew a lot about his master's abilities, so he spoke on his master's behalf. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day is what you dream about at night. What living beings see and hear in their dreams are often things that have happened to them in the past. Not long after Feng Yuan attacked the Zhou clan, I saw a dream related to that battle when I was dream traversing the Great Void. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said. He could actually pry into the dreams of all living beings. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that they would not dare to sleep in the future. To have a dream related to that battle, this person must be from the Zhou clan. I wonder who that person is? Gu Chen asked. Maybe this dreamer could help him find Uncle Ling's whereabouts. We've gone off topic. Let's get down to business first. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror shook his head. Gu Chen could only suppress his thoughts for now. Indeed, there were more important things to do. The ability to pry into living beings' dreams is indeed an important way for me to obtain information. I've explained everything that needs to be explained. There should be no more questions now, right? Everyone nodded. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had revealed the secret of his great Tao technique. It could be said that he had handed them a sharp knife. No matter how strong one's ability was, if they knew about it in advance and were prepared, it would be useless most of the time. His sincerity was enough. Thank you for telling me honestly, Senior. Let the previous unpleasantness vanish like smoke into thin air. Gu Chen retracted Scarlet Silk Grace. Fatty Qian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. If the two sides fought, he would undoubtedly be the one who suffered the most. Now that the two sides were truly cooperating, he was excited. Since Senior Void Mirror can use the dream traversing technique to control the old woman, the problem is much simpler. Not only can we solve the problem of our identities being exposed, we might even be able to plot against Feng Yuan. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror looked at him speechlessly. He had just forced him to choose a side, and now he wanted him to completely offend Feng Yuan. How ruthless. The dream traversing technique can indeed solve many problems, but it has a huge hidden danger that I haven't told you. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's expression turned solemn. Besides me, there is another person who has this technique. If it is him, he will definitely be able to easily see through the dream traversing technique. You mean, the ruler? Gu Chen's smile froze, and cold sweat appeared on Chen Daoling's forehead. He had almost forgotten about this. A Tao ancestor who could rule over a region in the Tao world had to have shown his loyalty to the hegemons. In other words, even if Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's great dream divination art could deceive other hegemons, it would absolutely not be able to deceive a hegemon who had also cultivated the great dream divination art. Which hegemon is it? It can't be Tai, right? If it was the prime ruler, then there was no point in talking about the plan. Everyone was doomed. No, it's Lan Ming. A rare look of awe appeared on Tao Ancestor Mirror's face. This one is the most special and unfathomable among the 5 hegemons. As far as I know, he has a very deep relationship with the Tyrants. Origin? Gu Chen felt that Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's evaluation was very different. He remembered this name deeply. Is it a good or bad origin? The dwarf sovereign added. That's hard to say. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror shook his head and looked at Gu Chen. That's not important. You'll slowly learn about it in the future. What you need to pay attention to is that hegemon Lan Ming, who has mastered the great dream divination art, can enter the dreams of almost all living beings in the Tao world. In other words, if you target the hegemons, you have to be careful even when you sleep. Everyone's scalps went numb when they heard this. People in their dreams were the least guarded, and their thoughts were uncontrollable. In other words, in the past, hegemon Lan Ming might have known about the people and things that they had dreamt of and inadvertently leaked information about. Although I can't enter many people's dreams at the same time, I'm almost unrestricted in terms of distance. I can sit in my cave abode and find out what's happening in the entire world. As for hegemon Lan Ming, his cultivation is above mine, and his abilities are even greater. What's more, he has mastered other great Tao arts. I only brought him up to give you a warning. No matter what, you must never underestimate the hegemons. Sometimes, we think that we can deceive them, but they might have already seen through everything. Their abilities are unimaginably vast. Their existence is omnipresent. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. In the past, they only knew that the hegemons were lofty existences, but they had no idea how strong they were or how strong they were. Tao Father Void Mirror's simple example caused everyone to feel uneasy. So it was possible that they had unconsciously exposed themselves long ago. Is there no way to avoid this? Fatty Chan grumbled. Yes, as long as you don't sleep. Tao Father Void Mirror rolled his eyes. From now on, it's best if all of you don't sleep. It wasn't difficult for cultivators to avoid sleep. The vast majority of cultivators would meditate in place of sleep. Of course, sometimes cultivators would doze off, or when they were injured or unconscious, it was more or less the same as sleeping. In short, barring a few special circumstances, not sleeping was the simplest and crudest way to avoid leaking information in one's dreams. Not sleeping isn't difficult, but it's not easy to be so vigilant over time, the clay bodhisattva said with a sigh. No matter how simple something was, persisting in doing it was difficult. Who could guarantee that one day, they wouldn't get careless? What else do you think? If we make any mistakes when going against that level, we will be doomed eternally. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror did his best to instill a sense of danger in everyone. Since they were cooperating, he didn't want Gu Chen to make any stupid mistakes in the future that would implicate him. Since ancient times, he rarely cooperated with others. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have been willing to share his heart. The old woman is Sovereign Taiyi's subordinate. If we use the dream traversing technique on her, unless we are extremely unlucky, we shouldn't be discovered by Sovereign Lan Hai, right? Everyone returned to the original topic. That's right, the risk is small, so we can do this. But to be cautious, I suggest that after we get past this, we should find a chance to make her disappear on her own, lest we fall into trouble in the future. The old woman has Xianxia as a lead, we have to follow her. Only then can we ensure that there are no hidden dangers. You make it sound so dignified, but aren't you just trying to add insult to injury? Don't you want to, Senior Void Mirror? Fang Yuan had actually schemed against you long ago and wanted to drag you down with him. If we don't kill him, he'll do it to you sooner or later. I understand this. Since I've already allied with you, for my own safety, I can only rest easy if I kill him. There was no need to beat around the bush. Gu Chen and Tao Ancestor Void Mirror reached a simple and crude consensus. Then let's begin. Okay. The two shook hands and completely buried the hatchet. It was a little like they were in cahoots, no, it was like they appreciated each other. In the depths of the great desolate swamp, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror started to cast a technique on the old woman. After several days, he finally succeeded. When he came out of seclusion, he was in high spirits and did not look tired at all. The old woman followed behind him. Her expression was wooden and extremely obedient. Clearly, she was in a dream-walking state. Everyone immediately came forward. When Gu Chen saw the old woman's exhausted state, he had a questioning look on his face. Don't worry, the technique went smoothly. She's completely under my control now. I only did this on purpose to prevent her from subconsciously hearing some information about us and being found out later. When she leaves this place, she will look no different from usual. Unless it's ruler Lan Hai, no one will be able to see anything wrong with her. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror explained with a smile. Gu Chen relaxed when he heard this. Then I'll congratulate you, Senior Void Mirror. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror raised his eyebrows. Congratulate me for what? I should be congratulating you. Not only do you not have to worry about your identity being exposed, you can even plot against Feng Yuan and take the initiative. I've really worried my heart out for you. Senior Void Mirror must have gained a lot of benefits too, right? Gu Chen had a faint smile on his face. Although he did not know much about the great dream divination art, he did not think that it would take Tao Ancestor Void Mirror a few days. More importantly, the spirit that Tao Ancestor Void Mirror was displaying right now did not look like he had consumed too much energy after casting the art. He could more or less guess what Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had been doing these past few days, but he did not want to get to the bottom of it. While he was in a good mood, he made another request. Senior Void Mirror, you said that you entered the dreams of the Zhou clan survivors. What's going on? I want to know more about it. If possible, I hope you can help me find this person. He's useful to me. Zhou Fengling's fate was unknown. He had finally obtained some clues from Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, and he had been thinking about it for the past few days. Find someone through dreams? That's not an easy task. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror frowned slightly. Senior, can't you do it? Gu Chen's heart tightened. It's not impossible, but it's very taxing on my mind. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror smiled. Gu Chen immediately understood what he meant. This old fellow wanted some benefits. Senior, feel free to speak your mind. Dao Father Mirror had been waiting for him to say this. He immediately said, I heard that Dao Father Demonheart's heart-shaped stone is in your hands. Can you lend it to me? With the help of the heart-shaped stone, it'll be easier for me to find the person you're looking for. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had a look of anticipation on his face. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth twitched, but before he could reply, someone beside him could no longer bear to listen. Master, we're all allies, and Gu Chen is my big brother. How could you? Fatty Chen muttered, but before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, causing him to swallow his words. The ugly emperor was also present, and he was a little shocked when he heard this. However, he didn't show it on his face and wanted to see how Gu Chen would respond. Gu Chen didn't think too much about it. He smiled and shook his head. Senior Void Mirror, you're treating me like an outsider. You clearly obtained the grand heart art from that old woman. Why are you being so secretive? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was very thick-skinned. Seeing that Gu Chen had made things clear, instead of feigning ignorance and agreeing to his request, he realized that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of Gu Chen. He laughed dryly. Since my young friend Gu has guessed it, then I'll be straightforward. Although this old woman has the complete legacy of the grand heart art, and I obtained it from her, the cultivation of a grand Dao art has never been easy. With the help of the heart-shaped stone, I'll be able to comprehend it faster. The reason why Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had come to help after learning of the old woman's situation was not only because of his own disciple, but also because he coveted the old woman's grand heart art. He hadn't revealed his thoughts before, so that it would appear that Gu Chen and the others needed him more, so that he could take the initiative and gain an advantage in the negotiations. Master, you're too crafty. Fatty Chan understood what was going on. When he learned that his master had secretly benefited greatly, he couldn't help but say this. The others present cursed silently as well. Indeed, the longer one lived, the more crafty one became. It was one thing to be crafty, but more importantly, he was thick-skinned. My young friend Gu, what do you say? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror ignored what the others thought as he looked expectantly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen had a look of generosity on his face. If Senior Void Mirror wishes to borrow the heart-shaped stone, of course I'll be happy to lend it to you. Just as Dao Ancestor Void Mirror revealed a look of delight, Gu Chen changed the topic. However, the heart-shaped stone isn't mine. The ugly emperor is the true heir of Dao Ancestor Mental Demon. I need his permission first. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror knew that Gu Chen was beating around the bush and asking for benefits. He glared. Just tell me, what do you want in exchange for lending it? Senior Void Mirror, if you're willing to give me the Grand Dream Divination art, I believe the ugly emperor won't refuse you. Gu Chen immediately stated his conditions. Even the ugly emperor was stunned by his outrageous demand. Kid, you're really greedy. Not only am I not helping you find someone, but you're also coveting my legacy? He's not even my disciple. Why should I teach him the Grand Dream Divination art? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror revealed an extremely displeased look. I believe that Senior Void Mirror isn't someone who is biased. You think too highly of me. Besides, I've already mastered the Grand Heart art. Lending me the heart-shaped stone would just be icing on the cake, but giving him the Grand Dream Divination art would be like sending charcoal in snowy weather. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one who's losing out. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror and Gu Chen began to haggle. One was a peak Dao Ancestor, while the other was a sovereign of the Tyrant clan. However, they haggled over every ounce and refused to give in. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. Qin Daolin coughed twice, reminding the two of them to be careful. How about this? I'll give you the Grand Essence art as well. You won't be losing out, right? Gu Chen pretended to give in. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror was instantly tempted when he heard about the Grand Essence art. This was a great Dao art that even rulers could not obtain. Although it was clearly different from the Dao that he walked, he would definitely not be losing out. Alright, if that's the case, sure. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror agreed. He felt that he had made a good deal, and he looked quite satisfied. Gu Chen's companions all revealed strange expressions. This deal sounded like Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had profited, but in fact, Gu Chen had already taught all his companions the Grand Essence art. Almost everyone had one. With their current alliance, if Dao Ancestor Void Mirror did not scheme against him, Gu Chen would give it to him sooner or later. There's a difference between being fickle and being fickle, but both sides are satisfied. Clay Bodhisattva was full of admiration for Gu Chen as he murmured in his heart. Ugly Emperor, is this okay? After discussing the conditions, Gu Chen turned to ask the Ugly Emperor. Thank you, boss. The Ugly Emperor knew that Gu Chen had put in so much effort to help him, and he was touched and grateful. For a powerful ally like Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, ordinary people would rather let him suffer than take the risk of offending him. However, Gu Chen was different. He fought for his interests and treated him as a friend and a brother. The Ugly Emperor was sensitive and well-versed in the human heart. Sometimes, not saying anything didn't mean that he didn't care. Ever since he followed Gu Chen's actions had never disappointed him. You should thank him. The great dream divination art has helped you more than you can imagine. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror came before the Ugly Emperor and stretched out his hand. The Ugly Emperor took out the heart-shaped stone and handed it to him. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror checked the heart-shaped stone, nodded in satisfaction, and put it away. What do you mean, Senior Void Mirror? Gu Chen sensed the deeper meaning behind Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's words and asked curiously. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror didn't say anything and stretched out his hand. Gu Chen happily took out a jade slip of the Great Essence art and handed it to him. Ordinary jade slips can't contain a great Dao art. This Great Essence art isn't complete, right? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror reminded. Senior, come find me if you have any questions after you finish comprehending it. I promise to teach you with all my heart. Gu Chen felt a little helpless. He hadn't even cultivated the Great Essence art to perfection. How could he have the ability to imprint a complete inheritance? The glorious ancient tyrant body also needs to cultivate a great Dao art. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had a look of curiosity. The Great Essence art is a supreme body tempering art. It's indeed helpful in developing a tyrant body. Unfortunately, time is limited. I haven't cultivated this art to perfection yet, Gu Chen said truthfully. The path of the tyrant race suppresses the 3,000 great Daos. In the past, I've never heard of the tyrant paragons cultivating a great Dao art. It's not a bad thing to try, but remember not to neglect the essentials. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror gave him some advice. It wasn't easy for him to look like an expert. I understand. Gu Chen nodded. Alright, then. It's very difficult for me to cultivate the Great Essence art to perfection anyway. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror accepted the jade slip. Gu Chen asked about the previous topic. Hee, this is information that only top-notch cultivators who aspire to become sovereigns deserve. Why do I feel like I'm losing out by giving it to you for free? Dao Father Mirror kept everyone in suspense, but his words did indeed attract everyone's attention. Everyone listened attentively. Of the 81 Great Dao techniques, only those who have perfected 9 or more Great Dao techniques and can mobilize the primordial Dao law are qualified to be called rulers. But think about it. Every Great Dao technique is broad and profound. Even a genius would be blessed by the heavens if they could only master one Great Dao technique after using their entire life's effort. 9 Great Dao techniques, what kind of concept is that? If one wants to become an emperor, one must have both luck and time. This is almost impossible in the current Dao world. When Dao Ancestor Void Mirror said this, he sighed and seemed rather regretful. Although the path to becoming a ruler is extremely difficult, there are still some shortcuts on the path to the peak. Although they are only small shortcuts, they are enough to save the Tao ancestors a lot of time. Each of the 81 great Tao techniques has its own merits, but some of them can actually complement each other. For example, the Great Heart Magic Art, the Great Divine Travel Art, and the Great Dream Visualization Art. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said a bunch of things in a daze before finally returning to the original topic. The Ugly Emperor was moved. He remembered that the divine travel realm could speed up his cultivation. The reason he could come back to life was because he had absorbed the power of great sage Ro Su. These 3 great Tao techniques all involve the Tao of the soul. Gu Chen also thought of the Ugly Emperor's experience and said in a low voice. That's right. Although the 3 great Tao techniques are different, they all originate from the soul, so they can complement each other. If the 81 great Tao techniques are compared to 81 paths that lead to the supreme truth of the primordial Tao, then the Great Heart Magic Art, the Great Divine Travel Art, and the Great Dream Visualization Art are adjacent to each other. Those who take one of the paths will naturally need the shortest amount of time to reach the destination. Those who cultivate the Great Heart Magic Art will find it much easier to cultivate the Great Divine Travel Art and the Great Dream Visualization Art than to cultivate other great Tao techniques from scratch. In fact, cultivating several great Tao techniques at the same time might result in the effect of doubling one's speed. That's why I just said that the Great Dream Visualization Art will help the Ugly Emperor beyond his imagination. Everyone fell into deep thought, and some even showed expressions of enlightenment. What Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had said had basically revealed what the correct direction of cultivation should be in the Tao world. The path to becoming a ruler was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If the 9 great Tao techniques that he cultivated were adjacent to each other, he would have a higher chance. In that case, the Great Heart Magic Art is even more valuable to Senior than I imagined. Gu Chen sighed. The true essence of the great Tao that Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had spoken of was not very useful to cultivators below the Tao Ancestor realm. At most, it would allow them to establish a consciousness in advance and consciously search for great Tao techniques that were suitable for them. However, great Tao techniques were extremely rare. Obtaining one was already a blessing from Providence. If he found 2, he would cultivate them first, regardless of whether they were suitable for him or not. However, for a peak Tao ancestor like Tao Ancestor Void Mirror, he had already begun to think further and had the ability to search for great Tao techniques. In that case, he had the leeway to choose. For example, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had a very high chance of cultivating the Great Heart Magic Art to perfection. It could allow his strength to increase explosively in a short period of time. The Great Essence Force Art would at most be a bonus to him. It was not that it could not be a bonus, but it consumed more time and energy. It was possible that because of this delay, he would take a long detour and not reach the destination even if he died. Senior, how far are you from becoming a ruler? Gu Chen could not help but ask. To be able to think at such a high level, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror must have already walked extremely far. Thinking about it, other than the Great Dream Divination Art and Great Heart Magic Art, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had at least grasped the inheritance of the Great Disaster Art. I'm not as strong as you think. In the current world, it is too difficult to reach that step. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror shook his head. Gu Chen did not know if he was being humble or if he was truly limited. In short, this old fellow was truly unfathomable. It was truly a wise decision to snatch this ally from Feng Yuan. Relax your mind. I will now impart you the Great Dream Divination Art. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said to the Ugly Emperor. He stretched out a finger and tapped the latter's forehead. The Ugly Emperor restrained his excitement and focused on receiving the inheritance. After about half an hour, the inheritance ended. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror retracted his finger and turned to Gu Chen. It's your turn. Why are you looking for the survivors of the Zhou clan? Tell me clearly so that I have a direction. There was finally a glimmer of hope that he had found Uncle Ling. Gu Chen's expression brightened as he said honestly, I'm actually looking for the son-in-law of the Zhou clan, Zhou Fengling. He was originally a member of the Tyrant clan. Do you have any impression of him, Senior? Zhou Fengling? The husband of the young empress of the Zhou clan? Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's expression became strange. That's right. Gu Chen nodded. The empress of the Zhou clan was extremely beautiful and famous. Compared to her, Uncle Ling was not that famous. Do you know who had the dream about the Zhou clan? If I'm not wrong, the person in the dream was the empress of the Zhou clan. And in the dream, Zhou Fengling left to protect the empress of the Zhou clan. I'm afraid he's dead. Gu Chen's heart tightened. I can't explain it clearly. Experience the dream that I saw for yourself. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor stretched out a finger. Gu Chen did not dodge and tapped the top of his head with his fingertip. Some scenes quickly appeared in his mind. Those scenes were like the end of the world. The once grand and magnificent Zhou clan's main city was reduced to ashes in the raging flames. Countless Zhou clan disciples tried to escape, but at the edge of the world, they were blocked by countless glowing pages. The entire Zhou clan seemed to be contained in a book. All living beings fled like ants in the pages, but they could not escape the fate of being annihilated. It was not that the Zhou clan did not have any experts. However, although there were not many enemies, each of them was like a god or demon with overwhelming strength. In the chaotic dream realm, Gu Chen saw the 12 supreme experts who had followed Fan Yuan after he broke out of the cemetery of divinities and demons. The sorcerer ancestor had rotten wings that were filled with twisted human faces. He breathed out turbid air, which turned into countless demons. They had 10 times the number of Zhou clan disciples. They were ferocious, tyrannical, and unkillable. There was no way to deal with them. The 5 emperor great demons spat out 5 elements demonic light from their mouths. The chaotic storm engulfed the Zhou clan elders and turned them into pieces by the time they were spat out. The Eye Emperor, who had 1 red and 1 blue eyes, stood at the edge of the world in the book. His eyes shone brightly. The fiery red and dark blue light interweaved and spread. The Zhou clan empress' 10 consecutive space-splitting arrows were like stones in the ocean. It was a one-sided massacre. Although the Zhou clan had many people, they could not organize an effective counterattack against the resurrected supreme experts. The Zhou clan's ancestor, a top Dao ancestor who had the Great Void technique, was blocked by Fan Yuan and attacked together with several other supreme experts. When the Zhou clan's Dao ancestor was about to lose, the peerless Zhou clan empress suddenly erupted and shot a dazzling arrow that blinded the Eye Emperor. After that, the empress quickly went to help the Zhou clan's Dao ancestor. However, even with the 2 of them, they were still not Fan Yuan and his companions' match. In the end, the Zhou clan's Dao ancestor saw that the situation was hopeless and his clansmen were all dead. He used all his strength to forcefully open a void tunnel in the sealed world and pushed the empress over. In the blink of an eye, his body was pierced by Fan Yuan's black rod. Before he died, he looked at the empress, hoping that she could escape. Fan Yuan's companions tried to catch up to the empress before the tunnel closed, but a white-haired man suddenly appeared in front of them. The white-haired man was Zhou Fengling. He blocked the way with his own body without hesitation. Before the female empress disappeared, he showed her a loving look and a gentle smile that Gu Chen had never seen before. The scene in the dream came to an abrupt end. Gu Chen opened his eyes and a look of deep worry appeared on his face. I've seen similar dreams many times. Zhou Fengling's smile seemed to be imprinted in the dreamer's heart. According to my experience and the vision in the dream, the dreamer should be the Zhou clan's empress. She was in a very strange state. I don't know if she was seriously injured, unconscious, or possessed. That's why the dream kept repeating and she couldn't escape. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor saw that Gu Chen had finished his experience and said. There was no scene of Zhou Fengling's death in the dream. That means the Empress didn't see his death and was teleported away. Gu Chen gritted his teeth. He wanted to see Zhou Fengling, dead or alive. This dream could only mean that Uncle Ling was in Fan Yuan's hands. That's right. But in that situation, if he tried to stop Fan Yuan, he might have been killed by the furious Fan Yuan's companions. Unless he has value. He has value. Oh? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's interest was piqued, while Gu Chen's expression was cold and murderous as he said, Fan Yuan and I have a deep relationship. I suspect that the reason he attacked the Zhou clan was because of Zhou Fengling. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he's already guessed your true identity? The Dwarf Emperor looked like he was facing a great enemy. He recalled everything that happened in Chaos Sea. If that's the case, why didn't he come to you directly? The clay Bodhisattva didn't understand. If he was just suspecting Qin Yunfei, why did he go through so much trouble? First, because of the cemetery of gods and demons, the rulers are paying attention to the forces of Second Mountain and Sea. It's too risky to come to me directly. Moreover, he knows nothing about me. Second, Fang Yuan has more than one goal. Searching for my identity might be one reason, but attacking the Zhou clan is definitely beneficial to him. Third, it's not like he didn't take action against me. Didn't he send Fatty Qian to monitor me? He didn't choose anyone else but chose Fatty Qian, who has a close relationship with me. It was a test to begin with. Gu Chen analyzed calmly. He had a deep relationship with Fang Yuan, so he understood him better than anyone else. Although there was no evidence to support his guess, he was sure that Fang Yuan was thinking the same thing. After Chen Yunfei stirred up the situation in Second Mountain, Fang Yuan's plan needed to change completely. He was extremely concerned about Chen Yunfei and didn't want any accidents to happen. As long as he started to suspect that Chen Yunfei was Gu Chen, regardless of whether there was evidence or not, just his intuition was enough to make him take action, and now, Uncle Ling had fallen into his hands. His suspicions had become undeniable. Next, there would be endless schemes against him. Void Mirror Sr., no matter what condition the Zhou clan's empress is in, we need to find her as soon as possible. Gu Chen put aside all his guesses and said. Uncle Ling risked his life to save his wife. Since that was the case, regardless of whether he lived or died, he had to ensure the safety of the Zhou clan's empress. To him, Uncle Ling was not only a clansman, but also a teacher. Only by protecting the people important to him could he be worthy of Uncle Ling. The Zhou clan's empress was in a very bad situation. Not to mention that Fang Yuan might continue to hunt her down, even if he stopped. There were countless people who wanted to target her in the vast Dao world. After all, she had the famous Great Void technique. Now that the Zhou clan was destroyed and no longer existed, many Dao sects and aristocratic families would be willing to take the risk. I won't hide it from you. Actually, I've been looking for her since I found her dream. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor coughed. Although I can't confirm her exact location, she's probably in the Second Mountain and Sea. No wonder Master came so quickly after I notified him. Fatty Qian suddenly realized that Void Mirror Dao Ancestor, who should have been separated by many mountains and seas, had arrived at the Great Desolate Swamp earlier than them. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor snorted coldly. The Zhou clan's empress escaped to the Second Mountain and Sea? Where could she be? Everyone began to guess. The Zhou clan's Dao ancestor must have opened the void passage and sent the empress to somewhere he thought was safe or trustworthy. Zhou. Finling's fate was unknown, so he had to find his wife first. Dao ancestor Void Mirror agreed to help find her, but it would probably take a day or two before he could confirm where the Zhou empress was in the Second Mountain and Sea. The old woman from Futian Pavilion couldn't stay in the Great Desolate Swamp forever. After becoming a spy for Gu Chen's group, she returned to her original post. Once the Qian family patriarch contacted her, she would immediately notify Gu Chen's group. Although the danger has been temporarily averted, I'll have the old woman give the ruler the information about the Hidden Dragon clan. How about you all stay in the Dominator Cauldron world for now? After the old woman left, Gu Chen summoned the Hidden Dragon clan leader and the many true dragons to decide whether they would stay or not. Although the old woman hadn't reported the information she had obtained from Yumi to the ruler, Gu Chen felt that if the old woman had dug up some secrets from the other factions, and only the Chen clan had gained nothing, that wouldn't be a good thing. The higher one's status, the more suspicious they were. Moreover, with the ruler's foresight, it wasn't like they didn't know that the Hidden Dragon clan lived in seclusion in the Great Desolate Swamp all year round. They just couldn't be bothered to care. Thus, if he needed to report to the ruler or hand over information to the Futian Pavilion, he had the old woman selectively spread the news of the alliance between the Hidden Dragon clan and the Chen clan. As for the mystery of Chen Yunfei's identity, he would eliminate it. The more truth and falsehood, the easier it was to cover up the secrets they wanted to hide. There was another advantage to doing this. In the future, when they were prepared to act against the dragon taming sect, they wouldn't attract too much attention from the Dao court, and there would be less resistance. That's fine. The Great Desolate Swamp is dark. It's time to leave this place. The Hidden Dragon clan leader nodded in agreement. His eyes glowed uncontrollably. Apart from him, the 18 true dragons, led by the boneless demon dragon, had all recovered from their injuries from the previous battle, and had all evolved to varying degrees. This was all thanks to the Dragon Gate pill that Tao ancestor Void Mirror's Tyrant Dragon Weichuan had given him. This pill was famous in the ancient underworld era, and it wasn't just for show. The Hidden Dragon clan leader and the 18 true dragons all benefited to varying degrees after taking the Dragon Gate pill. They would enter the Dominator Cauldron world, where the primordial chi was especially pure. There are also 10 Dragon Gate pills. Here, take them. The chief of the Hidden Dragon clan gave the remaining Dragon Gate pills to the limitless Tyrant Dragon. He had previously gotten the Dragon Gate pills from Weichuan and directly threw them to them. One had to know that the Dragon Gate pill was beneficial to all dinosaur bloodlines, and the limitless Tyrant Dragon was no exception. What about the hidden dragons that participated in the battle? They should have a share too. Limitless Tyrant Dragon asked. Previously, when Weichuan had provoked them, more than one person from the Hidden Dragon clan had participated in the battle. The medicinal energy of the Dragon's Gate pill is tyrannical. I took an extra one and ground it into powder. Then, I shared it with them. The Hidden Dragon clan chief said. He felt gratified that the limitless Tyrant Dragon was still thinking about the ordinary Hidden Dragon clan members. However, just how precious was the Dragon Gate pill? It had long been lost, and every time one was used, there would be one less left. It had to be given to the dinosaur race with the greatest potential. He believed that the unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon should decide who was qualified to take the remaining 10 Dragon Gate elixirs. Alright, I won't waste these 10 pills. The unbounded Tyrant Dragon could tell what the chief of the Hidden Dragon clan was implying and nodded seriously. He consumed a Dragon's Gate pill and carefully stored the other 9 pills for a suitable dragon to choose in the future. The Hidden Dragon clan had migrated, and the group of dinosaurs had entered the dominating Cauldron world. The depths of the great desolate swamp had become much more deserted. One day later, the Void Mirror Tao ancestors' dream search ended. Zhou Dynasty? When he heard where the Zhou Empress was now, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Why is she in the Zhou Dynasty? Although this is one of the 13 dynasties of the Second Mountain and Sea, there isn't a force that the Zhou Empress can rely on, right? The Dwarf Emperor asked, puzzled. He knew a little about the Zhou Dynasty. Without a Tao ancestor, it was far inferior to the Sword Dynasty. You might not know this, but although the Zhou Dynasty doesn't have a top-notch cultivator to rely on, it might be the only place in the world that the Zhou clan can trust. Gu Chen murmured. Why hadn't he thought of Zhou Tai? Back in Binhai City, he had heard from Zhang how that the Zhou Dynasty's Zhou Tai's bloodline was originally from the Zhou clan. Although Zhou Tai had said that the two were no longer related, how could blood ties be so easily severed? As the saying went, if the Zhou clan was destroyed, all the forces in the world might harbor evil intentions. Of course, only their own people could be trusted. So the Zhou dynasty is from the Zhou clan? I've never heard of it before. After Gu Chen explained the ins and outs, everyone was shocked. Although they were both surnamed Zhou, their relationship was deeply hidden. If Zhang Hao hadn't mentioned it, Gu Chen wouldn't have known. According to Gu Chen's understanding, many of the major forces in the Second Mountain and Sea didn't know about this. Only Zhang Hao, who came from the Grand Qi Palace, was knowledgeable. Although this matter is a secret, there are still some people who know about it. If you want to find the Zhou Empress, you have to hurry, lest others beat you to it, Void Mirror Tao Ancestor suggested. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror suggested. Let's set off immediately. Senior Void Mirror, will you come with us? Of course. The Great Void technique is amazing. After the death of the Zhou clan's Tao ancestor, the Zhou clan's empress is the only successor. Judging from the battle in the dream, even if the Zhou clan's empress hasn't stepped into the Tao ancestor realm yet, she's not far from it. It's not a bad thing to have more allies. Void Mirror Tao ancestor's thoughts coincided with Gu Chen's. Perhaps he knew about the relationship between Zhou Fengling and Gu Chen. It was best to make the Zhou clan's empress an ally so that there would be no rift between them and maximize the benefits. As for the Great Void technique, it would depend on fate, since Void Mirror Tao ancestor was so tactful, Gu Chen had no worries. The group immediately set off for the Zhou dynasty. Sword Pavilion. Under the Sword Ancestor's personal escort, Gu Chen's thread body and Chu Meixin left together. The series of changes were just as Gu Chen had expected. After the news of Qing Ai's death spread, the Sea clan and the Star Sea sect were no longer afraid of Sword Pavilion's new weapon. They joined forces and made a comeback. In addition, the Giant Scale tribe and the Dragon Rhinoceros tribe had already joined the Qin clan. Under such circumstances, Sword Pavilion was forced to form an alliance with the Qin clan. Since they had formed an alliance, there was no reason to detain Qin Yunfei in Sword Pavilion. Therefore, the Sword Ancestor personally put on a show and sent Gu Chen's thread body and Chu Meixin out of Sword Pavilion. Before leaving, the Sword Ancestor gave Chu Meixin a gift, a sword manual. The Sword Ancestor was a smart person. Since he had already formed an alliance with Gu Chen, the other party's increase in strength was also his increase in strength. Moreover, Chu Meixin was a disciple of Sword Pavilion and had obtained Marquis Yanqing's inheritance. Perhaps helping her would bring him unexpected benefits in the future. The thread body let Chu Meixin accept the Sword Ancestor's goodwill. With the sword manual and Marquis Yanqing's inheritance, it was just a matter of time before Chu Meixin became the world's #1 female swordsman. As soon as they left the border of Sword Pavilion, Gu Chen and Chu Meixin were stopped by a completely unexpected person. A middle-aged man with a protruding mouth, a mustache, and gaudy clothes descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Chen and Chu Meixin. He looked like a local tycoon. The moment Gu Chen saw this person, his pupils shrunk to the size of needles, deep memories surfaced one by one. Chen tribe's young tribe leader Qin Yunfei? Or should I call you Gu Chen? You should still recognize me, right? The person rubbed his hands and smiled, revealing Gu Chen's true identity with one sentence. Chu Meixin was surprised at first, but her expression turned frosty. The purple and green swords on her back buzzed. She had the urge to unsheath them. Although she was not familiar with this person, she recognized him. He was one of the people who followed Feng Yuan back then. Calm down. Don't say anything, I will negotiate with him. Gu Chen's voice resounded in Chu Meixin's mind. She quickly regained her composure, but still looked at him coldly. Gu Chen took a deep breath, carefully observing the person in front of him. He had not expected to meet Puji Venerable at this time. Back then, Feng Yuan had set up a trap to take away his 4 divine-grade origin cores. Puji Venerable's scheme had made a huge contribution. The one who kidnapped Shuri from Song Huang Ancient Star was also this guy. He looked weak and greedy, but it was all acting. Gu Chen had not judged many people wrongly in his life, but Puji Venerable was one of the best at disguising himself. What? Are you too surprised? You destroyed our leader's plan on the second mountain. You should have expected him to find out about you soon. Puji Venerable smiled. Not only was Gu Chen observing him, he was also observing this man, trying to match him with the image in his memories. Unfortunately, the Gu Chen from back then and the Qin Yunfei in front of him looked like two different people. Even their auras were different. I don't understand what you are talking about. Gu Chen finally spoke. His tone was indifferent. Puji Venerable was Feng Yuan's right-hand man. He came personally and stated his identity. It meant that Uncle Ling was indeed in their hands. He did not know how much information Uncle Ling had given him, and the other party might just be bluffing him. Thus, he had to think carefully before replying, to prevent Feng Yuan from getting the information he wanted. Hehe, are you still going to continue pretending? If you weren't Gu Chen, how could Chu Meixin marry you so coincidentally? Didn't the way she looked at me just now explain everything? Let's not beat around the bush. If you're still the tyrant from back then be more straightforward. Let's get straight to the point. A look of disdain appeared on Puji Enlightened Master's face, as if he had already seen through everything. Why have you come to find me? Gu Chen neither denied nor admitted it. It was impossible to analyze anything from his words. You've been staying on the Sword Garrett's mountain for some time. Do you know anything about the outside world? Puji Venerable mocked. We've already destroyed the Zhou clan of the Third Mountain and Sea. Zhou Fengling has also fallen into our hands. Then he looked straight at Gu Chen, hoping to see panic and even fear on his face. Unfortunately, Gu Chen's face was expressionless. Puji Venerable immediately felt fear. We've already heard everything from Zhou Fengling. He brought you to the Dao world, right? Puji Venerable probed again, and Gu Chen's expression turned gloomy. What are you trying to do? You can refuse to admit that you are Gu Chen, but you can't just ignore Zhou Fengling's life. I'm here on behalf of our leader to make a deal with you. Are you interested? What deal? You have Ling Bing, right? You want to exchange Ling Bing for Zhou Fengling. What do you think? It's a good deal for you, right? Gu Chen's expression flickered. What if I don't want to? If you don't want to, we can only regretfully kill Zhou Fengling. At the same time, we will send the news that you have Ling Bing in your hands to the Dao court. That way, your disguise will be seen through. I'm afraid your fate will be no better than ours. Ling Bing had disappeared the night the cemetery of gods and demons was destroyed. The Dao court had not cleared their suspicions, causing Xianxia sect to lower their heads and live in fear. If someone told the Dao court that Ling Bing was in Chen Yunfei's hands, the Chen clan would be in big trouble. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. If Chen Yunfei was innocent, he would not be afraid of being investigated. But if there was a problem, the Dao court and Fu Tian Pavilion would target him, and all his secrets would be exposed. Fang Yuan's move was clearly forcing Gu Chen to make a deal, whether he was willing or not. After Uncle Ling was captured, Fang Yuan's rhythm had begun. Gu Chen remained silent for a long time. Chu Meixin grabbed his hand subconsciously. She could feel the danger of every step that they would take next. The man who slaughtered 100 Dao monarchs in the past had his eyes on them. A direct confrontation was coming. Giving up Ling Bing, who is worthless to you, in exchange for Zhou Fengling, who is your benefactor, is this a difficult choice? Puji Venerable saw that Gu Chen was not willing to give up. He shook his head and sighed. The pitiful Zhou Fengling was tortured by us. He is on his last breath, but the person he wants to protect is not willing to save him. Gu Chen squinted. He seemed to have made a decision. Ling Bing is not with me right now. As you can see, I have been imprisoned in the Sword Pavilion these days. I can't bring him with me, can I? Then where is he? Puji Venerable frowned. He seemed to be very concerned. He is with great prophet, and in order to hide from you, he has been moving around erratically. Even I would need several days to find him. Gu Chen said. Puji Venerable pondered. The leader had indeed been interested in that old man from Luo sect. Ever since Luo sect was destroyed, that old man's whereabouts had become a mystery. Judging from the current situation, the leader's words might not be false. Puji Venerable relaxed his brows. It did not matter whether it was the truth or not. What was important was that the other party was willing to exchange Ling Bing for Zhou Fengling's life. The leader's intuition was so strong that it was terrifying. This guy was actually Gu Chen who should have died. What they said earlier was just a test. Zhou Fengling was too cruel to himself, so they could not get any information about Gu Chen from him. His unwillingness to surrender had already explained some things, and now that Chen Yunfei was willing to trade with him, the matter of him being Gu Chen could be confirmed. You are still as loyal as before. Puji Venerable looked at Gu Chen and laughed mockingly. The reason why they could get what they wanted back then was because they had the other party's weakness. Now that more than 100 years had passed, he was lucky enough not to die and was resurrected, but he still made the same mistake. Who knew that the moment he agreed to the trade, he would fall into a trap again, and this time, he could not climb out of it. Alright, I'll give you some time to find Ling Bing. After you find him, use this transmission mirror to contact me. I will tell you the time and location of the trade. Puji Venerable threw a transmission mirror to Gu Chen, then looked at him vigilantly while retreating until there was a distance of 10,000 feet between them. Then, he flew into the sky and soon disappeared. Gu Chen watched him leave, but did not take any action, nor did he think of ways to follow him. Meixin, it seems that the day of my battle with Fang Yuan is coming. Gu Chen inspected the transmission mirror, and after confirming there was no problem, he kept it back into his body as a cold smile appeared on his face. Chu Meixin looked at his side profile, and what she saw was a pair of eyes that were as calm as an abyss. But in that abyss, there was a towering rage hidden, waiting to erupt. In the skies above the Zhou dynasty's imperial capital, Gu Chen's true body, Dao Ancestor Mirror, and the others were hidden amidst the clouds, looking down at the countless living beings below. For some reason, Gu Chen's eyes were tightly shut. As for Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, he spread out his divine sense and searched for his target. Not long after, the Hidden Dragon Clan leader, the Clay Bodhisattva, and the ugly emperor flew over from the imperial capital below. Fatty Qian immediately asked, "How's the situation?" "There are many spies in the Zhou dynasty's imperial city, but no dangerous figures have been discovered." The head of the Hidden Dragon clan spoke first. As a top-notch assassin, if there were any experts hiding in the city, it would be difficult for them to escape his eyes. As for the so-called dangerous figures, they naturally referred to the Dao Court, Heaven Concealment Pavilion, and the others that were sufficient to pose a threat to their operations. After the incident with the old woman, everyone became even more cautious. "I've searched all the forbidden areas in the imperial capital, but I didn't find any trace of the Zhou dynasty's empress," the clay bodhisattva said. His attainment in the Great Earth technique was getting deeper and deeper. He could sneak into every corner of the Zhou dynasty's imperial capital like there was no one there. Even the Zhou dynasty's retired emperor, Zhou Tai, could not detect his presence. "I found many important members of the Zhou dynasty's royal family and brainwashed and interrogated them. However, I did not obtain any clues regarding the Zhou clan's great empress," the ugly emperor replied. Fatty Qian couldn't help but sigh and looked at his master suspiciously. "Master, are you sure that the Zhou clan's great empress is in the imperial capital? If she's really here, it's impossible for there to be no clues, right?" Dao Ancestor Mirror withdrew his divine sense and let out a cold snort. "I'm not surprised that you can't find any clues. After all, I've entered the dreams of millions of people in the imperial capital and couldn't find any clues. This means that the Zhou clan's great empress is hidden very well. According to my tracing the origin, I can confirm that she is here. As for why I can't find her, I guess it has something to do with the Great Void technique that the Zhou clan has mastered." "Senior, do you mean that the empress of the Zhou clan is hiding in a mystic realm?" The ugly emperor's eyes flashed. "That's right. If it was an ordinary secret realm, I would be able to find the entrance with my powerful divine sense. But if it's a secret realm created by an expert of the Zhou clan who has mastered the great Tao of space, it won't be easy even for me to find it in a short amount of time. What I don't understand is that from the Zhou clan's great empress dream, her condition shouldn't be optimistic. Under such circumstances, she shouldn't be able to open up a mystic realm of this level. Is it possible that this is a secret realm that existed before? Since the royal family of the Zhou dynasty belonged to the bloodline of the Zhou clan, perhaps the purpose of this bloodline's existence was to preserve a sliver of the Zhou clan's bloodline when the Zhou clan faced a crisis of extinction. Because of this, the Zhou clan's Dao ancestor sent the empress to this place," the clay bodhisattva guessed. Some ancient aristocratic families often operated in this way. If the Zhou dynasty was really a way out for the Zhou clan, it was not surprising that the Zhou clan's Tao ancestor had opened up a mystic realm to take refuge here in advance. That's indeed possible. If that's the case, then the Zhou dynasty's saint, Zhou Tai, must be in control of the entrance to the secret plane. Unfortunately, he never sleeps, so I wasn't able to obtain any relevant information. But it doesn't matter. He's just down there. I'll just go up to him and ask. More importantly, who will go? At this point, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror looked at Gu Chen. This kid had suddenly closed his eyes a moment ago, and no one knew what he was doing. The easiest way to find the Zhou clan's empress was to go to Zhou Tai, but who would go? It wasn't a good thing for the mighty Dao Ancestor Void Mirror to be found out. His disciple was involved in Feng Yuan's and the old woman's arrangements, so it wasn't good for him to reveal himself. Naturally, only Gu Chen's people could go. Gu Chen was immersed in his own world and didn't hear anything. Seeing this, the ugly emperor recommended himself. "Why don't I go? If Zhou Tai isn't willing to tell me where the Zhou clan's empress is, I can use the great heart art to control him." Everyone nodded. The ugly emperor was indeed a suitable candidate. "Then it's you. Zhou Tai is in the imperial clan's back mountain right now, and there's no one else around him. This is the right time. Remember not to cause too much of a commotion." Dao Ancestor Void Mirror gave his orders. The ugly emperor was about to enter the imperial capital again when Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "I'll go to Zhou Tai personally." Everyone looked over, wondering what had happened to Gu Chen. He had a grim expression. "We don't have much time left. When we find the Zhou clan's empress, I'll tell everyone what happened." Gu Chen took a deep breath. The thread body's information made him tense up. His battle with Feng Yuan was approaching, he didn't want to waste any time. The Zhou clan's empress was Uncle Ling's wife. If Zhou Tai was her subordinate, using the great heart art to control Zhou Tai and find her was not a wise choice. Gu Chen was here to help the Zhou clan's empress. If she became hostile towards him from the start, it would waste a lot of time. Thus, it was better for him to go. He had some relationship with Zhou Tai, he might be able to persuade him. Seeing Gu Chen acting like he was facing a great enemy, everyone realized that the situation had changed. They didn't object. Thus, Gu Chen flew to the imperial capital alone. He flew into the Zhou clan's back mountain and soon arrived at Zhou Tai's residence. Who is it? Gu Chen let out his aura, Zhou Tai sensed it and came out to meet him. Old Zhou, it's me. Gu Chen appeared in the guise of Qin Yunfei. When Zhou Tai saw that it was Gu Chen, a look of deep surprise appeared on his face. However, his hostility immediately lessened. So it's you, why did you come to my Zhou clan? Zhou Tai asked in confusion. According to what he knew, Qin clan was currently contending with Sword Pavilion. Qin Yunfei shouldn't have the time to pay attention to his Zhou clan. Of course, he had obtained the information for some time. Qin clan and Sword Pavilion had already reconciled, he did not have the time to know the latest news. These days, his attention was completely occupied by other matters, he could not conceal the fatigue on his old face. Old Zhou, I came for the Zhou clan's empress. Gu Chen went straight to the point. Zhou Tai's expression changed, but he quickly concealed it and pretended to be confused. What do you mean? The old man has heard of Zhou clan's matters, but why is the Zhou clan's empress here? I didn't say that the Zhou clan's empress was here, did I? Gu Chen smiled ambiguously, immediately certain that Zhou Tai had hidden the Zhou clan's empress. Zhou Tai's expression immediately darkened. If fellow Daoist Jin came here to make baseless accusations, then you can leave now. The Qin clan is no longer what it used to be, but there are some matters that you cannot interfere with. Oh? Then who can interfere? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, feeling that Zhou Tai was hinting at something. That's all I have to say. Fellow Daoist Chen, I won't see you out. Zhou Tai waved his sleeve to send the guest off, turning to return to his room. Old Zhou, you misunderstand. I have no ill intentions towards the Zhou clan, but have come to save the Zhou clan's empress. Gu Chen's voice was clear. Zhou Tai paused in his steps, pretending not to hear, but now that the Zhou clan was at its weakest, he could not ignore such words. Why would you save the Zhou clan's great empress if you are not related? How can you be sure she needs your help? The Zhou clan's great empress's son-in-law, Zhou Fengling, once helped me. Since I could find this place and confirm that the Zhou clan's great empress is here, I naturally have some understanding of the current situation. Gu Chen's words were sincere. Zhou Tai turned around with a thoughtful expression. After a while, he seemed to make a decision and said, someone came before you. If you still dare to meet the Zhou clan's great empress after knowing who it is, the old man will lead you to her. Gu Chen said with a solemn expression, who came? The current ruler. Zhou Tai kept his hands and bowed to the heavens. Gu Chen's pupils contracted. The rulers had already met the Zhou clan's great empress, that's right, with the ruler's methods, it was not difficult to find the Zhou clan's great empress. The Zhou clan's great empress had fought with Feng Yuan, the rulers probably wanted to understand the situation from her, since the rulers had personally appeared to deal with this matter, be it Fu Tian Pavilion or the primordial group, no one dared to interfere with the Zhou clan's matter. When it concerned a ruler, even a small matter would become a secret. No wonder Zhou Tai said he might not dare to meet her. Gu Chen broke out in cold sweat. If he and Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had come earlier and encountered the rulers, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What? You don't dare to meet her now? Zhou Tai saw that Gu Chen did not speak, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. As expected, in this situation, no one could help the Zhou clan. He did not care about his life or death, and even the entire Zhou dynasty did not matter. But the great empress was the hope of the Zhou clan's rise again, and she was about to walk a path of no return. Gu Chen quickly returned to his senses and said seriously, please lead the way, old Zhou. Zhou Tai's grief was interrupted. He was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrongly. That was a ruler, even a sovereign had been here before, and normal people would avoid this place like the plague. Had Qin Yunfei gone mad, seeing that Gu Chen did not seem to be pretending, Zhou Tai felt a trace of hope. Then follow the old man. He led Gu Chen into the backyard and took out an arrow with a flip of his hand. The arrow was silvery white and looked somewhat familiar. Gu Chen carefully recalled and found that this arrow was very similar to the arrow that Uncle Ling had used to penetrate the realm sea and protect them when they entered the Dao world. Gu Chen couldn't help but recall the rumors about the Zhou clan's great empress. The reason why the Zhou clan Lady Empress was called the Zhou clan Lady Empress, to the point where most people forgot about her real name, was because she indeed had the looks of an emperor. The empress had already become famous at a young age. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also extremely talented. Her talent overshadowed all the other geniuses of her generation. She and Feng Yuan were once at the top of the legend rank. When she stepped into the Saint realm, she killed a Saint King with one arrow and killed 24 of them in a row. When she stepped into the Saint King realm, she could already compete with many great sages and escape from the hands of a quasi-Dao ancestor. And when she stepped into the Great Sage realm, no one below the Dao ancestor realm heard of her losing again. The title of Great Empress was obtained through undefeated battles. It was rumored that she had even fought with a Dao ancestor and heavily injured him. Once she became an ancestor, her strength would be earth-shattering and there would be an insurmountable gap between her and the Sage realm. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could fight above their level in front of such a huge gap, let alone survive. The people of the world were not clear about the Great Empress' true realm. They only knew that she had definitely not reached the Dao ancestor realm, otherwise, there would be a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Because of this, many people doubted the rumors of her heavily injuring a Dao ancestor and thought it was impossible. But Gu Chen was different. He had personally seen the Great Empress blind one of Feng Yuan's companion's eyes with one arrow in his dream realm. After all, that was a supreme expert who had walked out of the cemetery of gods and demons, an existence who had once fought with the rulers for the world. The Great Empress had not reached the Dao ancestor realm, but she already had such power. It could be seen how amazing she would be once she became an ancestor. Zhou Tai took out a silver-white arrow. There were dense patterns on the arrow's body and ripples appeared on the arrow's tip, merging into the surrounding void. Soon, the space fluctuated and enveloped Zhou Tai and Gu Chen. Swoosh, the arrow suddenly moved. Gu Chen felt a strong pull in space and his body felt weightless. When the space stabilized, Gu Chen had already left the back mountain of the imperial family and appeared in a mystic realm. This mystic realm had beautiful scenery, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. On a mountain not far away, there were orchids everywhere and spirit fog lingered. "Why did you bring someone here?" A cold female voice came from the mountain. Zhou Tai had a hesitant expression and was thinking about how to explain when Gu Chen spoke first. "I am Qin Yunfei." "Greetings, Aunt." "Qin Yunfei?" The Zhou clan's great empress voice was filled with surprise. There was a fluctuation in the void and she appeared in front of Gu Chen in plain clothes. She had the best looks and the best figure. It was no wonder that countless geniuses of the Dao world had bowed to her. Gu Chen's eyes drooped. At this moment, he was thinking about Uncle Ling whose fate was unknown. He said with mixed emotions, "I took the liberty to come here. Please listen to my explanation patiently, Aunt." Zhou Tai was shocked by how Gu Chen addressed her, but he was even more shocked that the Great Empress had directly come down the mountain to meet him. "Aunt? That's a strange way of addressing you. I want to hear your explanation." The Great Empress smiled. This was the first time Zhou Tai had seen her smile in recent days. Gu Chen was also surprised. The Great Empress's smile disappeared in a flash and her eyes revealed sorrow. "That day, when the enemy attacked, Feng Ling brought up the rear for me. Before sending me off, he sent me a voice transmission to find Qin Yunfei. He said that you are the only person in the world who can help me." Gu Chen understood. A wry smile appeared on his face. "Then why didn't you find me?" "The Patriarch teleported me here. This is the Zhou clan's refuge and there is no safer place than this. Moreover, I was injured earlier and have no strength to go out. My thoughts are also in a mess." Gu Chen nodded to express his understanding. The Great Empress had just suffered a huge disaster. It was not easy for her to pull herself together so quickly. I can roughly guess your relationship with Fengling. After all, he only had one reason to enter Chaos Sea back then. Since he trusts you, I trust you too, the Great Empress said. The Empress said. Gu Chen gained the trust of the Empress more easily than expected, and everything went smoothly. Gu Chen wanted to quickly discuss Uncle Ling's matter with the Great Empress, but he remembered that the rulers had already been here and restrained himself. "Aunt, what did the rulers tell you when they came here?" The Great Empress's expression turned solemn. "They just wanted to ask about the battle that day." "That's all?" Gu Chen was worried that the rulers had done something to the Great Empress. "I know what you are worried about, but you are worrying too much. The rulers only care about that bastard. I told them everything I knew and they left. Of course, when Fengling mentioned you, I did not say anything." The Great Empress thought of Feng Yuan and her gaze turned cold as she gritted her teeth. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief, but Zhou Tai said anxiously, "The rulers are high and mighty, of course they disdain to make a move. But now that the Zhou clan no longer exists and young clan leader is only one step away from Dao Ancestor Realm, there will only be one outcome." Zhou Tai addressed the Great Empress as the young clan leader. She was the only remaining direct descendant of the Zhou clan, and also the only possibility for them to rise again. The Great Empress intentionally hid her situation from Gu Chen, but Zhou Tai could not pretend not to know. After all, he had brought Gu Chen into the secret realm with that sliver of hope, even if it was a last resort. Zhou Tai's words reminded Gu Chen, and his expression changed slightly. Fu Tian Pavilion? From Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, Gu Chen already knew that the Fu Tian Pavilion's cultivators were not just the regular members of the Dao Courts. Then other than the regular members that the rulers used the Dao Courts to nurture, what other cultivators were qualified to receive the Fu Tian seal and become a cultivator of the Fu Tian Pavilion? First of all, the minimum requirement to become a cultivator of the Fu Tian Pavilion was the Dao Ancestor Realm. Without the Dao Ancestor Realm, one was not qualified to be the ruler's executioner. Secondly, the rulers would try their best to avoid choosing from the major powers. The reason was simple. The rulers' philosophy was to divide the world and let the various powers check and balance each other for a long time. This ensured that there would be an endless supply of cultivation vessels for them to use. They controlled the source of the Dao, and if they wanted to cultivate Dao techniques, they would definitely be harvested. Under this philosophy, if the Fu Tian Pavilion cultivators, who were not much different from slaves, were directly captured from the major powers, not only would it affect their enthusiasm, but it would also affect the balance between the various powers. In addition, the 5 rulers were not of one mind, and all of them engaged in vicious competition. In the long run, this system would definitely be destroyed. After understanding these 2 hard conditions, it was not hard to understand the Great Empress's current situation. The Zhou clan was already destroyed, and the world did not know if the Great Empress was dead or alive. If she disappeared and changed her identity, it would not attract anyone's attention, and it would not have any negative impact on the powers of the world. She was extremely talented, and cultivated the Great Void technique of the Tao of Space. If she joined the Fu Tian Pavilion, she would undoubtedly become a powerful and practical servant. On the contrary, if she was left alone in the Dao realm, it would bring some uncontrollable risks. Thus, the Great Empress' fate was almost certain. Once she stepped into the Dao Ancestor Realm, there was a high chance that she would be recruited by the rulers and join the Fu Tian Pavilion. This was also the reason why the rulers did not do anything to the Great Empress. The reason why they allowed her to live, and the reason why there were no spies from the Dao court in the Zhou dynasty imperial capital, was because they had already decided on the Great Empress' fate. Giving her this temporary freedom was merely to allow her to charge into the Dao Ancestor Realm without any distractions. After all, only by stepping into the Dao Ancestor Realm could she become a qualified servant in the eyes of the rulers. That's right. Fellow cultivator Chen, you also know about the Fu Tian Pavilion, so you should know about the young master's current situation, right? Please help me. No matter what, this sole descendant of my Zhou clan absolutely cannot. Zhou Tai was so emotional that his eyes were red. He did not dare to speak too deeply. With his previous identity, he actually didn't understand the intricacies behind this. Everything was told to him by the Great Empress after she was healed by the sovereigns. He had been worried ever since he found out. After all, if the Empress became a cultivator of the Fu Tian Pavilion, she would no longer have any ties with any power in the Dao world. This meant that the Zhou clan would really be completely annihilated. The Empress was proud and arrogant, and she had the ambition to pursue the great Dao. How could she be willing to become a servant? That was why the hidden meaning in her words made Zhou Tai even more anxious. Don't make things difficult for him. No one can help him with this matter. The great Empress frowned slightly. She was unhappy that Zhou Tai had spoken the truth. The will of the sovereigns could not be defied. Asking Qin Yunfei to help her was equivalent to sending him to his death. She would not do such a thing. This was her own matter. In the end, she would be the one to resolve it herself. The great Empress's tone became serious. Zhou Tai smiled bitterly and did not dare to say anything else. In fact, he also knew that even the almighty beings of the primordial group would be useless, let alone Qin Yunfei. They would not be able to resist the will of the sovereigns. Gu Chen understood the great Empress's situation. He fell into deep thought and did not reply. The great Empress thought that he was in a difficult position and comforted him. I can temporarily suppress my cultivation. As long as I do not enter the Dao ancestor realm, I will have one more day of freedom. You do not need to worry about me. The great Empress had been accumulating at the quasi-Dao ancestor realm for a long time. During the battle of the Zhou clan, she showed signs of a breakthrough during the life and death battle. Later, her injuries were too severe and her cultivation level might have fallen. However, in order to wake her up and ask about Feng Yuan, the sovereigns personally healed her. Now, she had completely recovered and could even break through at any time. In fact, she was not sure how much longer she could suppress her cultivation. Once she could not suppress it and started to undergo tribulation, she would trigger a Dao ancestor phenomenon. The sovereigns would definitely sense it and come over immediately. When her cultivation level stabilized, she would probably be forced to accept the Fu Tian seal. But what could she do? There could not be no phenomenon when she became a Dao ancestor. At that time, her only way to resist fate would be to commit suicide, but she had not taken revenge for the extermination of her clan. She was not willing to die like this. Thus, before Gu Chen came, she had been in a dilemma. Gu Chen pondered for a while and said solemnly, "Aunt, I might have a way to let you step into the Dao ancestor realm without the sovereigns knowing. It's just that this is a bit risky. Are you willing to try it?" Zhou Tai became excited. The great Empress looked at Gu Chen in surprise and shook her head. "If it's really possible, I'm willing to take any risk. Let's forget about this. Feng Ling obviously valued you a lot when he was alive. I don't want to drag you into this." The great Empress's meaning was clear. She did not believe that Gu Chen could do this. Gu Chen had a special relationship with Zhou Fengling. She had to protect him. What if Uncle Ling is not dead? Gu Chen's words shocked the Empress, and her eyes couldn't help but be filled with hope. She did not see Zhou Fengling die with her own eyes. She could only judge from the situation at that time that he was probably dead. "Are you sure?" The great Empress took a deep breath. She was nervous. She was afraid of being disappointed and losing hope. "Yes, Uncle Ling is still alive. He's waiting for us to save him. But if you want to save him, your current strength is not enough. So, please believe me." Gu Chen's words were sincere. The great Empress thought of Zhou Fengling's words and nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll listen to you." She could not drag Gu Chen down because of Zhou Fengling. Naturally, she could also drag Gu Chen and herself into danger to save Zhou Fengling. Gu Chen could feel the deep love between this couple. He pointed out the crux of the matter and persuaded the great Empress in a short while. This saved her a lot of effort. "Since that's the case, Auntie, follow me." This place was not suitable for them to stay. God knows if there would be any unexpected visitors. The great Empress nodded and instructed Zhou Tai on some things. She then waved at the mountain not far away. Clang! 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 A silvery white longbow and a dozen or so arrows flew through the air, swaying in his direction. The arrows flew into the great Empress's sleeves. She took the longbow and hung it on her back. The void form bow and the void ripping arrow. The two famous weapons of the great Empress were inseparable. The moment the longbow was hung on her back, she was no longer that helpless girl who had lost her husband and family. She had turned back into the valiant and heroic great empress. In the sky above the imperial capital, Guchen returned with Zhou clan's empress. He had not been gone for long, but everyone was shocked to see him bring back the empress so quickly. When Zhou clan's empress saw Guchen's companions, especially Void Mirror Dao Ancestor, her beautiful eyes showed deep surprise. At first, she was only willing to go with Guchen because of Zhou Fengling. But now, she had inexplicably more confidence. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor was unfathomable and astute, he would never choose sides easily. This was what the Ancestor had told her before. But now, he was standing here, everyone is here, I have something to tell you. Guchen's expression turned grim. His expression had been strange earlier, everyone had already guessed what had happened and listened attentively. Fang Yuan found my clone in Sword Pavilion and proposed a deal, he wants me to exchange Ling Bing for Zhou Fengling. Once Guchen said this, everyone's gaze turned solemn, while Zhou clan's empress became somewhat excited. Who is Ling Bing? Ling Bing is a disciple of Xianxia sect on the surface, but he is actually Fang Yuan's man, I caught him at the second mountain. Guchen told her the ins and outs of the matter truthfully. Because the empress of the Zhou clan knew the least about the entire situation, she took a long time to explain it to her. When Zhou clan's empress understood the enemy's background, she clenched her fists uncontrollably. It was impossible for her to take revenge by herself against such a powerful enemy, no wonder Feng Ling asked her to find Qin Yunfei. According to what you said, there is nothing special about Ling Bing, while Zhou Fengling knows your secret, why does Fang Yuan want to exchange him? Void Mirror Dao Ancestor pondered, things were not as simple as they seemed. Fang Yuan had already started the game, if he could not see the true direction of the game, he would be killed. Ling Bing's cultivation level is indeed not high, but he is not completely ordinary. Guchen was silent for a while, then he told the truth about his relationship with Ling Bing. Everyone here was ready to entrust their lives to each other, he had to set an example and not hide anything. When the dwarf emperor found out that Ling Bing was formed from the formless thousand weapons, his eyes widened in shock. When she found out that Ling Bing possessed the heavenly soul of Guchen's son, the Zhou empress' heart tightened. Although Feng Ling only had one soul, Qin Yunfei, no, Guchen, might hesitate because of this and miss the opportunity to save Feng Ling, so there is such a relationship. What are you thinking? Are you willing to exchange him for someone else? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror asked straightforwardly. He didn't have as many concerns as the empress. I am indebted to Uncle Ling. If Ling Bing can save his life, of course I will do it. Guchen looked at the Zhou clan's great empress with the intention of making a promise. The great empress felt much more at ease. But I have interacted with Fang Yuan so many times, I understand him too well. His motive for exchanging hostages is definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface, we need to understand his intentions. This is also the reason why I said that Ling Bing is not with me for the time being. Only by buying as much time as possible can we make more preparations and not be too passive. Guchen paused for a moment, a bright light shining in his eyes. Besides, that Puji Venerable probed me many times during the negotiation. I boldly speculate that Fang Yuan has not obtained enough information about me from Uncle Ling. Everyone's eyes brightened. The Zhou clan's great empress face turned pale. If Fang Yuan has not obtained the information he wants, doesn't that mean that Feng Ling, Guchen's feelings were the same as the Zhou clan's great empress? He said with complex emotions, that's right, Uncle Ling is suffering unimaginable torture now, but he persevered. He is fighting for a chance to win this tough battle for us. Fang Yuan had great abilities and countless methods. To be able to protect Guchen's secret under his torture, it was unimaginable how much Zhou Fengling had to pay and how strong his willpower was. Guchen's heart was bleeding when he negotiated with Puji Venerable, he had the urge to kill the other party. But after deducing some truth from his words, he calmed down instead. Uncle Ling had already made up his mind a long time ago. He had this awareness even before he was born. When Uncle Ling entered the chaotic sea a million years ago, Uncle Ling was ready to sacrifice himself for the revival of the tyrants at any time. As the person who shouldered all the hope, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. He could not waste every opportunity he fought for. Are you sure Zhou Fengling really kept your secret for you? If his judgment is wrong, you will be doomed eternally. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror narrowed his eyes. A sneer appeared on Gu Chen's lips. When Puji Venerable negotiated with me, he did not mention how I was resurrected from the beginning to the end. They only guessed that Uncle Ling brought me to the Tao world. The rest were all tests. Most importantly, he went to the Sword Pavilion to find me. He thought that I would be threatened by them like before and fall into their trap step by step. They did not know that the one in the Sword Pavilion was only my clone. They also did not know that the Sword Ancestor was already mine. In order to hide himself in front of Feng Yuan, Gu Chen had made a lot of preparations. He had grafted Chen Yunfei's fate, integrated Lu Yan's aura of misfortune into the formation, and used the Great Prophet's help to deceive the heavenly secrets. All these methods were used to prevent Feng Yuan from seeing him clearly. When they met again at the second mountain, it was only a Thread Dao clone that faced him. With all these arrangements, Feng Yuan had already made a serious misjudgment about him. He did not know the truth about the glorious ancient overlord body and his true strength. The awakening and resurrection of the glorious ancient overlord body was the result of the painstaking efforts of Li Wuwei and the ancestors of the Tyrants. No matter how remarkable Feng Yuan was, he had never thought that he would resurrect like this. Otherwise, he would have turned his bones into ashes at that time. Feng Yuan was too confident, and his absolute confidence brought him serious hidden dangers. Uncle Ling's persistence made these arrangements not go to waste. Although Feng Yuan's schemes were still difficult to deal with, because of his misjudgment, Uncle Ling had more opportunities to find his flaws and deal a fatal blow. The enemy's misjudgment of our strength will indeed tilt the scales of victory in our favor, but the premise is that our hidden strength is really strong enough. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor smelled an opportunity, but just based on his alliance and the current knowledge of Gu Chen's hidden strength, he was still not optimistic. The enemy has already come to us, we can only fight back. Where there is a will, there is a way. Of course, Gu Chen knew that the odds of winning were not high, but he could not give up without a fight. He could only try his best to win. The enemy has taken the initiative to look for trouble, we can only kill him completely. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor sighed. Since he had already bet on Gu Chen, there was no reason for him to retreat. Everyone's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and they were ready for the decisive battle. Feng Yuan only gave you a few days, where can we find a suitable place for my breakthrough? Zhou Clan's empress felt the urgency of the situation. Only by breaking through to the Dao Ancestor realm could she have more confidence in saving her husband. It's far away, but it's close at hand. Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out the dominating cauldron of origin. In the dominating cauldron world, a bright light flashed as Gu Chen and the others descended. The primordial world seemed to be filled with the purest primordial essence energy at the beginning of the chaos. It caused Dao Ancestor Void Mirror and the Empress of the Zhou clan to be moved. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's divine sense spread out wildly, roaming this unfamiliar world. When his mind returned, his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? It's just an inner world nurtured by a cauldron. How can it have the same level of potential as the primordial chaos Dao world? He blurted out. His eyes were extremely vicious. Gu Chen smiled and didn't answer his question. He looked at the Zhou matriarch and said, the Hegemon Cauldron world is completely isolated from the outside world. It has its own heaven and earth laws. Without my permission, nothing from the outside world will be able to invade this place. Similarly, the commotion here will not be detected by the outside world. The Zhou clan's matriarch quickly hid her shocked expression and turned into one of joy. This place can really help me break through to the Dao Ancestor realm without anyone knowing? She truly didn't dare to believe it. She had originally thought that there was no way out of this situation. Breaking through would inevitably attract rulers, and she would become a slave cultivator of the heavenly subduing pavilion. Who would have thought that there was such a method to deceive everyone? If she really succeeded, she would be able to travel the Dao realm without the ruler's knowledge. Although there was still a possibility that she would be exposed, at least she would have enough time to rescue Feng Ling. I don't dare say that it's foolproof. After all, the heaven and earth powers of the primordial Dao world originate from the 9 primordial Dao laws. As for the Hegemon Cauldron world, it also has its own laws. There are some differences between the two. Gu Chen said honestly. One could also become an ancestor in the Overlord Cauldron world, but this was an unproven guess. Originally, the proof of this conjecture was intended to be left for the great prophet. Unexpectedly, the empress of the Zhou clan was the first to use it. Living between heaven and earth, we receive the grace of heaven and earth, but at the same time, we are bound by heaven and earth. I cultivate the Tao of the primordial chaos Tao world. In theory, I'm afraid it's impossible to validate the Tao and become a patriarch in this world. Tao ancestor Mirror said in a low voice, giving his judgment based on his rich experience. That's true, but the dominating cauldron world is a little special. It has a mysterious connection with the primordial Tao world or the 9 primordial Tao laws. Perhaps it can avoid the restrictions of the laws, said Gu Chen. What connection? Tao ancestor Void Mirror was instantly extremely curious. The others were very interested as well. I can't give a definite answer for now, but the truth will be revealed sooner or later. Gu Chen murmured. His words made one's heart itch. Tao ancestor Void Mirror thought that he was deliberately mystifying things and glared at him to express his displeasure. Gu Chen was indeed unable to give an accurate answer at the moment. However, the power related to the 9 primordial Tao laws, be it the Tao spirit or the Tao source, had always been able to accelerate the cultivation process of the 33 levels of heaven mystic technique. The dominating cauldron world had been born because it had absorbed enough primordial chaos power from the Tao pool. Due to these connections, he felt that it was not impossible for him to become a progenitor in the dominating cauldron world. Auntie, I don't have absolute confidence in becoming a progenitor here, but this world is under my control. I'm confident that I won't let anything happen to your life. It's just that if you fail to break through, you might never be able to reach the Tao ancestor realm again. So, you have to think carefully. As Gu Chen explained the pros and cons, the great empress of the Zhou clan smiled lightly. Even if I fail, it's still better than entering the Fu Tian pavilion. Most importantly, Feng Ling is waiting for us. We don't have much time left, right? Gu Chen nodded. Time was pressing. He was not sure how long the great empress would take to break through, and whether she could make it in time for his battle with Feng Yuan. However, if she did not break through, the great empress's help would be limited. If that was the case, he would rather not involve her and ensure her safety for now. That way, he would be able to answer to Uncle Ling. Alright, I'm going to break through in seclusion. You guys can leave. The great empress was swift and decisive. Gu Chen asked in concern, do you need any elixirs? The great empress shook her head. I've actually been preparing for a long time for this breakthrough. I don't need anything. When breaking through, remember to ensure that your mind is stable. No matter what you see, don't lose yourself. Tao ancestor Void Mirror reminded her out of goodwill. The great empress had just suffered the calamity of her clan's extermination. He was worried that she would encounter mental demons during her tribulation and lose herself because of her obsession and desire for revenge. If that was the case, she could forget about becoming a progenitor. Since ancient times, a firm Tao heart had always been the key to breaking through. The great empress accepted his advice humbly and chose a place to enter seclusion. Tao ancestor Void Mirror was amazed by the cauldron domination world. He decided to stay here and comprehend the great heart demon during this time. Almost everyone stayed in the cauldron domination world and focused on preparing for the upcoming battle. In the outside world, after Gu Chen's thread Tao body and Chu Meixin left Sword Pavilion, they did not choose to return to the Mu imperial dynasty that was occupied by the Chen tribe. Instead, they erased all traces and hid deep in the mountains. Gu Chen and Pu Ji spiritual master said that they needed time to find Ling Bing. If they returned to the Chen tribe without doing anything, they would easily arouse their suspicions. The best choice was to erase all traces. If Feng Yuan lost track of him, he would feel that he had already grasped him. The thread Tao body concealed its traces while Gu Chen's main body went to the huge mountain that suppressed Ling Bing in the cauldron domination world. The time that he gained from Pu Ji spiritual master was not only for the great empress to break through, but also to figure out Feng Yuan's true intentions. Using Zhou Fengling to exchange for Ling Bing, could Feng Yuan's thoughts be so simple? Gu Chen was more inclined to think that this was another meticulously designed scheme against him. But who knew if exchanging for Ling Bing was purely to lower his guard, or if Ling Bing was really special? Let me out. Seeing Guchen again, Ling Bing repeated the same old words, but he was much more careful now. He no longer called him father. He was clearly afraid of being lectured by Guchen again. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Fang Yuan is here to redeem you. Guchen went straight to the point. Ling Bing's expression shook. He could not control the joy on his face, but he soon realized something was wrong. The other party might be trying to deceive him. He could not fall for it. He quickly stiffened his expression. He did not want Guchen to notice any clues. Unfortunately, Guchen had already seen through his thoughts. It is true, I also intend to transact with him. You will be able to leave in a few days. Guchen said plainly. Ling Bing's expression tightened. He did not dare to say anything. Earlier, the other party seemed to have said Fang Yuan. This made him very concerned. How much information did he have? Knowing that he was not scheming enough, he simply shut his mouth. Needless to say, Ling Bing was very self-aware. Are you happy that he did not abandon you? Even an expert like Feng Yuxiu was sacrificed by him, but he still wants to protect you. Don't you find it strange? Ling Bing did not speak, only showing disdain on his face. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Guchen said again. Ling Bing was a little curious. He could not help but ask, what bet? I bet that you will be abandoned by Fang Yuan in the end. Ling Bing's expression turned gloomy. He did not refute, but he clearly did not agree with Guchen's words. Soon, you will understand what kind of person you are following. Guchen said this and turned to leave. Since he did not say anything, he did not speak any more nonsense. Anyway, he had Dao Ancestor Void Mirror now. He could get his help to avoid the restriction Fang Yuan left in Ling Bing's mind. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor raised his hand from the unconscious Ling Bing's head. Guchen slowly opened his eyes. He and Dao Ancestor Mirror had entered Ling Bing's dream together. They had spent more than a day. Great Dream Divination Art was extraordinary. It successfully evaded the restriction Fang Yuan left in Ling Bing's mind and obtained all sorts of information related to Fang Yuan and Ling Bing through the Dream Realm's memory reading method. The pitiful Ling Bing tried his best to conceal it, but in the end, he unknowingly revealed it in his sleep. However, Ling Bing had very little information about Fang Yuan. It was a little disappointing. His situation was similar to Fatty Qian. Fang Yuan had sent him to Xianxia sect long ago, so other than missions related to Xianxia sect, he did not know much about Fang Yuan's movements. The most valuable information was regarding Great Transformation Art. Fang Yuan had borrowed Ling Bing's hands to obtain Great Transformation Art from Xianxia sect. The real Ling Bing had been secretly eliminated by Fang Yuan colluding with Xianxia sect's elders, then replaced by a formless thousand weapon. This was about the same as Guchen's original judgment. Ling Bing was originally a legacy disciple, and he was loyal and devoted to the Aspect Transformation sect. After the formless thousand weapon substitution, he revealed an incomparably shocking natural talent. Thus, he was acknowledged by the Aspect Transformation Dao Ancestor and was bestowed the complete inheritance of the Great Transformation Art. After Ling Bing obtained the inheritance, he gave it to Fang Yuan, and according to his limited memories, Fang Yuan's talent in cultivating Great Transformation Art was not inferior to his own. Great Transformation Art's transformation path is the strongest in the world. If Fang Yuan cultivates this Great Transformation Art to perfection, even the powerful divine senses of the rulers would not be able to see through him. Maybe this is the reason why the rulers cannot find Fang Yuan. We need to be careful, there is no way to guard against him. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor sighed. If someone could completely disguise as someone around you, how terrifying would their destructive power be? Guchen nodded. We need to pay special attention to this, but it is not like there is no good news. At least, we can be sure that Ling Bing has no value that we do not know. Fang Yuan wants to exchange for him, most likely to mislead us. That's right, once we understand this, we will know this is a trap. The transaction with Zhou Fengling will be extremely dangerous. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror shook his head and sighed. You could have made an enemy out of anyone, but you had to make an enemy out of such a monster. Currently, it is known that Fang Yuan possesses complete Great Dao techniques, including Great Fate Technique, Great Purification Technique, Great Death Technique, and Great Transformation Technique. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror spoke conservatively because he was not sure if Fang Yuan had grasped other complete Great Dao techniques. For example, Feng Sek's Great Sealing Technique, he had a high chance of coming into contact with it through Feng Yuxiu. According to Senior Jing Su's experience, how many great Dao techniques have Fang Yuan cultivated to perfection? Gu Chen muttered. Only with a complete set of great Dao techniques would one have the possibility of cultivating them to perfection. And to enter the ruler realm, one would need to perfect all 9 great Dao techniques. The older, the wiser. The primordial ancestor is much older than me. Logically speaking, he should be able to enter the sovereign realm in this life. However, he was ambushed by you on the second mountain and entered the sights of the sovereigns ahead of time. I'm afraid his preparations weren't very thorough. There's no need to talk about great fate technique, it's already at perfection. Great death technique could revive a bunch of experts in Cemetery of Gods and Demons, it's probably also at perfection. As for great purification technique and great transformation technique, logically speaking, even the primordial ancestor would not be able to reach great completion so quickly in just 100 years. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror guessed. Gu Chen reminded, Fang Yuan probably obtained great death technique much earlier than these 2 techniques. Since great death technique can be perfected, it's likely that these 2 techniques have reached perfection as well. Great death technique's perfection, I'm more inclined to believe that it's because of his talent and his focus on cultivation. I've said before that similar types of great Dao techniques complement each other, and cultivating them at the same time can yield twice the results with half the effort. But look at the great Dao techniques that Fang Yuan cultivates, there is no such situation. How profound are great Dao techniques? Each one is the pinnacle of a great Dao of heaven and earth. It's very difficult to comprehend them all. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror had cultivated many great Dao techniques and walked on the same path as Fang Yuan, so he knew better than anyone the difficulty of the Sovereign Realm path. In that case, he can't have perfected Great Seal technique and Great Void technique? Gu Chen asked. If Great Seal technique was perfected, he wouldn't need Feng Yuxiu's help to unseal the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, right? As for the Great Void technique, what are you thinking? You saw the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhou Clan's Dao ancestor in your dream. Zhou Clan's Dao ancestor almost died in battle. How can Fang Yuan obtain the complete Great Void technique from him? Even if he obtained it, how could he cultivate it to perfection in such a short time? Aren't you underestimating great Dao techniques too much, kid? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's face darkened. He felt that Gu Chen's question was very low level. Gu Chen did not retort. The only great Dao technique that he had cultivated was Great Essence Energy technique. His judgment in this aspect was definitely inferior to Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. However, he did not have enough understanding of great Dao techniques, but he was very clear about the talent and abilities that Fang Yuan had stolen from him. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror did not understand Gu Chen's thoughts. He fell into deep thought and frowned. Fang Yuan is too careless in his choice of great Dao techniques. With his experience, he should know the shortcut. He is still a long way from becoming a ruler. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have attacked the Zhou clan in such a high-profile manner. If he were in Fang Yuan's shoes, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror felt that if he were Fang Yuan, he would have to lay low for millions of years. With his current strength, he was completely unable to fight against a ruler. Of course, the other party was a top expert who had survived from the ancient underworld era. Perhaps he had a vision that he could not. Buzz, the two fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a huge commotion came from afar and woke them up. She broke through so quickly? As expected of the Zhou clan's once-in-a-century genius. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's face was full of surprise. This commotion was the phenomenon of someone about to become a Dao ancestor. It would not be strange for this stage to take hundreds or even thousands of years. Who would have thought that the Zhou clan's great empress would really break through in a day or two? What's going on? Gu Chen's eyes shone as he looked at the great empress's seclusion area. The moment the great empress started breaking through, he felt that a strange change was happening in the depths of the dominating cauldron world. It was as if the great empress was perfecting her great Dao. The dominating cauldron world was also secretly deducing and perfecting the Dao of Void. Let's go and take a look, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror said casually. Suddenly, he paused and looked at Gu Chen, who was beside him, with a shocked expression. Gu Chen's body was actually shining. No, to be more precise, countless specks of light were gathering around him, and his aura was becoming vast and boundless. Gu Chen seemed to have understood something. he ignored Tao Ancestor Void Mirror and ascended to the heavens. As the ruler of this world, he sat in the clouds. In the Zhou clan's great empress's seclusion grounds, vast amounts of primordial energy were swallowed up like a whale. Phenomena occurred one after another with great momentum. There were bound to be phenomena in heaven and earth when one became an ancestor, and the Zhou clan's great empress phenomena were especially astonishing, attracting everyone in the dominating world to watch from afar. Above the 9 heavens, not long after the empress broke through, Guchen also sat upright in the clouds. His whole body's aura was in harmony with the heaven and earth, and there was an endless galaxy in his eyes. His guess was right. The dominating world had a mysterious connection with the 9 primordial Tao laws. If she really avoided the restrictions of the laws, the great empress could become an ancestor here. In addition, there were also unexpected gains. Just like the Tao spirit and Tao origin, the Great Void technique of the Great Empress had also brought changes to the dominating world. The 9 primordial Tao laws had created the Tao world, and the 9 primordial Tao laws had evolved into the 8 great techniques. In other words, each great technique was like the meridians and bones that formed the world. After absorbing the vast amount of primordial energy in the Tao pool, the dominating world had been born. Guchen had finally cultivated the realm scroll to the great success stage and entered the final scroll of the phenomena of the heavenly stellar art, the primordial scroll. At that time, Guchen had vaguely sensed that the ultimate realm of the phenomena of the heavenly stellar art did not lie in the improvement of his personal strength, but in the birth of the dominating world. After entering the primordial scroll, there were still 9 levels of the 33 mystic techniques left, which corresponded to the 9 primordial Tao laws. It seemed that for every step the primordial scroll took, it needed to devour a primordial Tao law. Only then could the dominating world continue to grow. This idea was too terrifying and bold. Without confirmation, Guchen had not dared to think too much about it. But today, the abnormalities brought about by the Great Empress's ancestor ascension seemed to confirm this point. Guchen's mind was connected to the dominating world. This world had been born because of him, and he was omnipotent here. Thus, he could see through any changes in the world's natural source. The Great Empress had used the dominating world's primordial energy to break through to ancestor ascension. At the same time, the perfection of her Great Void technique had perfected the laws and order of this new world. The two complemented each other and helped each other. In Guchen's eyes, the vast cauldron hegemon world had become countless glowing chess pieces. Each chess piece was a space of its own, and they all operated according to specific rules. With the perfection of the great Tao of space, his mind was blessed, and his understanding and control of every inch of the void increased explosively. He raised a hand, and a godly MT Shumi rose from the ground and was gripped into a mustard seed by his bare hand. He put down his hand, and the world turned into a green leaf under the pressure of countless layers of space, gently falling down. A world and a flower, a mountain turning into a mustard seed. His comprehension of space had never been this deep. Even if he tore through the void and entered the turbulent streams of space, he could do so as if he was walking on flat ground. Rumble, rumble, the female empress's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her imposing manner was like a rainbow as she welcomed her own tribulation. Thick and heavy clouds gathered in the sky above her, striking down countless ninth heaven thunder, as if it would not stop until she was destroyed. Miraculously, as the ruler of the cauldron world, Guchen could feel the gathering of every strand of cloud, and he could control the power of every divine thunder. The thunder tribulation descended as his will. And it gave this new world's first Tao ancestor a sufficient test. Guchen did not stop this tribulation. It was a tribulation, but it was also an opportunity. Every heavenly thunder contained the purest power of heaven and earth. As long as she could withstand the test, the female empress's body would be cleansed, and she would become a Tao ancestor golden body. He could control the power of the tribulation, and he could also give the female empress the greatest benefits. With him around, the female empress would not be injured after surviving the tribulation. Compared to the outside world, the benefits would be greater. The female empress did not know that the will of the tribulation came from Guchen. She was fearless, and her Tao heart was as strong as steel. She swore to become a Tao ancestor. After several hours, the thunder tribulation came to an end, and the female empress had also completed the process of destruction and reconstruction. Her body, which was riddled with scars, exploded with a new life force, and she formed a Tao ancestor golden body. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and 9 colored rays of light shone on the ground. The female Empress Void Transformation Bow and Sky-Splitting Arrow had also completed their transformation under the tempering of the Thunder Tribulation. The Void Transformation Bow was like the one that escaped. It was unpredictable and illusory, but it contained the endless changes of space. The Sky-Splitting Arrow was like the meditation in the quiet room. It was unmoving like a mountain, and when it moved, it was like thunder. The other side of the world was just an arrow. The genius of the Zhou clan was reborn, and at this moment, she became the true female empress of the world. The ugly emperor, the clay bodhisattva, and the others who witnessed the process of the breakthrough were fascinated, and they were encouraged. The Void Mirror Tao ancestor looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, when the female empress's realm was stabilized, there were also waves of the Tao ancestor realm. Guchen looked down at the ground, and he was emotionless like the heavens. In front of him, countless heavenly threads gathered and formed another Tao body. Previously, when he absorbed the primordial power in the Tao pool, even though the dominating cauldron world was born, his Tao body didn't improve much. It stopped at the threshold of 1 billion Tao power, and it was only one step away from the true Tao ancestor realm. After the dominating cauldron world was born, it became the source of power for the Tao body, and it provided him with almost endless power. However, it couldn't break through to the peak of the Tao ancestor realm. But now, as a great Tao was perfected, the new Tao body naturally broke through the threshold of 1 billion, and it became a true Tao ancestor realm. His guess, which he didn't dare to think too much before, was right. If the dominating cauldron world wanted to continue evolving, and if he wanted to continue improving his strength, he had to seize the 9 primordial Tao laws and the Tao techniques they derived. Although his cultivation path was different from that of ordinary Tao ancestors, he still needed to fight for hegemony in the world. In fact, he had to be even more ruthless than them. The starlight in Gu Chen's eyes gradually dimmed, and the newly created Tao body familiarized itself with its body. Its left hand gently grasped the void, and the space in front of it was like a Rubik's cube, changing unpredictably. The Empress, who had finished consolidating her realm, also looked up at the sky. She, who had become a Tao ancestor in this world, could clearly feel Gu Chen's strength. This strength wasn't a threat to her, but a kind of confidence. Her transformed Tao ancestor golden body was much stronger than she had imagined. She realized that all of this was because of Gu Chen's help. Gu Chen's main body stood up from the cloud, took a few steps, and flew to the sky, arriving in front of the Empress. "Thank you for this opportunity," the Empress said sincerely. The Empress said sincerely. However, Gu Chen shook his head. "I also obtained unexpected benefits. And helped me solve the mystery hidden in my heart, and I have already comprehended the path of invincibility." The path of invincibility? The Empress was slightly moved. He was such a young supremacy. Perhaps it would not take long for the entire Tao world to tremble. Ha ha ha. I originally thought that my chances of defeating Fang Yuan were very small, but now it seems that allying with you might not be the wrong choice. Maybe the 5 rulers got the wrong target. Compared to Fang Yuan, you are the biggest challenger to the supreme throne. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror laughed loudly as he walked over. He had personally witnessed something interesting and unbelievable, which subverted his imagination and understanding, bringing him infinite longing. The Tao world was really going to change. The 5 rulers joined forces to suppress the world, but they each did their own thing. The primordial ancestor was eyeing covetously, vowing to complete his great cause of revenge. The overlord sovereign had also returned in this era. The Tao world was already surging with turbulent waves, ready to move. The waves washed away all heroes, and counting the influential figures depended on today. Sealed Origin Lawless Domain was a newly created small world by Fang Yuan. This place had green mountains and clear waters, like a paradise. As a place to hide from the ruler's senses, it was much better than the Dark Dog Cave. How long has it been since we got the Zhou clan cultivators' bodies, but they are already rotting. They are not much stronger than the original corpses. They cannot display the strength we had when we were alive. Beside the lake, the 5 demon emperors looked at their rotting hands, and the 5 voices in their bodies expressed their dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan said earlier that our souls are filled with the aura of death. Unless we reconstruct our bodies and revive completely, it will be the same no matter how many bodies we possess. Let's just make do with this for now. Sorcerer Ancestor, whose face was as pale as a corpse, but his body was in a much better condition, said calmly. Stop making sarcastic remarks. We are making do, but you, Sorcerer Ancestor, are not. You sacrificed a large number of Zhou clan cultivators, and your shaman techniques recovered quite a bit. Of course I have no objections. One of the brothers in the body of the 5 great demon emperors said indignantly, while the other added with some sympathy. The one who suffered the most is I Emperor. He was blinded in one eye by that little girl. Even though he used the Zhou clan cultivator's eye to restore it, how can the Zhou clan cultivator's eye compare to Yu's eye? I Emperor had been cultivating quietly, but he did not expect someone to bring up his sore spot. He immediately opened his eyes, and his expression turned gloomy. His eyes were originally red like a crescent moon, and deep blue like an arrow. But now, his red eyes were much dimmer, and he was clearly not as spirited as before. In the battle of exterminating the Zhou clan, everyone had possessed suitable bodies, and their gains varied. Only he had suffered a loss, and he was even mocked for losing to a junior. He was already in a bad mood. If you have time to chat here, you should think about how to revive yourself. Our heavenly Emperor Yuan has been busy recently, and he seems to have forgotten about us. I Emperor said eerily, looking at a mountain not far away. Hearing the word revive, the 12 experts present could not help but be concerned. They were once peak Dao ancestors, why would they be willing to be ordered around by Feng Yuan? Wasn't it because he wanted them to be resurrected and return their freedom, but ever since the graveyard of gods and demons was broken, they had been in hiding most of the time. Although they went to the Zhou clan was of no help to their resurrection plan. They were more like helping Feng Yuan. The 12 supreme experts were all prideful people, if not for Feng Yuan restraining them, they would have exploded in anger already. Maybe the revival is just a gimmick to trick us into becoming fighters. Do you really think Feng Yuan can contend against those 5 guys? The I Emperor said unhappily, clearly trying to sow discord. Hee, after so many years, I Emperor, you are still so petty. Sorcerer Ancestor did not buy his words and instead mocked him. What do you mean? Are you really willing to become someone's dog? The I Emperor retorted sarcastically. Don't try to deceive this venerable, everyone here can see that you are trying to sow discord because Feng Yuan did not allow you to kill that white-haired man. Even though that white-haired man is not dead, you have tortured him enough, it is time for your anger to subside. We both know the current situation, we have no other choice but to listen to Feng Yuan. If you keep thinking about other things, you will only be finding trouble for yourself. The I Emperor could not refute Sorcerer Ancestor's words, he could only snort coldly and end this meaningless conversation. That short Taoist has returned. A supreme expert suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention as they looked at Feng Yuan. On the mountain, Venerable Puji landed on the ground and held a transmission mirror as he approached. Leader, Qin Yinfei has sent a message, he has found Ling Bing and can transact with us. Venerable Puji was very particular with his words, even though he was sure that Qin Yinfei was the real Gu Qin, he did not mention his real name. Gu Qin was used by the leader now, how could the real Gu Qin use it, even in death? He was only fit to be Qin Clan's young clan leader. Qin Yinfei, hearing his words, Feng Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and the Qian clan's patriarch also walked over. Under the mountain rock, a corpse covered in wounds suddenly moved, struggling to raise his face that was buried in mud and blood, a trace of worry in his eyes. After so many years, you're still so emotional. It's really a waste of your efforts to resurrect him, right? Zhou Fengling. Feng Yuan glanced at the dying captive and teased him. Zhou Fengling did not speak, but he could not hide the worry on his face. You made a heavenly demon oath to yourself and tried your best to hide his identity, but in the end, he still acted on his emotions and exposed himself to save you. Now that I know his disguise, I am in the dark, and he is out in the open. He is going to lose miserably again. I admit that he's smarter than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to foil my plans on the second mountain. However, he still doesn't understand the Tao world well enough. When he tried to trip me up, he also attracted the attention of the rulers. Feng Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, wanting to see Zhou Fengling's reaction. Zhou Fengling gritted his teeth and said nothing, but when he heard that Gu Qin had attracted the attention of the rulers, he couldn't help but tremble. In order to find me, the rulers have placed spies in all of the major powers of the second mountain and sea. The ones in charge are the cultivators of Fu Tian Pavilion. The Qin clan has already been infiltrated by Fu Tian Pavilion, but Guchen knows nothing about it. He is still feeling smug about expanding his territory in the Muhuang dynasty. That's right. Given his strength and experience, this is as far as he can go. Even if I hadn't sent Qian Darong to investigate him, his identity would have been exposed before long, and he would have been forced to flee or die at the hands of Fu Tian Pavilion. Fang Yuan shook his head, then looked at the Qian clan patriarch, took the sound transmission mirror from Puji Adept, and tossed it to him. According to our agreement, I'll leave the matter to you. My only request is that Guchen must die. I don't like variables like him. Fang Yuan's tone carried a hint of killing intent. Zhou Fengling's breathing became ragged, and he couldn't help but shout, Fang Yuan, if you have the ability, then fight Guchen fair and square. Don't always use these crafty schemes. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Fengling with deep meaning in his eyes. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in Guchen's current strength. But no matter how strong he is now, the situation I've arranged for him is a death trap. I don't want to see him jumping around like a fly, annoying. Are you afraid of him? Zhou Fengling was anxious, and he struggled to get up, not caring about his wounds. That's right, all of your strength comes from him. To put it bluntly, you were just a useless failure back then. He was trying to infuriate Fang Yuan, and it would be best if Fang Yuan killed him directly. That way, the transaction would fail, and Guchen might not fall into the trap. However, Fang Yuan was not someone who could be infuriated with just a few words. He smiled disdainfully. I have more important things to do. That brat isn't worthy of me taking action personally. Zhou Fengling still wanted to say something, but Fang Yuan was tired of talking to him. He knocked him out and said to Qian clan's ancestor, after this is done, you know where to find me. Qian clan's ancestor bowed gratefully. Thank you for your help, leader. I will not disappoint you and rope in Dao ancestor Void Mirror. Qian clan's ancestor knew that Fang Yuan was willing to agree to his request to rescue his grandson because of his relationship with Dao ancestor Void Mirror. Back then, when he arranged for Darong to go to Dao ancestor Void Mirror, he actually had the idea of dragging Dao ancestor Void Mirror down. Because of the change in the second mountain, many plans needed to be brought forward. It was because of the great pressure that he used Darong. The situation was unpredictable, and it was better to rope in an expert like Dao ancestor Void Mirror as soon as possible. Fang Yuan nodded and said no more. He walked to the edge of the cliff and stood with his hands behind his back. I promised you before to help you reconstruct your physical bodies. It's time. His voice spread out, and the 12 experts by the lake raised their heads. Their eyes shone with excitement, joy, and anticipation. In half a month, Fifth Mountain and Sea, Tranquil Cliff. The transmission mirror transmitted the exact time and location of the hostage exchange. Gu Chan and his companions looked tense. It was finally here. After the empress of the Zhou clan had become a patriarch, Gu Chen had immediately contacted the Reverend Puji, who hadn't kept him waiting. The Fifth Mountain and Sea's Tranquil Cliff was where Zhou Fengling and Ling Bing had been exchanged, and most likely where the final battle would take place. The Fifth Mountain and Sea is a long way away. Do you think we'll make it in half a month? The location of the exchange was distant and unfamiliar. The 9 mountains and seas of the Dao world were very far from each other, and the journey from the second mountain and sea to the fifth was not a short one. This arrangement was most likely done on purpose, to make it difficult for them to prepare in advance. Although the Zhou clan is gone, the teleportation portals in the various mountains and seas are still there. I know where they are. Time is not a problem for us. The Empress's eyes burned with the desire to fight, and she couldn't wait to rush to the Fifth Mountain and Sea to rescue her husband. Everyone's eyes lit up. Teleportation portals that could cross mountains and seas were extremely expensive, and very few in number. Only a few powers in the entire Dao world possessed them. The Zhou clan truly lived up to their reputation of having the Great Void technique. From the Empress's tone, the Zhou clan definitely had many of them. Are these teleportation portals secretive enough? Gu Chen asked cautiously. This transaction with Fang Yuan was very important, and if it was leaked to a third party, especially the Dao court, it would be very troublesome. The Zhou clan had already been destroyed, and the teleportation portals they had once controlled were now highly sought after by other powers. They had to be careful. The Zhou clan's teleportation portals are divided into two types. The first type can be used not only by Zhou clan cultivators, but also by cultivators from other powers. The other type can only be used by high-ranking members of the Zhou clan. Most people don't even know where it is. The latter type of teleportation array is meant for emergencies, so it's very well kept secret. You don't have to worry about that. Fengling is my husband, and I won't allow any danger to threaten him. The Empress of the Zhou clan explained seriously. Guchen nodded in relief. In that case, how long will it take us to get to Tranquil Cliff in the Fifth Mountain and Sea? A conservative estimate would be 5 days. 5 days was plenty of time, they could observe and prepare for the transaction location. This was no doubt good news, and also out of Feng Yuan's expectations. There's also news from the Heavenly Concealing Pavilion's old woman. Xianxia contacted her. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's eyes flashed as he suddenly spoke. The mind of the old woman from the Heavenly Pavilion was under his control, and she was in a dream-traversing state. The two of them could communicate through the great illusory dreamland at any time. Just right? Everyone revealed strange expressions. The matter of the hostage exchange had just been settled, and the Qian family's patriarch had already made a move. It was hard to say that there was no connection between the two. Master, what did my great-grandfather say? Fatty Qian asked nervously. Your great-grandfather said that in a few days, he will be sent out by Feng Yuan to carry out a mission. That will be the best time to attack Feng Yuan's hiding place. He can tell Fu Tian Pavilion about Feng Yuan's location, but according to what we agreed, he has to release you first. Once he is sure you are safe, he will immediately tell him Feng Yuan's location. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror answered calmly. Fatty Qian smiled bitterly. It seemed that his great-grandfather had not given up on him, and he felt somewhat conflicted. The place where Qianxin requested to release De Rong isn't far. It's on the Bubble Sea at the border of the Sword Emperor dynasty. The time is also half a month later. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror looked at Gu Chen, his words carrying a deeper meaning. The Bubble Sea? There's an alternate space at the bottom of the sea there, which is a convenient place to escape. Does this mean that Qianxin plans to personally pick up Fatty? Gu Chen's eyes flickered, and he asked, what about the Divine Traversing Sect? Have you locked onto Qianxin's specific location? The Heavenly Concealing Pavilion's old woman had given the Divine Traversing Pearl to a cultivator from the Divine Traversing Sect. Her purpose was to quickly lock onto his real location after discussing with him. This way, even if he played any tricks, the Heavenly Concealing Pavilion could quickly track him by locking onto his position, and they might even be able to find Feng Yuan's hiding place. However, the old woman was already under their control, and the Divine Traversing Sect cultivator she had entrusted to was also controlled by the old woman's great heart magic. We're still tracking him. We'll know his exact location once we have it, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror answered. The Divine Traversing Sect cultivator was racing against time to track his position. The old woman was watching him, and once she had any news, she would inform him through the great illusory dream realm. Gu Chen could not help but close his eyes in deep thought. The fish had already taken the bait. In his opinion, it was clear that Qianxin's method of saving Fatty was not to betray Feng Yuan, but to scheme against him. If Qianxin succeeded in saving Fatty Qian, and then told the Heavenly Concealing Pavilion's old woman that Feng Yuan was in the Fifth Mountain and Seas and Xian Cliff, under normal circumstances, what would happen? The old woman would definitely inform the Great Unity Ruler immediately, and regardless of whether the Great Unity Ruler worked with the other rulers, with the ruler's speed, he would also be there when they arrived at Xian Cliff. His true appearance was exactly the same as Feng Yuan's. If he was lucky, the ruler might directly think that he was Feng Yuan and kill him, and Feng Yuan could even fake his death to escape the situation of being hunted down. Of course, the ruler was not so foolish. He might be able to tell that he was not the real Feng Yuan, but he would still die. And after he died, everyone related to him would also be annihilated by the ruler's minions. This would achieve the effect of killing him effortlessly. No matter how much strength he concealed, it was meaningless in front of the rulers. This was too vicious. If he thought that he could settle things with Fang Yuan by exchanging hostages, he would be gravely mistaken. Fang Yuan would not even show up. Fang Yuan completely avoided the risk of a direct confrontation with him, and used the rulers to easily kill him. This strategy was filled with Fang Yuan's usual style, despicable, sinister, and shameless. Unfortunately, he was no longer the Guchen who acted on impulse and could not resist once his weakness was grasped. He was also no longer the Qin Yanfei who was only at the Quasi-Dao ancestor realm and whose vision was still limited to the era of several dynasties. Fang Yuan did not know that the heavenly concealing pavilion's old woman was already under his control, nor could he have imagined that Dao ancestor Void Mirror was already his ally. Under such a serious misjudgment, his schemes were not as unfathomable as before, they instead seemed somewhat comical and laughable. Gu Chen had a clear idea in his heart. Fang Yuan's scheme was destined to fail, but if he did not show up, he would still be in an invincible position. Even if he successfully rescued Uncle Ling, Fang Yuan, who already knew Qin Yanfei's true identity, could still set all kinds of traps for him and use the people around him to threaten him. This was no longer the time to use Fang Yuan to divert the ruler's attention. Between him and Fang Yuan, one had to die. He had to find him. Only by using this chance to make use of Fang Yuan's misjudgment to completely eliminate him could he settle this once and for all. Xianxia's location has been confirmed. He is neither in the 5th nor the 2nd mountain and sea, but in the 4th. Dao ancestor Void Mirror conveyed the latest news to the old woman, pulling Gu Chen back from his thoughts. He opened his eyes. The hostage exchange was in the 5th mountain and sea, Fatty Qian was in the 2nd mountain and sea, and Ancestor Qian was in the 4th mountain and sea. Which location could be the hiding place of Fang Yuan's group, or none of them? What do you think? Dao ancestor Void Mirror asked. Xianxia took out the Divine Ascension Pearl. He must have considered that Fu Tiangu would use the Divine Ascension World to track him. In other words, if we follow his location, there is a high chance that we will fail or fall into a trap. Ugly Emperor pondered. Tracking through the Divine Ascension World is a secret. Xianxia might not know about it, right? If we don't investigate the situation and Feng Ling is imprisoned in the 4th mountain and sea, won't we miss the best chance to rescue him? The Zhou clan empress furrowed her brows. Half a month was still too long for her. Moreover, there would be many variables in the hostage exchange. If she could directly find the place where Zhou Fengling was trapped and rescue him, she felt that it would be safer. Everyone understood the empress's eagerness to save her husband, and her guess was not unreasonable. Ugly Emperor immediately stopped talking to avoid making others unhappy. Gu Chen said, "Aunt, Fang Yuan's group has a unique way of contacting each other, mainly through Qianqian's Heaven Eye. They are going through so much trouble because they know the Divine Ascension World is not safe. Since they know the Divine Ascension World is not safe, they still choose to use it to contact each other. They must have deliberately left a loophole to track Qianqian. I'm afraid it is useless, and they might even fall into a trap." The Empress nodded. She indeed did not know Fang Yuan's group well enough, and Feng Ling entrusted her to Gu Chen, so she trusted his judgment and choice. Everyone agreed with Gu Chen's words. Fang Yuan would not leave such an obvious loophole. Only Qian Darong hesitated. "What is it, Fatty?" Gu Chen noticed that there was something wrong with his expression. Fatty Qian took a deep breath and said, "There is another possibility. Could it be that my great-grandfather really wanted to betray Fang Yuan, so he chose to contact him through the Divine Ascension World? Think about it, Divine Ascension World is the territory of the rulers. It is indeed the safest place to sell information about Fang Yuan without worrying about Fang Yuan finding out." Everyone had a strange look on their faces as they understood Fatty Qian's predicament. After all, they were blood-related. No matter how much of a scoundrel Qianqian was, he had always treated Fatty Qian well. Naturally, he couldn't hate him and would subconsciously find excuses for him. "Fatty, your great-grandfather is clearly using your capture to scheme against the leader. You should know that if things go according to his wishes, the rulers will only find the leader and not Fang Yuan. In their rage, your life will be in danger, and your master will also be in danger. Your great-grandfather is in such a state, yet you still want to speak up for him?" The dwarf emperor said with dissatisfaction. Everyone could see that this was a trap, and Fatty Qian was just a pawn being used. "There's another possibility," Fatty Qian gritted his teeth. "How is that possible?" The time of your release and the time of the hostage exchange are so close, isn't that enough to explain the problem? Maybe my grandfather really wanted to save me. He knew the time of the hostage exchange between Fang Yuan and the boss, and thought that this was the best opportunity. It would be best if the rulers succeeded in attacking Fang Yuan, but if they failed, while the rulers restrained Fang Yuan, he could also escape with me. That's why he chose the same time. Fatty Qian bit the bullet and said his guess. His guess was actually meaningless to everyone. In any case, Xianxia had indeed schemed against Gu Chen. But to him, the meaning was somewhat different. Everyone was speechless. What Fatty Qian said was still somewhat possible. If my disciple's guess is true, because we intervened in advance, the rulers will not appear at all, and we must rescue Zhou Fengling, so Anshan Cliff will be the place where we will fight to the death with Fang Yuan. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor touched his nose and quickly thought about the odds of winning the battle between the two sides. Although Gu Chen's domination of the world amazed him, what he valued was the terrifying potential. But this thing, before one grew up, it did not have much meaning. His current view was the same as before. If they fought with Fang Yuan head-on, their chances of winning were not high. Gu Chen looked at Fatty Qian's embarrassed expression and slowly shook his head. Fatty, Xianxia is your blood relative and has always been good to you. You don't have to feel embarrassed to have such thoughts. Fatty Qian lowered his head in shame. He knew what his great-grandfather had done to Gu Chen, and it could no longer be described as excessive. What Fatty said is indeed possible, so when it comes to exchanging hostages, we can't underestimate the enemy. Gu Chen looked at everyone with a stern expression. But I also know Fang Yuan's character very well. I am more inclined to believe that he will not show up at Anshan Cliff. If that is the case, we must find him. How do we find him? Do we search according to the location of Divine Travel Sect? Chen Daolin said. Gu Chen shook his head. No need to waste time on Xianxen's deception. Everything else might be fake, but him rescuing Fatty is definitely true. As long as Fatty cooperates with us, we can capture his true body and force him to reveal Fang Yuan's true location. Fatty Qian's expression became very solemn. Xianxia has always been the center of Fang Yuan's information. Capturing him is of great significance to us. Fatty, I can promise you to spare your great-grandfather's life. Are you willing to help me? Gu Chen looked at Fatty Qian, and Fatty Qian's expression relaxed a lot. He blurted out, is boss speaking the truth? Leader has always been a man of his word, don't you know that? Do you think he is as treacherous as Qianxia? The dwarf sovereign said in annoyance. He wished he could tear Qian clan's ancestor into pieces and take revenge for him back then. But he understood that Gu Chen's method was the most realistic and advantageous choice. Capturing Qianxia meant that Fang Yuan had no secrets to speak of, and it would be an important step to take down Fang Yuan. And to achieve this, they absolutely could not do without Fatty Qian's cooperation. Choosing the lesser of two evils, letting Qian clan's ancestor go would be a good deal if they could completely get rid of Fang Yuan. Of course I know boss is a man of his word. I will do my best to cooperate. I will definitely make my great-grandfather reveal Fang Yuan's whereabouts and all his secrets. Fatty Qian was embarrassed by Dwarf Emperor's rebuke, and he quickly vowed. He had never had a good impression of Fang Yuan, and if boss could reconcile with his great-grandfather, he wouldn't have to be stuck in the middle. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor saw Fatty Qian's relieved expression and nodded. Gu Chen's method was also in line with his intentions. After resolving the knot in Fatty Qian's heart, everyone continued to discuss. In this way, we have to fight on two fronts. On one hand, we have to exchange hostages, and on the other hand, we have to capture Qianxia. How do we arrange our limited forces? It's just a Fatty. Fang Yuan is unlikely to show up personally. In other words, we only need to deal with Qianxia, Second Mountain, and C shouldn't need to send too many people, right? The Dwarf Emperor estimated. Fatty Qian stared at him. What did he mean by just a fatty? This sounded very uncomfortable. Not necessarily. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor shook his head. The Dwarf Emperor did not understand, so Gu Chen answered for him. If Qianxia saved Fatty because of Fang Yuan's instructions, then Fang Yuan's reason for saving Fatty is not just because he is Qianxia's great-grandson, but also because of Senior Jingsu. If Fang Yuan wants to rope in Senior Void Mirror as an ally, he might show up personally to save Fatty. These words enlightened everyone. The dwarf emperor could not help but frown. That means Fang Yuan might appear on both sides. If the judgment is wrong and the distribution of forces is not good, one side might be completely wiped out. Gu Chen nodded. Everyone was solemn. If they made the wrong choice, most of them would lose their lives. I want to go to Fengling, Zhou clan's empress said without hesitation. She had no reason to hesitate. Even if she was alone, she would go to save her husband. Senior Void Mirror, what do you think? Gu Chen thought about it and asked Void Mirror Dao Ancestor politely. I do have some ideas, but I want to hear your judgment. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor would not let go of any chance to test Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not stand on ceremony, he spoke his thoughts. Fang Yuan might go to save Fatty personally, but he will definitely contact Senior Void Mirror after that. According to his plan, the rulers will go to Xian Cliff empty-handed. They will definitely fly into a rage and vent their anger on Senior Void Mirror. At that time, as long as he contacts you in advance, he can easily make you his ally. Since that is the case, we can wait for Fang Yuan to contact Senior Void Mirror and rush back. We will still have a chance to kill him. But if Fang Yuan appears at Xian Cliff, without enough people, we will all die. Uncle Ling will die as well. Thus, there is nothing to think about. We can only put in the most battle strength at Xian Cliff. After Gu Chen's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Senior Chen, Senior Jingxiu, Auntie, the Dwarf Emperor, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Wei Chuan will head to the Fifth Mountain and see to rescue Uncle Ling Clay Bodhisattva, Ugly Emperor, Hidden Dragon Clan Leader, and my Thread Dao body will be in charge of secretly monitoring and following the old woman after she releases Fatty Qian. If Qianchen appears and the opportunity is right, take him down immediately. Since the location of the release is the Bubble Sea, Ugly Emperor, contact Hai Dongxin and ask him and Yuan Gongyi to stop what they're doing and try to meet up with you. Hai Dong Xian was an elder of the Sea Marquis race. She had the best understanding of the Bubble Sea and the alternate space at the bottom of the sea. She might be of use. The Clay Bodhisattva and the Hidden Dragon Clan leader were cultivators who were proficient in stealth and tracking. They had a sense of propriety and were suitable for tracking Fatty Qian's movements. As for the Ugly Emperor, he could help control the actions of the Fu Tian Pavilion's old woman. He could also be of use during the interrogation after Qianchen was captured. None of them had reached the Dao Ancestor realm, so there was not much meaning in going to the Fifth Mountain and see. However, being in charge of Qianchen was very suitable. 100 years had passed, and Gu Chen could not determine Qianchen's current cultivation. However, he was originally in charge of intelligence in Tyrant Commandery. His battle strength was ordinary, but his intelligence and vigilance were difficult to deal with. The Clay Bodhisattva and the Ugly Emperor were both shrewd people and could deal with him. Just in case, Gu Chen also sent out a Thread Dao body. Even if Qianchen's cultivation had reached the Dao Ancestor realm, they would still have a chance to capture him if they accidentally exposed him and got into a conflict with him. If they still could not capture him and he escaped, they still had Fatty Qian as a spy. When Qianchen or Fang Yuan contacted Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, they would still have a chance. If things went smoothly during this period, they might be able to rescue Uncle Ling and even get rid of Fang Yuan. If things did not go smoothly, there was no such assumption. What they had to do now was to fight with all their might and prepare for battle with all their might. Gu Chen explained the entire plan. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror nodded, clearly having no objections to it. After discussing the specifics, everyone quickly split up and went their separate ways. The main army was led by the Zhou clan's empress to the nearest Zhou clan's teleportation formation. They wanted to reach the Fifth Mountain and see within 5 days and investigate the situation at Xian Cliff. Gu Chen's Thread Dao body brought Fatty Qian, the Clay Bodhisattva, and the others to meet the old lady of Fu Tian Pavilion. At the same time, the Ugly Emperor also contacted Hai Dong Xian, but Hai Dong Xian did not reply immediately. It was unknown what he was doing. He had been sent by Gu Chen to accompany Yuan Gongyi to search for his senior brothers, but he did not know if they had found anything. Before the main army left, Gu Chen's main body entered the dominating cauldron world again. Without anyone to disturb him, Gu Chen's main body sat in the void. As he breathed, he summoned endless primordial qi like rivers flowing into the sea. Under such a phenomenon, Gu Chen's sitting figure gradually split into 3. Other than the main body in the center, there were two phantoms on each side. The two phantoms entered meditation and went into seclusion. As the primordial chi of the dominating cauldron world surged into them, their bodies slowly solidified, and their flesh and blood became more real. Half a month. I hope I can make it in time. Gu Chen's main body stood up and murmured to himself. As the Great Void technique was perfected, the Thread Dao body's cultivation broke through the threshold of 1 billion Dao forces. Naturally, the restriction on absorbing energy from the dominating cauldron world also disappeared. As a world of a very high level, theoretically, the number of line Taoist bodies that Gu Chen could create was infinite. As long as he had enough time, he could create one Thread Dao body after another at the Dao ancestor level. Of course, the more Thread Dao bodies he had, the slower the absorption of energy from the dominating cauldron world would be. His control over the Dao bodies would also be lower. Therefore, when the number reached a certain level, it would affect his combat strength. Previously, the best balance between quantity and quality was 3 clones. Now that the dominating cauldron world had changed, he had to find the best balance again. There was still half a month before the war. The best choice was for the Thread Dao bodies to store as much energy as possible and increase the number of Dao ancestor level experts on his side. Right now, there were 2 Thread Dao bodies of Gu Chen outside. Chu Meixin had one with her, but it was only at the quasi-Dao ancestor level. She only needed to keep it a secret, so she didn't need to put too much effort into it. Fatty Qian's Thread Dao body was at the Dao ancestor level, and it was condensed by the Great Empress's breakthrough. These 2 Thread Dao bodies wouldn't be of much help in the war in the Fifth Mountain and Sea. Hopefully, the dominating cauldron world would be able to surprise him in half a month. With a thought, Gu Chen's main body left the dominating cauldron world. The 2 phantoms remained in place for an unknown amount of time, and then they slowly split into 4. The Fifth Mountain and Sea. Xian Cliff. There were still 10 days until the hostage exchange. Xian Cliff was a huge chain of cliffs that stretched from east to west, spanning hundreds of kilometers between the 2 dynasties of the Fifth Mountain and Sea. In this area, there were ancient trees and orchids everywhere, but strangely, there were very few living beings. Even though it was a sunny day, it was chilly when one got close to this area, and they could feel a chill running down their spines. An eagle swooped low in the sky, aimlessly patrolling the forest below. Its pair of prismatic eyes reflected many details in the Xian Cliff. Thousands of kilometers away, the image transmitted by the eagle appeared in the bronze mirror. Gu Chen and the others were carefully observing the image. They had only spent 5 days to reach Xian Cliff. This matter could not be known to Fan Yuan's group. The strength of the participants in this operation could not be easily exposed until the day of the decisive battle. Considering Fan Yuan's keen 5 senses and endless methods, even though there were many ways to find out about Xian Cliff, they chose the safest method. The bionic beast tool refined by the Dwarf Emperor was extremely stealthy and could be observed from afar in real time. Even if the enemy found out, they would not be able to trace the source. Peaceful Virtue Cliff is a very famous danger zone in the Fifth Mountain and Sea. Because a corpse emperor once practiced secluded meditation here, no living creatures dare to live here. But thousands of years ago, that corpse emperor offended a great expert and was reduced to ashes. This place is no longer dangerous. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror observed the image in the mirror and introduced the place to everyone. Many people knew that Xian Cliff was a dangerous place, but the reason it was dangerous was because of a corpse emperor. Very few people knew this. As for the secret that the corpse emperor had died at the hands of a great expert, even fewer people had heard of it. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror could invade the dreams of countless living beings, and he had lived for a very long time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew everything. Since there is no danger here, why are there still no living beings? Chen Daolin asked. Maybe the corpse emperor's remnanting qi is too heavy, or maybe there are other reasons. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror replied. This place is remote and desolate. Even if there is an intense battle, it will take some time for the news to reach the outside world. The Zhou Empress really wanted to rush to Xian Cliff to investigate the situation, but Gu Chen did not want to expose the fact that she was already his ally. In addition, Zhou Fengling might not be there now, so she could only suppress all her thoughts. The scene in the bronze mirror kept changing along with the eagle's point of view. Soon, it came to a place close to the huge cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, a city had been built. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror could not help but be surprised. Let's take a closer look. I've never heard of a city here. The dwarf sovereign nodded and controlled the eagle to fly towards the direction of the city. Soon, he saw the situation inside the city. The city was bustling with people, and it was actually as prosperous and bustling as a marketplace. It was a stark contrast to the situation in the outside world where no one could be found. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Just a moment ago, they thought that this city might be the residence of the corpse king, but now they didn't think so. The lives of mortals had nothing to do with Xianxia or anything of the sort. Since it was not the work of that dead corpse emperor, then this city might be related to Feng Yuan. Should we continue approaching it? The dwarf sovereign could not help but ask. That mortal city stood alone at the bottom of the cliff. If he approached it rashly, even if it was just an eagle, it would seem very out of place. Moreover, there was clearly something fishy about that city. Who knew if it was a trap or not? If we don't go closer to investigate, how can we obtain information? Gu Chen asked. The dwarf sovereign understood what he meant and urged the eagle to fly closer to the city. Finally, it stopped at the battlements and observed the people in the city. The population of this city was roughly estimated to be over 1 million people. Scholars, farmers, merchants all had their own jobs. It was like the surging mortal world, far away from the cultivation world. There were peddlers on the streets, fat merchants, and scholarly ladies who had feelings for each other. Everything looked too real. These millions of people did not seem to know what kind of place they were staying in. They lived isolated lives, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. The more ordinary it was, the more extraordinary it was. Could it be that the minds of the people in this city have been controlled? Don't they know that it's a barren wilderness outside? Limitless Tyrant Dragon frowned. The point is, what's the point of controlling a city of mortals in a place like this? Wei Chuan followed. Something's wrong. There are at least 1 million people in this city, but my great illusory dreamland cannot extend into the dreams of any mortal in this city. Void Mirror Tao Ancestor closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, he was slightly surprised. Could this place be a mirage? Everyone was shocked after hearing Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's words. That's impossible. My bionic beast has the ability to detect things. The people in this city are indeed made of flesh and blood. This city is real. The dwarf sovereign immediately refuted. The puppet he had refined was not so weak that it could not even distinguish between illusion and reality. Whoosh, a sharp arrow suddenly shot from the edge of the city wall. The eagle could not dodge in time. It flapped its wings twice and fell to the ground with a miserable howl. Soon, a group of city guards arrived. The captain picked up the eagle's corpse and did not find any clues, so he casually threw it out of the city. Isn't your puppet a little too useless? Seeing this, everyone in front of the bronze mirror shook their heads. Divine sense was indeed useful. The puppet had only been sent out for a short period of time, and it was already in trouble. Don't worry, I did it on purpose. The dwarf sovereign revealed a smug expression. With a slight incantation, the image in the bronze mirror changed, and the city appeared again. I actually sent out 2 bionic beasts. One is an eagle, and the other is in the shape of a mosquito. When the city guard grabbed the eagle's corpse just now, the other bionic beast had already jumped onto his body. What you see now is the image sent back by the mosquito. The dwarf sovereign explained. His ingenuity caused everyone to look at him. Apart from being able to observe, this mosquito can also burrow into the enemy's body to investigate due to its size. We'll know if there's anything strange about the mortals in this city. The dwarf sovereign said again. Everyone could not help but show a look of approval. Originally, everyone present was a Tao Ancestor level expert, so they did not understand why Gu Chen brought the dwarf sovereign here. But now, they suddenly understood. The dwarf sovereign quickly gave an order, and the bionic beast that looked like a mosquito opened its mouth, bit the soldier's skin, and burrowed into his body. The pain from burrowing into the soldier's body was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. After the bionic beast entered the soldier's body, it saw normal flesh and organs. Everyone was silent. The fact that the eagle had been shot by the arrow proved that this city was not a mirage. The bionic beast flowed through the blood vessels in the soldier's body. Soon, it finished inspecting half of the soldier's body. Other than the fact that the soldier's blood seemed to be unusually active, there seemed to be no problem. Soon, the bionic beast tried to enter the other half of the soldier's body, but it was blocked. Clang, a dull metallic sound came from the other side. The other half of the soldier's body did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. Everyone saw this scene, but before they could react, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. Half flesh and the other half metal. Could this be Ming Shou's body structure? However, this soldier was only one of the millions of mortals in the city. Could it be that other than him, the others were also Ming Shou in disguise? Check the others in the city and see if they're in the same situation. Gu Chen couldn't help but say this, his heart rippling. The dwarf sovereign did as he was told, and the bionic mosquito beast quickly drilled out of the soldier's body and jumped to the nearest mortals, doing the same thing. Coincidentally, the mosquito beast drilled into the bodies of more than 10 people, and the situation was exactly the same. After coming to this conclusion, Gu Chen took a deep breath and looked at the mortals in the city again. They were no longer the powerless commoners in the market. Under that ordinary mask, there was a very troublesome power. What's going on with these people? Void Mirror Dao Ancestor asked curiously when he saw that Gu Chen seemed to have understood the situation. Gu Chen didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. Fang Yuan's Qianquan group has a deacon called Ming Hunt, but the number is unknown. On the surface, Ming Hunt is in charge of all the miscellaneous tasks of Qianquan group. Normally, the official members of Qianquan group will have one. But in fact, Ming Hunt is Fang Yuan's spies around the members of Qianquan group. It's a monster created by Qian Chen. Qian Chen can contact the members of Qianquan group at any time through them, and can also give them orders directly. Ming Hunt's specialty is that they can disguise themselves as anyone, and it's very difficult to detect them. At the same time, they're stronger than ordinary cultivators, generally above the five-fold realm. Be it body techniques or mental strength, they don't have any obvious shortcomings. Many of them even have independent consciousness, and they also have strong self-healing abilities. Gu Chen recalled his experience of fighting with Ming Hunt. At first, he didn't know it was a puppet, and only felt that it was very strange. At the same cultivation level, Ming Hunt was definitely a difficult opponent. But right now, there might be millions of such creatures in the city below Virtuous Peace Cliff. Generally, they're at the five-fold realm? Void Mirror Dao Ancestor caught the key point, and his eyebrows twitched in disbelief. Gu Chen nodded seriously. He knew what this meant. What was the five-fold realm like? The country-level killers of Honesty Pavilion were roughly at this level. Considering the special abilities of the Ming Hunters, they weren't much weaker than the war-level killers of the Pavilion of Honesty. The state war-level killers of the Pavilion of Innocence had the ability to topple a small nation. What kind of concept would it be to have an army of millions of such killers? Without question, this was an invincible army. If the saints did not appear, and the Tao Fathers secluded themselves from the world, it would be more than enough to sweep away the various imperial dynasties of the 9 mountains and seas. Is this Fang Yuan's training ground? Does he want to conquer the Tao world with this army? Chen Daolin was slightly moved. Not counting him, even if all the Chen clan's combat strength was added up, even if the saints attacked together, they would not be able to defeat such a torrent of steel. The sage's cultivation level had reached a higher level, but even ants could bite an elephant to death when there were enough of them. The sage would be drowned if there were millions of 5 Mahayana realm cultivators forming an army. Only the Tao Ancestor realm, or at least the Great Sage realm, could escape the blockade of such a million troops. Fang Yuan covets the ruler's position. Since ancient times, cultivation alone is not enough for a leader. If this army is really as powerful as Gu Chen said, it might really be the cornerstone for Fang Yuan to conquer the Tao world, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said solemnly. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said solemnly. As expected of a primordial ancestor who had lived since the ancient underworld era. Right now, besides having a group of former peak Tao ancestors with top-tier battle strength, Fang Yuan even had low-tier battle strength ready. He could not imagine how such a group of monsters could be mass-produced. No wonder he could not enter the dreams of anyone in the city. They were too special. If he is going to lure the ruler here to kill us, there is no need to leave such an army, right? The Zhou clan empress frowned deeply. The possibility of Fang Yuan appearing at Tranquil Cliff seemed to have increased. Normal people would not throw such an important army into their own trap. As I said earlier, the Ming hunters are monsters created by Xianxia and are directly under his control. With such a large number of Ming hunters gathered here, I am inclined to believe that Feng Yuan will not appear here. Perhaps we only have to deal with Xianxia alone. Gu Chen murmured. If Xianxia really intended to betray Feng Yuan, these Ming hunters should have appeared in the second mountain and see to save Fatty Qian. Gu Chen, you mean to say that these million Ming hunters are used to trap us and ensure that we cannot escape before the ruler descends? Chen Daoling's eyes shone brightly. From releasing Fatty Qian to informing Fu Tian Pavilion of their location at Tranquil Cliff to the ruler descending, there must have been a period of time. If they had left this place in advance, they might have avoided this calamity. Thus, in order to ensure that they could not escape and would be killed by the enraged ruler, it was necessary to leave behind some forces to restrain them. Although these million Ming hunters are a bit troublesome, at our cultivation level, how long can we trap them? Wei Chuan said disapprovingly. No matter how many Ming hunters there were, their strength was scattered. If they could not be gathered together, they would be full of flaws in the eyes of Dao ancestors. Don't forget that we are here to exchange hostages. If Zhou Fengling is hidden among the million Ming hunters, it will naturally take a lot of time to rescue him. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror pondered for a while and said, I agree with Gu Chen's idea. The possibility of Feng Yuan appearing here is very low. Although these million Ming hunters are valuable, they cannot compare to the revivers around Feng Yuan. Using these monsters that can be created in batches to delay us and ensure that we are killed by the ruler is the best choice. Sacrificing such an army just to reduce our chances of escaping, it seems that Feng Yuan is not underestimating us, Chen Daolin said. Feng Yuan might have misjudged my strength in terms of strategy, but he will never make a mistake in tactics. Gu Chen sneered. Everyone nodded. Such a despicable and cunning enemy, if they did not completely eradicate him, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Hee, so what if they have 1,000,000 soldiers? My Pandora's box can destroy them all. The dwarf emperor said aggressively. His disgust towards Feng Yuan had already reached an extreme level. He clearly had great strength, but he liked to scheme and never fought people head-on. It was so frustrating. Our goal is not to kill these Ming hunters, but to rescue Uncle Ling, Gu Chen reminded the dwarf emperor. No matter how sinister Feng Yuan's plan is, his judgment was wrong from the start. The old woman is already under our control, the ruler will not appear here. In other words, we are already in an invincible position. Everyone was slightly excited. Indeed, the plan to rescue Zhou Fengling was much easier than they had imagined. Back to the previous topic, these million Ming hunters have a very troublesome ability that I did not tell you. If we do not solve this problem, even if we rescue Uncle Ling, a large amount of information will be leaked to Feng Yuan and we will not be able to proceed with the next step. Gu Chen thought of the thought stones that existed in every Ming hunter's mind. They would transmit the images and memories of the people they encountered, gathering them into information that would land in Xianxia and Feng Yuan's hands. Over 1,000,000 Ming hunters meant over 1,000,000 pieces of information. If they could not cut off the transmission of the information while saving Uncle Ling, Feng Yuan would know their true strength and correct his misjudgment, leaving behind a huge threat. How to block this gap of 1,000,000 Ming hunters might be their greatest test. The second mountain and sea. The Bubble Sea. There were still 8 days until the hostage exchange. Gu Chen's Daoist clone had already made contact with the old woman from the Heavenly Pavilion. They had decided on a specific plan to capture Xianxia, and were just waiting for the exchange to arrive. Because they had caused trouble in Binhai City, Gu Chen's group had snuck into the Bubble Sea to avoid being discovered by the Dao Court's spies. They hid inside a giant shark. 7 days ago, he had sent a message to Hai Dongxin and Yuan Gongyi, telling them to postpone their plans. After many days of waiting, the two of them had finally returned to help. Why did you choose to meet here? Hai Dongxin had been half coerced by Gu Chen to board the same ship. He was very concerned that they had chosen to meet in the territory of the vast sea race. He was worried that Gu Chen would ask him to do something detrimental to the vast sea race. If that happened, things would be troublesome. Don't worry, Daoist Winterheart. I've decided to trade with someone in the Bubble Sea. You're the most familiar with the environment here, so I called you back. Gu Chen could tell what Hai Dongxin was thinking and explained. Hai Dongxin was still worried, and asked, "Who are you trading with? What can I do to help? This person has nothing to do with the vast sea race. When you see him, Taoist Winterheart will naturally understand. I actually want to capture this person, but I'm worried that he will escape through the alternate space at the bottom of the bubble sea. To prevent that, I need Taoist Winterheart to keep watch." Although Gu Chen did not directly reveal Xianxia's identity, Hai Dongxin had told him what he truly cared about, and Hai Dongxin felt much more at ease. From the looks of it, he was not asking him to do anything detrimental to the vast sea race, so he had nothing to worry about. He was very satisfied with Gu Chen's attitude. Gu Chen did not evade his questions and gave him sufficient respect. "In that case, the old man will do his best to help," Hai Dongxin promised. They could not leave the ship, but as long as it did not affect the core interests of the vast sea race, this relationship was worth maintaining. "Sorry to trouble you, Taoist Winterheart." Gu Chen nodded. He didn't know if it was because they were back in the sea, but he found that Hai Dongxian's breath was deeper and deeper. He had already reached the Quasi-Dao Ancestor realm, and looking at the situation, he wasn't far from breaking through to the Dao Ancestor realm. "Boss, what about me? What can I do for you?" Seeing that the conversation between Gu Chen and Hai Dongxin had ended, Yuan Gongyi said attentively. "The more people we have, the better. We can't let him escape. When the time comes, you'll follow and help. Listen to my commands," Gu Chen said in a low voice. In fact, Yuan Gongyi could not help much. Yuan Gongyi hurriedly nodded. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Boss, do you still remember that I said earlier that I was going to look for my senior brothers from the Yuan Gate to help you recruit troops?" "Of course. Did you find him?" "I did find it, but," Yuan Gongyi revealed an awkward expression. Seeing him hesitating, Gu Chen looked at Hai Dongxian. "What happened?" "I found him, but he doesn't like us," Hai Dongxian answered without any hesitation. Gu Chen understood immediately. To be precise, it wasn't that she didn't like Yuan Gongyi, but that she didn't like him, right? "How strong is Fatty Yuan's senior brother?" Gu Chen said, amused. He hadn't even seen him, but he was the first to be looked down upon. "He should be between the Great Saint and the Quasi-Dao Ancestor realm. We haven't fought, so the old man can't be sure," Hai Dongxian answered conservatively. It was not easy to check the cultivation of the Yuan Gate's body cultivators. "He's not bad." Gu Chen nodded. At this stage, it didn't matter if he had one more or one less great saint under him. Gu Chen didn't mind, but Yuan Gongyi hurriedly explained, "Boss, my senior brother doesn't know that you're the glorious ancient overlord body. If he knew, he would definitely be willing to serve you. Why don't you meet him?" Yuan Gongyi didn't want to give up. Without Gu Chen's permission, he couldn't reveal his real background. Under such circumstances, his senior brother knew very little about Gu Chen. How could he be willing to serve him? He believed that as long as Gu Chen was willing to let him reveal a little about his background, or meet him, the chances of successfully recruiting him would be much higher. "Right now, we have other more important things to do. Let's talk about this later." Gu Chen shook his head. He wasn't interested in recruiting him. "Boss, don't be in a hurry to refuse. My senior brother has a treasure that you want." "Oh? What is it?" "My master's left arm bone." "Are you interested, boss?" Gu Chen's gaze suddenly froze. "Really?" "Of course." Yuan Gongyi told him everything he had learned on this trip. "When I first obtained the Great Elemental Technique's general outline from you, I felt that something was strange. Before I got to know boss, when I was preparing to head to Binhai City to bid for the right arm bone left behind by master, my senior brother, Bai Wiming, once told me that it's useless to just obtain master's limbs. The skull is the key. Back then, I found it strange. Although there was such a saying in the world, I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. How could senior brother Ba be so sure? In the face of the treasure left behind by master, how could senior brother Ba bear to let go of the opportunity to make up for the shortcomings of the great essence energy art? Later, after I confirmed from boss that the skull was the key, I became more and more suspicious of senior brother Ba's previous actions. Therefore, I deliberately tested him when I went to look for him. I demonstrated the effect of world restoration in front of him. As I expected, he couldn't sit still anymore and kept asking me where I got Master's complete legacy. It was also under such circumstances that he confessed the truth and told me that Master's left arm bone had been secretly acquired by him a long time ago. As Guchen listened, he looked at Haidong Xian. When he saw Haidong Xian nod, he was sure that what Yuan Gongyi said was true. He didn't expect Yuan Gongyi's senior brother to have the progenitor's limb bones he wanted. Guchen was interested in him. Senior brother Ba guessed that you gave me the Great Essence Energy Arts general outline. Although he's unwilling to join us, he wants to make a deal with you. Yuan Gongyi entered the main topic. It was difficult for him to reject his senior brother's request. He wants to use the left arm bone to exchange for the Great Essence Energy Arts general outline. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he guessed Ba Yueming's thoughts. After all, he and Yuan Gongyi had already made a deal like this once. Yuan Gongyi's senior brother must be very envious of the benefits after obtaining the general outline. Compared to the priceless but useless limb bones, the Great Essence Energy Arts general outline was much more practical for a body cultivator like Ba Yueming. In terms of value, the Great Essence Energy Arts general outline was above the progenitor's limb bones. This deal was a bit disadvantageous for Gu Chen. However, considering the benefits of the progenitor's limb bones to his glorious ancient overlord body, this deal was not a loss. Yes, what do you think, boss? Senior brother Ba is currently in the Sword Emperor dynasty. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to meet him. Yuan Gongyi asked expectantly. All right. Let's meet. There were still 8 days before the transaction. It was not difficult to spare a day to meet Yuan Gongyi's senior brother. If he could successfully obtain the ancestor's left arm bone from him, he might be able to further improve his strength before the battle. Seeing that Gu Chen had agreed, Yuan Gongyi immediately contacted his senior brother excitedly and arranged a place and time to meet. Thus, 2 days later, the two parties met in a small city in the Sword Emperor dynasty. Gu Chen disguised himself, and so did Hai Dongxin and Yuan Gongyi. As for the ugly emperor and the others, they did not follow. They were in charge of contacting the old woman. Ba Yueming's side also had 3 people. Although they were also disguised, it was obvious that they were all burly men. The two parties chose to meet in a house in the small city. Outside the courtyard was the downtown area. This ensured that if there was a fight between the two parties, the commotion would immediately spread to the outside world. Obviously, Ba Yueming was wary of Gu Chen by choosing such a place to conduct the transaction. He was worried that Gu Chen would kill and rob. After all, according to the limited information he had, the person his junior brother was relying on was the perpetrator of the Binhai City incident. Where's the great primordial energy technique outline? Ba Yueming, who was in the lead, went straight to the point. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Where's the ancestor's left arm bone? Gu Chen asked. Although the other party had disguised himself, the cultivation of this Taoist body had already stepped into the Tao ancestor realm. With his magical power, he could easily see through the other party's true body. This was a burly, bald, and muscular man. His cultivation level was similar to Hai Dongxin's. Apart from him, the other two had reached the Great Saint realm, and the other was a peak Saint King. Gu Chen had only seen a few disciples of the ancestor realm, but all of them had good cultivation levels. The remaining strength of the Yuan sect had exceeded his expectations. Senior brother Ba, senior brother Yu, senior brother Zeng, don't be anxious. My boss wants to get to know you. Yuan Gongyi hurriedly said, trying to ease the atmosphere. Although his master was not very good in the Yuan sect, he had a good relationship with his senior brothers. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that they could join the same camp as him. There's no need for an introduction, right? Ba Yueming interrupted Yuan Gongyi and cupped his hands at Gu Chen. Fellow Taoist, you're a fugitive just like us, and you're used to being on guard against others. I presume you won't be using your true identity to interact with us. Since that's the case, why don't we make the transaction a little simpler? I believe fellow Taoist will be more at ease. Ba Yueming was a straightforward person, and his words carried some dissatisfaction towards Yuan Gongyi. It wasn't that he hadn't asked Yuan Gongyi about the background of the person who made the deal, but Yuan Gongyi wanted to rope him in, and on the other hand, he was unwilling to reveal his background. He understood his junior brother's personality very well. The reason why he didn't say anything was definitely because he was instructed by the other party. Since the other party was so secretive, why would he need to know anything? They were all fake identities anyway, so it was just a waste of time. Fellow Daoist Ba's words make sense. Let's get down to business. The other party's attitude was cold, but Guchen was not interested in getting close to them. He was more interested in the left arm bone than the other three. With a flip of his hand, Guchen took out the great elemental technique outline that he had prepared beforehand and placed it on the table in front of him. When Bai Wiming and the other two saw the outline, their eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. We need to check it first to confirm that the outline is complete. Is that all right? Bai Wiming emphasized. No problem. However, you should also know that my great elemental technique has yet to be perfected, so the outline that I've imprinted is bound to have some flaws. If you're nitpicking, then we'll forget about this deal. Guchen spoke first, and Bai Wiming nodded. Don't worry, we won't be unreasonable. With that, Bai Wiming picked up the outline and looked through it with his two junior brothers. As the three of them looked through it, their expressions kept changing, and gradually revealed looks of obsession. As the ancestors' disciples, they had inherited the ancestors' legacy. However, their master had always been on guard against them, and had left a trick up his sleeve. Later on, their master had passed away, and they had once thought that it was impossible for them to attain perfected body tempering in this lifetime. One could imagine how depressed they had been all these years. Now that their master's complete technique, especially the world returner, was displayed in front of them, they could not wait to go into seclusion and comprehend it wholeheartedly. What about the left arm bone? When Guchen saw that it was about time, he interrupted their thoughts. Bai Yueming's eyes flickered, and his heart was in turmoil. Although they had already discussed the terms of the deal, he really could not bear to take out his precious left arm bone at this juncture. One had to know that he could not use the left arm bone now, but that might not be the case once he had comprehended the great elemental technique's outline. It was the sect's most precious treasure. How could he give it away for free, now that the great elemental technique's outline was in his hands? Bai Wiming had the urge to go back on his word. Senior brother Ba? Yuan Gongyi also reminded Bai Wiming, a little worried that he would suddenly go back on his word. If senior brother Ba went back on his word, he was sure that the three of them would be the ones to die. He had already experienced Ba's strength. Bai Wiming hesitated for a while, looked at his junior brothers, and finally reluctantly took out the ancestor's left arm bone from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Then, the three of them actually knelt down and kowtowed to the left arm bone. Master, for the sake of reviving the Yuan school, I can only sell your corpse. Please understand. Master, have a safe journey. Bai Wiming looked as if he was grieving. He was so dramatic that he almost wiped away a few tears. Guchen was speechless, and Yuan Gongyi also widened his eyes. Usually, when these senior brothers scolded their master for being selfish, they did not look like filial sons and grandsons. Bai Wiming and the other two quickly got up. Guchen picked up the left arm bone and examined it. After confirming that it was the real thing, he immediately felt a little excited. This item really did not take any effort at all. Since the deal is done, we will leave. Bai Wiming could not bear to part with the left arm bone. He was in a bad mood and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Guchen nodded. For the sake of the left arm bone and Yuan Gongyi, he said politely, the situation in the Dao world is chaotic now. If the three of you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can look for us. Bai Wiming glanced at him and said disapprovingly, in the face of this world, you and I are just nobodies. Don't talk big. Goodbye. Guchen only smiled when he heard that. He did not take it to heart and even instructed Yuan Gongyi. Send your senior brothers off. Yuan Gongyi was extremely embarrassed that his senior brothers did not give him any face. He was afraid that his big brother would get angry, but he was very grateful to see him so magnanimous. He did as he was told and sent his three senior brothers out of the city. However, he was very disappointed and did not say anything along the way. Junior brother Yuan, I know that you are indebted to that person, but he is not a suitable place to stay. How could Bai Wiming not see Yuan Gongyi's displeasure? However, he still stood on his brother's side and lectured him. Senior brother Ba, you might have made a mistake. My big brother is not a nobody. Yuan Gongyi snorted coldly. He really wanted to reveal his big brother's identity as the ancient Yaoshi overlord physique and see if this senior brother Ba could still speak so calmly. Perhaps. You have pride in your bones. The person that you chose to follow must have some strengths. But so what? You should have heard about the extermination of the Zhou clan, right? In this current world, even the powerful Zhou clan was annihilated overnight. It's really not easy for remnants of the origin school to find a reliable place to stay. Bai Wiming sighed. Yuan Gongyi said impatiently, what exactly are you trying to say, senior brother? Bai Wiming exchanged a few glances with his two junior brothers and said in a low voice, Junior brother Yuan, to tell you the truth, we have been secretly in contact with the Revolutionary Army for a long time. Most of our old friends from the origin school have also gathered. We are prepared to officially join the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? How long have you been secretly planning this? Yuan Gongyi's face was filled with shock. From the looks of it, he was the last person to know about this. You have some understanding of the Revolutionary Army. There are many people in the same situation as us. Chaotic times are coming. Only by sticking together can we survive. That big brother of yours might be somewhat strong, but how can he be compared to the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army's general meeting will be held soon. I heard that many important people will be attending. If you are willing, why don't you join us? With your addition, our origin school will have more say in the Revolutionary Army. Although Yuan Gongyi was the lowest in seniority among the junior brothers, his talent was very high. Coupled with the opportunity of obtaining the great primordial technique's general outline, even Bai Wiming was not confident that he could defeat his current strength. If he was willing to join them in the general meeting, the origin school would be even more powerful and would naturally have more say. I've already followed boss, I'm not interested in the Revolutionary Army. Yuan Gongyi shook his head, he had no hesitation in this matter. Bai Wiming was disappointed, and the other two senior brothers also shook their heads. Silly. What's the future of following that person? In the big picture, he's just a small boat that can sink at any time. Junior brother Yuan, you'd better think about it. Following us to attend the General Alliance Conference is the best choice. The three did not give up and tried to persuade him, but Yuan Gongyi waved his hand impatiently. Enough. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. Senior brothers, you've already gotten what you want, I wish you a bright future. Yuan Gongyi was very decisive, the three did not say anything else and left. Looking at the backs of his senior brothers leaving, Yuan Gongyi sighed. He chose his own path, no matter if it was right or wrong in the future, he could not blame others. He chose to follow the Tyrant clan sovereign, and he would not regret it. He hoped that the three senior brothers would also have a bright future. Yuan Gongyi returned to Gu Chen's side. He had just used the space-time connection between the thread Dao body and the dominating cauldron world to send progenitor's left arm bone into the dominating cauldron world for the convenience of his main body. After doing this, the three returned to the bubble sea and continued with their original plan. On the other side, the investigation of Xianxia Cliff was still continuing. Gu Chen's main body wanted to find Zhou Fengling in advance. They arrived at the transaction location early, which was out of the enemy's expectation. In other words, before the transaction, the enemy's guard would be the least. Zhou Fengling might be imprisoned in the city guarded by millions of dark hunters, so the dwarf emperor sent more bionic mosquito beasts to invade the city and search for Zhou Fengling's traces. At the same time, everyone also quietly sealed the area around Xianxia Cliff. Once Feng Yuan's people or suspicious people approached this place, they would immediately be detected. After getting the conclusion that Feng Yuan would not appear here, everyone's actions became much bolder. They took the initiative to deploy their forces and take the initiative to take the initiative. When he received the left arm bone sent by the thread Dao body, Gu Chen's main body happened to be in the dominating cauldron world. In this hostage trade, Ling Bing was the main character. As the day was approaching, Gu Chen naturally had to be concerned about his physical and psychological condition. Ling Bing was fine, and he still didn't say anything to Gu Chen's question. However, when he learned that he would be able to leave this place and return to his companions, he could not conceal his joy. Faced with his naivety, Gu Chen did not say much. The purer one was, the crueler it would be when the truth was revealed. Whether Fang Yuan was a wise leader or not, Ling Bing would soon know the answer. After obtaining the ancestor's left arm bone, Gu Chen had a rare look of joy on his face. He let a thread Dao body return to the outside of the dominating cauldron world in his place while his main body immediately started to refine the left arm bone. According to his past experience, he would have more than enough time to completely refine the left arm bone before the trading day arrived. Second mountain and sea. The Sea of Bubbles. The day Qian Darong was released, the old woman from the heavenly concealing pavilion led Fatty Qian as they floated above an island expressionlessly, waiting for Qianchen to appear, with the island as the center. Clay Bodhisattva, Ugly Emperor, Hidden Dragon Tribe Leader, Hai Dong Xian, and Yuan Gongyi were scattered in all directions, concealing their auras and waiting for Qianchen to appear. Today, there would be a huge battle in the fifth mountain and sea, and according to the known information, Fang Yuan was unlikely to appear. If Fang Yuan did not appear, then their mission would become even more important. They had to capture Qianchen, they could not let him escape. This concerned the whole situation. No one dared to be careless, they all wanted to gain merit in this battle. The weather in the sea was constantly changing, it had just rained, the dark clouds dispersed and the sun rose again. The old woman from the heavenly concealing pavilion was not wet at all, while Fatty Qian's cultivation was sealed and he was drenched like a drowned rat, looking extremely pathetic. His disheveled appearance masked his uneasiness today. His mission today was exceptionally important. A gust of wind blew over the sea, and a figure appeared on the sea, stepping on the waves and attracting the old woman's attention. She squinted her eyes and found that the newcomer was an old man with white hair and beard, and 3 eyes. Grandpa Zeng. Fatty Qian saw the newcomer, his spirit roused, and he hurriedly shouted. Qianchen glanced at Fatty Qian, his crimson third eye emitting a strange light, as if he was investigating something. The ruler took pity on you and has already agreed to release your grandson. What, are you still worried that someone will do something to him? The old woman said in an unfriendly tone, looking high and mighty. Fellow Taoist misunderstood, the old man is just worried that my grandson is injured, so he wants to examine him. Qianchen said politely, the distance between them was less than 5 feet. Cut the crap. I've given him to you, you should hand over Fang Yuan's location, so I can go back and report to the ruler. The old woman said impatiently. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious, wait for the old man to examine him, he will naturally keep his promise. Qianchen walked towards Fatty Qian, the old woman's eyebrows twitched, but she did not stop him. He put his hand on Fatty Qian's shoulder, and the crimson third eye emitted a light that enveloped Fatty Qian completely. The entire condition of Fatty Qian's body, even the slightest difference in a drop of blood, could not escape his heavenly eye's inspection. As for Fatty Qian's storage ring and Qiankuan bag, there was nowhere for him to hide. Back then, Dao Monarch Heaven Eye's eyes could ignore the obstruction of the chaos barrier, but Qianchen's current ability was only above that. Qianchen examined Fatty Qian very carefully. After confirming that there were no problems with his body, he checked Fatty Qian's sea of consciousness to confirm that there were no restrictions. Fatty Qian could not help but feel nervous during the process, but Qianchen did not think that he was feeling guilty. He only thought that it was an inevitable emotional fluctuation after being trapped for so many days and finally regaining his freedom. That should be enough, right? Don't go on endlessly. The old woman said sinisterly. Qianchen examined for a full half an incense's time. There are no problems. Qianchen replied, patting Fatty Qian's shoulder. Derong, you go first. Wait, where is Fang Yuan? The old woman raised her eyebrows. Let my grandson go first, the old man will stay here and report to the ruler personally when he sees him. Qianchen said calmly. The old woman's expression immediately turned gloomy. What do you mean? The ruler has already agreed to pardon your grandson, and I will take full responsibility for this matter. Do you still not trust me? The ruler never appears in front of people, this is a rule. You don't have the qualifications to break this rule. Qianchen only shook his head, his attitude firm. If I don't see the ruler, the old man will not give you any information. Please report to the ruler, I believe he will be willing to see me. The old woman from Fu Tian Pavilion could not help but frown, and Fatty Qian's expression also changed slightly. From the start, they did not consider the ruler in their plan, because they simply could not let the ruler know about this matter. With the old woman acting as the ruler's spokesperson, they had thought that after releasing Fatty Qian, Xianxia would leave after reporting Fang Yuan's information. Who could have thought that he would insist on seeing the ruler? This way, their plans were all messed up. If they did not see the ruler, Xianxia would definitely be suspicious. Did they have to directly attack and capture the other party now? At Ancien Cliff, on a steep cliff, Gu Chen's main body stood on the mountain peak while Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, Chen Daolin, and the others stood on both sides, looking down at Underworld Hunter City. Today was the day of the hostage exchange. In the past few days, no one had found any suspicious people entering Ancien Cliff's territory, and the Dwarf Emperor's bionic mosquito beast in Underworld Hunter City had not found any traces of Zhou Fengling. This meant that the surprise plan had failed, and they could only accept today's exchange. He estimated that it was about time for Fang Yuan's men to appear. However, no matter if it was Nether Hunter City or Ancien Cliff, there was no movement. This made the Zhou clan empress extremely anxious, worried that something might happen. Gu Chen's main body looked down at the calm scene below, his eyes rippling as he spoke plainly. Something happened to Qian Chen. He said that he would only tell us Fang Yuan's location if he sees the ruler. If he doesn't see the ruler, we can forget about the hostage exchange. The Zhou clan empress expression changed. Wouldn't she not be able to see Fengling? No, not just not. If the other party sensed a plot, he might kill Fengling directly. Chen Daolin's expression was solemn as he said worriedly, "Is Qianchen suspicious?" Not necessarily. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips as he exchanged glances with Dao Ancestor Void Mirror. Both of them revealed looks of relief. Fang Yuan wants to kill me, and the most important part of his plan is the ruler. With his and Qianchen's cautiousness, Senior Void Mirror and I guessed that Qianchen might ask to meet the ruler in person to ensure that no accidents happen. Only by meeting the ruler can he ensure that the important information will not be delayed by the old woman and can be accurately conveyed. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror continued Gu Chen's words and teased, "This woman from Fu Tian Pavilion is lying to Qianchen and does not intend to plead for Derong in front of the ruler. Qianchen's method is very cautious and smart. Unfortunately, even the smartest person has a blind spot." Blind spot? This is a great move. If it were me, I would not be able to do anything. How could I invite the ruler? The Dwarf Emperor scratched his head. Qianchen's move was enough to make anyone panic. It's true that we can't invite a real ruler, but it's easy to invite a fake one. Dao Ancestor Mirror laughed. Everyone seemed to have understood something. The Zhou clan's empress asked worriedly, "Can you guarantee that the fake won't be seen through?" See through? Dare I ask, in this world, how many people have actually seen the true faces of the sovereigns? Hegemons never appeared in the world, and most cultivators didn't even know of their existence. Xianxia was Fang Yuan's right-hand man. He was not an ordinary person, but the possibility of him having seen a ruler before was very small. Since he had never seen a sovereign before, how could it be easy to see through him? Dao Ancestor Mirror made it sound simple, but in reality, he had to be much more cautious. Gu Chen added, "Senior Mirror has met the 5 hegemons before. He has already told me what the prime hegemon looks like. Even if Qianchen knows what the hegemon looks like, there's nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing is the blind spot that Senior Void Mirror mentioned. Once the fake supreme ruler appears and the old woman from the heavenly pavilion kneels before him, Qianchen will definitely be prejudiced to believe that the supreme ruler is the real deal." Everyone listened attentively and quickly understood Gu Chen's meaning. Heavenly subduing seal. The old woman had heavenly subduing seal in her mind. She could not disobey the hegemon or do anything disrespectful to the hegemon. In other words, she definitely would not kneel before a fake hegemon. This was an absolute understanding. Would Qianchen know about the existence of heavenly subduing seal? Of course, Fang Yuan had taken Saint Purity as his master, and a Dao court official like Saint Purity would eventually end up in the heavenly pavilion. As Fang Yuan's intelligence hub, Qianchen would definitely know about this. Since he knew this secret, he must have made a mistake due to his deep-rooted understanding. Even if the person pretending to be the hegemon exposed a flaw, Qianchen would not dare to doubt this understanding. "I understand." Wait for a while, I cannot guarantee that the hegemon will be willing to meet you. The old woman from the heavenly pavilion's unsightly expression gradually disappeared. She seemed to have suppressed her anger after thinking about it and agreed to Xianxia's request. Then I will have to trouble you, fellow Daoist. Xianxia nodded. He did not find it strange that the old woman quickly closed her eyes. He knew that the old woman had heavenly subduing seal in her mind. She definitely had a special method to directly contact the hegemon. With the hegemon's omnipotent abilities, it would not take long for him to arrive at this bubble sea. Even if the hegemon's main body disdained to meet a small character like Xianxian, it would not be difficult for him to project a clone. As for whether it was the hegemon's main body or clone, even Xianxian's heavenly eye would not be able to tell the difference. The island was quiet for a while. Xianxian was calm, but Fatty Qian was restless. Why aren't you leaving? Xianxian glanced at his precious great-grandson and frowned slightly. Great-grandpa, if we leave, let's leave together. Fatty Qian gritted his teeth and said. Xianxian's old face revealed a gratified expression. So this grandson was worried about his safety. This grandson still had a conscience. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to save him. Don't worry, nothing will happen. You leave first, I will meet up with you later. Fatty Qian was still hesitant, and Xianxian's tone became harsher. Still not leaving? Fatty Qian had no choice but to obey. He braced himself and flew away from the island. His cultivation had already been unsealed when Xianxian had checked his body. The old woman from the Futian pavilion did not stop him from leaving. Because Xianxian did not say where to go or where to meet up, Fatty Qian could only choose a random direction and leave. He knew his great-grandfather well. His great-grandfather had remarkable abilities and would always have a way to find him. After Fatty Qian left, the clay bodhisattva, Haidong Xian, and the others also left one after another. Although Xianxian was on the island, everyone knew that the possibility of his true body appearing was extremely low. They could only find the real him by following Fatty Qian. Xianxian, who was on the island, immediately sensed that someone was following his grandson. His third eye flashed with a crimson glow. The Futian pavilion will not let people go easily. Before Xian Cliff is exposed, I have to get rid of these spies, Xianxian muttered to himself. The hegemon has agreed to your request. The old woman suddenly opened her eyes and said coldly. Xianxian's expression changed. When will the hegemon come here? Now. Just as the old woman finished speaking, the space in front of the two of them instantly distorted and became as smooth as a mirror. A figure appeared out of thin air. The figure was tall and imposing, but he was like a ghost. There was no aura at all, and he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Xianxian's pupils suddenly shrank. Even his heavenly eye could only sense a slight fluctuation in space. Such a void transference technique was rare in the world. This old servant greets the supreme hegemon. The old woman from the Futian pavilion immediately knelt down and kowtowed. The old woman was very respectful. There was no doubt about this person's identity. This lowly one, Xianxian, greets the Lord of Supreme Unity. Xianxian knelt down and kowtowed. He lowered his head, not daring to show any disrespect. The Lord of Supreme Unity did not show his emotions. He glanced at Xianxian lightly. I am already here, you should tell me where Fang Yuan is now. He went straight to the point. Even though his voice was indifferent, it was filled with unquestionable authority. Xianxian knew that if he continued to delay, the Lord might not have the patience to listen to him. As you command. Reporting to the Lord of Supreme Unity, Fang Yuan is currently hiding at Xian Cliff in the Fifth Mountain and Sea. Xian Cliff? The wandering ghosts that escaped from the graveyard are also there? The Lord of Supreme Unity sneered. Xianxian quickly added, yes, not only are the 12 revivers there, the 1 million underworld hunter army that Fang Yuan is secretly nurturing is also there. The Lord of Supreme Unity did not seem surprised at the so-called 1 million army. With his status as the current lord of the world, he would not care about any cultivator army. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Xianxian felt the Lord's cold gaze. He lowered his head even more. He prostrated. Every word is true, there are no lies. All right, if the information is correct, I will fulfill my promise to you. After the Lord of Supreme Unity said that, there was another ripple in space. His figure suddenly vanished. he had already teleported to an unknown location. He moved swiftly, coming and going without a trace. From start to finish, he did not even bother with the old woman. Xianxia got up from the ground. Even though it was a short conversation, he felt his back was covered in cold sweat. As expected of the current lord of the world, even with his heavenly eye, he could not see through his cultivation level. Only Feng Yuan could give him this feeling in the past, as expected of the victor back then. The Lord has said that you can leave now, behave yourself. The old woman of Fu Tian Pavilion snorted coldly. Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists, turning around and leaving. Even after he flew far away, the old woman of Fu Tian Pavilion did not make a move. And at a coastline far away from the island, the Lord of Supreme Unity who had used Great Void teleportation appeared, his appearance slowly changing into Qin Yunfei's. It was Gu Chen's Taoist clone who had disguised himself as the Tai ruler to talk to Qianchen. Only the threaded Dao body could hide from the special senses of Qianchen's heavenly eye. Coupled with the perfect Great Void technique, which allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably, and the irrefutable evidence of the old woman, Qianchen, who was naturally suspicious, easily believed in the identity of the ruler. Just like that, he had passed the first test. Gu Chen did not feel much joy, and a pensive look appeared on his face. When he was in close contact with Qianchen just now, he was certain that it wasn't Qianchen's true body. Even though the heaven's eye had obscured the clone's aura and concealed the truth of the flesh and blood body, it still couldn't fool Gu Chen. This was within his expectations. As Gu Chen recalled his understanding of Dao Lord Heaven Eye's abilities in the past, he used a voice transmission talisman to maintain contact with Clay Bodhisattva, Haidong Xian, and the others. The bait, Fatty Qian, was already out. All that was left was for the big fish, Qianchen, to take the bait. On Anqian Cliff, Gu Chen's true body smiled faintly. Qianchen believes it, let's continue the transaction. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their expressions soon turned serious. Since the second mountain and sea had succeeded, it was time for them to show up. Zhou Fengling should have appeared, right? The most important chess piece isn't here. How can Feng Yuan lure us into the trap? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror spoke. Logically speaking, Qianchen would immediately carry out the plan once he saw the real ruler. If not, and Zhou Fengling didn't appear, it meant that Qianchen had not fallen for the trap at all. Don't be impatient. Gu Chen looked down at Hellhunter City. Although he looked calm on the surface, he could not help but feel a trace of nervousness in his heart. This concerned Uncle Ling's safety. No matter how meticulous the plan was, he was worried that there might be variables. Time passed bit by bit. Most people's gazes were gathered on the area outside Anqian Cliff, waiting for Zhou Fengling to appear as the hostage. At a certain moment, Empress Zhou's beautiful eyes burst out with divine light as she looked straight at Hellhunter City. There's an unusual spatial fluctuation in the city. With her reminder, everyone's gazes fell on the city, because they had already secretly inspected Hellhunter City and confirmed that there was no one hiding inside. They were inclined to believe that Feng Yuan's men would come from outside. Empress Zhou's Great Void technique had reached perfection stage and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. What she said was naturally not wrong. Gu Chen had also mastered the Great Void technique, but he wasn't as sensitive to space as the Empress. After hearing what she said, he sensed a little and also noticed an unusual fluctuation in the space in Hellhunting City. If I'm not wrong, this is the fluctuation of a teleportation formation. The Empress judged. The Dwarf Emperor frowned slightly. But we didn't discover any hidden teleportation formations in the city. Let's see. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror waved his sleeves, and a mysterious halo enveloped everyone. Everyone's divine senses turned into dream bodies and followed behind him, directly flying down to Hellhunter City. There were a large number of divine sense restrictions in Hellhunter City, and Hellhunter himself was also a spy. However, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's dream traversing ability was far more outstanding than Fatty Qian's. He led everyone into Hellhunter City like there was no one there. Hellhunter City was broken down into transparent areas under his dream realm ability. Soon, everyone saw that there was a teleportation formation deep in the center of Hellhunter City, and in that teleportation formation, there was a haggard white-haired man covered in cuts and bruises. His entire body was tied up, and he was obviously just teleported here. everyone saw the white-haired man's appearance clearly, and ripples appeared on Gu Chen and the Empress's faces. It was Zhou Fengling. After confirming the target and location, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror did not stay for long and immediately left Hellhunter City. Everyone's dream bodies returned to their respective positions. We've investigated for so many days, but we actually didn't discover any teleportation formations hidden under Hellhunter City. I wonder how Fang Yuan did it. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror frowned slightly. If they had discovered the hidden teleportation formation, they would have guessed how Zhou Fengling would appear. He was still careless about his arrangements in advance, and this made him feel fearful. Thus, his dream bodies did not dare to stay for long. If even his existence was discovered, it would be really difficult to plot against Fang Yuan. If everything is calculated by us in advance, Fang Yuan would not be Fang Yuan. Gu Chen's main body muttered, and his eyes revealed a rare fighting spirit. Uncle Ling's appearance was enough for him. As for whether there were any traps inside, they had to barge in anyway. When fighting with Fang Yuan, there was no way to escape unscathed. The only thing they needed to consider was how much price they could bear. According to our previous arrangement, Senior Chen, the Dwarf Emperor, and Limitless Tyrant Dragon will break out from the front. Thread bodies walked out of Gu Chen's body one after another. In the surrounding space, whirlpools appeared one after another, and the thread bodies walked into them. The rescue operation officially began. After a long time, Ling Bing finally left that strange world and saw the light of day again. He was surrounded by an unfamiliar forest. After Qin Yunfei, who had imprisoned him for a long time, brought him out, he did not say a word. He just rode a flood dragon and headed towards the endless cliffs ahead. On Qin Yunfei's left was a young man dressed in a dark green robe. He looked elegant and outstanding. In the phase transformation sect that he had stayed in for 100 years, no one could compare to him in terms of temperament. On Qin Yunfei's right was a man wrapped in dark gray metal armor. He was tall and stalwart, and carried a double-edged saber on his back. He exuded a cold and wild aura. Ling Bing had never seen these two people before, but he could tell that they were not ordinary experts. How did Qin Yunfei rope in such allies? Speaking of which, he knew very little about Qin Yunfei. Although he had returned to the outside world, his cultivation was sealed. One end of a rope was tied to him, and the other end was tied to the back of the flood dragon. It was a great humiliation to be dragged forward like this. Heh, Qin Yunfei, just the three of you and you dare to make a deal with our leader? You're quite bold. Ling Bing looked at the white-robed figure sitting on the flood dragon and mocked. Gu Chen ignored him. He looked at the Netherhunter city at the foot of the tranquil cliff with a cautious and solemn expression. He pretended that he had just arrived and was completely clueless about the situation. He deliberately slowed down his pace to tell the enemy that he had arrived. Gu Chen ignored him, but the Dwarf Emperor turned his head and could not help but glance at Ling Bing. Then, he shook his head. This guy has a part of Gui's soul, he really could not tell. Although Gui was young, he was already mature and steady when they left the Chaos Sea. He could replace Gu Chen to wield the Heavenly Emperor seal and govern the eternal immortal world and the chaotic myriad kingdoms. Compared to him, Ling Bing was like a hothead. It seemed that education was indeed very important. The biggest difference between Ling Bing and Gui was that Gui had been taught by Gu Chen for 100 years. They arrived at Netherhunter City in next to no time. Within this desolate mountain forest, the city was filled with endless streams of people and carriages, and it was filled with the aura of a marketplace. Anyone would notice this place at the first possible moment. Fang Yuan, I came as promised. Where are you? Gu Chen went straight to the point. His voice spread throughout the city. Suddenly, the millions of mortals in the city stopped what they were doing, and their eyes shone with a deep blue light. Standing on top of the city gate, the appearance of a soldier guarding the city quickly changed into Qian Chen's appearance. His three eyes were looking down at Gu Chen from above. Old man Xianxia pays respects to Overlord. Ancestor Xianxia cupped his fists towards Gu Chen. When the dwarf sovereign saw his face, even though he was mentally prepared, he still could not suppress his disgust. Back then, it was the Qian family's old ancestor who had poisoned all of them to threaten Gu Chen. In the end, Gu Chen had lost his life. Ancestor Qian was the one who poisoned all of them to threaten Gu Chen. Eventually, Gu Chen died. He was the leader of the 6 divisions of Overlord Commandery and was highly regarded. No one expected him to betray them. You disloyal, heartless, and unjust traitor. How dare you call the Overlord by his name? You're a disloyal, heartless traitor. You can't call me Overlord. Xianxia could not help but look at him. After a while, he smiled and said, "So it's Dwarf Emperor. It seems that many of my comrades have followed Overlord to the Dao world? Where's Fang Yuan?" Gu Chen stopped the Dwarf Emperor from arguing with him and asked coldly. They had already figured out the situation here, but they still had to play along with Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to delay as much time as possible until the ruler arrived, so he took his time to talk to them. He also needed to attract the other party's attention. The reason why he allowed the Dwarf Emperor, who was not in Xianxia's information, to appear was to attract the other party's attention and create an illusion that he was going all out for this transaction. Overlord? Ling Bing looked at Xianxia's action and was stunned. He seemed to have some impression of the name Overlord in the depths of his memory, causing his soul to throb. Overlord, don't be anxious. Please enter the city for the transaction. With a creaking sound, the city gate opened slowly. Another trap? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. This was clearly a trap. Since Overlord has decided to come here, it means that Zhou Fengling's position in your heart is worth the risk. Since you're already here, there's no need to be overcautious. Our leader is sincere in exchanging for Ling Bing in your hands. Xianxia's words made Ling Bing excited. The leader did not abandon him indeed. This city is not normal, there's a lot of risk in it. Qin Daolin reminded Gu Chen in time. That's right, leader. Fang Yuan and Xianxia have always been despicable and shameless, we have to be on guard against them. The Dwarf Emperor was also unhappy and mentioned Gu Chen's disappearance in the past. Overlord, times are different now. In the Dao world, you and I have a common enemy. Our leader has no intention of harming you. He just wants to complete this transaction. Xianxia tried to persuade him, but there was a thought-provoking look in his eyes. You guys wait for me outside. Gu Chen did not think much as he told Qin Daolin and the Dwarf Emperor. His words made their expressions change slightly. Qin Daolin did not agree. That's too risky. If there's an accident, I'll kill Ling Bing first and let Fang Yuan's scheme fail. Gu Chen said resolutely. Ling Bing's expression tensed up, but Xianxia still maintained his smile. Did he really think that Ling Bing was special? The Overlord was still as impulsive as before and could not even see their true intentions. He was too sentimental and could not bear to leave Zhou Fengling, nor was he willing to let his companions take risks with him. Just like in the past, he chose to step into the trap alone. It was both a blessing and a misfortune to follow such a superior, Xianxia thought sarcastically. With the ability of his heavenly eye, he could see that the other party was undoubtedly the real one. Compared to 100 years ago, he could see through Gu Chen more clearly now. Gu Chen rode the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex and dragged Ling Bing into the city. Qin Daolin and the Dwarf Emperor stayed outside the city, seemingly forced and helpless. However, they were indifferent and prepared to start a massacre. Clang, once Gu Chen entered the city gates closed rapidly and the entire city was surrounded by restrictions that shot into the sky. What happened to the deal? Gu Chen was not surprised as he spoke coldly. Zhou Fengling is imprisoned in this city. We kept our promise and sent him here. However, whether you can take him away will depend on your ability. Xianxia had a mocking look on his face. Overlord, 100 years ago in the Chaos Sea, many of us had to join forces and secretly plan for a long time to deal with you. But now, a mere old man is enough to deal with you. Let the old man see how much you've improved in the past 100 years after losing 4 divine-grade origins. Xianxia changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. Countless Ming hunters in the city transformed into his appearance and swarmed over with torrential killing intent. Gu Chen swiftly raised his hand and grabbed Ling Bing by the neck. Are you guys not going to care about his life or death? Ling Bing's face flushed red and he was at a loss for what to do. Didn't they agree to trade him? Why did Xianxia change his attitude the moment Qin Yunfei entered the city, as though he did not care about his safety at all? End of chapter 2285. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.